Chapter 1. The bloodied blade of Chu He severing the threads of affection as storms erupt on the eve of the apocalypse. Mental repository. Commencing with the protagonist slaying his treacherous girlfriend. Enter at your own discretion. Blue star. Within a villa. Don't. Stay away from me. You can't go there. A towering man with a sinister grin assails a woman. His name is Chu He, standing at 183 centimeters, with raven black hair and brown eyes, his brows sharp and his visage as resolute as if chiseled from stone, having recently returned from a rebirth in the apocalypse. The woman, adorned in a white floral dress, possesses an alluring figure. Barefoot, her exquisite ankles are exposed as she lies on the ground, her hands bracing her weight, desperately attempting to move backward. Tears well in her eyes, her pleas evoking an involuntary sense of pity that if any students from Jiangxing University were present, they would undoubtedly recognize her as Li Yunyan, the university's belle. Unbeknownst to her, she is backed against the wall, with no further retreat possible. Please, spare me. What have I done wrong? Can you not tell me? Chu He leans down, gripping Li Yunyan's face, his gaze laced with mockery. He brandishes a fruit knife, assessing where to strike. Please, no? Chu He, I have not wronged you. I am your girlfriend. Why are you doing this? Li Yunyan cries out, her tears staining her chest, revealing her ample assets. Why? In his previous life, he had awakened an utterly useless E-rank spatial ability, limited to storage. In the team, he was relegated to the role of a mere pack horse. Even after 10 years in the apocalypse, he remained at the meteorite realm. Under 99% of circumstances, the endpoint for E-rank abilities is the meteorite realm. Most teams were reluctant to expend crystal cores to enhance their storage. As the apocalypse progressed, powerful factions collaboratively delineated the tiers of awakened abilities. Firefly Realm, Meteorite Realm, Moon Erosion Realm, Sunfall Realm, the Celestial Realm, Celestial Being Realm, Life and Death Realm, Eternal Realm, Demigod. The upper limit for E-rank abilities is the Meteorite Realm, while SSS-rank abilities extend to the Demigod tier. Nonetheless, Chu He was still an awakened individual. When the apocalypse struck, only 30% of the population awakened abilities. For 10 years, Chu He had devoted himself to this woman, who was merely an ordinary person without means of survival, save for selling herself or becoming a plaything for the powerful. Once, he fortuitously discovered an uncharted supermarket hidden within the mountains, laden with abundant supplies, a secret he shared solely with her. Yet, in a shocking betrayal, she divulged this information to Zhao Meng, an awakened individual of the Sunfall realm, in her pursuit of his favor. The outcome was predictable. Chu He was captured and tortured, coerced into revealing the location of those supplies. At that time, the primary sustenance was the flesh and blood of otherworldly creatures, rendering those expired supplies nearly worthless. What truly mattered was the tobacco and liquor, treasures in the desolation of the apocalypse. He had confronted Li Yunyan. Why did you betray me? Her response was a scornful gaze. You pathetic fool, you bring me mere scraps of food daily, leaving me perpetually hungry, forbidding me from venturing out, forcing me to stare at the walls. I am but your gilded cage bird. She affectionately clung to Zhao Meng's arm. Only a man like him can provide the life I desire, bestowing a kiss upon his corpulent visage. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought you were hiding such a beauty, not even sharing her with the brothers? Zhao Meng's lecherous laughter quaked his flesh, his eyes brimming with brutality. Hand over the supplies, and I may grant you a path to survival. Huh. Chu He spat, his heart shattered. His intent to protect her had been misconstrued. He observed the women in the base's red light district, mere instruments of release, stripped of dignity. With her beauty, she would endure countless violations within an hour. Little did she know, her assent to Zhao Meng would lead to her being discarded and sold into a lifetime of despair within a mere month. Ha 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 ha. Chu He laughed maniacally, his voice akin to a deflating bellows. He understood Zhao Meng would never spare him. Only death would eliminate the threat. Bang! Chu He detonated his spatial ability, his consciousness fading in that instant. Thoughts returned. Zhao Meng was of the Sunfall realm. The self-detonation would not harm him, but Li Yunyan would surely be reduced to ashes. Chu He thrust the knife toward Li Yunyan. Thud! The blade sank firmly into her thigh. You're breaking the law? You'll go to prison. Li Yunyan screamed in anguish. A pool of blood began to spread beneath her. Prison. Humph. In the apocalypse, they would be hard-pressed to save themselves. Yesterday's grudge, like a thorn in my back. Chu He ground his teeth. Suddenly, a foul odor permeated the air. Chu He cast a glance at the yellowish-white substance on the floor, his expression contorted with disgust. The image of the pure white lotus he had so diligently protected in his previous life crumbled within his mind at a self-righteous, foolish woman whom he had once cherished as a treasure, cradling her as if she were fragile, fearing her loss. He had gone hungry, offering her his food, while she did nothing at home, a privilege many ordinary women in the apocalypse could scarcely fathom. He was the true fool. Ha ha ha. Chu He laughed at his own folly. His laughter echoed eerily in Li Yunyan's ears as she trembled, pressing her hands against her wounded thigh, but it proved futile. Blood seeped through her slender fingers. Li Yunyan's complexion grew increasingly pale from blood loss. Don't kill me. I can be your dog, she pleaded, her humility evident as she fought her final battle. Ah, how dull. Chu He, feeling a sense of resolution, decided to grant her a swift end. He withdrew the fruit knife from her thigh, disregarding her screams, and plunged it into her throat, liberating her from her torment. Glug, glugged Li Yunyan's pupils dilated, her hands clutching her throat with her last ounce of strength. Chu He, may you suffer a fate worse than death. With that, her breath ceased. Chu He gazed upon her lifeless form, devoid of joy at avenging his grievances, only engulfed by profound confusion. No, he could not succumb to despair. He recalled the 10 years he had lived as a mere rat in the apocalypse, constantly evading danger, relying on the whims of others to survive. Why? Weakness is the original sin. In this life, he possessed foresight, quickening his pace with each step. The apocalypse was imminent. Blue Star would expand tenfold. All electronic devices would fail, plunging Earth into an era of darkness. Clefts in the sky would open to other realms, unleashing countless creatures from alternate worlds. Mosquitoes the size of basins, centipedes stretching a kilometer long. Werewolves and vampires, once mere myths, would become reality. Humanity would plummet from the apex of the food chain to the nadir. Even the mightiest factions would be reduced to mere shadows, akin to today's rats. Yet, amidst such a cataclysm, humanity failed to unite. They pretended to ally, while secretly scheming against one another. What a lamentable fate! Wiping the blood from his hands, Chu He checked the time, 2056. Only 4 minutes remained until the apocalypse erupted, heralding the demise of humanity's resplendent civilization from the annals of Blue Star's history. Chu He stood on the balcony, gazing at the myriad lights of the city, the commercial streets bustling with life, elderly women dancing in public squares, and children frolicking in play. This was the last moment of tranquility. His dwelling was a 2-story villa. Before the apocalypse, he was considered a wealthy heir. Both parents had perished, and at 21, he inherited a fortune of millions, living a life of leisure. Yet, he was a fool in love, his thoughts consumed by Li Yunyan. Had the apocalypse not come, he would have likely lived a carefree life until the end of his days. Boom! Chapter 2. Rescuing the Pure and Innocent School Flower Boom. A resounding explosion reverberated through the sky. It has arrived. From this moment forth, all electronic devices ceased to function. The very fabric of the sky began to distort, as if a rift were being torn open. People were captivated by this extraordinary phenomenon. Look up. How did a fissure appear in the heavens? Quickly, take a photo. This anomaly is a first. Wait, why is my internet down? I was just about to share this on social media. I feel the same way. In Jiangcheng, the rift in the sky connects to the realm of insects. A most troublesome occurrence. Jiangcheng, the largest city in Province S, boasts a population of over 20 million. The initial wave of insects numbers merely in the thousands, resulting in a relatively low casualty rate. However, in 3 days, the next wave of vermin will arrive, tenfold in number, including a multitude of fireflies, heralding a true disaster. Were it not for the military's intervention, Jiangcheng would have faced utter annihilation. Chu He pondered, stroking his chin. The Blue Star dimension repels these creatures, and most of the fireflies lack resilience. As time progresses, the dimensional suppression weakens, and humanity's evolution pales in comparison to the formidable strength of these otherworldly beings, leaving an increasingly constricted space for survival. Boom. This time, it was not thunder, but an earthquake. The area of Blue Star will expand tenfold within the hour, based on 6 tectonic plates, alleviating concerns of buildings being torn apart. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A tremendous sound echoed through the sky, shattering the glass of the city in an instant. Tens of thousands of insects surged forth from the rift, their overwhelming numbers palpable even in the darkness of night. The smallest among them was the size of an adult male's fist, while the largest rivaled a bull. Panic erupted among the crowd, scattering in all directions, resulting in chaos and trampling. Ah, insects! Don't eat me! Don't eat me! Who pushed me? Ah! Once the tremors subsided, Chu He stepped outside, wielding a fire axe from his villa. On the second day of the apocalypse, 3 peculiar fruits sprouted at the Jiangxing Sports Center, dubbed root fruits by the people. Countless insects sensed their presence and rushed to claim them. By the following day, Jiangxing was haunted by 3 formidable insect creatures, becoming the stuff of nightmares for many. On the 7th day, the military stationed in Province S arrived in Jiangxing, successfully exterminating 2 of the beasts during their assault, while a single highly venomous spider managed to escape. 3 years later, that venomous spider returned, now a being of celestial stature, leading a swarm of insects that wreaked havoc upon the human settlements of Jiangxing. Ultimately, it was the city's most powerful individual, Xiao Shi, endowed with SSS-level ice abilities, who vanquished it. An individual's ability level dictates their potential. In his previous life, Chu He reached the pinnacle of the meteoric realm. This time, he is determined to defy fate and seize the root fruits. A flying sickle beetle, with its powerful mandibles, dispatched a robust man, feasting upon its prey. These creatures were as large as gaming chairs, adorned with black, menacing spikes, their wings resembling those of a cicada. And the most terrifying aspect was their mouthparts, 2 scythe-like mandibles exceeding a meter in length. Their favorite delicacy is the brain matter within human skulls, known in the apocalypse as blood droplets. The flying sickle beetle relishes the taste of its meal, but suddenly senses a presence nearby and swiftly ascends into the air to maintain its distance. Its compound eyes, imbued with a cruel semblance of humanity, fixate menacingly on Chu He. In an instant, the beetle's carapace splits open, and with a powerful flap of its wings, it rushes towards Chu He like a bolt of black lightning. Chu He ducks just in time, feeling the creature skim past his scalp. This body remains too frail. In his previous life, although he was merely at the meteoric realm, he had not succumbed to lethargy. He had consistently trained with the elite members of his team, honing his physical prowess. Its speed is staggering, forcing Chu He to predict its movements in advance. Time and again, he narrowly evades its assaults. On one occasion, the beetle nearly collided with his face, yet he remained unfazed, adjusting to its rhythm. He had long since deciphered its behavioral patterns. A resolute determination gleamed in Chu He's eyes as he gripped the fire axe tightly. Taking a deep breath, he seized the opportunity and charged at the flying sickle beetle. The axe carved a fierce arc through the air, slicing through the wind as it struck mercilessly at the beetle's soft underbelly. The creature, caught off guard, crashed into the ground with a thud, rolling several feet as it succumbed to inertia. Dark green blood and bright red organs stained the earth, mingling with remnants of human corpses that appeared only partially digested. Chu He's hand trembled slightly as he approached to deliver the finishing blow, hacking at its head with several strikes. As he rummaged through its remains, disappointment flickered in his gaze. There was no crystal core. Such an occurrence, rare even in the flickering realm, would manifest only when otherworldly beings ascended to that level, resulting in the emergence of a crystal core at the back of their heads, containing a fragment of the original owner's energy. Consuming these cores was a primary avenue for awakeners to evolve. This knowledge had initially reached a select few within a week, most of whom ascended to prominence amidst the apocalypse. 2 weeks later, the information was made public by official channels, marking humanity's formal entry into a new era of evolution. Alarmingly, upon entering the flickering realm, humans also developed crystal cores, leading some to resort to unspeakable acts against their own kind to gain strength for their evolution. This was a principal reason behind humanity's perpetual disunity. Ah, help! A girl stumbled in distress, her exquisite features radiating purity yet tinged with allure. Her skin was as fair as mutton fat, and her peach blossom eyes brimmed with terror. A loose white t-shirt, stained with blood, clung to her form, accentuating her alluring silhouette. In 2 words, pure desire. Suddenly, her foot slipped, and she fell heavily to the ground. Behind her, 3 enormous, venomous spiders lunged forward. Ah, no, she screamed, moments before peril descended upon her. Thud. Thud, thud. The anticipated scene of a beautiful woman meeting a tragic end did not unfold. With a swift and decisive motion, Chu He concluded the battle with his 3 axes. The venomous spiders paled in comparison to the terrifying sicklebug. They lacked the formidable exoskeleton for protection and the massive physique. Their only means of attack being their pair of fangs. A mere bite could spell death for an ordinary person within 30 seconds. Stop your wailing. You are still alive. Chu He remarked with a slight frown, his tone devoid of compassion. Years of survival in a post-apocalyptic world had accustomed him to the specter of death. Even amidst a city-wide massacre, he felt no flicker of pity. The girl in question, Xiao-Qi, was someone Chu He recognized. She was the younger sister of the ice goddess, Xiao-Shi, and the most renowned beauty at Jiangxing University. Xiao-Shi was an SSS-ranked ice ability awakener, destined to become a leader among humanity and a guardian of civilization, with the potential to ascend to demigod status. No wonder there had been no news of her sister. Xiao-Qi, in his previous life. Chapter 3, The Massacre. Xiao-Qi inspected her body, relieved to find no wounds, yet she succumbed to tears. Why? Why are there so many insects? How terrifying. The girl could not comprehend why the peaceful world had devolved into chaos. Just moments ago, she had been shopping with her best friend when a sicklebug had swiftly killed her companion and begun to feast. Overcome with fear, her legs turned to jelly as the pandemonium of the mall heralded the impending danger. Summoning her strength, she regained control and fled the shopping center, only to be met with an even more despairing sight outside: a frenzied crowd, overturned vehicles, screams, and the horrifying sight of monstrous insects. She had seen many insects before, casually crushing ants underfoot, but the creature she witnessed today shattered her worldview, heralding an unprecedented catastrophe. She ran aimlessly, only to be targeted by 3 venomous spiders. Stop crying. You are still alive. Chu He leaned down, speaking in his gentlest tone to comfort her. The girl curled up in a corner, sobbing uncontrollably, her spirit and body exhausted. She lifted her head, her eyes reflecting confusion and fear. Well, that was of no use. Chu He recalled the nightmares he had endured in the early days of the apocalypse, where closing his eyes meant facing the monstrous insects. Chu He. Xiao-Qi finally recognized him, her classmate, incredulous that the seemingly unremarkable boy, who was merely a bit handsome, possessed such strength. She suddenly embraced him, seeking solace. There are so many insects, so many bodies. Her emotions erupted uncontrollably. Her tears cascaded like a flood, echoing through the air. Chu He gently patted her head with one hand, while the other comfortingly stroked her back. Don't cry here. You'll attract the insects, he cautioned. In an instant, she seemed to awaken from a daze, her cries abruptly ceasing as she struggled to regain her composure, with only a few tears slipping down her cheeks. I must take my leave and escort you to the constabulary, a place of relative safety. Chu He has pinpointed the location, conveniently along our path. Most importantly, her father is the chief constable there. Given the current peril, would you not accompany me? Xiao-Qi, releasing her embrace, blushed with concern. Chu He shook his head and replied, I have matters to attend to. Let us proceed. As Xiao-Qi took a step, her gait faltered, her legs weakened, and she lost her balance, leaning precariously forward, on the verge of falling. In an instant, a firm and steady hand reached out, catching her just in time. Are you all right? He inquired. I'm fine, just a bit unsteady, she replied, her face flushed as she lowered her gaze to her toes. Chu He maintained his arm around her shoulder, ensuring she regained her composure before they set off. At the Jiangxing constabulary, Xiao Liang gazed grimly out the window. The street was a tumultuous sea of humanity, pushing and shoving as they surged towards the constabulary's entrance. In the face of such calamity, the first instinct of the people was to seek refuge within its walls. The failure of communication devices rendered them like headless flies, waiting in place for orders that would not come. Do not crowd. Form a line. Elderly, pregnant women, and children first. The constables shouted, attempting to maintain order. Yet, amidst the instinct for survival, their efforts proved futile. Some individuals stumbled and, before they could utter a word, were trampled by the throngs behind them, crushed to death by their fellow beings. Everyone, retreat to your homes. The precinct cannot accommodate so many. Those at the back should leave. The constables implored. Damn it. I pay taxes to support you. When it matters most, you abandon us? How dare you? When we need you, you cower in fear. Does this honor your uniform? The crowd erupted into chaos, believing the constables were shirking their responsibilities in the face of danger. The constables, their faces ashen, abandoned attempts to reason with the mob. A low hum filled the air, as if sensing the scent of flesh. Hordes of insectoid creatures approached. The bugs are coming. Hurry inside. Do you think I want to be here? Today may well be our last. The tumult escalated, leading to numerous trampling incidents, with many perishing even before the creatures arrived. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Xiao Liang expertly shot a flying scythe beetle, the bullet piercing its mouth and shattering its brain. Do not linger. Maintain formation and shoot. He commanded, his voice providing the constables with much-needed direction. The sound of death echoed as one insect after another fell, proving that the insectoid horde was not invincible. However, they could only safeguard the vicinity of the constabulary. Those further out were doomed. The outermost individuals had no means of escape, trapped like lambs awaiting slaughter. With no capacity for resistance, the scythe beetles emerged as the most lethal insects during the early days of the apocalypse. They acted as the grim reapers, mercilessly harvesting lives. Venomous spiders, face-huggers, blood mosquitoes, and explosive maggots commenced a massacre. Anguished cries echoed continuously, and blood stained the entire expanse of land. Some individuals attempted to resist, wielding weapons. Yet in the thronging masses, they found it impossible to unleash their might. This was a horrific slaughter, where none marked for death could escape the clutches of the insect horde. The world seemed shrouded in darkness, with despair and terror infiltrating every corner. In the distance, two figures stood. Chu He, what shall we do? Xiao Qi trembled as she spoke. The battlefield ahead resembled a hellish nightmare, instilling a sense of hopelessness. She had already retched thrice. What else can we do? Once the insects have feasted, they will depart, Chu He replied nonchalantly, unaffected by the hellish scene unfolding. But my father, do you believe I can assist? Chu He shot her a cold glance. No, that's not. Xiao Qi fervently shook her head. Throughout their journey, Chu He had proven formidable. Even the most formidable scythe beetles could not withstand his prowess for more than a minute. She had developed a sense of reliance on him, perceiving him as invincible. Most of the insect horde we encountered were solitary, likely due to the sparse human presence. Chu He continued. These fools think the police station can offer them refuge, but in truth, they are digging their own graves. No one can protect you, only you can. He gently stroked her head, murmuring, grow stronger, my dear. Xiao Qi's fearful gaze gradually transformed into determination. Although Chu He had shielded her throughout, she had never considered the prospect of becoming as powerful as he was. Witnessing her father ensnared, she felt utterly helpless, unable to assist in any capacity. She did not wish to remain so powerless any longer. Chu He nodded in encouragement. Sisters are strong, and you are no less capable. It will all click for you. That should suffice. Let us proceed, he stated, assessing the battlefield's dynamics. The battle had drawn to a close. They seemed to have arrived at a slaughterhouse. A veritable hell on earth. Xiao Qi's complexion had turned pale as she retched, having nothing left to expel. She tread cautiously, struggling to find a place to step. Chu He did not wait for her, striding forward with purpose, indifferent to the bloodied ground beneath him. Are there corpses obstructing the way? Just step over them. The dead were not frightening. It was the living who posed the true terror. Hey, wait for me, Xiao Qi called out. And seeing that he had no intention of slowing down, she gritted her teeth to overcome her fear and followed him. The police station was enveloped in a suffocating sense of despair. Exhausted, people leaned against the walls, savoring the fleeting relief of survival. Today, at least 70% of those who had come here had perished. Once the insects had gorged themselves, they departed, or else this area would have faced total annihilation. Xiao Liang observed the despondency among his comrades and felt compelled to speak. Have faith in our nation. Help will arrive soon. Think of your families. You must survive to see them again. Upon hearing his words, a glimmer of hope ignited in their eyes, and they too began to believe that salvation was imminent. Daddy! Xiao Qi rushed in from the doorway, leaping into Xiao Liang's embrace. Little Qi! Xiao Liang exclaimed, holding her tightly, his heart swelling with emotion. His greatest concern had always been the safety of his two daughters, especially after the untimely departure of his wife. Over the years, he had been both father and mother to them. As the backbone of this team, it was crucial that he concealed any sign of vulnerability. Where is your sister? He inquired. She hasn't come out today. She must be in the dormitory, Xiao Qi replied. They were now in their 4th year, living on campus. Keep your voice down. We don't want to attract any pests, Chu He remarked coolly from behind Xiao Qi. Who are you? Xiao Yang sensed that this young man was extraordinary. Amidst the chaos outside, his daughter had managed to find him, undoubtedly due to this man's prowess. Noticing the sharp and icy glint in Chu He's eyes, Xiao Yang surmised that he had blood on his hands. His reputation for capturing serial killers paled in comparison to this man's aura of danger. Observing the green blood splattered on Chu He's clothing, Xiao Yang wondered how many creatures he had slain. This is Chu He, my classmate. I owe my presence here to him, Xiao Qi explained with admiration. Chu He, this is my father, she continued. I am deeply grateful to you for protecting Xiao Qi. I will remember this kindness, Xiao Yang stated, extending his right hand. Chu He glanced around before shaking it. I came here to see you about something. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Xiao Yang led him to a secluded corner. Speak, we are alone here. He offered Chu He a cigarette, lighting one for himself as well. In such a tense and oppressive environment, smoking provided a momentary relief. I need a gun, Chu He replied, taking the cigarette and requesting Xiao Yang to light it for him. This was one of the purposes of his visit before entering the Firefly realm. Small caliber firearms still held significant lethality. Do you realize what you are asking? Xiao Yang's body tensed. Do you think Jiang City is the only place facing this? You are naive. Humanity is experiencing a global calamity. No one is investigating these matters anymore. Chu He exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, determined to make him aware of the harsh reality. What? Xiao Yang could hardly believe his ears. Do not be overly pessimistic. The military will arrive in 7 days. Just hold on, Chu He reassured him, preventing him from descending into despair. All right, I will get it for you. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang retrieved a 92 Type pistol and 5 magazines from the armory, handing them to Chu He. We are even now. Xiao Yang sensed the perilous nature of Chu He and wished to limit their entanglement. Let me remind you, with so many people here, if food runs out for too long, chaos will ensue. Chu He secured the firearm and patted Xiao Yang on the shoulder. Take care, Chu He, Xiao Qi said anxiously from the doorway. All right. Chu He waved farewell as he departed from the police station. Xiao Qi watched his figure gradually blur until it vanished from sight before she averted her gaze. Unbeknownst to her, behind her stood a father whose heart was shattered. Along the way, Chu He collected 3 crystal cores. The drop rate was indeed quite low. To reach the Firefly realm, at least 10 cores were necessary, and upon advancement, one would awaken their extraordinary abilities. Of course, some individuals spontaneously awaken such powers. These are often the elite, and their abilities are at least of S-grade. If one absorbs the first crystal core without any sensation, it signifies a lack of affinity for evolution, marking them as an ordinary person devoid of talent. It was already 11 o'clock p.m. Chu He arrived at a convenience store, intending to rest there for the night. The bone fruit would appear the following day, and what he needed to do now was gather his strength. This was his sole opportunity for a turnaround. He proceeded to devour the food from the shelves: canned beef, ham sausages, instant noodles. These delicacies had long been unavailable in the post-apocalyptic era, making this moment all the more precious. Chu He ate ravenously, finishing his meal and filling a backpack with provisions, even remembering to tuck in a few Chinese sausages. Suddenly, he glanced warily at a corner. What are you doing? 2 figures emerged slowly from the shadows. A woman spoke. They appeared to be in their 40s or 50s, seemingly a couple. Chu He continued chewing on his ham sausage, remaining silent while casting them a cold stare, as if to say, is it not obvious? Ha ha ha, my friend, there's no need to worry. Feel free to eat. In these times, we should assist one another, the middle-aged man interjected, attempting to ease the tension with a smile, though his emaciated frame suggested malnutrition. Only you have money. Yet you speak of mutual assistance? Do you think we procure goods for free? The woman's sharp voice cut through, seemingly opposing her slender companion. Her figure stood in stark contrast to his, overflowing with excess weight, her dimensions having become indistinguishable. Upon hearing her words, the slender man immediately lowered his head, his gaze betraying a sense of resignation and submission, as if he had grown accustomed to the burdens of life. His back was slightly hunched, appearing to bear a heavy weight. Oh, then how much do you want? I can pay, Chu He replied with a hint of exasperation. He was not a bloodthirsty individual, unwilling to resort to violence at the slightest disagreement. He simply wished to settle the matter with a bit of money. The overweight woman scrutinized him with keen eyes, as if searching for something of value, and her expression brightened when she spotted his fire axe. Who needs money nowadays? That axe of yours looks quite nice. Leave it as payment. You want this. Chu He finally grasped her intentions. Indeed, in this apocalypse, that seems a fair exchange, she responded sharply, her voice grating. As she had grown accustomed to exploiting others on this street, and such habits had not changed even in dire times. Young man, don't mind my wife's nonsense. Just give a little cash, and we'll call it even, the slender man ventured, sensing the atmosphere had turned sour. You spineless fool. What right do you have to speak here? Our food is free. The good people have prepared it all for you. The overweight woman exhibited no semblance of respect, unleashing a torrent of vitriol. Her words struck the man like daggers, piercing his heart repeatedly. The lean man opened his mouth, intending to articulate something. Yet his cowardice rendered him mute. Observing this, Chu He surmised the nature of their relationship and devised a plan. Hey, speak up. Don't think you can eat for free. Perhaps you should inquire about my reputation on this street. The overweight woman boasted, relishing her notoriety. All right, I shall give you something. Chu He hurled a fire axe towards them. The couple hastily dodged, the axe clanging against the ground with a metallic roar. Ah, are you trying to kill me? The overweight woman shrieked in panic. Sensing Chu He's concession, her demeanor grew even more caustic and arrogant. Speak. Can't you treat me properly? I've never encountered anyone as foolish as you, she taunted, picking up the fire axe with renewed confidence, sweet-talking Chu He. Now that we're clear, I shall take my leave. Chu He, slinging his backpack over his shoulder, remarked indifferently. It's quite dangerous outside. Perhaps you should stay here for the night, the lean man advised. If you're leaving, then hurry up and don't linger here, the overweight woman urged. Chu He chuckled, turning to the lean man. Marrying a woman like this must be quite challenging. With that, he exited the convenience store. What did you say? Repeat that. The overweight woman, incensed by his words, advanced to berate him. The lean man's gaze flickered, yet deep within, he still yearned for understanding and respect. He wished to engage in equal dialogue with the woman, sharing thoughts and feelings, but her domineering nature suffocated him, leaving him to endure his anguish in silence. What kind of look is that? Do you agree with him? Without me, where would this family be? You ungrateful man. Stop causing a scene. The lean man finally snapped, his voice rising. You dare to shout at me? The overweight woman was taken aback. Her timid husband had the audacity to raise his voice. Suddenly, a swarm of insects disrupted the tumult. Ah, why are the bugs here? The overweight woman screamed as they both dashed towards the restroom. Yet, they could not outrun the flying sickle beetles, which shattered the glass doors in their haste to charge at the pair. The overweight woman slipped and fell, her ample flesh cushioning her fall. Come help me. The lean man hesitated, a struggle evident in his eyes, but after a moment's resolve, he turned and fled. Wang Chong, you unfaithful man, I will haunt you even in death. She cursed venomously, and with a scream, she was consumed by the two flying sickle beetles. Chu He stood outside, watching quietly, having intentionally created a ruckus to attract the insect horde. The corpulent woman, oblivious to her impending doom, shouted vehemently, fearful that the insect horde might overlook her. Her lifeless form would sustain two flying sides for an extended period. Once they had feasted, their gaze would inevitably shift toward the restroom. Wang Chong pressed his mouth tightly shut, desperate to suppress any sound, his body trembling uncontrollably. Bang! The restroom door resounded with a thunderous crash. He realized that if he had fled through the back exit, there might have been a glimmer of hope. Now, confining himself within the restroom was akin to sealing his fate within a coffin. Thud! Ah! The restroom door was flung open, and Wang Chong met a tragic end. Chapter 5. The Struggle for the Bone Fruit. Chu He entered the store, grasping a fire axe. His gaze resolutely fixed upon the two flying sides before him. Their razor-sharp wings and pointed antennae appeared particularly menacing in the confined space. The sides seemed to sense the impending danger, flapping their wings in preparation to launch an assault on Chu He. However, the cramped quarters hindered their flight, rendering their movements somewhat awkward and clumsy. Confronted by these ferocious beetles, Chu He displayed no inclination to retreat, gripping the fire axe tightly. A determined glint sparkled in his eyes. In the midst of the fierce battle, Chu He exhibited remarkable reflexes and combat prowess. He adeptly shifted his stance, skillfully countering the attacks of the flying sides. Each swing of the fire axe radiated immense power, making it challenging for the sides to close in. His demeanor remained calm and vigilant, ensuring he would not overlook any potential vulnerability. When one scythe lunged at him, he nimbly sidestepped, swiftly raising the axe to strike at the beetle's vulnerable underbelly. With a sharp crack, the scythe's hardened exoskeleton was cleaved apart, its green ichor splattering forth. A second scythe attempted a surprise attack from behind, yet Chu He had already detected its approach. He pivoted sharply, engaging the beetle's assault with his axe. The sharp blade met the scythe's appendages with a piercing metallic clash. Utilizing his physical advantage, he managed to push the beetle back several paces. Each collision of axe against the scythe's resilient shell resonated with a crisp sound. As Chu He's breath grew increasingly labored, the scythe sensed his fatigue and began to wear him down. In a moment of desperation, he swung the axe, only for it to slip from his grasp, giving the scythe an opportunity to charge at him fiercely, as if it intended to sever his head from his body. Bang! 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 3 gunshots rang out. Chu He swiftly drew his handgun, firing rapidly. The bullets pierced the scythe's mandibles, penetrating its brain. He had feigned a vulnerability, luring it into his trap. Once the battle concluded, Chu He leaned against the wall, gazing at the lifeless bodies of the beetles strewn across the floor, his heart swelling with the triumph of victory. This place was no longer safe. The thunderous gunfire would surely attract the attention of the insect horde. Chu He extracted a crystal core from their minds and departed from the convenience store, seeking another establishment. It was time for enhancement. With his eyes tightly shut, Chu He sat quietly in the corner of the room, his hands clasping 3 crystal cores that emitted a faint glow. He inhaled deeply and then placed the cores into his mouth. The crystals rolled down his throat, bringing with them a cool sensation. He could feel a potent energy surging within him, as if striving to break free from the confines of his body. As the energy flowed, his form began to emit a soft radiance. His muscles tightened, becoming well-defined and brimming with strength. His skin grew more resilient, seemingly capable of withstanding any assault. Abruptly, his eyes flew open, gleaming with confidence. He rose to his feet, acutely aware of the transformations within him. His strength, speed, and reflexes had experienced a remarkable enhancement, transcending the limits of humanity. Clenching his fists, he savored the energy coursing through him. Delightful. If his previous strength was akin to 1, his current might surge to 18. While entering the Firefly realm was merely 5. This represented a comprehensive elevation, encompassing auditory and visual acuity. For ordinary individuals, no matter how many they amassed, without reliance on weaponry, they posed no threat to those evolved in the Firefly realm. The disparity was insurmountable. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Chu He gripped a fire axe, his muscles taut, the power surging within him. With a swift motion, the axe sliced through the air with a whoosh. He distinctly sensed the axe had become lighter. Chu He reclined in the original owner's armchair and succumbed to slumber. After 10 years of apocalyptic existence, he had developed a habit of light sleeping. The slightest disturbance would rouse him instantly. The following day, Chu He set forth to the sports center. The streets lay desolate. Once a bustling city, now shrouded in silence. Abandoned vehicles were strewn haphazardly along the roadside, their windows shattered and tires deflated. Buildings stood in ruin, their walls marred by splotches of dried blood and claw marks, hinting at fierce battles that had transpired. The streets were teeming with them, massive insects with hardened exoskeletons and sharp claws, moving swiftly and ruthlessly hunting down survivors. Dust filled the air, inducing a suffocating sensation. The storefronts along the street stood wide open, their contents pillaged, glass counters shattered. The sidewalks were littered with debris and refuse, a scene of utter chaos. Occasionally, one could glimpse human corpses, their expressions twisted, clearly having endured excruciating deaths. "Help me." The cries for assistance fell on deaf ears as Chu He ignored the multitude pleading for his aid. The entire city seemed enveloped in death, devoid of any vitality. Arriving at the sports center, Chu He casually dispatched 2 insects and turned his gaze towards the center of the playground, where an unusual mutant plant thrived. Its thick stem and peculiarly shaped, vibrantly colored leaves stood out amidst the desolation. Most striking are the fruits of this plant. The shape of the root-bone fruit resembles human bones, each no larger than a fist, pulsating rhythmically like a heart, evoking an eerie sensation. It emanates a faint fragrance, elusive yet imbued with a mysterious aura. Regrettably, they remain unripe, thought Chu He. Around him, numerous insectoids had gathered, their gaze fixated on the root-bone fruit, instinctively aware that consuming it would lead to their evolution, as if Chu He were invisible. A venomous spider caught Chu He's attention, its size comparable to a small cart. perilously close to the Firefly realm. This was likely the same deadly spider that had troubled the entire Jiang city in a past life. It arrogantly approached the root bone fruit, causing the surrounding insectoids to retreat. Bang! 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 A gigantic horned beetle approached, its size rivaling that of the venomous spider. Its head bore bizarre patterns, its 6 legs as thick as barrels, and a prominent horn that extended half the length of its body, complemented by 2 large fangs that formed a menacing silhouette with its horn. Most notably, its exoskeleton gleamed with a robust sheen. Yet another formidable insect nearing the Firefly realm. Among the 3 root bone fruits, 2 shone with a golden hue, while the largest was a dark crimson. The sky darkened. Suddenly, the 3 root bone fruits flashed with brilliance. Here it comes, Chu He silently exclaimed, his eyes fixed intently. Roar! Roar! The horned beetle struck first, using its formidable horn to charge at the gigantic spider in an attempt to repel it. The spider swiftly released resilient silk, ensnaring the horned beetle and slowing its movements. The beetle struggled mightily, breaking free from the silk's grasp, and charged once more at the spider, delivering a powerful blow with its horn. The spider nimbly dodged the attack, seizing the opportunity to bite the horned beetle with its sharp fangs. Yet, the beetle's exoskeleton proved too resilient to penetrate. Both sought the largest dark crimson fruit. A sickle beetle darted toward Chu He with lightning speed. Bang! The gun fired. The bullet anticipated its trajectory, piercing through its vulnerable mouth and striking its head. Chu He joined the fray. The prey, once visible only in the eyes of the insectoids, had now appeared before them. Yet their singular focus remained on the root bone fruit. Chaos erupted as they turned on one another. Truly troublesome. Chu He pressed on, with each swing of his axe claiming the life of an insect. The battle between the horned beetle and the venomous spider deterred other insects, who too spared no effort in eliminating those foolish enough to covet the root bone fruit. Bang! The combat intensified. The venomous spider found itself at a disadvantage, its proud fangs failing to breach the horned beetle's defenses. The rhinoceros beetle suddenly charged at the venomous spider, its massive, sharp horn slicing through 2 of its furry legs. Aware of its disadvantage, the spider retreated, redirecting its focus toward the golden root fruit. The beetle did not impede its escape, for the root fruit was only effective when consumed for the first time, meaning a creature could only benefit from a single fruit, rendering any subsequent attempts futile. Seizing the moment, Chu He surged forward as the spider was struck. With a furious roar, the beetle perceived Chu He as prey, feeling provoked by his presence. It charged at him. Chu He, gripping his axe with unwavering determination, deftly sidestepped the onslaught like a matador. His movements were fluid and with a precise arc. The axe cleaved into the joint of the beetle's leg. The beetle roared in response, yet its ferocity had notably diminished. It continued its assault toward Chu He. In his previous life, Chu He had slain no fewer than 100 rhinoceros beetles. He had learned the patterns of their attacks as one would in a video game, anticipating their every move. The beetle could not land a single blow on him. Each strike he delivered was meticulously calculated, his strength imparted through the axe, causing the giant beetle's joints to crack audibly under the strain. As sweat beaded on his brow, his grip on the fire axe began to tremble slightly. The reciprocal nature of force had left his hands bruised and bleeding. With the passage of time, the beetle's joints steadily crumbled, its movements growing sluggish. Chu He's relentless attacks continued to sap the creature's strength, until at last, the massive beetle collapsed to the ground. Under the watchful gaze of the venomous spider, Chu He plucked the largest dark red root fruit. The spider had already consumed 1 fruit, and Chu He paid it no mind, fully aware that he could not pursue it if it fled. However, his actions drew the attention of other creatures, and more insects surged toward him. After a fierce display of combat, the insects subdued, turning their focus to the last remaining fruit. Chu He had no intention of contending for it. He was utterly exhausted. He felt the reassuring weight of the gun at his waist, his safeguard in moments of desperation. Clutching the dark red root fruit, he extracted the crystal core from the beetle's brain and departed from the battlefield. In the convenience store, Chu He excitedly retrieved the root fruit from his possession. At last, it had arrived. His heart surged with exhilaration, but he quickly reminded himself that he was in a less than optimal state. Cradling the root fruit, he succumbed to a peaceful slumber, determined to regain his full strength for the crucial absorption process. Chapter 6. Xiaoshi the following day, without hesitation, Chu He placed the dark red root fruit in his mouth, and began to gently chew. In an instant, a searing force surged within him like a fire-breathing dragon, seemingly intent on tearing his body asunder. 2 long horns sprouted from his forehead, and his skin began to shimmer with a mysterious dark red scale, glistening faintly. His eyes transformed into slitted pupils, as if capable of piercing through all illusions. A robust dragon tail emerged from his coccyx, strong and mighty like a divine dragon. His stature gradually expanded to an imposing height of 2 meters and 20 centimeters. His muscles hardened like steel, brimming with an indescribable power. The sheer magnitude of his transformation prompted him to contemplate acquiring a pair of quality trousers. Chu He felt an unprecedented strength coursing through him, his heartbeat resonating like thunder, and his blood surged violently through his veins. He felt as if he had become a ferocious dragon, wielding the power of fire. He closed his eyes, reminiscing about his previous life. In that existence, he possessed only an E-level ability, insignificant in the face of the formidable apocalypse, with his potential capped at the meteor realm. He lamented the injustices of fate. As Chu He reverted from his dragon form, the scales gradually receded, and his physique returned to normal. Standing at 1 meter and 83 centimeters, his shoulders were broad and his waist narrow, his muscles embodying an aesthetic appeal. The SSS-level dragon transformation belonged to the category of physical abilities, endowing him with a physique far superior to other ability users even without utilizing his powers. Abilities exist in varying tiers. For instance, Xiaoshur's Ice ability is classified as SSS, yet there are Ice Awakeners at E level. Most importantly, he sensed the fire elements within his body. This was the dual cultivation of the demonic body. Chu He was utterly astonished, his eyes shimmering with elation. Abilities can be categorized into 3 main types: elemental, physical, and special. Elemental users are akin to mages in games. Fragile yet capable of causing immense damage over a wide area, wielding elements like ice, fire, lightning, water, wind, earth, wood, metal, light, and darkness. Physical abilities enhance the user's physical form. They possess remarkable physical prowess even without invoking their powers. Chu He belonged to the beast transformation category, while in the apocalypse, he had also encountered Iron Men and Earth Men, who embodied the warrior tank archetype. Of course, there are also special abilities, such as individuals sprouting avian wings from their backs. However, like Chu He's dragon transformation, which endowed him with formidable strength and elemental capabilities, the dual cultivation of the demonic body was a feat he had only heard of in his past life. Luo Qianying, an SSS-level angel ability user and the Lord of the City of Light in one of the 3 major human settlements, possessed a powerful physique augmented by the forces of light, ranking among the top 3 in combat prowess among humanity. Special abilities are less common than the dual cultivation of the demonic body, such as the ghostly abilities or telekinesis. In his previous existence, Chu He had heard tales of dual cultivation ability users who could enchant powerful male ability users, siphoning their vitality to bolster their own strength. As Chu He felt the surging power within him and reflected on his past self, he understood that the might of his abilities was not the endpoint, but rather a new beginning. Amidst the desolate streets, a figure moved swiftly, leaving no insectoid foe unscathed in its wake. He thought to himself, "It's all coming together." Gazing skyward, he noticed the rift widening, heralding the arrival of even more formidable insectoids. He resolved to return to the convenience store. With his eyes tightly shut and legs crossed, Chu He held 20 crystal cores in his hands. He took a deep breath and began to place each core into his mouth, savoring them one by one. As the cores shattered within, a rich surge of energy flooded into his body. Chu He's expression turned serious as he exerted all his effort to guide this energy through his meridians. The force surged like a torrent, crashing against his physique and inducing waves of excruciating pain. Clenching his teeth, he endured the torment, continually refining the energy. Every ounce of power from the crystal cores was thoroughly absorbed, gradually amplifying his aura. A cry of agony escaped his lips. He had not anticipated that ascending to SSS-level abilities would be such a formidable challenge. No, he must persevere, he silently urged himself. Thus, one by one, he consumed all 20 crystal cores. His body emitted a faint glow, flickering like a firefly. Upon swallowing the last core, a sudden jolt coursed through him, and his aura surged dramatically. He opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing within. He had successfully transcended to the firefly realm, experiencing a monumental enhancement in strength. As he felt the burgeoning power within him, a satisfied smile graced his face. Advancement to the Firefly realm. However, a frown creased Chu He's brow as he sensed a heat rising within him, a malevolent fire igniting in his lower abdomen. Goodness, it seems I have inherited the dragon's insatiable lust as well. He gazed toward Jiangxing University, declaring, Huang Kai, I am coming. In his previous life, Huang Kai had been Chu He's closest ally, but during a year of apocalypse, he had pushed Chu He toward a swarm of insects to save himself while fleeing across a bridge. The image of Huang Kai's face, fierce yet devoid of remorse, was etched in his memory. Fortunately, Chu He had managed to leap off the bridge and into the river, escaping the insect horde. After that, however, he had lost all contact with Huang Kai, as if he had vanished from the world, likely meeting his demise. At Jiangxing University, a profound silence prevailed, interrupted only by a few insects scouring for food. Inside a classroom, over 30 students lay despondently on the ground, as if hope had abandoned them. They had been hungry for 2.5 days. We cannot continue like this. I propose that we venture out together to search for food, suggested a robust man named Tang Jia, a fitness enthusiast. The group remained silent, their gazes shifting toward a woman in the corner. She had long, lustrous black hair, fair skin, and a slender waist. Her eyes resembled autumn waters, and her brows were like dark mountains. Even in her disheveled state, her beauty was undeniable, a true ice princess. Xiao Shi, amidst despair, suddenly sensed a chilling energy surging within her. To her astonishment, she discovered that she had awakened her ice powers, capable of unleashing bone-chilling cold. Harnessing this newfound strength, she froze the surrounding insects, carving a path to safety for her companions. I concur with Tang Jia's proposal, Xiao Shi said, nodding thoughtfully. At the moment of the apocalypse, the students of the senior finance class were convening a meeting, thus becoming trapped in their classroom. Now, their water supply had run dry, and if they did not venture out soon, they would perish from thirst. Who will go? A student mumbled uncertainly. Xiao Shi scanned her classmates, who all lowered their heads, unwilling to meet her gaze. Damn it, a bunch of cowards. If you don't go out, don't expect me to share any food with you once I find it. Tang Jia, witnessing his classmates' cowardice, felt a surge of anger. I'll go. 2 boys, gritting their teeth, raised their hands. You boys are so strong, and with Xiao Shi having awakened her superpowers, you few should be sufficient. A plump girl named Chu He, a staunch feminist with a considerable online following, remarked. She continued, Men shouldn't be so petty. Your strength should be used to protect us women, right ladies? Her words garnered some support from the other girls. Tang Jia could no longer tolerate the voice that felt like fat pressing on his vocal cords. I'm not your dad. Why should I protect you? Chu He, not to be outdone, was ready to retort. Enough. Are you trying to attract insects? Xiao Shi said helplessly. Her words proved effective. The two quieted down, though they still glared at each other defiantly. Xiao Shi turned to their counselor, Teacher Kai. What do you think? Teacher Kai, tall and slender in a tailored suit, with gold-rimmed glasses that gave him the appearance of a successful financier, replied, I believe the government will not abandon us. We must remain hopeful. We should assist one another. Here's the plan. Those who volunteer to gather supplies until the military arrives and stability is restored in Jiangxing will receive my recommendation for a scholarship and recognition as outstanding graduates. Teacher Kai chose his words carefully. This notion stirred a fraction of the students, who still perceived the apocalypse as confined to Jiangxing. The prospect of scholarships and accolades to enhance their resumes was enticing. I'll go too. 2 more male students raised their hands. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door, silencing the previously murmuring classroom. Who is it? Xiao Shi inquired. Chapter 7. The Invitation. Chu He. Chu He? What brings him here? He was absent last time, and now he comes here in such peril. Has the military arrived? Is the crisis outside averted? After confirming it was Chu He, Teacher Kai opened the door. Chu He, is it safe outside? No, I'm here looking for someone, Chu He replied, shaking his head. Disappointment washed over the crowd upon hearing this. Aren't you with your girlfriend? Huang Kai, seeing his good friend, opened his arms for an embrace. Chu He suppressed his murderous intent as he hugged him. Killing him outright would be too simplistic. He wanted Huang Kai to experience the taste of betrayal. He was slain by a creature, sobbed Chu He, lamenting. If one must perform, they should do so in full. Alas, my brother, think of yourself. You must continue to live well. Huang Kai, witnessing his brother's sorrow, felt a pang of empathy and offered consolation. Indeed, Chu He, you must gather your spirits. Zhang Yuding, standing nearby, interjected, with a score of 8 in looks. She is already quite remarkable. She was Huang Kai's girlfriend, and to Chu He, she embodied a sense of pure innocence. A pure-hearted gold digger, he mused. Had he not been in a relationship, she might have pursued him ardently. Chu He, I see your backpack is bulging. It must be filled with delectable treats. Chun Hui remarked, her small green bean-like eyes gleaming with avarice. Chu He carried a large backpack, nearly the height of a person. As he turned to look at her, memories flooded back. In a previous life, she had been bitten by a venomous spider on her thigh, leading to a gruesome demise. So what? Chu He observed her with amused interest. Indeed, do share with everyone, especially us girls. We ought to eat more, Chun Hui asserted without hesitation. Yes, please share some with us, we implore you. A girl piped up, her voice tinged with urgency. Not just they, but the entirety of the class gazed greedily at the backpack. Had moral order not yet crumbled, they would have rushed to snatch it away. Huang Kai pulled Chu He behind him, scanning their classmates protectively, and whispered, Are you foolish? At this moment, you still admit to having food? You have no idea how famished they are. Chu He, remember when I treated you to a meal last time? Share some food with me, another voice chimed in. And me? I treated you to bubble tea, don't be stingy. I can pay 5 times the price. I'll offer tenfold. The frenzy over food escalated, quickly reaching an absurd 100-fold. Chu, consider this. If you share your food with us, once the crisis in Jiancheng is averted, I shall advocate for your scholarship and recognition as an outstanding graduate, suggested Teacher Kai. What use is that? Chu He retorted mercilessly. Teacher Kai's face flushed with embarrassment. Having lost face in front of the students as an advisor. This food belongs to me. I shall decide to whom I give it. If you wish to eat, go find it yourselves, Chu He said coolly, addressing the crowd. Chu He, that is not right. Shouldn't you boys protect us girls? Could you not exhibit a touch of chivalry? Chun Hui chimed in, stirring trouble once more. I'll be a gentleman to you. Chu He, unable to tolerate the incessant and irritating woman, struck her, sending her flying several meters away. She lay on the ground, unconscious. Youth is a blessing, he thought, as he could simply fall asleep. The scene left everyone stunned. Chun Hui, weighing at least 160 pounds, had been hurled so far by Chu He, who appeared utterly unfazed, clearly not exerting his full strength. They repressed their sinister thoughts, realizing that engaging him would be tantamount to courting death. Have you awakened your superpowers as well? Xiaoshi noted this observation, for no ordinary person could possess such strength. Chu He nodded slightly, not bothering to conceal his intentions. He aimed to establish his authority. Come here, Huang Kai, I have something to eat. Chu He opened his backpack and handed him a can of beef. Chu He, you are truly my good brother, Huang Kai exclaimed, tears brimming in his eyes as he eagerly tore into the can. Zhang Yuding, you should eat as well. Chu He called out. Really? Thank you so much, Chu He. Zhang Yuding, who had been contemplating how to procure food, was taken aback by this unexpected stroke of fortune. Chu He observed them devouring the food with a flicker of coldness in his eyes. Let us go? He was saying to Huang Kai and the others when suddenly a voice interrupted. Look, the bugs are coming. A girl shouted. The crowd rushed to the window, gazing down to witness dozens of venomous spiders crawling along the walls, accompanied by 3 flying mantis beetles swiftly approaching from the distance. Run! Panic erupted among the crowd. Why aren't you moving? Chu He asked Xiaoshi beside him. Aren't you doing the same? She retorted, acutely aware of his formidable strength, understanding she was no match for him. In the midst of the chaos, the calmness of the two stood in stark contrast. The classroom was in disarray as students screamed in terror, scurrying in all directions, their eyes filled with dread and despair, bodies trembling in confusion. A venomous spider leaped onto a girl's face, eliciting a frenzied scream as a foul stench emanated from beneath her. In this horrific scene, the poisonous spiders and mantis beetles morphed into their most dreadful nightmares. These colossal creatures pursued the students with astonishing speed, their venomous fangs glinting menacingly, instilling a chill of fear. Though the students ran desperately, they soon realized there was no escape from these demonic hunters. How could they possibly outrun the insect horde? Chun Hui, unconscious on the ground, was jolted awake by pain, only to find a grotesque spider head looming over her, its sharp fangs nearly kissing her. She tried to scream, but no sound emerged. Her veins bulged, her eyes protruded, and she succumbed to poisoning, meeting a fate eerily reminiscent of her previous life. Some attempted to hide in the corners of the classroom or beneath desks, but were swiftly discovered and dragged out by the spiders. Others tried to climb out the windows or onto bookshelves, yet the mantis beetles quickly caught up, decapitating them in a gruesome manner. The classroom reverberated with screams, cries, and pleas for help, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. What are we afraid of? If we don't fight back, we will die? Tang Jie summoned his courage, seizing a table leg to retaliate. Some infected students bravely wielded books or chairs as makeshift weapons, attempting to confront these monsters. Yet they soon realized they were utterly outmatched. The venom of the deadly spider can effortlessly penetrate the skin, while the sharp claws of the mantis beetle can easily rend human flesh. Ice! With a delicate exclamation from Xiao Shi, the air around her seemed to freeze, the temperature plummeting drastically. With a graceful wave of her jade-like hand, countless sharp ice spikes instantly coalesced in her grasp. These ice spikes glimmered with a chilling light, emanating a piercing coldness. Whoosh! With a soft sound, Xiao Shi swung her arm, and the ice spikes shot forth like a barrage of bullets towards the insect horde. They sparkled with a frigid glow, infused with an inexhaustible chill and murderous intent, as if seeking to freeze everything in their path. They traced icy arcs through the air, traversing space with astonishing speed, accompanied by a sharp, slicing sound as they struck the bodies of the insects with brutal force. A torrent of green blood stained the entire room. Roar! Chu He began to undergo a transformation. His skin gradually morphed into hardened, dark red dragon scales. He opened his mouth and unleashed a resounding dragon's roar that reverberated throughout the classroom. As he approached his target, he extended his sharp claws, which glimmered with a cold light, resembling razor-sharp sickles as they effortlessly tore through the spider's meticulously woven web, shredding it to pieces. Simultaneously, his assault mercilessly struck the mantis beetle's resilient exoskeleton. Despite the insect's formidable armor, it appeared feeble in the face of his talons. His claws penetrated the beetle's defenses with ease, inflicting pain and instilling fear. Yet, he did not relent. He continued to slash with his claws, repeatedly breaching the defenses of the deadly spider and the mantis beetle. His onslaught was as ferocious as a tempest, leaving the spider and the beetle powerless to resist. With each piercing scream, the spiders and beetles fell lifeless to the ground. Chu He's figure darted through the classroom. Where he passed, enemies were vanquished. With their combined efforts, the insect menace was nearly eradicated. Xiao Shi gazed at him with a mix of wariness. This individual was immensely powerful. The insect foes were no match for him. Where he struck, death followed for the insects. The others snapped back to reality, their eyes filled with awe and envy towards the duo, especially regarding Chu He. To them, he had been merely an inconspicuous presence in class, notable only for his slight handsomeness, but lacking any remarkable traits. However, his imposing physique post-transformation radiated an aura of wildness and intimidation. Simply standing there, it was evident to all that he was terrifyingly strong. Some girls could not contain their emotions and began to weep. If you wish to lure more insects, continue crying, Chu He said impatiently. Instantly, the girls silenced, though they continued to sob softly. Huang Kai, you two come with me. My villa is quite safe. All right, brother. I knew I was right about you, Huang Kai exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement, having felt a sense of security after witnessing Chu He's prowess. Finally, this wretched period is coming to an end. Are you coming? In the shadowy depths of a damp, decaying chamber within a villa, a sense of dread permeated the air. Chu He, what are you doing? We are brothers. Huang Kai, bound to a chair, struggled helplessly. Initially, he had entered the villa with joy, only to be rendered unconscious by Chu He's sudden strike to the back of his head. Chu He's expression twisted with malevolence, his eyes glinting with a frenzied light as he gripped a sharp dagger, pressing it against the delicate neck of Huang Kai's girlfriend, Zhang Yuding. Strike, he commanded, tossing her a whip. Seconds ticked by, and Huang Kai's strength waned, his breaths growing faint, silencing his curses. How does betrayal feel? Chu He mocked cruelly. Huang Kai, unable to utter a word, felt the light in his eyes fade, succumbing to the final breath. Humph, truly insufferable, Chu He remarked coldly. Chu He, will you spare me? I am willing to do anything for you, Zhang Yuding implored, her life hanging in the balance as she faced the man who dictated her fate. She had shown no mercy to Huang Kai, viewing him merely as a mobile ATM. Willing to do anything? Chu He leered, his gaze lingering on her. Indeed, I am willing to do anything, she exclaimed, seizing newfound hope as she hastily unbuttoned the front of her blouse, revealing her alluring figure, a sight that had undoubtedly attracted many such idioms before. Chu's blade came down decisively. What nonsense is this? Do you truly believe I am so easily swayed? He spat, swiftly tidying the scene, aware that the scent of blood would attract the insectoid creatures. On the 7th day of the apocalypse, in a secluded alley, Chu He trudged wearily, her frail form careful with each step. A heavy sigh escaped her lips as she rummaged through her nearly empty backpack. The school had been besieged by a horde of insects, and though her classmates sought her protection, she knew she could not shield them all. They scarcely dared to grasp their weapons in defiance, resorting only to screams when confronted by the insectoid horde. Cowering behind her, they incessantly lectured him. Gradually, as food supplies dwindled, she could no longer suppress the ensuing chaos. Astonishingly, they directed their ire toward Chu He, accusing her of hoarding an excess of provisions. In truth, her reserves were not vastly greater than theirs. Disheartened by their folly, she departed from the school, intent on seeking her father at the police station. The advent of the apocalypse had unveiled the true nature of many, exemplified by the group led by Lin Yu, the president of Jiangxing University's student council. They remained oblivious to the countless women they had exploited and the meager rations they had pillaged from their peers. Yet, under Lin Yu's leadership, they managed to mount a united front against the insectoid menace. Was it truly their methods that were flawed? Why could a villain like Lin Yu still rally his classmates and maintain a foothold? Chu He pondered deeply. Suddenly, a horned beetle charged at her, its claws brandished menacingly. She reacted swiftly, channeling her powers with calm precision as ice surged forth from her hands, enveloping the beetle's exoskeleton. Its movements became sluggish, struggling against the icy confines. Chu He intensified her abilities, the frost slicing through the beetle's form like a razor. The creature emitted a pained howl, attempting to strike her with its massive horn. In response, she swiftly erected an ice wall on the ground. Thud! The wall resonated with a dull sound, cracking under the strain. Aware that it would not hold for long, she exuded a chilling aura, launching shards of ice like arrows towards the beetle. The creature's hardened shell resisted her assault, as it swung its colossal horn and roared, lunging at her. Despite her relentless barrage of ice, the beetle's might was overwhelming, and she began to feel the weight of fatigue. As the battle wore on, her breath grew ragged, sweat trickling down her forehead. Her icy powers waned. While the beetle continued its ferocious advance, the ice wall was on the verge of collapse. Was this all she had left? With resolute determination, she formed a seal with her hands, her eyes filled with resolve. Just then, a hand rested on her shoulder. Who? Chu He gasped. The presence behind her was utterly undetectable. How terrifying. If he could approach so stealthily, he could just as easily end her life without her awareness. Turning to identify this figure, she exclaimed, Chu He. This unassuming classmate had taken her by surprise. Thud! The horned beetle shattered the ice wall, barreling towards them with relentless force. There's no need for that. Leave it to me, Chu He murmured softly. With that, his form expanded dramatically. Dragon transformation. Faced with the colossal beast of the Firefly realm, he dared not take chances, opting for a swift resolution to avert further attention from the insectoid horde. The unicorn beetle charged forth like a racing tank, intent on crashing into Chu He. Standing resolutely, Chu He tightened his right arm, power coiling within his muscles, his gaze unwavering and devoid of fear. In an instant, he unleashed a punch imbued with the force of thunder, striking the beetle's most durable head armor. The fiery elements surged through his arm, penetrating its vulnerable brain. Boom! A muffled explosion echoed as the beetle's head erupted, brain matter splattering forth. The air suffused with the scent of roasting meat. The creature twitched a few times before collapsing, rendered immobile. A swift kill. Chu He now exuded an unmatched confidence against foes of his caliber. His strength was overwhelming. Chu He was taken aback. Astonished by the aura of dominance radiating from Chu He after his transformation into a dragon, it instilled both awe and submission. The unique pressure of the dragon race, the kings of all tribes. Upon reverting from his draconic form, Chu He acknowledged he could maintain that state for only half an hour in full combat. He turned to Chu He, still entranced by her stunning appearance. His eyes turned blood red, filled with a sinister desire. Chu He was startled by the sight. In this apocalyptic world, She had come to understand the depths of human depravity. Were it not for her SSS-level ice ability providing protection, she would have long been a plaything of Lin Yu's gang. Chu He, you must remain calm, she urged. But before she could finish, he had already rushed toward her. That night, in the villa, how are you feeling? Better? Chu He teased. Get lost. Xiao Shi lay on the bed, her eyes marked by tear streaks. She had pleaded for mercy. This man showed no regard for her vulnerability. She hadn't even realized her own indulgence towards him. Had it been anyone else, she might have had to sacrifice herself to prove her innocence. Chu He exuded the air of a sovereign, compelling submission from those around him. This was the aura of a king, as depicted in novels. Rest assured, as long as you do not betray me, I will treat you well, he said softly, embracing her at the bedside, the sincerity of his words uncertain. In this apocalypse, who spoke of love? Xiao Shi replied softly, snuggling closer to him. Tomorrow, I will take you to find your family. Sensing her concerns, Chu He offered reassurance. I have no underwear to wear, it's all your fault. What size do you wear? I can go get you some, he responded, striving to fulfill her needs at that moment. Meanwhile, in Jiang City, ravaged by the insect horde for 7 days, smoke and silence enveloped the area. The city lay in ruins, streets marked by the ravages of the invaders. On an armored vehicle, a soldier reported, Marshal, we have arrived at Jiang City. Replied the middle-aged man in military garb, gazing at the devastated landscape with a sigh. We have arrived too late. His name is Yang Dingbang, a marshal of the S Army, aged 56. His ascension to the helm of the military at such an age underscores his exceptional capabilities. As the apocalypse unfolded, rifts to otherworldly realms appeared in the skies and on the ground of the S military district, connecting to the underworld. Skeletal figures, demons, and even a hellhound of 3 heads emerged from the depths. The S Army responded with alacrity. In the early days of the cataclysm, conventional weaponry proved to be the most formidable armament. Caliber signified justice, and range embodied truth. The situation was swiftly stabilized. However, many soldiers had family members in Jiang City, and their longing for loved ones intensified. Coupled with Jiang City's vast reserves of food and infrastructure, Yang Dingbang resolved to advance towards Jiang City. Relay the order. Proceed according to the original plan, he commanded in a deep voice. Received. The soldiers saluted and set off to convey the message. The malfunctioning of electronic devices significantly affected them. Modern warfare information is a crucial element. Now, they could only rely on the most primitive methods of communication. A thunderous roar. A torrent of steel surged into Jiang City. Soldiers donned high-tech combat gear, wielding advanced weaponry, their strides resolute and steady. The vanguard of the army cautiously navigated the ruins, vigilant against potential insectoid ambushes. The Xia Kingdom implemented a policy of elite troops, with each soldier having surpassed countless others to reach this point, their eyes reflecting tenacity and resolve. Bang! Bang! The city reverberated with the sounds of bullets and explosions. The presence of the insectoid menace rendered the city perilous. Yet the army remained undaunted. Maintained formation, advanced steadily. They progressed in tight formation, coordinating their efforts and providing mutual support. Tanks and combat helicopters offered fire support from the rear. The thunder of heavy weaponry echoed through the city as the insectoids were driven back, the soldiers carving a path for survival with their firepower. As the battle raged on, the number of insectoids gradually diminished, and the crisis within the city began to ease. This well-equipped army became the sole beacon of hope for the populace amidst the apocalypse. The army has arrived. I told you the nation would not abandon us. How wonderful. We are finally saved. The hearts of the people, once burdened with anxiety, finally found solace. Amidst the ruins of the end times, despair loomed large, and life hung by a thread. Suddenly, a valiant contingent of soldiers appeared, akin to saviors descending from the heavens, bringing the light of hope. The eyes of the people sparkled with incredulity. They widened in astonishment, their throats erupting with cries of excitement. They've come. We are saved. Tears streamed down the faces of some, hands trembling, gratitude spilling forth. They rushed towards the soldiers, clasping their hands tightly, repeatedly expressing their thanks. An elderly man knelt, kissing the ground, his face a canvas of reverence and gratitude towards the rescuers. Children cheered and danced around the soldiers, their eyes brimming with admiration for the heroes. Women wept in each other's embrace, grateful that they and their families had survived. The scene was rife with chaos and fervor. The emotions of the crowd erupted like a volcano. They embraced, wept, and laughed, expressing their profound gratitude and joy in myriad ways. Chapter 9. The death of Xiao Yang. Chu He, filled with anxiety, rushed to the police station on Ping and Street alongside Xiao Shi. What greeted them was a shattered police station, devoid of life. It cannot be, Xiao Shi murmured in a daze. It will be fine, uncle. Chu He was at a loss for words, his attempts at comfort feeling utterly feeble. The army is currently assisting the displaced. We might find them in the resettlement area, suggested Chu He. Yes, the resettlement area. They must be safe. Xiao Shi, momentarily engulfed by sorrow, had overlooked such a simple truth. In the aftermath of the disaster, the resettlement area was suffused with a heavy, yet hopeful atmosphere. Weariness and grief were etched upon the faces of the people, and their eyes revealed a sense of uncertainty about the future. Chu He and Xiao Shi walked together. Tents and makeshift shelters stood orderly, serving as temporary homes for the displaced. Hey girl. A group encircled Chu He and Xiao Shi. There were about 10 of them, their expressions menacing, brandishing blunt weapons. Some bore tattoos of vibrant flowers on their arms, unmistakably indicating their nefarious nature. The sympathetic and pitying gazes of those around them suggested that such acts were not uncommon for this gang. The leader, a bald man, leered at Xiao Shi, his voice harsh. Little girl, serve me well, and I might just give you a piece of bread. Laughter erupted among the others. Bang! Chu He delivered a punch to the bald man's head, which shattered like a watermelon. Silence fell over the crowd, and after a moment of stillness, the gang scattered in fear. Go find uncle, Chu He whispered to Xiao Shi. Please don't kill me. My brother is Lin Yu. A tattooed man, caught by Chu He, fell to his knees, invoking his protector. I'll give you a chance. Call him over. Chu He chuckled to himself. Recalling Lin Yu from his previous life, a wielder of S-class metal manipulation abilities, possessing a moderate influence in Jiang City. However, provoking him would only spell misfortune for the tattooed man. Just wait. If you have guts, don't run. The tattooed man spat defiantly before fleeing. Chu He, finding their blood a nuisance on his clothes, swiftly snapped their necks, leaving only the tattooed man to deliver the message. The security in the resettlement area was still dismal. Chu He thought bitterly. Upon catching up with Xiao Shi, he found that she had located Xiao Qi, but there was no sign of Xiao Yang. Xiao Qi's face was smeared with dirt, rendering his original features unrecognizable. Clearly, this was a tactic to safeguard himself, for otherwise, his beauty would surely attract unwanted attention. Father was eaten by the bug tribe. He charged to the forefront when they attacked, and then, Xiao Qi spoke through tears. And then what happened? Xiao Shi inquired anxiously, only to be met with the horrifying revelation that her father had been devoured by the insect horde. Xiao Qi would never forget that harrowing scene. The patrol office was under siege by the insect tribe. Xiao Yang led the charge, valiantly protecting the civilians behind him alongside the officers. However, the insect threat had escalated beyond their capacity to withstand. The creatures on the fourth day were far more formidable than those encountered previously. Xiao Yang fell victim to a particularly large flying sickle beetle, which severed his head, blood gushing forth to stain the ceiling. Xiao Qi was escorted to safety by an officer, who selflessly distracted the insects to shield her. Thus, she wandered aimlessly for 3 days until the military arrived, leading her to a refuge. As Xiao Shi approached, her heart was heavy with concern for her father. Yet, upon learning from her sister that he had fallen to the insect onslaught on the 4th day of the apocalypse, it felt as if a thunderclap had struck her very soul. Her complexion turned ashen, despair and sorrow filling her eyes. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks, her body trembling as the anguish within her was beyond articulation. Her sister was equally distraught, and they leaned on one another, their shared grief intertwining. Their cries reverberated through the air, echoing an unending lament for their father's departure. Xiao Shi's heart was engulfed by despair and helplessness. She could not accept the reality of her father's absence. Memories of joyful moments spent with him surged forth, warm recollections now transformed into irretrievable pasts. Under the shroud of sorrow, Xiao Shi and her sister clung tightly to each other, offering meager comfort amid their grief. Their weeping was imbued with profound longing for their father and uncertainty about the future. This sudden blow had utterly upended their world, leaving them to slowly seek the strength to rise again amidst their suffering. Chu He observed from a distance. refraining from revealing to them that Xiao Liang's demise was a consequence of his own choices. The insect tribe hunted in populated areas, and by sheltering so many, Xiao Liang had drawn the creatures to them. Those whom he protected had limbs, but lacked the will to resist. He could not safeguard such a multitude, shouldering a burden far beyond his capacity. There was no need for him to sacrifice his life for those too timid to fight back. A foolishly righteous man. Yet such individuals have no place in a world ravaged by chaos. With a soft sigh, Chu He spoke gently, "May you find peace in your sorrow. Your daughter shall be cared for. Do not fret, but rather depart in tranquility." "Brother, it is he," the tattooed man declared, pointing at Chu He. Emboldened by the crowd that followed him, adopting an air of arrogance, as if their presence lent him strength. "Brother, he dares to dismiss Lin Yu as insignificant, completely disregarding you," the tattooed man exaggeratedly remarked. "Do you know who I am?" Lin Yu, filled with rage, felt his ego swell. Ever since he awakened his extraordinary abilities, he commanded both wind and rain, and none dared to oppose him. Not even the military could challenge his authority. "I don't know. No worries, you'll find out after today." Chu He's words ignited Lin Yu's fury, and he was ready to reclaim his dignity in front of his subordinates. Clatter, clatter, clatter. A troop of soldiers surrounded Chu He, the sound of their military boots echoing against the ground. "Sir, our commander requests your presence." A man stepped forward from the ranks, dressed distinctly from the soldiers. He bore an unremarkable yet resolute face, his assessing gaze tinged with a hint of admiration. Chu He immediately recognized him as an awakened one. His robust physique suggested a physical type of ability. After a moment of contemplation, Chu He decided to meet this military figure. "You two return to the villa first. I shall return later," he instructed the two women, who nodded numbly, still reeling from sorrow. "Please send someone to escort them. I will accompany you," Chu He said to Zhao Feng, ensuring the safety of the two women. "You lot, escort these young ladies home." Zhao Feng commanded a few soldiers with a casual gesture. "Consider yourself fortunate." Lin Yu jeered. "I'll deal with you later." A murderous intent flickered in Chu He's heart. In the municipal council building, Zhao Feng called from outside. "Report, Marshal, the person has been brought in." "Come in," came a powerful voice from within. Zhao Feng opened the door and entered with Chu He, ensuring to close it behind them. Chu He seated himself across from Yang Dingbang without ceremony, pouring himself a cup of tea. "You are quite impressive, young man," Yang Dingbang praised, noting Chu He's composure. "It's nothing much," Chu He humbly replied, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket, tossing one to Yang Dingbang, igniting one for himself, and even offering one to Zhao Feng standing nearby. As he exhaled a plume of smoke, Chu He inquired, "So, what brings you to seek my company? Young man, have you ever thought about enlisting in the military?" Yang Dingbang asked as he lit his cigarette. "Enlisting? I wonder if it means serving the nation or your private army," Chu He retorted. "Is there a difference?" Yang Dingbang inquired earnestly, seemingly unable to grasp the implication. "Ha ha ha, what nation remains? You military men are merely warlords now. You are the local emperor of Jiangcheng." Chu He continued, "But I advise you to tend to your own territory and refrain from harboring inappropriate ambitions. We are at the onset of an apocalypse. While firearms hold value now, their significance will wane with time." Chu He rose to his feet, asserting, "Do not assume that a few victories have rendered the impending calamity insignificant. These otherworldly beings will only grow stronger." Yang Dingbang's tiger-like eyes glimmered as he inquired in a deep tone, "From where do you glean this knowledge?" He indeed harbored some thoughts, primarily to reclaim lost territories and etch his name into the annals of history as a national hero. "This is inconsequential. Heed my counsel. What do you know about the apocalypse, particularly concerning those who have awakened special abilities?" Yang Dingbang asked eagerly, sensing that this young man possessed insights beyond his expectations. Before Chu He could finish his sentence, he delivered a punch toward Zhao Feng. With a thud, Zhao Feng was sent crashing against the wall, spitting blood. He had reacted swiftly when Chu He struck, but the latter's speed was astonishing. All he perceived was a fleeting shadow. "For instance, this awakened one cannot guarantee your safety," Chu He remarked, retracting his fist and gazing imperiously at Yang Dingbang. The resounding noise immediately captured the attention of the guards. A contingent of armed soldiers burst through the door, raising their rifles and aiming at Chu He. "Marshal, I am unharmed. Everyone step back. No one is permitted to enter without my command today." Yang Dingbang gestured dismissively, assuring them of his well-being. However, The guard seemed inclined to say more. Did you not comprehend the order? Report. Understood. The soldiers responded in unison, saluting before retreating. Are you not afraid I might slay you? Chu He's eyes glinted with a fierce intent. We harbor no enmity. There is no need for you to regard me with such a gaze. It does not intimidate me, Yang Dingbang replied calmly, sipping his tea. Damn it, a sneak attack. Come again. Zhao Feng, regaining his composure, exclaimed in fury. This young man had employed underhanded tactics to humiliate him before the commander. His skin shimmered with a silver hue, transforming him entirely into a silver figure. Iron Man Zhao Feng, whose reputation had reached Chu He in his previous life, possessed an S-class body enhancement ability and was renowned as a formidable force in Jiang City, reputed to be impervious to blades and bullets. Yet now, he found himself outmatched by the Firefly realm Chu He. With a resounding punch, Chu He struck once more, this time with greater force, sending Zhao Feng hurtling away. Zhao Feng crashed through the wall and tumbled outside, unconscious. Someone, take Major Zhao to the infirmary for treatment. Yang Dingbang urgently called out. Rest assured, he shall merely sleep for a day. No vital injuries were sustained, Chu He replied nonchalantly. The two resumed their seats. Yang Dingbang's gaze was filled with trepidation. He had not anticipated that the strongest in his military was no match for Chu He. Young man, you harbor many secrets. Share with me information regarding rapid evolution, and what might you offer in return? Chu He remarked casually. Yang Dingbang's pupils widened, revealing his evident intrigue. Though he struggled to suppress it. The more one is moved by desire, the less one should reveal their thoughts. Otherwise, should the other party discern them, they will demand exorbitant prices. There is no need for pretense. My only request is for freedom in Jiangxing. My partner and I are under no obligation to heed your commands or arrangements. This request is rather straightforward, is it not? Chu He exposed his disguise and put forth his demands. Very well. Yang Dingbang pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. After all, with such a powerful individual, it was futile to attempt to impose control. It would be wiser to grant him privileges in exchange for benefits. You have seen this before, have you not? Chu He produced a crystal core and declared. Chapter 10, Transformation. Indeed, I have seen it. Many extraordinary beasts possess them at the back of their heads. And the Research Institute is still studying them. Yang Dingbang examined the crystal core with excitement and exclaimed, Are you suggesting that consuming this enables a person to evolve? Not quite. This is the primary means through which awakened individuals evolve. In the apocalypse, there are two types of people. Ordinary individuals, who hold the lowest status, often lacking basic human rights in the later stages, and awakened individuals, who can awaken supernatural abilities. They are the new humanity, endowed with immense power, regarded as the elite, the rulers, and the bearers of the human flame. To determine whether one can become awakened, one must consume a non-ranked crystal core. If they feel a strengthening of their body, they are awakened. If not, they remain ordinary. Furthermore, most insects are edible. It is merely that no one dares to consume them. If insects can devour humans, why should not humans eat insects? The higher the insect's level, the greater its energy, far surpassing ordinary food. They will become the primary sustenance in the apocalypse. Chu He sipped his tea to moisten his throat and remarked, A new era has dawned. If you govern Jiangxing as you did in peaceful times, unifying the collection of food while distributing free supplies to the refugees, do you believe they will be grateful? Sitting upright, he gazed intently at Yang Dingbang and continued, They will not. Instead, they will resent you for providing so little. They will simply wait for death, contributing nothing. These people are parasites. Can you truly sustain such a multitude? Yang Dingbang's eyes were filled with struggle. He knew this all too well. Yet years of education and belief forbade him from acting otherwise. Mercy does not govern soldiers. In chaotic times, harsh measures must be employed. The S army had entered Jiangxing, slaughtering numerous insectoids and gradually selecting awakened individuals through the crystal cores to bolster their ranks. The era of the awakened is upon us. Do not conserve your ammunition. It still holds value now, but in time, it will merely be scrap metal. Chu He offered him this final piece of advice, finished his tea, and turned to leave. He did not mind assisting Yang Dingbang in hardening his resolve to construct this city of survival. That night, at the villa, dinner is ready, let us eat. Xiao Shi called to Chu He, donned in an apron, embodying the image of a devoted wife. Yet, the traces of tears at the corners of her eyes marred the atmosphere. Naturally, there was no shortage of food in Chu He's home. He had scavenged supplies from several nearby supermarkets. The three of them sat at the dining table, which was laden with appetizing home-cooked dishes. The eyes of the two women were vacant and lost, their minds elsewhere as they dined. Chu He took a bite of the shredded potatoes and furrowed his brow. Had an entire bag of salt been added? Upon glancing up, he noticed the two women eating as if they were oblivious to the taste. Time alone could dull their sorrow. That night, the two women shared a room, leaving Chu He to endure the night in solitude. The following day, Jiangcheng was officially renamed the Jiangcheng Human Gathering Base. The 11th Army announced the new regulations for the Jiangcheng Human Gathering Base. 1. The government would no longer distribute supplies for free. To obtain resources, one must participate in city-building activities. 2. Insect meat is consumable and rich in nutrients. 3. The military would significantly increase the acquisition of crystal cores, with prices set accordingly. This proclamation incited considerable discontent among the populace of Jiangcheng. What was the army up to? Hoarding food under the guise of unified management, only to demand labor in return? And insect meat? Were they expecting defenseless citizens to hunt down the insectoids? Indeed, the army seemed indifferent to our survival. Outside the assembly hall, a crowd of thousands gathered, surrounding the building to the point of impassibility. Their faces were filled with anger. Brandishing placards, "Yang Dingbang is inhumane, disregarding lives. Step down." The people shouted collectively, their voices resounding with deafening intensity. The doors of the hall remained tightly shut, seemingly resisting the outcry of the masses. However, the clamor grew louder, and their agitation intensified, with no sign of the protest abating. Inside the office, Yang Dingbang's expression was grim, his gaze tumultuous. Finally, he gritted his teeth and commanded, "Zhao Feng, take men to suppress the crowd, eliminate the instigators." Yes, gunfire erupted throughout the assembly hall. "They are firing upon the citizens. Are you inciting rebellion?" People screamed in panic. "Run. If you don't flee now, it will be too late." Without the instigators, the crowd scattered, their earlier bravado replaced by a desperate flight. In the villa, Chu He contemplated Yang Dingbang's actions and nodded in grim approval. It is time to strike fear into them. This is no longer an age of peace. We are in an apocalypse. "Xiao Shi, Xiao Qi," Chu He called, but received no reply. He approached the bedroom. The two women appeared hollow, their tear-streaked faces devoid of spirit, still engulfed in the profound grief of their father's passing. Observing their state filled him with urgent anxiety. He stepped closer, grasped their shoulders firmly, and, with a hint of irritation in his voice, implored, "You cannot continue like this. Father has departed. He would not wish to see you in such despair. We are in an apocalypse. If you do not strengthen yourselves, you will inevitably be eliminated." Is this what he wished to witness? His words rang like thunder in their ears. As the two young women gradually emerged from their stupor, their gazes began to sharpen, revealing a tapestry of emotions on their faces: sorrow, astonishment, and a dawning realization. Observing their transformation, Chu He felt a flicker of solace within him. He continued, "The deceased are gone. The living must forge ahead. You must transform your grief into strength, allowing your father's spirit to find peace." At last, the two women, roused by Chu He's admonition, bit their lips, striving to suppress their internal anguish, their eyes glimmering with resolute determination. Chu He exhaled a sigh of relief. His words had taken effect. Xiao Shi fixed her steadfast gaze upon the horizon, her voice low yet powerful. "We must become stronger. Only then can we survive in this chaotic world." She clenched her fists, as if solidifying her resolve. Xiao Qi nodded emphatically in agreement, her eyes sparkling with the same unwavering light. Chu He regarded the two girls quietly, a sense of contentment welling up within him. He inclined his head slightly, acknowledging their sentiments, and spoke, "If that is the case, let us commence training from this day forth. I shall impart to you some combat techniques and survival skills to the best of my ability, and I hope you will dedicate yourselves to learning and self-improvement." In the days that followed, Chu He led Xiao Shi and Xiao Qi through rigorous training. Each morning, before dawn broke, they would rise early, greeting the sun as they commenced their physical regimen. Running, push-ups, and sit-ups. Every movement was executed with meticulous precision. Chu He patiently guided them, correcting their postures and techniques. Moreover, he took them to the fringes of the city to hunt the insectoid creatures. During these excursions, he imparted knowledge about the creatures' habits, attack methods, and vulnerabilities, wisdom accumulated over his more than a decade of survival in this post-apocalyptic landscape. Despite the inevitable injuries sustained in battle, the two women never succumbed to despair. Instead, each failure became a catalyst for their advancement. As time elapsed, their physical prowess experienced a remarkable enhancement. Their skin became firmer, and their muscle definition more pronounced, embodying a vigorous and healthy beauty. Concurrently, their combat capabilities underwent a qualitative leap. Their speed, strength, and reflexes saw substantial improvement. Yet, the most gratifying transformation was not merely physical. Through prolonged training, their inner resilience grew increasingly robust. The sorrow that once lay buried deep within them gradually dissipated, replaced by an unwavering conviction. In this perilous post-apocalyptic world, they ultimately grasped a profound truth. Only by continually strengthening themselves could they uncover a glimmer of hope amidst the ruins. Chapter 11. The awkwardness of washing blankets. You should awaken your powers as well, Chu He said to Xiaoqi. Indeed, Xiaoqi nodded, her gaze resolute. Little Qi, do not be anxious. You will surely awaken a higher-level ability, Xiao Shi encouraged from the side. Chu He handed a bag of crystal nuclei to Xiaoqi, saying, try one first and see if you possess any talent. All right, brother-in-law, Xiaoqi replied as she accepted the crystal. Already aware of the relationship between Chu He and her sister, she could only strive to conceal her affection for him within the confines of her heart. She consumed one crystal nucleus. How does it feel? Xiao Shi inquired eagerly. I sense a surge of energy flowing through my body. My strength seems to have increased. Xiaoqi responded. Wonderful. Upon learning that her sister was an awakener, Xiao Shi's anxieties were finally alleviated. Recently, she had heard from Chu He about the tragic fate of ordinary people in the apocalypse, and she desperately wished for Xiaoqi to possess some latent talent. Keep your voice down. Do not disturb her. Xiaoqi, continue. Brother-in-law will keep an eye on you, Chu He advised. Oh, Xiao Shi quickly calmed herself. Xiaoqi, don't be nervous. It's all right. Xiaoqi placed one crystal after another into her mouth. 1, 2, all the way to 15. In an instant, she felt a powerful energy surging within her, as if it sought to break free from her corporeal confines. Her body began to emit a faint glow, which gradually intensified. With her eyes tightly shut, Xiaoqi concentrated, feeling the awakening of her luminous powers. As the radiance grew stronger, she seemed to be enveloped by a gentle glow. Her skin became fairer, and her eyes sparkled with a mysterious energy. Slowly, she opened her eyes and found that everything in the room appeared clear and luminous. She could perceive the flow of light elemental energy around her, as though she had become one with the universe. She gently waved her hand, and a brilliant beam of light shot forth, illuminating the entire room. A smile graced her lips, her heart brimming with joy and confidence. Firefly Realm. SS-level light ability. Xiaoqi exclaimed, tightly embracing Xiao Shi to express her elation. Chu He felt a pang of envy at her gift. With an SSS-level ability for the sister and an SS-level ability for the younger sister, one could not help but wonder about the extraordinary genes of the Xiao family. Brother-in-law. Xiaoqi released her embrace with Xiao Shi and opened her arms to Chu He. Their eyes met, hers filled with excitement and shyness. Ah, my charm is truly overwhelming, he mused, embracing her warmly. Meanwhile, Xiao Shi cast a wistful glance at him. She had long sensed her sister's feelings for Chu He, despite her upbringing teaching her otherwise. She couldn't bear to witness her sister's struggle to suppress her affections. Let it flow naturally, she thought. It's your turn now, Chu He said to Xiao Shi. It was time for her to break through to the Firefly Realm as well. Xiao Shi sat quietly, an aura of frost enveloping her. With her eyes closed, she focused her mind, preparing for the crucial breakthrough, consuming the crystal nuclei one by one. In an instant, a chilling wave surged from within him, sweeping over his entire being like tumultuous tides. Her body began to tremble as her ice abilities were unleashed to their utmost potential. She could sense her power escalating, as if striving to break free from the confines of her physical form. A glimmer of frost flickered across his body, his skin becoming as translucent as crystal ice. Her gaze emanated determination and resolve, and he understood that this was the pivotal moment of breakthrough. As the energy surged, Xiao Shi's presence gradually intensified, finally propelling him into the realm of Firefly. She opened her eyes, and a frigid light shot forth from them, capable of freezing all in its path. At this moment, he had undergone a profound transformation, acquiring an even more formidable ice ability. In the bedroom, Chu He embraced Xiao Shi and remarked, in a month, A wave of monstrous beasts will erupt in the human gathering place of Jiang City, but this calamity also presents an opportunity for our breakthrough. For humans at the Firefly level, to advance further, one must possess a higher-tier crystal core. Xiao Shi responded softly, accustomed to Chu He's prescient insights. She refrained from inquiring further, understanding that he would divulge what she needed to know. Chu He slowly leaned closer and kissed her. In the adjacent room, Xiao Qi pressed her ear against the wall, her cheeks flushed and expression earnest. The following day, Xiao Qi, clutching a blanket, made her way to the washing machine. By chance, she encountered Xiao Shi, who was also there to wash her bedding. The atmosphere turned awkward. Let us wash them together, Xiao Shi suggested, breaking the silence. Oh, all right, Xiao Qi replied, feeling so embarrassed that she would have eagerly sought an escape route if one were available. The two placed their blankets into the washing machine. Chu He's residence was uniquely powered, with electricity available around the clock, unlike the city where residents had only 3 hours of electricity each day. Sister, I'm heading back to my room. Xiao Qi, lacking the courage to face Xiao Shi, lowered her head and hurried back. What is that girl up to? Xiao Shi thought suspiciously as she opened the inactive washing machine and took a whiff of Xiao Qi's blanket. How could she do this? Xiao Shi's brow furrowed. Her face flushed with indignation. Knock, knock, knock. A knock echoed at the door. Xiao Shi activated the washing machine and went downstairs to open it. Hello. We have been instructed by the commander to summon Chu He, said the guard at the door. In the conference building. Please, have a seat, Yang Dingbang gestured. What brings you to me this time? Chu He seated himself boldly, without pretense. Is it not permissible to seek you out without a reason? Yang Dingbang chuckled. Chu He regarded him with a stoic expression. Ah, you see through me. I intend to hold a martial arts competition, both to showcase our strength to the populace, instilling confidence and stability among them, and to recruit talented individuals for your army. Chu He continued. It will also allow the public to recognize the disparity with the awakened and see their own position clearly. Elder Yang, your strategy is indeed commendable. A hearty laugh followed as Yang Dingbang replied, I merely inquired if you would like to participate. His invitation to Chu He served two purposes, to gauge his strength and to temper the arrogance of many in the army who had recently become awakened. Me? I have little interest in medals as rewards, Chu He remarked without lifting his eyelids. However, it would alleviate numerous troubles for me, so I shall participate. This competition would enable him to establish his authority within the military, facilitating his future endeavors. He aspired to become the leader of this faction in Jiangqing. But you must expedite the arrangements. We have only 15 days before the next wave of monstrous tides arrives, Chu He asserted solemnly. Chapter 12. The Martial Arts Competition, Part 1. Monstrous Tides? What is the estimated number? And how many creatures from the Firefly realm, or even the Meteor realm are there? Yang Dingbang abruptly stood, urgency etched across his face. He had long understood the classification of awakened realms from Chu He. The information regarding the awakened and the function of crystal cores had already been made public within the city. The populace was largely aware of it, and he harbored no doubt about Chu He's words, for he had never been misled regarding the apocalypse. Approximately 40% are from the Firefly realm, and there are even 3 from the Meteor realm, though I cannot specify the exact numbers, Chu He replied. Upon hearing this, Yang Dingbang's expression grew grave. How formidable is the Meteor realm? Roughly equivalent to the combined strength of 3 from the Firefly realm. That has always been the disparity prior to the Celestial realm, Chu He stated calmly, devoid of fear, as if discussing a mere group of small creatures. It is important to note that this represents a tripling of power response, far exceeding the simplicity of 3 Firefly realm beings. Prepare yourselves, Chu He said, patting him on the shoulder. During lunch, Chu He noticed Xiao Qi's averted gaze and could not help but inquire, What troubles you? Are you unwell? Nothing, she replied. Tomorrow, the Jiangqing human settlement will host a martial arts competition, and we should all participate. Chu He continued. This will enhance your practical combat skills and assess the level of your training these past days. Xiao Qi quickly finished her meal and hurried back to her room. What is wrong with her? Chu He asked, puzzled, turning to Xiao Shi. He received only a roll of the eyes in response. I haven't done anything to provoke you, Chu He said awkwardly, scratching his head. The following day, at the Jiangqing sports arena, the audience buzzed with excitement, creating a vibrant atmosphere. They seldom encountered the awakened and were eager to witness the rumored figures in action. Yang Dingbang clapped his hands, raising a megaphone. Esteemed competitors and spectators, greetings. I am Marshal Yang Dingbang of the S Army, and it is my great honor to address you at this martial arts competition. Martial arts embodies the pursuit of excellence and the transcendence of self. On this stage, we shall witness countless trials and triumphs, where each contestant will exhibit their skill and bravery. The essence of the competition transcends mere victory or defeat. It embodies the refinement and enhancement of one's self. In the end, may all participants achieve remarkable results, and let us collectively revel in this grand martial arts feast. Thank you, everyone. After a half-hour eloquent opening address, the competition finally commenced. In this post-apocalyptic world, one might question the relevance of such formalities, remarked Chu He, who only needed to face the top 4 opponents and was now observing the match alongside Yang Dingbang from the judges' platform. The arena was divided into 4 distinct zones, where the contestants would compete. For soldiers, each at the Firefly realm, served as judges to ensure the safety of the participants. Chu He, feeling rather bored, observed the proceedings. Thinking that the fights resembled mere children's play, they possessed formidable abilities yet lacked the skill to wield them effectively. His attention finally peaked as he noticed the entrance of the competitors. Xiao Shi's opponent was a burly man. "Little girl, this is not a place for you," Wang Yin kindly cautioned. "You need not worry about that," Xiao Shi replied coolly. "Begin." With the judge's command, an aura of icy cold enveloped Xiao Shi, as if she were isolated from the surrounding world. Her eyes radiated determination and confidence, while the frost of her unique ability crystallized in the air, exuding a bone-chilling chill. "Well then, don't blame me for bullying a woman," Wang Yin stated, his skin gradually petrifying, becoming as hard as stone, emanating a powerful presence that clashed with Xiao Shi's ice abilities. With B-class abilities of stone skin, the battle was imminent, and Xiao Shi initiated the first strike. She deftly maneuvered her hands, sending frost arrows hurtling toward Wang Yin. He attempted to defend himself with his stone skin, but the force of the frost was overwhelming, easily penetrating his defenses. Ice prison. Xiao Shi unleashed her ice abilities relentlessly, ensnaring Wang Yin within a massive icy prison. He struggled fiercely, but the ice prison grew increasingly solid, slowing his movements. Ultimately, Wang Yin could not withstand Xiao Shi's onslaught, and the ice prison completely encased him in frost. Xiao Shi emerged victorious with overwhelming superiority, her ice abilities sending shivers down spines. The battlefield was suffused with frost and chill, as she stood quietly amidst the ruins of her victory, resembling a goddess of ice. In less than a minute, Wang Yin succumbed to defeat, eliciting gasps from the audience. "This girl is incredibly strong," one exclaimed. "I thought she was destined to perish, but with such prowess, she could very well claim first place. A true dark horse." Yang Dingbang, with a flicker of admiration in his gaze, exhaled a puff of smoke. "The woman you trained is quite formidable. How about coming to my place as an instructor?" "It is merely her innate talent," Chu He replied, shaking his head. "Oh, your little wife is also making her entrance," he noted, following Yang's gaze to spot Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi and Lin Yu stood opposite each other, their figures sharply defined in the sunlight. Xiao Qi radiated a brilliant glow, a hallmark of her status as a light elemental ability user. In contrast, Lin Yu emanated a metallic sheen, skillfully manipulating several orbs formed from condensed metal in his hand. His ability, classified as S-tier, allowed for the control of metal, known as Firefly Realm. This power was formidable in its early stages, but waned as time passed, as the hardness of iron ultimately could not keep pace with the strength of evolved beings. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation as both combatants readied themselves for battle. In a flash, Xiao Qi darted to Lin Yu's flank, and with a flourish of her hands, a dazzling beam of light shot towards him. Lin Yu reacted with alacrity, sidestepping the attack and conjuring a shield of metal to deflect the subsequent barrage of light. Unyielding, Xiao Qi pressed on, continuously altering her tactics in an effort to expose Lin Yu's vulnerabilities. However, his mastery over metal rendered his defenses as unyielding as stone, making it exceedingly difficult for her to breach his line. Seizing the opportune moment, Lin Yu launched a counterattack, shaping the metal into a sharp longsword that he thrust towards Xiao Qi with ferocity. His ability was versatile, capable of offense and defense alike. Xiao Qi managed to fend off Lin Yu's assault using her light elemental powers, yet she gradually found herself fatigued. As time wore on, her stamina dwindled, while Lin Yu capitalized on her weakness, unleashing a relentless series of strikes. Ultimately, Xiao Qi could no longer withstand the onslaught. She was struck by the metallic sword and fell to the ground. You have performed admirably. It is merely your lack of combat experience that holds you back, Lin Yu remarked, retracting his metal powers as he approached her, preparing to extend a hand to help her rise. He acknowledged her prowess and felt a burgeoning admiration, contemplating the prospect of bringing her into his fold. Disregarding his outstretched hand, Xiaoqi cast a furtive glance towards the podium before silently pushing herself up and departing. In a nearby corner, Yang Dingbang commented, "You still lack practical combat experience. What do you think of Lin Yu?" Chu He inquired, exhaling a puff of smoke. During the apocalypse, he managed to establish a faction and led students against the insect horde. He is indeed a noteworthy figure. However, his rule is excessively tyrannical and debauched, indulging his subordinates to the detriment of the female students at Jiangxing University. Such individuals, who suddenly gain power yet fail to temper their impulses, may find themselves in peril should they provoke someone significant. Yang Dingbang offered a measured assessment. Chu He remained non-committal, believing such issues to be trivial. Awakened individuals should inherently possess superiority over ordinary folk. The most pressing concern was that Lin Yu harbored intentions towards his woman, a path that surely led to ruin. For now, he is still of some use, but once the insect tide recedes, his relevance will diminish. Thus, the competition progressed to its third day, culminating in the emergence of the final four. The characters are Xiao Shi, Zhao Feng, Lin Yu, and another soldier named Lei Jinghong. Lei Jinghong is an SS-level lightning elemental wielder from the Firefly realm. In the previous life, the human settlement in Jiangxing was renowned for its powerful lightning mage, regarded as the foremost figure under the ice and snow goddess of Jiangxing. In the first match, Chu He faced off against Lin Yu. "Who is this? I haven't seen him in previous competitions," someone remarked. "I wonder what the officials are thinking. He goes straight to the finals without any matches. He must possess considerable strength." Another commented, "Look at what he's wearing, a skirt. Does he have some peculiar preferences?" Chu He donned a long battle skirt reminiscent of ancient armor. After all, he wished to avoid having his pants torn by his tail upon transforming. He can't be rendered incapable. He'll still be useful against the insect tide. Chu He pondered where to strike. So powerful, he emanated an overwhelming presence just by standing there. Lin Yu, closest to him, felt the intensity most acutely, as if a ferocious dragon had fixed its gaze upon him, leaving him with no hope of victory. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Lin Yu steeled himself. The match commenced with the referee's command. Dragon transformation. Chu He's stature surged to 2 meters and 2 centimeters, his body cloaked in pale red dragon scales, glistening brilliantly in the sunlight. His chiseled chest and abdominal muscles exuded a wild sense of power, while horns sprouted from his forehead, his pupils morphing into slits, and a dragon's tail emerged from behind. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the arena. "What is this? It's a dragon. You don't recognize a dragon?" someone exclaimed in disbelief. "My goodness, that roar nearly brought me to my knees." The audience gasped in astonishment. Chu He resembled a streak of crimson lightning, charging rapidly towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu, drenched in sweat, desperately controlled his metallic defenses in an attempt to thwart Chu He's onslaught. Yet, against such overwhelming strength, all efforts were futile. With a series of metallic clashes, Chu He closed the distance to less than 10 meters. What is the outcome when a warrior confronts a mage in close quarters? "I surrender." In that moment, Lin Yu felt the chilling threat of death and, without a moment's hesitation, shouted out. Hearing this, Chu He halted, his gaze icy as his heated breath washed over Lin Yu's face. Trembling, Lin Yu knelt, his body prostrating as if worshipping a king. Faced with the specter of death, he could no longer care for his pride, fully aware that the referee could not restrain this rampaging dragon. The entire battle lasted less than 10 seconds. A mismatch of epic proportions. The audience fell into silence, stunned by the scene before them. After a lengthy pause, the first applause erupted, and the arena burst into fervent cheers. "Bravo! Incredible!" the audience exclaimed in excitement. Sitting in the stands, Xiaoqi's eyes glistened with tears. "Is my brother-in-law avenging me?" she wondered. Indeed, her brother-in-law was omnipotent. A profound admiration shone in her eyes. Chu He emerged victorious. The referee, regaining his composure, shouted loudly, but his voice was swiftly drowned out by the cheers of the audience. Chu He kicked Lin Yu aside and strode towards the podium. Lin Yu offered no resistance, adjusting his posture to remain kneeling. He was internally frantic, recalling the last time he had brazenly challenged Chu He. Did he still wish to compete? Chu He released his transformation upon Yang Dingbang, who chuckled awkwardly. Chu He's prowess far exceeded his expectations. This was his first encounter with Chu He's extraordinary abilities. And even he, a seasoned commander, felt a sense of submission under that overwhelming pressure. As the crowd quieted, Chu He took the microphone and called out, "Is there anyone else?" The remaining 3 contenders remained silent. Were they mad? Who would dare to challenge him, risking their lives? The champion of this martial arts competition is Chu He. With no one stepping forward, Yang Dingbang took the microphone to announce, "Chu He. Who is he? Have you heard of him?" "I don't know." "Huh. Chu He. He is my classmate from Jiangxing University. After today," the name Chu He would resound throughout the human gathering in Jiangxing. "Next, Xiao Shi will face Lei Jinghong. Begin." At that moment, Xiao Shi and Lei Jinghong exchanged glances. Their eyes brimming with animosity and determination, the spirit of battle ignited between the 2 warriors. Suddenly, Xiao Shi made her move. She waved her hands, and a chilling aura enveloped the arena. Countless sharp ice spikes shot forth from her hands, racing towards Lei Jinghong with a bone-chilling intensity. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Lei Jinghong remained composed. He inhaled deeply, then slammed his hands onto the ground with force. A robust bolt of lightning erupted from beneath him, surging towards Xiao Shi. Simultaneously, he radiated powerful arcs of lightning, causing the air around him to crackle. In an instant, ice and lightning clashed in midair, producing a deafening roar. The interplay of lightning and ice spikes created a dazzling web of light, with neither side yielding in their fierce exchange, illuminating the entire arena with their extraordinary powers. Xiao Shi's attacks grew increasingly fierce, with ice spikes raining down on Lei Jinghong like a torrential storm. Lei Jinghong, utilizing his agile movements and formidable electrical power, continuously countered Xiao Shi's onslaught. Soon, the 2 had exchanged hundreds of blows. The distinction between SSS and SS abilities was stark. In a critical moment, Xiao Shi finally discerned his flaw. Focusing intently, she murmured incantations, then thrust her hands forward with great force. In an instant, a surge of immense power erupted from within her, transforming into a colossal ice pillar, akin to a towering iceberg, crashing down towards Lei Jinghong. He widened his eyes in astonishment, staring at the impending disaster. Hastily, he summoned the lightning, attempting to withstand this terrifying assault. However, in the face of such formidable power, his resistance appeared feeble and ineffectual. The ice pillar surged towards Lei Jinghong with astonishing velocity, accompanied by an unfathomable chill and destructive force. Lei Jinghong exerted every ounce of strength to fend it off, yet the impact of the ice pillar proved overwhelmingly powerful, causing his body to tremble. With a thunderous crash, the ice pillar struck Lei Jinghong with great force, propelling him away and sending him crashing heavily to the ground. Blood gushed from his mouth, staining the earth a deep crimson. Struggling to rise, he found his body unresponsive, his vision blurred as consciousness slipped away. Ultimately, he collapsed to the ground, succumbing to a state of unconsciousness. Chapter 14. The Invasion of the Insect Tide. I knew I wasn't mistaken about this young lady. You were merely a latecomer. I initially saw you supporting Lei Jinghong. With such striking looks and formidable strength, it's truly remarkable. The martial arts competition concluded successfully. Xiao Shi secured second place, while Lei Jinghong, due to his injuries, placed fifth, and Lin Yu claimed third. Zhao Feng had a rather unfortunate experience, as his metallic skin ability was severely countered by Lin Yu. During the competition, he was tossed about, creating a rather comical scene. Xiao Qi, do not lose heart. Learn from this experience, and you will surely perform better next time. Xiao Shi encouraged, placing a piece of meat into Xiao Qi's bowl. Indeed, your ability leans towards support, so it's perfectly fine if your combat skills are not as strong, Chu He added. The strength of light-based abilities lies in healing. Xiao Qi nodded silently, attempting to mask her disappointment. Why am I so weak? If only I could be like my sister, I could assist Chu He. She resolved internally to become stronger. In the bedroom, Xiao Shi emerged from the bathroom, her fair skin glistening with droplets of water. Dressed in a semi-transparent camisole that barely reached her hips, she picked up a hairdryer and began to style her hair in front of the mirror. Chu He approached from behind and wrapped his arms around her. Don't be silly, Xiao Shi chided playfully. This insufferable man had only provided her with this one piece of nightwear, claiming there were none left. A blatant lie. Delicious, Chu He murmured, resting his head on her shoulder and inhaling the fragrant scent of her hair. which was that of shampoo. Xiao Shi shot him a flirtatious glance. What do you think of Xiao Qi? She's too innocent, which is not ideal. Do you know she likes you? I've noticed that long ago. This is merely seeking your opinion. Chu He replied with a chuckle. Xiao Shi regarded him with cautious eyes. Oh, I just want to provide you both with a home, Chu He expressed, feigning indignation. Such a flirt, Xiao Shi teased, playfully pinching the soft flesh at his waist. Ouch! Chu He feigned weakness. I understand. In this apocalyptic world, expecting you to be faithful is unrealistic. Regardless of your escapades, any woman you bring home must be presented to me. Xiao Shi recognized her inability to change the situation and felt that she alone could not fully satisfy him. Each time, it was only after her pleas for mercy that she was spared. The fury of Chu He was indeed overwhelming. As the hour grew late, he suggested they retire early for the night. Chu He felt a sense of satisfaction, recognizing her understanding of her own position. He resolved to reward her for this realization. Knock, knock, knock. Xiao Qi, with her ear pressed against the wall, was suddenly startled by the sound of knocking. Who is it? It's me. Xiao Qi hurriedly opened the door, though she endeavored to hide her flushed cheeks, two rosy hues betraying her. Chu He, with a discerning nose, caught a whiff of an unusual scent and, feigning ignorance, inquired, Xiao Qi, why are you still awake at this hour? I can't sleep, Xiao Qi stammered. Her small hands tightly clasped, reminiscent of a child who had misbehaved. Days passed in this manner, and before long, they reached the 30th day of the apocalypse. A stifling atmosphere enveloped the human settlement in Jiang City. Soldiers methodically arranged the defenses, preparing for the impending battle. Is this indeed the day? Yang Dingbang asked, clinging to a sliver of hope as the great conflict loomed. Chu He cast him a silent, exasperated glance, withholding words. Has the army made ready for combat? Yang Dingbang turned to Zhao Feng, who stood rigidly at attention, reporting, Marshal, all preparations are complete. Zhao Feng saluted. They are here. Chu He's gaze flickered. Boom. A colossal rift suddenly tore through the sky, and an overwhelming tide of insectoid creatures surged forth. They varied in form. Some were as massive as spiders, while others resembled tiny flies, each exuding an odor that was nauseating. Some of these creatures were enormous, their bodies encased in a thick, impenetrable black shell that glimmered with an eerie light, as if sculpted from obsidian. Their elongated antennae danced restlessly, seemingly probing the surroundings. Others bore sharp claws and jagged teeth, instilling a chilling dread, their eyes glowing with a ruthless crimson light. The design of these insectoids was steeped in science fiction and futurism, evoking a sense of formidable mystery. The flying creatures bore upon their backs those that could not fly, as if executing a strategic deployment with sentient intent. As they erupted from the rift, they spread out with an unimaginable speed and scale. Dark clouds loomed over the city, threatening to obliterate it. In the blink of an eye, these enigmatic beings filled the entire space, their presence evident both on the ground and in the air. Their numbers seemed boundless, a veritable tide. As they expanded, the environment underwent a startling transformation. Once vibrant flora instantly wilted and withered, drained of their vitality. The land cracked and desiccated, presenting a scene of desolation. And this was merely the beginning. Rocket forces, fire. Boom. Several shells were launched from the rear of the armored vehicle, their tails trailing thick smoke as they ascended into the sky. Bang, bang, bang. The heavens seemed to burst forth with magnificent fireworks, shells falling like raindrops. Their explosions resonating through the atmosphere, engulfing the entire battlefield in flames and dense smoke. Tanks and armored vehicles formed an unyielding steel line of defense. Soldiers stood resolutely behind, their weapons belching fire, bullets raining down on the insectoid invaders like a torrential downpour. Rat-a-tat-tat. The bullets poured forth as if they were of no cost. The artillery fire enveloped the battlefield, each explosion stirring up vast clouds of dust. The firefly mirror insects were impervious to bullets, but the shells could indeed harm them. Yet, the insect horde was undeterred, surging toward the military with astonishing speed and numbers. The soldiers wove a fiery net of relentless bullets, leaving no opportunity for the insects to exploit. Their eyes brimmed with determination and resolve. To protect their homeland, they were willing to pay any price. This was their unique conviction. Chapter 15. The Great Battle on the Battlefield. A figure suddenly emerged along the military's defensive line. It was a creature the size of an adult Tibetan mastiff, rolling its body as it swiftly approached the soldiers. What is that? Do not let them through. The soldiers, alert to this rolling menace, fired their weapons incessantly. Rat-a-tat-tat. But the self-destructing insect, with a shell as impenetrable as that of a pangolin, easily absorbed all attacks, leaving only faint white marks on its exterior. Just as the first self-destructing insect neared the defensive line, it suddenly detonated. Boom! A deafening roar shook the entire battlefield, the shockwave and flames consuming everything in an instant. The self-destructing insects charged forward in relentless succession. Boom! 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 Soldiers were hurled into the air by the violent explosions. The defensive line obliterated, dust swirling throughout the area. Amidst the chaos, the cries of the wounded and scattered limbs filled the air. A gaping hole was torn in the defense. This sudden assault plunged the army into a dire predicament. "I'll take charge," Lin Yu shouted, extending his hands, commanding the metal. Countless steel fragments, doors, windows, railings, and charred remnants flew forth to fill the gaps in the defense. Elemental mages of the army cast spells from the rear, vibrant lights shooting forth to alleviate the pressure on the front line. The insect hordes surged like a tidal wave. Xiaoshi danced with her hands, her ice abilities coalescing into sharp ice blades that glimmered with a chilling radiance, evoking dread. She moved with the grace of a nimble leopard, weaving effortlessly through the swarm of insects. Each swing of her ice blades conjured a biting gust of cold wind, freezing the surrounding insects into icy sculptures. Xiaoqi radiated a warm and gentle glow, her healing powers akin to the tender sunlight of spring. The luminous energy she bestowed upon her comrades soothed their wounds, replenishing their vitality and spirit. Under her nurturing light, their injuries swiftly alleviated, and they were invigorated, ready to re-engage in the fierce battle that lay before them. Lin Yu's eyes gleamed with a piercing intensity as he deftly maneuvered his hands, causing countless shards of metal to coalesce into a massive and formidable shield, resembling an impregnable fortress that encased them in safety, thus establishing a secure environment for their offensive. Zhao Feng let out a furious roar, his skin instantly hardening to iron. Shimmering with a metallic sheen, he charged forward with unwavering determination, embodying an indomitable tank, his iron fists swinging with overwhelming force, shattering the Zerg with each strike. Meanwhile, Lei Jinghong stood resolute at the front lines, his form enveloped in crackling lightning. With an impassive gaze, he unleashed an array of potent electric powers, bolts of lightning slicing through the air like swords, mercilessly striking the Zerg. These electrifying arcs bore unparalleled might, incinerating the creatures in their wake. Watching from the sidelines, Chu He had his sights set not on these foes, but on the three Zerg of the meteor realm. His strength had reached the pinnacle of the Firefly mirror, and even against the might of the meteor-level adversaries, he could contend with his SSS-level ability of dragon transformation. Suddenly, the earth trembled, as if a colossal force stirred beneath the surface. Moments later, two enormous tank-like Zerg emerged from the ground, their hardened exoskeletons glinting with metallic brilliance, reminiscent of actual tanks. These tank Zerg deftly navigated past the defensive lines, unleashing torrents of red liquid from their maws, akin to molten lava, which obliterated tanks and artillery, melting them under the intense heat. Meteor Realm, tank Zerg, to the rear. Two colossal beetles materialized behind. The soldiers rallied in defiance, launching rockets and grenades at the tank Zerg, yet these weapons proved nearly ineffective against their resilient armor. The tank Zerg continued their rampage, sowing chaos among the human defenses. Suddenly, a shadow darted forth from behind, a larger variant of the ordinary non-armored Zerg, moving with such speed that it left afterimages in its wake, relentlessly harvesting the lives of elemental awakened beings. Like a tiger among sheep, the Meteor Realm's scythe beetle, all three Meteor Realm Zerg had now emerged, targeting humanity's rear. With a resounding roar, Chu He activated his dragon transformation ability. His form expanded, growing hard, dark red scales and sharp claws, transforming into a formidable humanoid dragon. The three Zerg turned their attention towards him as the two massive tank Zerg loomed before him. The tank bugs are capable of spewing forth searing liquid, their massive forms and sturdy shells resembling moving fortresses. Chu He surged forth like a bolt of lightning, propelled by unmatched power and speed towards the tank bugs. His claws glimmered with a chilling light, each swing emanating an astonishing force that brutally tore through the tank bug's formidable exterior. The clash of metal against flesh resonated, sparks flying as the scene became extraordinarily intense. How remarkably tough! Chu He mused to himself. The tank bugs, refusing to be outdone, opened their enormous maws and unleashed torrents of scalding liquid, akin to a fierce deluge. Molten lava intertwined in the air, transforming the battlefield into a seething inferno that radiated unbearable heat. Chu He navigated the fiery chaos with ease, deftly evading the assaults of the blistering liquid while relentlessly launching attacks against the tank bugs. He had no intention of being hit. Illuminated by the flames, his physique appeared especially formidable and grand. At that moment, the scythe beetles seized their opportunity, unfurling their wings and swiftly darting towards the center of the battlefield. Their wings shimmered with a metallic sheen, and their razor-sharp scythes danced through the air, establishing a lethal line of defense. Like phantoms, they maneuvered across the battlefield, each strike of their sharp scythes carrying a menacing threat. In the face of this sudden onslaught, Chu He exhibited remarkable agility. He leaped and rolled with finesse, skillfully dodging the scythe beetles' attacks while persistently retaliating against them. However, the scythe beetles were not easily vanquished. They flitted through the air with dexterity, constantly altering their angles in an attempt to exploit any weakness in Chu He. Meanwhile, the magma-like liquid spewing from the tank bugs grew increasingly scorching, intensifying the pressure on Chu He. Yet, he remained undeterred by the predicament. Focusing his energy, he unleashed a powerful breath of dragon fire, dispersing the surrounding searing liquid and creating a zone of safety. Chapter 16. Battle of the Three Fallen Stars on the front lines of the battlefield. Xiao Shi fought valiantly while directing Shao Qi behind her, saying, "Leave this to me. You go assist your brother-in-law." Though this would result in the loss of many soldiers on the front, in her heart, no number of lives could compare to Chu He's safety. Shao Qi nodded and cast a healing spell upon Xiao Shi before departing the front lines. The combat in the rear was fiercely contested. Chu He bore countless minor wounds, blood seeping from them, yet his gaze was filled with exhilaration. It had been a long time since he experienced such an invigorating battle. How exhilarating! He sidestepped a molten lava cannonball, delivering a powerful punch to another tank bug's head, causing a slight indentation. The tank bug let out a pained shriek, emitting a piercing sound. Seizing the moment, Chu He leaped onto its head, using his dragon claws to forcefully pry open its wound. The dark red scales on his body began to shift in hue, shimmering with pulsating energy, all concentrated in his throat. Observing the dire situation, the other two bugs rushed in swiftly to intervene. The soaring blade beetle descended with the ferocity of a hawk. Chu He made no attempt to evade, as if he were resolved to confront them head-on. At the moment the beetle was less than 10 meters away, he abruptly turned and unleashed a torrent of searing dragon breath from his mouth. The beetle's compound eyes widened in human-like terror. Yet it was too late to alter its course, colliding headlong into the fiery onslaught. Instantly, it was reduced to charred remains, crashing to the ground in a shattered heap. Chu He had long set his sights on this target, persistently harassing it from the air, all the while exercising caution that prevented him from unleashing his full might. The tank beetle, with its robust exoskeleton and formidable fire resistance, could withstand a single breath of flame. In contrast, the blade beetle was merely delicate, albeit cautious, never granting Chu He an opportunity to strike. Chu He aimed to reveal a flaw, compelling the beetle to retaliate, before delivering a decisive blow. Boom! The tank beetle beneath him unleashed a long-accumulated stream of molten liquid upon Chu He. An exchange of injuries. Ignoring his own wounds, he exerted force through his legs, propelling himself onto the beetle's face, subsequently landing beside the remnants of the blade beetle. Without hesitation, he seized the glowing crystal core from the ground and swallowed it. A surge of potent energy coursing through his body. His side bore a grievous injury, ribs visible beneath the torn flesh. Had it not been for the dragon scale strong fire resistance, that blow would have cleaved him in two. The cosmic energy surged chaotically within him, and he gritted his teeth, enduring the tumultuous force. "Sis!" Shao Qi rushed over, her face etched with concern as she poured every ounce of her strength into casting a healing spell on Chu He. "You can't be hurt." Tears streamed down the young girl's cheeks. "Stay back." Chu He pushed her away and swiftly retreated. In the next instant, his previous position was struck by the tank beetle's scorching liquid, igniting the concrete ground in a fierce blaze. With agility, Chu He navigated the space between the two beetles, his gaze fixed on them as they spewed forth their fiery torrents like dragons. He deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a wave of attacks. The liquid splattered against the ground, hissing as it seared the earth. Chu He grimaced, the pain from his wound flaring anew. "Come and catch me, you big bugs," Shao Chi shouted, casting healing spells while attempting to draw the attention of the two tank beetles. Yet her efforts were in vain. Their focus remained locked on Chu He. He dared not relent, his nimble feet moving as he leapt and crawled, the massive beetle's assaults ever looming. His heart raced, the agony of his injuries nearly causing him to lose consciousness, beads of sweat forming on his brow, yet his resolve only grew stronger. Almost there. Almost there. Suddenly, one of the beetles adjusted its attack angle, and a barrage of scalding liquid rained down like arrows. Chu He executed a roll, narrowly escaping the onslaught. However, at that moment, another beetle seized the opportunity to launch an attack, and Chu He found himself on the verge of being struck. In this critical instant, he unleashed a speed that he should not possess, narrowly evading the blow. Chu He's breath surged as his stature expanded to a formidable 2 meters and 3. A resounding dragon's roar echoed through the air. He advanced, entering the meteor realm. His entire being was enveloped in fierce flames, resembling a fire dragon. With a cruel grin, he charged like a cannonball towards a tank beetle. Bang! Chu He's fists, ignited with the essence of fire, struck mercilessly upon the head of the tank beetle. The beetle thrashed wildly, attempting to dislodge him. Yet, all was in vain. With a sound of shattering, its brain was pierced, and it collapsed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Chu He extracted the crystal core from its head and turned his gaze fiercely upon the last remaining tank beetle. This beetle, having lost the will to fight, instinctively sought escape, frantically clawing at the ground with its 6 legs. Chu He's eyes locked onto the fleeing creature as he swiftly reached out, gripping one of its hind legs firmly. The beetle's massive body was partially buried underground, desperately struggling to break free. However, Chu He's strength was overwhelming. He held onto the beetle's hind leg without relent. With a powerful tug, he began to pull the enormous creature from its subterranean refuge. The friction of its shell against the earth produced a grating sound, stirring up a cloud of debris. The muscles in Chu He's arms strained as he engaged in a contest of strength with the beetle. At last, he succeeded in dragging the beetle entirely onto the surface. It angrily waved its antennae, seemingly trying to intimidate Chu He. But this did not deter him. He placed his hands on either side of its mouth and forcefully pried it open, channeling a surge of energy to unleash a torrent of dragon breath directly into its maw. The breath surged down its throat, wreaking havoc upon its internal structure. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the tank beetle's body erupted, countless charred organs raining down from above, filling the air with the pungent scent of burnt flesh. Chu He shattered the scorched exterior with a punch and consumed the crystal core extracted from its brain. He exhaled a breath of foul air, dispelling his dragon form, and sat cross-legged on the ground to recuperate. With the insects vanquished, Chu He, utterly exhausted, quietly absorbed the energy from the crystal core. "Brother-in-law," Shao Qi's voice trembled with emotion as she tightly embraced him, as if wishing to merge their beings. Chu He gently patted her back, reassuringly saying, "Do not worry. I am unscathed." His voice conveyed a calm demeanor, yet Shao Qi could sense his fatigue. "Are you in pain?" Suddenly recalling his injuries, she hastily released her embrace, summoning all her strength to use her abilities to heal him. "I am fine. I recover swiftly." Chu He comforted her, stating that he spoke the truth. The formidable regenerative ability of the dragon race was indeed remarkable. Although he was not a true dragon, he had inherited this trait well. In Chapter 17, the Celebration Feast. With the threat of the meteorite realm eliminated, the insect race was entirely vanquished. "Ha ha ha! Chu He, you are our great benefactor," Yang Dingbang exclaimed, approaching with a group of soldiers. "The remains of the insect race left behind will suffice for Jiang City for an entire year," he remarked as Chu He gazed at the corpses strewn across the ground. Having lived 5 years in Jiang City's human settlement in his previous life, he did not mind lending a helping hand in this life as well. "Ha ha ha! Remember to attend tonight's celebration feast, you great benefactor." Yang Dingbang chuckled, clearly pleased with the outcome of the battle. "I won't keep you. I need to check on the injured." Chu He responded with a soft hum, though his eyes turned crimson as the side effects of his advancement began to surface. "Brother-in-law, what is wrong with you?" Shao Qi, who had been by his side, noticed the change and inquired with concern. "Your brother-in-law is fine. Let us head home," Shao Shi explained, quickly grasping the situation. The three returned to the villa. In the conference building, in the hall downstairs, Chu He brought the two women to this location. However, Xiao Shi and Xiao Qi walked with somewhat unusual postures. After a brief wait, Yang Dingbang arrived. "Is everyone here?" He clapped his hands and said, "Then I shall be brief." His gaze sparkled with admiration and appreciation. He raised his glass, his voice resonant, declaring, "Brave soldiers, today I wish to particularly commend an extraordinary individual, Chu He." All eyes converged on Chu He, who sat at the corner of the banquet, his expression inscrutable. He felt it was inappropriate, but managed to muster a humble smile. Yang Dingbang continued. "In the battle against the insect race, when 3 meteorite realm insects destroyed our heavy weaponry in the rear, it was Chu He who displayed unparalleled courage and wisdom. He faced the formidable foes without fear, vanquishing them all. He has established a monumental contribution to our victory. 3 meteorite realm insects. I can attest to that. I was at the rear, and you cannot fathom how terrifying those creatures were." The soldiers raised their glasses, offering enthusiastic applause and cheers for Chu He. He too stood, raising his glass and downing it in one go. Yang Dingbang approached Chu He, patting his shoulder, and said with emotion, "Your bravery and perseverance serve as a model for us all. You are the greatest hero of this war. In this moment of human crisis, people need a hero. A belief. Chu He is that choice." Chu He humbly replied, "This victory is the result of everyone's collective effort. Without the sacrifices and battles of all, we could not have achieved this triumph." He had understood Yang Dingbang's intentions. In his previous life, Yang Dingbang had also crafted Xiao Shi into the hero of Jiang City's human settlement. Chu He was unperturbed by the words of others. Perhaps some might be constrained by morality in their pursuit of heroism, but he sought to become a figure both revered and feared. "Chu He, I admit my previous transgressions. I hope you can overlook my faults and dismiss me as inconsequential," Lin Yu said, raising his cup and draining it in one gulp. "Of course, there is no issue. You are indeed our great benefactor," Chu He replied with a smile. Dishes began to arrive at the table, surprisingly devoid of insect meat, indicating that Yang Dingbang was indeed generous in rewarding his soldiers. The first course featured an exquisite cold platter, vibrant in color and artfully arranged. The jellyfish salad shimmered, offering a refreshing texture. The slices of braised beef were evenly cut, exuding a rich aroma. Alongside were crisp vegetable salads and a fresh fruit platter, adding a touch of brightness to the feast. As the hot dishes appeared, delightful fragrances wafted through the air. The braised pork knuckle gleamed with a ruby hue. Tender and juicy, the steamed sea base retained its exquisite flavor, enhanced by a special sauce. The crispy rice with tender meat offered a delightful contrast in texture. Additionally, classic Sichuan dishes such as kung pao chicken and mapo tofu tantalized the taste buds, leaving a lingering aftertaste. The celebratory banquet was infused with a jubilant atmosphere, as soldiers, including Zhao Feng and Lei Jinghong, extended their congratulations to Chu He. They reminisced about the battles fought, collectively celebrating their hard-won victory. Yang Dingbang gazed upon his united and spirited soldiers, his heart swelling with pride and hope. He recognized that with such brave warriors, they would face any challenge without fear, fighting to defend their homeland. "Do not rejoice too soon," Chu He said, approaching him. "Do I appear to be someone prone to arrogance?" Yang Dingbang retorted, puffing out his cheeks. "Ha ha ha, yet I must offer you a word of advice," Chu He said earnestly. "Select a successor among the awakened to lead the human settlement in Jiangxing sooner rather than later." Upon hearing this, a contemplative expression crossed Yang Dingbang's face. Should he perish, the absence of a respected leader could lead to disarray among the forces. He turned his gaze to Chu He, recognizing the youth's martial prowess and sharp intellect. His adaptable mindset seemed well suited to the apocalypse. Could he be the right fit for such a role? Noticing Yang Dingbang's misunderstanding, Chu He solemnly clarified. "In the evolving world, hot weapons will lose their dominance. The awakened will emerge as the preeminent force of the age, elevating their status immensely. As an ordinary person, you cannot betray your own class. You represent the interests of the common folk. In an era dominated by the awakened, you are destined to be excluded from such positions of power." Indeed, in his previous life, Yang Dingbang had been sidelined within a year, reduced to a mere figurehead. And within 2 years, he had been stripped of his command, his fate uncertain. The awakened would never tolerate an ordinary individual occupying a position of authority. In the future, the rulers would undoubtedly be the most formidable among their ranks. Yang Dingbang's eyes widened, astonishment etched across his face. His thoughts remained constrained by the times, foolishly believing that his subordinates would still heed his commands as they once did. The words of Chu He struck him like a revelation. He ought to contemplate an escape route for himself, lest he clings to power even in death. Chu He offered him his final counsel. The choice lay solely in his hands. After a prolonged silence, Yang Dingbang let out a deep sigh, just moments after celebrating a hard-won victory. He seemed to age in an instant. In this era brimming with awakened souls, Yang Dingbang resembled an aging lion, with his time gradually slipping away. Once a sovereign on the battlefield, commanding fear and respect from his foes, he had now been ruthlessly cast aside by the very epoch he once dominated. Today, he stood at the periphery of time, silently observing the world around him. His gaze reflected a blend of helplessness and confusion, as if the future was shrouded in uncertainty. He watched the young awakened ones display their strength and wisdom upon the stage, perhaps feeling a twinge of envy, yet more so lost in reminiscence of days gone by. His military uniform, now somewhat tattered, bore the scars of time. His hair, streaked with gray, and the deep lines etched upon his face, told tales of the adversities he had endured. In the midst of this celebration of the awakened, his figure seemed woefully out of place. Chapter 18. Enslavement. In the stillness of the night, under the serene glow of the moonlight filtering through the curtains, Chu He quietly entered Lin Yu's bedroom. Lin Yu lay in a state of deep slumber, his breathing steady, utterly exhausted from the day's battles. With an icy demeanor, Chu He stood silently at the bedside, his right hand transforming into a claw. Gradually, he brought his hand closer to Lin Yu's throat. Just as he was about to exert force, Lin Yu suddenly turned over, mumbling a few words in his sleep. Chu He fixated coldly on Lin Yu, assessing whether he might awaken. However, Lin Yu remained ensconced in his dreams, seemingly undisturbed by the promises that had granted him such peaceful rest. In an instant, Chu He's fingers tightened around Lin Yu's neck, jolting him awake. Lin Yu's complexion paled, and his breaths became increasingly labored, his eyes widening in terror and despair. He opened his mouth to speak, yet no words came forth. Relax, dizziness is normal. Do not resist, no matter what happens, or you shall die. Chu He hissed. Lin Yu nodded with great difficulty. The threat to his life compelled him to acquiesce. Chu He's eyes transformed into slits, his consciousness penetrating Lin Yu's mental realm. Spiritual slave contract. This was Chu He's new ability attained upon advancing to the Starfall realm, now allowing him to possess 3 slaves. The dragon, as the sovereign of all beings, could enslave everything. Yet, this power bore limitations. It could only subjugate humans whose abilities were inferior to his own, excluding those of SSS rank. Initially, Chu He had intended to kill him, but the emergence of this new capability altered his course of thought. What a waste it would be to kill him. It is better to utilize resources to their fullest and serve him. Lin Yu felt discomfort in his mind, but dared not resist. Chu He, satisfied, released his grip, causing Lin Yu to collapse to the ground, gasping for breath as if he had just escaped the clutches of death. From that moment forth, Lin Yu's fate became irrevocably bound by this soul slave contract. He became a puppet of Chu He, stripped of freedom and self-identity. Master, Lin Yu knelt respectfully, uttering the words. He would now be entirely loyal to Chu He, even to the point of sacrificing his life without a moment's hesitation if commanded. His soul lay in Chu He's hands, who could extinguish it at any time, leading him to death. Slap yourself, Chu He suggested, eager to test his newfound control. Without a trace of hesitation, Lin Yu raised his hand and struck himself repeatedly, his eyes gazing up at Chu He with an obsequious glimmer, akin to a dog yearning for its master's praise. Ah, what was the name of your faction again? Chu He inquired. Yu Gang, Lin Yu responded. Yes, from today forth. Your Yu Gang shall retain only the awakened, expelling all others. Your faction is nothing more than a malignant tumor. You must cleanse it yourself. Yes, in the villa. Xiaoshi lay in Chu He's embrace. What did you discuss with Commander Yang? I noticed he seemed distracted after speaking with you, even ignoring generals who approached him with toasts. I explained everything to him, Chu He replied. Sister-in-law, do you wish to become the commander? Xiaoqi leaned in from the other side, asking. If I desired such a position, would you support me? Chu He said with a half-joking tone. Of course. I would support you without hesitation, Xiaoqi affirmed. Ha ha ha. Chu He laughed heartily, planting a fervent kiss on her cheek. I indeed harbor such aspirations. With my abilities, I can transform the human settlement in Jiangqing into an impregnable fortress. I shall become the new leader of the Jiangqing human enclave, guiding them to survive in this chaotic epoch. However, he noted that the Jiangqing human settlement would not face significant troubles within the year. It was far too comfortable. This environment is unsuitable for human evolution. Soon, I shall venture northward to undergo trials, allowing for rapid evolution, he continued, blissfully closing his eyes as he envisioned the future. Morning arrived. Xiaoshi opened her eyes, a bright white light illuminating her. This young lady, compared to herself, she brimmed with confidence. She rose, but inadvertently tugged at her injuries. Enough, enough, Xiaoqi muttered in her sleep, appearing to be trapped in a nightmare. In the municipal council building. Within the commander's office, Chu He remarked, "Did you know that Lin Yu intends to disband his faction? That was my test. I acknowledge it, you did well." Chu He conceded generously. It was also a means to eradicate a malignant tumor from the Jiangqing human enclave. Yang Dingbang expressed his admiration, stating that he had long held a disdain for this faction, were it not for Lin Yu's peculiar abilities, which raised concerns about him potentially annihilating the human settlement in Jiangqing. He would have obliterated the Yu gang long ago. What are your thoughts on what I mentioned yesterday? Chu He ventured into the crux of the matter. Do you desire this position? Yang Dingbang's fierce gaze sparkled with intensity as he regarded Chu He without reservation. Indeed, only my strength can subdue those petty individuals. Chu He did not disguise his ambition. He aimed to convey to Yang Dingbang that he was capable of commanding this role. A young person devoid of ambition is hardly commendable. A soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a worthy soldier. Mere strength is insufficient. The realm of martial arts is not solely about combat. It encompasses the intricacies of human relations. Yang Dingbang imparted wisdom. In truth, no one is more suited for this position than Chu He. He had become a hero among the humans in Jiangqing, earning the military's respect and the populace's adoration. His reputation even surpassing Yang Dingbang's own. Yet, he instinctively sought to temper the aspirations of this young man. It seems my previous policies have not garnered your approval. Chu He produced a sheet of paper from his bosom and handed it to him. Yang Dingbang unfolded the paper, scanning it briefly, his formidable frame shuddering. The document boldly displayed Chu He's new policies, and after a moment of scrutiny, he discerned two words: devourers. By adopting this stance, you are positioning yourself in opposition to the common people. What use is the support of the masses? How many times have I told you? The future belongs to the awakened. If you believe that the awakened and the ordinary can coexist on equal footing, you are sorely mistaken. Chu He resolved to enlighten him. Your thinking remains shackled by the constraints of the past. Only by securing the support of the awakened can you firmly establish your position. But this is too cruel, Yang Dingbang attempted to counter. The apocalypse is merciless. The mere survival of ordinary people is commendable, and they should be grateful to us. Because you are an ordinary man, you have consistently approached matters from that perspective. Fear not, I shall ensure your comfort in the future. You and your family will be cared for, Chu He assured him. I have no descendants, Yang Dingbang suddenly uttered, a sense of desolation etched on his face. Chu He was taken aback. A 56-year-old man had devoted his entire life to his country, yet in the end, he could safeguard nothing. Very well, you may rest assured. The Jiangqing human settlement will be entrusted to me. Chu He rendered a somewhat unorthodox military salute and turned to leave. Chapter 19. New Policies in the Conference Hall. The marshal's office was filled with generals and several awakened individuals. Now that everyone is present, I shall make an announcement, Yang Dingbang intoned from his seat of authority. The assembly straightened their postures, focusing intently, fearful of missing any crucial information. I have grown old. This position is no longer suitable for me. I have decided to pass it on to Chu He, Yang Dingbang declared with utmost seriousness. The crowd's gaze turned towards Chu He, seated in the corner, his eyes icy, betraying no hint of his ambition. Marshal, you are still in your prime. One voiced. Indeed, Marshal, what would we do without you? Another echoed. Is it true that the one surnamed Chu is coercing you? If so, I would risk my life to support you. Yang Dingbang's loyal confidant fervently spoke on his behalf. However, most of the awakened maintained a neutral stance. In their eyes, Chu He was the strongest and thus deserving of leadership. The times have changed. It is now the era of the youth, Yang Dingbang lamented, like a waning lion. I intend to select a new leader for this assembly. You shall support me, will you not? Chu He rose, casting a cold smile over the assembly. I agree. Chu He has slain 3 colossal beasts of the meteoric realm, significantly reducing our casualties and contributing to the defense of Jiangqing. Lin Yu stepped forward, raising both hands in support. Slaying merely 3 creatures of the meteoric realm? One might think you eradicated the entire insect race. A brash voice interjected. This was Su, a staunch subordinate of Yang Dingbang, yet merely an ordinary man. The probability of 3 awakened individuals among humans was indeed quite low. He had never witnessed the might of a meteoric realm powerhouse and mistakenly believed them comparable to the firefly mirrors insects. Old Su, cease your words. My decision is resolute. Yang Dingbang affirmed. My capabilities are evident to all. I will guide the Jiangqing human enclave towards greater prosperity. Chu He surveyed the assembly. I have spoken. Who is in favor, and who opposes? I oppose. Old Su was the first to rise. In Yang Dingbang's service, he could maintain his position without fear. Under Chu He's command, judging by his previous policies, it was clear he would not favor ordinary individuals, and thus his position would likely be at risk. With a swift motion, Chu He delivered a resounding slap. Old Su spun through the air, crashing to the ground, unconscious. The act stunned everyone, their eyes shifting towards Yang Dingbang, who remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to the act. I support this. Lin Yu again stood in favor. Confusion rippled through the assembly. Has he lost his mind? He previously had a conflict with Chu He, and now he appears as a sycophant, agreeing with everything Chu says. Chu He continued to exert pressure on the assembly. I support this. Zhao Feng raised his hand at Yang Dingbang's silent cue. With 2 supporters, the assembly felt emboldened. I support this. I support this. Hands were raised throughout the conference room. Very well, the motion passes unanimously. Congratulations to Chu He on becoming the new commander of the S Army, Yang Dingbang declared as he rose to offer his congratulations. Congratulations, Marshal Chu. I look forward to your guidance. The crowd approached to convey their congratulations, eager to make a favorable impression on the new commander. Very well, let us dispense with pleasantries. I have an important announcement to make. Chu He gestured with both hands, urging silence among the crowd. They quieted down, eager to witness how this new official would ignite his initial fervor. The human settlement of Jiangcheng is vast and, at present, underpopulated. Our new territory will be centered around the municipal government building, encompassing the area within the original second ring of Jiangqing. Chu He produced a map, clearly marking the newly delineated regions. The second ring represents approximately half the area of the original Jiangqing, yet it suffices. A territory too expansive is futile to defend, thus, we shall erect high walls and establish a new city, henceforth named the City of Dawn. An enforcement department will be established to maintain social order within the city. The military shall be renamed the Dawn Army. The City of Dawn will be divided into an inner city and an outer city. I shall assume the role of Lord of the City of Dawn, wielding both military and political authority. We shall institute a new hierarchy of 4 classes. The highest class will be the upper citizens, comprised solely of awakened individuals and ordinary citizens who have made significant contributions. They will form the ruling class. Endowed with considerable privileges, Chu He enumerated over 10 rights, encapsulated in a single word, privilege. The second class comprises the commoners, those who contribute to the human settlement of Jiangcheng, such as soldiers and doctors, who will receive ample social welfare benefits. These 2 classes shall reside within the inner city. In the future, we shall vigorously construct power generation stations, ensuring that the inner city has a continuous supply of electricity around the clock. The third class will be the lower citizens. The majority of the populace will belong to this tier, devoid of social welfare and protections. Survival will necessitate the exertion of their labor. The human settlement of Jiangqing is not a bastion of charity. Those desiring protection here must contribute. The fourth class consists of the dust people, those who have committed grave transgressions, or, if the population of Jiangcheng becomes excessive, new ordinary citizens will fall into this category. Such individuals shall not be permitted entry into the City of Dawn. Naturally, social mobility must be facilitated. In the future, crystal cores will serve as the sole currency, and the surrender of a sufficient quantity of crystal cores will allow for advancement. Chu He elaborated at length, taking a sip of tea to soothe his throat. He introduced additional new laws, concluding his discourse and awaiting the crowd's absorption of the information. I cannot agree. You are inciting class conflict. You are regressing history. Spoke a man, his face contorted with anger, eyes blazing as if aflame. He was an elder, embodying the demeanor of an erudite scholar. His visage bore the marks of time, with deep lines etched into his forehead and the corners of his eyes. His hair, now gray, was meticulously arranged. Lu Shiya was the most scholarly among the martial individuals present. For classes, you say? And which class do you belong to? Do you aspire to be an emperor? The Xia kingdom has not seen an emperor for nearly a century, and now you wish to reverse the wheel of history. The times have changed. Awakened individuals and ordinary citizens no longer occupy the same plane. Chu He was reluctant to engage in further explanation with him. Such an obstinate individual would only cling to his own beliefs. In the heart of Chu He, he merely sought to safeguard his own interests. With reform imminent, who would dare oppose the new laws and risk death? Chu He slammed his hand on the table and bellowed. You, Master Lu, were momentarily silenced, acutely aware that another word might seal your fate. The crowd murmured amongst themselves. You still retain the status of a commoner, so do not be ungrateful. Chu He remarked icily. The army constituted merely a fraction, accounting for less than 1% of the 5 million inhabitants of Jiangqing. However, the awakening populace, comprising 30%, was the real force. They would aid Chu He in realizing his policies. I support the new policies, declared Lin Yu, Lei Jinghong, Zhao Feng, and a host of other awakened ones, their hands swiftly raised as allegiances formed unbeknownst to them. I concur, the influential figures reluctantly followed suit, fully aware that their era had reached its twilight. Chapter 20. The ascension of the new Qingdong city was bustling with construction. The four-tiered societal structure delineated the classes distinctly. To become a commoner and partake in the wall building was their singular opportunity. Yet, some remained oblivious to their standing. Chu He is inciting class strife. Drive him out of Jiangqing. They took to the streets in protest, striving to safeguard their interests. You handle this, Chu He said, quietly observing the throngs from the window of the municipal building. Yes, Lin Yu responded, turning to leave. No one could impede the new policies, for they were the most conducive to human survival. The awakened ones were humanity's last hope. Thus, power and status must be theirs to enjoy. Lin Yu, appointed as the Minister of Law Enforcement by Chu He, confronted the crowd. With a swift motion, he raised his hands, causing all metallic objects around him to tremble violently before they melted into a flowing liquid, swirling through the air. A mere flick of his fingers transformed the molten metal into countless sharp needles, which shot towards the protesters with astonishing speed. Screams erupted as the front lines suffered casualties in an instant. I grant you a chance, defeat me, and you may rise to my level, Lin Yu declared indifferently. All present were awestruck, yet some remained undeterred. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The bullet halted just 5 centimeters from Lin Yu, suspended in midair, unable to advance further. Metal control. I've been disgusted by you arrogant awakened ones for too long. A burly man shouted, his voice trembling, as if it could bolster his courage. Bang! Bang! He emptied his magazine, but all it achieved was an increase in the quantity of bullets hovering before Lin Yu. Overestimating his abilities, Lin Yu merely raised his hand, redirecting the bullets to strike back. The armed man was rapidly perforated, his cries stifled before they could escape his lips. Is there no one left? Within a minute, those remaining here shall be relegated to the status of mere dust. As the words fell, the crowd dispersed in a panic, lacking the strength of the awakened. One cannot dare to aspire to their esteemed position. Foolishness. Meanwhile, the military began a substantial overhaul, with countless awakened being sent for training. At the military training ground, Chu He stood tall before the students, clad in a black training uniform, his gaze sternly fixed upon the assembly. I am Chu He, the Lord of Dawn City. You should have heard of my exploits to some extent. His voice resonated, commanding the attention of the entire training ground. Most present had yet to reach the stage of the Firefly Mirror, yet the military would not bestow crystal cores without recompense. No one would assist you in your advancement without a price. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. In Dawn City, everything must be earned through one's own efforts. To obtain crystal cores, one must contribute. Rewards shall be given for merit, and penalties enforced for failure, Chu He stated sternly, his gaze seemingly piercing through the crowd. Now, I shall not prolong the discourse. Today, I will elucidate what it means to be awakened. The awakened, the new human beings of the apocalypse, endowed with extraordinary abilities. The students gathered around Chu He, attentively absorbing his teachings on the utilization of these powers. His voice was clear and robust, articulating the advantages and disadvantages of each type of ability. Chu He even demonstrated his own powers. eliciting wide-eyed admiration and envy among the students. He conveyed to them that combat with abilities requires not only strength, but also skill, strategy, and teamwork. The first batch of Awakened would become the backbone of Dawn City, an indispensable force. Chu He also compiled his insights on the Awakened into a book for distribution and sale, sparing them from many missteps and instilling in them a deeper respect for him. 3 months later, the transformation of Dawn City was remarkable. The city walls, constructed with the assistance of Lin Yu and Earth-type Awakened, towered 30 meters high and spanned 10 meters wide, patrolled by soldiers. Occasionally, cracks in the sky would unleash insectoid creatures, and these walls served as a training ground for the new recruits. The internal insurgents were eradicated by Chu He, and to ensure stability, Zhao Feng and Lei Jinghong were bound by soul slave contracts. Now, only Chu He's voice echoed throughout Dawn City. He dispatched individuals to seek out Zhao Meng, the one who had driven him to despair in his previous life, yet there was no trace of him, as if he had vanished into thin air. It seemed Zhao Meng was not present in Jiang City at this time. Chu He mused internally, recognizing Zhao Meng as a lingering knot in his heart. This time, he would ensure that Zhao Meng endured a fate worse than death. Chu He's former villa had been expanded to over 10 times its original size, now encompassing an area equivalent to 4 football fields, complete with a swimming pool, gym, and all necessary amenities. It was now referred to as the Lord's Manor. Chu He rose from his grand bed, attended by several maids in black stockings, who assisted him in dressing. The requirements for appearance in the Lord's Manor are exceedingly high for maids, yet the benefits are exceptionally generous, compelling many to vie for a position within. If one catches the Lord's favor, it could lead to soaring fortunes, ensuring a lifetime free from worry. However, it is known that there are only 2 female masters in the Lord's Manor, who exert every effort daily to exhibit their allure, yet Chu He remains indifferent. When did you arrive? Chu He inquired, glancing at a maid with cat ears. Reporting to the Lord, my name is Luo Shi, and I arrived last week. Luo Shi replied sweetly, her maid outfit accentuating her hourglass figure, with black stockings enveloping her slender legs. Women cast envious glances, while men felt a surge of frustration. The other 3 maids looked on with jealousy, lamenting the fortune of this fortunate girl. Are your cat ears genuine? Indeed, my lord. My ability is E-rank cat transformation. Luo Shi responded, turning to showcase her cat tail. This was her little ploy. She would activate her ability whenever she encountered the Lord. How do you find my selection? Xiao Shi rose from the bed, her hands resting on Chu He's shoulders from behind. All maids must pass her scrutiny to gain entrance. Very well, Chu He nodded slightly. The rest of you, please leave. Luo Shi, remain. Yes, the maids curtsied. Though reluctant, they turned to depart. Chapter 21. Heading north, I will leave today, Chu He said, embracing the 2 women gently. Xiao Shi, though aware this day would come, felt tears welling in her eyes. The time spent together had led her heart and soul to surrender entirely to Chu He. Why are you crying? It won't be for long. Chu He wiped her tears away. Can't you take us with you? Xiao Qi chimed in, her own eyes red and puffy. But I must protect you, he replied. Xiao Shi, you must oversee the affairs in Dawn City. You cannot leave. Remember to ensure the walls are fortified. The insect tide that erupted during the first year of the apocalypse is truly terrifying. Chu He cautioned softly. Above all, prioritize your safety, Xiao Shi declared, her gaze resolute. As though she would not allow him to depart without her consent. She understood that she should not impede Chu He's quest for strength. Yet her concern and reluctance made her wish for him to stay. Chu He nodded earnestly, I will. The insect tide would erupt here in the first year of the apocalypse. He must enhance his strength to ensure Dawn City remains steadfast. Jin Shui City lies to the north of the human settlement in Jiang City, separated by Ling City. The ground has begun to fissure, and from these rifts emerge the undead zombies. Highly infectious, zombies represent the deadliest species during the apocalypse. Unlike the insect race, they do not consume food, exacerbating the scarcity of sustenance. Only those who have awakened can be immune to the zombie virus. Now, Jinsheng has transformed into a desolate city, a place where survival without the protection of military forces is utterly impossible. The 7 major cities that emerged after the apocalypse were all rooted in military might. Within a dilapidated factory, the exterior appeared worn, yet those inside were well equipped. Mountain cutting blades and Nepalese daggers hung at their waists, while some displayed the grips of handguns peeking from behind their backs. Brother Hao, This situation is untenable. The citizens of Jinshui City are perishing. Perhaps we should flee, suggested a robust man. I've heard the army has moved to Jiangxing. With their strength, they must have secured it, he continued. But, Aching, consider whether we can even escape Jinshui City. The streets are teeming with zombies. Stepping outside would mean certain death, analyzed Hao, whose given name was Jiang Hao, a minor leader of the underground forces in Jinshui City. Indeed, I find our current existence quite satisfactory. Women at our disposal, indulging in whatever we desire. Chuckled a diminutive man with a shifty gaze, his filthy hand caressing the leg of a woman clad in a cheongsam. Not only he, but many of Jiang Hao's 30-odd subordinates were engaged in similarly unsightly activities. The women around them wore vacant, soulless expressions, responding like automatons. Wang Hao, do you intend to squander your life in such debauchery? Sooner or later, you will meet your end at the hands of a woman. Aching exclaimed indignantly. In this apocalyptic world, each day we survive is a gain. We must relish every moment we can, Wang Hao replied, unconcerned, continuing to revel in the moment. Enough. Aching, our food supply will only last a day. We must venture out to seek provisions, Jiang Hao stated, rallying his brothers. Upon hearing this, the younger men paused their actions, though their weary appearances betrayed their lack of fighting spirit. Meanwhile, the transformed figure of Chu He emerged onto the street. His body cloaked in a layer of dark crimson scales that glimmered ominously. His eyes had turned blood red, exuding an unsettling aura. His mouth slightly ajar. Sharp teeth gleamed coldly, as if poised to rend flesh from bone. Chu He's physique had grown remarkably large, muscles bulging with an overwhelming sense of strength. His hands had morphed into deadly claws capable of easily rending solid objects. His tail whipped through the air, stirring a tempest that sent debris swirling around him. At that moment, Chu He resembled a ferocious beast, radiating an aura of inexorable pressure and murderous intent. He advanced, each step causing the ground to tremble beneath him. His speed was astonishing, as in the blink of an eye, he plunged into the horde of zombies, beginning his merciless harvest of their lives. With his claws, he effortlessly tore through the bodies of the undead, black blood splattering everywhere. His tail lashed out like a whip, shattering zombies into fragments. He unleashed torrents of black flames from his mouth, instantly igniting a cluster of zombies, forcing them to writhe in agony. Thud, thud, thud. The Chu River has also drawn the attention of the undead. A dense horde of zombies surged forth, causing the earth to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. Among them were several dozen emanating an unmistakably formidable aura, Meteor Realm. The situation had grown intriguing. With a resounding roar, the Chu River unleashed a dragon's cry, shattering the front ranks of zombies into a mist of blood. The horde surged forward like a relentless tide, their faces grotesque, exuding a foul stench. Among them, the powerful zombies radiated a chilling presence, instilling a sense of dread. The Chu River dashed into the fray like a bolt of lightning, his dragon claws dancing through the air, each strike accompanied by a spray of crimson. The anguished screams of the undead echoed around him, severed limbs flying in every direction. Yet, the sheer number of zombies continued to overwhelm, relentlessly assaulting him. Gradually, wounds began to appear on his body. Yet the pain only heightened his exhilaration as he laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. Delightful. As time passed, the ferocity of Chu River's attacks intensified, each blow akin to a thunderous strike, decimating the zombies one by one. Suddenly, he felt a rush of wind behind him. Instantly, he turned and thrust forward with a punch. Bang! The collision of fists created a powerful shockwave that reverberated through the air. Titan zombies, towering at nearly 3 meters. Their muscular forms moved with heavy steps that shook the ground. Their skin was a deathly gray, marred by decay and festering wounds. Hollow eyes betrayed a mix of despair and murderous intent, and the noxious stench emanating from their mouths was enough to turn one's stomach. These Titan zombies possessed immense strength and endurance, easily capable of tearing through steel and concrete. Their attacks were swift and lethal. Each swing of their massive fists or claws delivered devastating blows. Conventional weapons were nearly ineffective against them. Only the most potent firepower could inflict damage. And there were not just one, but 12 of these behemoths. The grand spectacle was about to commence. 12 3-meter-tall Titan zombies encircled him from all directions. Muscles rippling and exuding a foul odor, their eyes glinting with frenzied malice. Then let us battle, Chu River roared, his voice echoing like thunder. A breathtaking clash ensued between him and the Titan zombies. Each collision resonated as if two colossal meteors had collided, producing a deafening roar. Bang, bang, bang. The force of each impact created shockwaves, preventing ordinary zombies from even approaching. Chapter 22. A Chu River's dragon claws gleamed with a chilling light, effortlessly rending the Titan zombie's skin as hard as steel. In an instant, he had unleashed hundreds of strikes. However, the Titan zombies showed no sign of retreat. They retaliated with their colossal strength, forcing Chu River to stagger backward. Each attack came with the force of a landslide, as if they aimed to tear the very fabric of the world asunder. Chu He had to exert all his strength to confront these formidable foes, as wounds incessantly appeared on his body, yet his aura grew increasingly potent. How go? It seems the number of zombies has significantly diminished, one remarked. Indeed. There is quite a commotion over there. Let us investigate, another replied. This is a prime opportunity. We must hastily escape Jinshui City. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao fell silent, his eyes betraying a contemplative expression. Let us go and take a look, he decisively proclaimed. The group made their way to the source of the commotion. Peeking from the dilapidated building, they were left astounded. Is that even a human? A humanoid figure was engaged in a fierce battle with the zombies, which appeared devilish in their eyes, reduced to mere ants before this being. Only the notably large Titan zombies posed any challenge. Is this an awakened one or a monster? A Qing murmured. No one could respond, for Chu He bore little resemblance to a human now, exhibiting a ferocity that surpassed that of the zombies. Were it not for the humorously out-of-place backpack on his back, all would have deemed him a creature of nightmare. Not only were they captivated, but nearby survivors were also drawn to the scene, observing the fray in silence. Chu He gathered his energy and unleashed a torrent of dragon breath, incinerating the advancing Titan zombie into ashes, causing its crystal core to drop. He deftly caught it and stowed it away in his backpack, then delivered a powerful punch to the last Titan zombie, shattering its skull and claiming yet another core. However, the zombies were endless, surging from all directions. Having filled his collection with the glowing cores, he no longer wasted time. He bent his legs slightly and leaped onto the towering building, losing their target. The mindless zombies gradually dispersed, as if nothing had transpired at all, save for the corpses littering the ground, bearing witness to Chu He's passage. A Qing gazed at Chu He's position, his eyes brimming with envy and a yearning for power. I am the lord of the City of Dawn, formerly known as Jiang City. The environment there is relatively stable. Those seeking a secure haven may find refuge there, Chu He proclaimed loudly, his voice resonating with clarity, reaching every ear in attendance. He had long noticed these individuals. Those who could survive in such an environment were not lacking in merit. The City of Dawn was in its developmental phase, eager to welcome talented individuals, and he did not mind spreading the word. He truly is human. He speaks. Someone exclaimed. Of course, Haven T, you heard? He's recruiting. Jinshui City has become a paradise for zombies. I must depart swiftly. Another exclaimed. Wonderful. I have heard the military has gone to Jiang City, and indeed, they have established a haven for humanity. Boss, we should go as well, a Qing urged, his eyes filled with longing. Why go there? We have everything we need right here. Wang Hao retorted. Could you not aspire for something greater? Have you not noticed the zombies? Their evolution is accelerating. One day, we shall find ourselves unable to resist death in this place. A Qing lamented with frustration. Is there truly a plethora of women waiting for you to indulge in? The environment ahead is unknown. Do you comprehend what has transpired in the past? Wang Hao scoffed, shrugging dismissively. You believe everything others say. A Qing turned to Jiang Hao, hoping for his support. A Qing, cease your futile thoughts. This place is quite satisfactory. Jiang Hao replied helplessly, unwilling to relinquish all that he currently possesses for an elusive gathering of humanity. The others nodded in silent agreement, failing to grasp a Qing's proposal. In their eyes, the current existence, akin to that of a local despot, was precisely what they desired. Fine, then I shall take my leave. A Qing stormed off, realizing that these individuals were merely short-sighted and complacent. In this apocalyptic world, if one does not strive to grow stronger, one can only await death. Boss He. Wang Hao was taken aback, not anticipating a Qing's abrupt departure. A Qing represented their strongest asset, and his absence would significantly impact the entire team. A Qing. If you leave, do not return. Jiang Hao, feeling his authority as leader undermined, shouted, disregarding Wang Hao's words. Qing's footsteps faltered momentarily, but only for a brief instant. Qing, do not forget who paid for your mother's medical expenses. Zhang Hao unleashed his tried-and-true weapon. I have already repaid my debt through the menial tasks I have performed for you over the years. Moreover, had I not intervened to save you, would she still be alive? Qing did not lower his head in submission as he usually would. He had seen through these people, and now he felt unencumbered. With nothing left to threaten him, the youth would pursue the utopia that resided within his heart. Meanwhile, Chu He dispelled his dragon transformation and began to consume the second-tier crystal cores from his backpack, one by one, swiftly refining them. Mid-stage in the meteor realm. SSS-level abilities are truly difficult to advance. Chu He internally grumbled. There is still ample time. He gazed towards the north, calculating the days ahead. In 5 months, the capital, the foremost of the 7 great powers in this apocalypse, would witness the emergence of a spatial rift. This rift is unlike any other. No monsters would appear. It was discovered that only those with the strength of the moon-devouring realm could enter. A potent energy emanated from within, enticing them to enter. Those who ventured and suffered catastrophic losses, yet a few survivors emerged as paragons, one of whom acquired the legacy of fire. Zhongyan, already possessing SSS-level fire abilities, claimed the inheritance and, a year later, became the lord of the capital. He would later be hailed as the pinnacle of human combat prowess, the guardian deity of the capital. But alas, forgive me, for I shall claim your legacy. Chu He mused, understanding that fortune favors those who seize opportunities without guilt. With his plans in mind, Chu He sought out a relatively clean bed and attire before succumbing to slumber. Morning arrived. Qing cautiously tread the streets, frequently glancing over his shoulder, wary of the lurking zombies that might ambush him from behind. The zombies possess heightened combat prowess during the night. Thus he opted to embark on his journey in the daylight. As he traversed a narrow alley, his steps came to a sudden halt, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He sensed a terrifying presence looming over him. Swiftly, he leaped aside, narrowly avoiding a shadow that grazed past him. Qing pressed his hand against the wound on his side, his gaze alert and vigilant as he stared ahead. Before him stood a gaunt zombie, its eye blood-red and its emaciated form revealing its ribs distinctly. Its sharp claws resembled daggers, 3 of which dripped with blood, evidently his own. This was a speed-type zombie, belonging to the meteor realm, and it embodied the Gale body. Qing assumed a stance reminiscent of a swordsman, as a swirling black mist materialized into an ebony long sword. The SSS ability, Soul-Devouring Blade, could vanquish foes and absorb their souls to enhance one's own power. However, it proved futile against zombies, as they were mere husks devoid of wisdom and soul, driven solely by instinct. Gripping the Soul-Devouring Blade firmly, Qing maintained a calm demeanor, meticulously observing every subtle movement of his adversary. Abruptly, the Gale body lunged forward with astonishing speed, its gaping maw wide open, claws poised to strike Qing. A foul stench emanated from the creature, inducing a sense of suffocation. He deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the zombie's ferocious assault. In the same motion, he swung the Soul-Devouring Blade, casting a glimmering arc of cold light, aiming with precision at the zombie's neck. Yet, the Gale body's speed was extraordinary, far surpassing the imagination of an ordinary person. It evaded Qing's strike with an uncanny agility and continued its relentless charge. Qing's heart raced in alarm, yet he remained undaunted. He quickly adjusted his stance and swung the blade once more, targeting its head. Chapter 23. The Taming of Qing. The Gale body retaliated with its claws. Upon collision, sparks flew. However, the gap between the Firefly realm and the Meteor realm was insurmountable. Not everyone could be as formidable as Chu He. Qing found himself overwhelmed in the clash. Forced back into a corner, the battle aggravated his wounds. He pressed against the injury, yet blood seeped uncontrollably. The Gale body intensified its assault, its speed rendering Qing's defense futile. With a swift swipe, it raked its claws across Qing's chest, leaving 3 deep gashes that exposed his ribs. Am I destined to perish here? Qing's complexion paled, and his hand trembled uncontrollably around the hilt of his blade. Despair and defiance flickered in his eyes. Damn it! And to think I might die before reaching the City of Dawn. Qing mocked himself, his voice hoarse like a deflating bellows. Curse it, even in death. I shall peel your skin away. Qing retaliated fiercely. The two engaged in combat. This time, he abandoned all defense, opting to exchange wounds for strikes. His body bore increasingly more injuries, blood staining his clothing, rendering him a figure of crimson. Yet, the Gale body also suffered from his reckless onslaught. Losing 3 fingers amidst the fray, its own wounds accumulating relentlessly. Aching, with a knife clutched in one hand, gasped for breath, his body pushed to its utmost limits. Devoid of any strength, as he beheld the rushing figure of the wind spirit, he despairingly closed his eyes. There was no pain as he had anticipated. Instead, an eerie shriek from the wind spirit pierced the air. What was happening? Aching, bewildered, opened his eyes to behold the towering dragon man from the day prior. Chu He's massive hand enveloped the entirety of the wind spirit's head, lifting it effortlessly into the air. The creature struggled violently, its claws, capable of easily rending steel, merely leaving faint white marks upon the dragon scales. With a sudden surge of strength, Chu He struck. Splatter. The wind spirit's head burst apart like a watermelon, its body falling limp to the ground. Aching opened his mouth to utter something, but his eyelids fluttered as he succumbed to unconsciousness. His injuries were too severe, and he had lost too much blood. What a remarkable individual, Chu He mused as he observed the entire battle. The soul-devouring blade. In the last days of his former life, it was renowned as the weapon of the legendary Blade Saint, a unique ability, possessing the grotesque skill of slaying foes and absorbing their soul power. Yet, despite such a power, he had not become a malevolent cultivator, spending his life solely in the extermination of otherworldly beings. He was upright, generous, and loyal, embodying the spirit of a chivalrous hero in a world gone awry. Truly an oddity, Chu He murmured. Few had earned his admiration in the apocalypse, but Aching was one of them. Once, during a desperate search for supplies, he had been saved by Aching, a kindness he had forever etched in his heart. He placed several first-tier crystal cores from his backpack into Aching's mouth. The cores melted upon entry, and Aching instinctively swallowed, allowing the liquid to flow into his stomach. Not bad, still able to consume on his own. Chu He quipped as he lifted him up. Aching struggled to open his eyes. Am I dead? No, I last saw a dragon man. He pinched his thigh sharply. Ouch. I'm still alive. He looked around in astonishment at the dilapidated room. The towering buildings outside suggested he was still in a city. You're awake. Chu He remarked casually. Who are you? Aching immediately assumed a defensive stance, his gaze wary. Is this how you treat your savior? Chu He replied, somewhat exasperated. Savior? You're that dragon man. Aching exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. Chu He's form suddenly swelled, his hands gripping Aching's shoulders. Do you recognize me now? The hot breath against Aching's face compelled him to instinctively shut his eyes. Yes, I recognize you, Aching hurriedly replied. Chu He released his transformation, surveying Aching's wounds. You truly have a death wish. You can't outrun them, so you must fight. Aching chuckled wryly. Do you have any companions? I can take you to them. Chu He was not a benevolent individual. Rather, he esteemed Aching's character. In a world ravaged by chaos, the commendable reputation Aching had garnered spoke volumes about his virtue. Bestowing upon him a favor now would undoubtedly yield gratitude in the future. A fleeting shadow of melancholy flickered in Aching's eyes as he nonchalantly remarked, What companions? My intention was to journey to the city of dawn. But fortune was not on my side, and I fell prey to a comet-tier Gale entity, unable to escape. He then shifted the conversation. Pray tell, are you truly the lord of the city of dawn? Noticing the peculiar glint in Aching's gaze, Chu He refrained from probing further, replying, Such matters cannot be fabricated. You shall learn the truth when you arrive at the city of dawn. Oh, Aching acknowledged, feeling somewhat embarrassed by his previous inquiry as he scratched his head. The road to the city of dawn is fraught with peril. Here, take this second-tier crystal core. It will serve you well. Chu He retrieved the second-tier crystal core from his backpack, a remnant of the Gale entity. You have already saved my life. How can I now demand a second-tier crystal core from you? That would be utterly beastly, Aching exclaimed indignantly. In his view, the debt of life owed was beyond measure. How could one then extract a crystal core? Even reaching the city of dawn from here is no certainty, let alone for one as frail as you, a mere firefly tier, Chu He cautioned. Should you venture out now, it would be akin to courting death. Would that not render my previous rescue in vain? Observing the turmoil in Aching's eyes, Chu He seized the moment. You may repay me later. Do not be so stubborn. A great favor need not be explicitly acknowledged. My life henceforth belongs to you, Aching. even if you were to command my demise. I would not flinch, Aching declared, clasping his hands together and feigning to kneel. Chu He quickly supported him, saying, "There is no talk of life and death. Simply protect the city of Dawn for me." Agreed. Aching responded without hesitation. What a pure soul. Chu He mused inwardly. In an apocalyptic world, gratitude appeared to be the most absurd sentiment, for few would undertake the act of saving another. Countless tales of betrayal against benefactors echoed in Chu He's mind. What if Aching's sincerity was but a facade? Such thoughts crossed Chu He's mind, yet he found himself believing in Aching, captivated by the fervor in his gaze. Should Aching be deceitful, Chu He would find it impossible to trust anyone again. As he handed the second-tier crystal core to Aching, Chu He assumed a protective stance. Aching closed his eyes tightly, the core resting in his mouth. As it melted within him, a formidable energy surged through his being like a torrential flood. His skin gleamed with an otherworldly radiance, and his veins pulsed as if under immense strain. He cried out in agony. After a prolonged moment, Aching opened his eyes, his aura surging explosively, causing the very air around him to tremble. Simultaneously, the soul-devouring blade that materialized in his hand began to hum, its blade shimmering with enigmatic light. The blade seemed to sense Aching's breakthrough, continuously absorbing energy and undergoing transformation. Comet tier. Aching gripped the soul-devouring blade, an overwhelming sense of kinship surging within him. With a thunderous shout, he swung the blade, its gleams slicing through the void like a meteor, imbued with unparalleled might. Chapter 24. Is that toothpick of yours sufficient? Indeed. Indeed, applauded Chu He. Thank you, City Lord. I shall brave fire and water for the City of Dawn without hesitation. Aching exclaimed excitedly, feigning a kneel. Hey, why do you keep kneeling? What a troublesome habit you have, Chu He remarked, perplexed, as he assisted him back to his feet. All right, if you exercise caution, you should be able to return to the City of Dawn. City Lord, are you implying you won't be returning? Aching inquired, confusion etched on his face. I have matters to attend to. You should depart first, Chu He elucidated. Wherever the City Lord goes, I shall follow. Aching insisted resolutely. Chu He regarded him with an odd expression. Could this lad possibly be gay? He had no intentions of engaging in swordplay. You guard the City of Dawn. That will put my mind at ease, Chu He continued. Once you reach the City of Dawn, join the Dawn Army and show me how far you can go without my backing. I will not disappoint the City Lord, Aching declared, having found his purpose. He was determined to prove his worth and convey to Chu He that his rescue was not in vain. Indeed, I believe in you, Chu He encouraged. The fervor of a spirited youth was palpable. Suddenly, the sounds of zombies howling and chasing echoed from below. The two approached the window to peer outside. They beheld two individuals being pursued by a second-tier gale body. It's them, Aching exclaimed, recognizing his former brothers. Do you know them? Yes. Shall we lend a hand? No need. They have their own destinies, Aching replied with a tranquil gaze, their bond now severed. Then let us observe, Chu He said, opting not to intervene, content to witness the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, on the street below, Jiang Hao and Wang Hao were desperately evading the relentless pursuit of the gale body. Their hearts raced, breaths came in rapid gasps, and they ran with all their might, hoping to find a refuge. Yet, the gale body's speed was astonishing, closing in on them in the blink of an eye. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Jiang Hao half-formed his hands and shouted, Earth. At his command, the surrounding stones swiftly coalesced into a massive sphere. With a sweeping motion, he sent the sphere hurtling towards the gale body. Just as Wang Hao was reveling in Jiang Hao's timely intervention, the stone sphere abruptly veered and struck him squarely in the face. Wang Hao crashed to the ground, despair echoing in his voice as he cried, Jiang Hao, you mustn't. But before he could finish, the gale body's razor-sharp claws viciously tore into their flesh, blood spraying forth. He attempted to retaliate, but their strength paled in comparison to that of the zombies. A cunning smile spread across Jiang Hao's face. His attack had succeeded. One must be ruthless to stand firm. He dared not linger for a moment, for the speed of the gale entity was exceedingly swift. Should it catch up with him, he would inevitably encounter Wang Hao. He ran with all his might, yearning to find a haven where he could conceal himself. However, the gale entity seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of his movements, relentlessly tracking his every step. Just as despair began to engulf him, a narrow passageway appeared ahead, and without hesitation, he plunged into it, hoping it would shield him from the entity's gaze. Yet, Upon entering, he was met only by a towering wall, a dead end. Jiang Hao refused to yield. He extended his hands, attempting to carve a path with his abilities. The sound of the entity's footsteps grew ever closer, and his heart raced in his chest. Yet, he had overestimated the speed of his power, and in an instant, a shadow flitted past. Moments later, the street lay strewn with the remnants of a shattered corpse, blood staining the ground. The Gale entity stood beside the lifeless body, contentedly lapping at the blood that adorned its lips before continuing its aimless wander through the desolate city, searching for its next prey. Go on, I must head north, Chu He remarked as he inspected his backpack. Very well, farewell, came the reply, as the two brushed past each other, moving in opposite directions. As he journeyed, Chu He felt an unsettling heat in his body. This cursed side effect. Sensing the presence of another survivor, he altered his course toward a hidden corner. Jinshui University of Science and Technology, the gymnasium. 12 individuals. The military has yet to arrive. I can't take this anymore. I can no longer endure this wretched existence, bellowed a burly man clad in a tank top. Zhou Shi, are you seeking death? If you attract the zombies, we shall all perish, protested a voluptuous woman. We need not wait for the zombies to arrive. We have scavenged all the food in this vicinity. How many days have we gone hungry? If this continues for 5 more days, we shall starve to death. Zhou Shi leered at the woman. Well, since death is imminent, we might as well engage in something entertaining during our final moments. What are you suggesting? That stench from not bathing for days is enough to make anyone retch. Zhou Yan retorted with disdain. And what of your toothpick? Utterly useless. She wore a dress that accentuated her smooth back. It must be said, her figure was indeed exquisite, perfectly balanced, neither too ample nor too slender. You want to try? Zhou Shi shot back defiantly. No man would dare refuse, even if he truly could not. Enough of this bickering. Tomorrow we shall set out to search for food and simultaneously relocate our base. The supplies in this area have been completely depleted, declared a bespectacled man with an air of scholarly authority. Observing the reactions of others, it was clear he held the position of leader among them. Where there are people, there exists a world of intrigue. Indeed, your quarrels are futile. It would be wiser to heed CSN's counsel, reasoned Luo 1, the bald-headed man, with calm analysis. His right hand snapped fingers, each snap igniting sparks. All right, let us go tomorrow, Zhou Shi remarked, seemingly conceding. No one realized his deliberate intent was to grant CSN an early opportunity to forage for sustenance. Everyone believed him to be a fool, yet he was, in truth, the most astute among them. CSN's gaze flickered, as if deep in contemplation. Someone approaches, exclaimed a man with an unusually large nose. His E-class ability of olfaction was 100-fold that of a canine's. Someone, with a dog-esque nose. All the survivors within 10 miles are present. Who else could be here? Zhou Shi immediately questioned. Silence, Zhou Shi. CSN hurried to the man with the dog-like nose. Where? The man twitched his nose to ascertain the direction and pointed towards the entrance. They are coming soon. All on high alert. CSN shouted. The others, too, braced themselves, adopting combat stances with utmost seriousness. Knock, knock, knock. The visitor knocked politely. The gymnasium fell silent, the sound of knocking echoing incessantly. CSN, he actually knocks. What a person, Zhou Shi remarked. Be quiet, I have ears. CSN, unable to tolerate Zhou Shi's incessant prattling, slapped him on the head. Who are you? He bellowed. Chapter 25, I shall bathe first. If you don't open the door, I shall do it myself. A booming voice called from outside. Should we open it? Why not? With so many of us, should we fear just one? They murmured among themselves. Zhou Shi, go open the door, CSN commanded, whispering something in Zhou Shi's ear. What is there to fear in opening a door? Zhou Shi muttered as he approached to unlock it. Creak. The door swung open, and Chu He stepped inside. Kid, were you just speaking so arrogantly? Zhou Shi challenged, adopting a condescending demeanor. Chu He cast a disdainful glance his way, ignoring him as he moved forward. Hey, I'm talking to you. Zhou Shi extended his right hand to block the way. Chu He halted, his gaze icy as he regarded him. You. Zhou Shi instinctively took a step back, terror filling his eyes. That glance made him feel as if he faced not a man, but a formidable dragon. He felt like an insect in its presence, utterly powerless under its scrutiny. TCH, Chu He scoffed derisively. Bark again in my presence, and I'll end you. He coldly whispered in Zhou Shi's ear, delivering a few sharp slaps to his face. Zhou Shi turned his head away, unable to meet Chu He's gaze. Cold sweat trickling down his forehead, too frightened to wipe it away. What sort of fool dares to test my strength? Chu He surveyed the gymnasium, then turned to Xie-san and asked, "Are you the leader here? May I inquire about the purpose of your visit, sir?" Xie-san said, maintaining a composed demeanor despite feeling a surge of surprise within. It was well known that Zhou Shi, with his boorish temperament, would have already lost his temper. The fact that he was forced to endure a slap in the face spoke volumes about the strength of the man before him. There are 12 awakened individuals here, indeed. Chu He noted, sensing their aura. Xie-san was taken aback. How could he discern that? Was it a form of perceptive ability? The calmness on their faces, devoid of any sign of alarm or vigilance, resembled a teacher commending a student's excellent work, without feeling threatened in the slightest. Haha. We are merely brothers banding together for survival, Xie-san reminded him. But you have yet to answer my question. Oh, I am here in search of a woman. Chu He replied casually, his eyes scanning the room, landing on a woman donned in a rather appealing dress. Searching for a woman? Does anyone here know this gentleman? Xie-san turned to the others. No, the three women in the group replied in unison. Sir, I believe you may have come to the wrong place. Xie-san sighed in relief, thinking Chu He might have ulterior motives. The person I seek is right here, Chu He said, directing his gaze towards Zhou Yan. Me? Zhou Yan exclaimed, her youthful finger pointing at herself, a look of confusion etched on her face. Yes, but sir, I do not know you, Zhou Yan said, rifling through her memories but failing to recognize Chu He. Not to worry, you will soon become acquainted, Chu He said, retrieving a first-tier crystal core from his backpack and tossing it onto the ground, eliciting a crisp sound as it made contact. 10 of them. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. How many zombies must he have slain to acquire so many? The crowd erupted into whispers, their curiosity piqued. Are you selling them? Chu He chuckled at the question. Zhou Yan, realizing his intent, retorted angrily, do you think I am for sale? Ah, if you continue this way, I shall have to ask you to leave. Xie-san's expression darkened, feeling the need to defend his subordinate from this humiliation. I truly gave you face. Chu He swiftly struck with his right hand, and in an instant, Xie-san saw only a blur before his consciousness faded. Youth is indeed wonderful. They can fall asleep at a moment's notice, Chu He remarked with a smile. Boss, brothers, let us take him down, shouted a man with a striking yellow hairstyle. However, the crowd turned their gaze towards Zhou Shi, who laughed heartily. Oh, it's nothing. Boss Xie has been sleep-deprived lately, and this brother is merely assisting him in getting some rest. He then turned to the yellow-haired man, scolding. Did you not see our boss sleeping so soundly? Keep shouting, and I'll have you thrown out. The crowd was astonished. How had the usually fearless Zhou Shi transformed into this? The younger brother, oblivious, urged, go on. Big brother. Zhou Shi smiled ingratiatingly. Just stay put. All right, big brother. Without hesitation, Zhou Shi dashed to a corner, not forgetting to drag Xie-san along. Is this insufficient? Another handful of crystal cores was tossed onto the ground, 20 in total. Zhou Yan's eyes flickered with uncertainty. She had been famished for many days. Crystal cores not only assist awakeners in their evolution, but also alleviate hunger. They are pure energy, capable of substituting for food. Chu He noticed her distress and tossed another handful of crystal cores, stating, this is the final offer. Whether you want it or not, you must sell. 30 cores. Zhou Yan's gaze wavered. Chu He's message was clear. If she refused to sell, he would resort to coercion. The outcome would remain the same, regardless of her choice. With a sigh, Zhou Yan knelt down to collect the crystal cores. From his elevated position, Chu He watched with a sense of superiority. Before long, Zhou Yan had gathered all the cores from the ground and placed them in her small handbag. Let us go, she said. Chu He stepped forward, wrapping his arm around her slender waist, inquiring, do you have a room here? Yes, there are only a few rooms. Considering us girls, Xie-san assigned the three of us to the same one, Zhou Yan replied shyly. Despite her ability to exchange crude insults with Zhou Shi, it was merely a means of self-preservation in a predominantly male environment. Without a display of strength, one could easily be bullied. Let us move. Zhou Yan nodded slightly, subconsciously influenced by Chu He's imposing aura. Keep an eye on your people. Don't let him get too close, Chu He commanded, tossing 3 crystal cores to him. Understood. I promise everyone will stay right here. Zhou Shi was taken aback by Chu He's generosity, feeling even more respect for him. The others could only watch enviously as the two departed. Who among them had harbored some interest in Zhou Yan? If she weren't a powerful A-class water element awakener, they would have acted long ago. Inside the room, Zhou Yin's cheeks flushed. Since the apocalypse, she had been striving to enhance her abilities, hoping to avoid such a day. Yet, that day had arrived. However, he was rather handsome, exuding charm, and most importantly, he had offered her 30 crystal cores. With you looking so pristine, you must be a water element ability user. Chu He broke the silence. Yes. In that case, I'm rather filthy myself. I'll take a shower first, he replied with a smile. Chapter 26. Let it ignite. At 3 in the morning, in the gymnasium, it finally ceased. Sleep was elusive. Remarkably, it had been 5 hours. Just wondering what that feels like. All right, sleep. There's nothing to ponder. First, put your pants on, came the reply. As dawn broke, Chu He stretched his neck and sighed in relief. Zhou Yin weakly remarked, you are truly inhumane. Jinshui City has fallen. I advise you to head to Jiangcheng, now known as the City of Dawn, where safety is comparatively assured. Chu He, donning his attire, rose slowly and replied, City of Dawn? I have indeed heard that the S army has gone to Jiangcheng, and they have successfully held their ground. Yes. Should you manage to survive long enough to reach there, perhaps you might still encounter me. Chu He prepared to leave with his backpack. Are you departing? Zhou Yin rushed forward, seizing his hand. What is it? Under Chu He's displeased gaze, she immediately released her grip. This matter is a transaction. Do not misconstrue it. Chu He said nonchalantly. Zhou Yin gasped, slightly nodding her head. She harbored a fleeting fantasy that Chu He might harbor feelings for her. But his words jolted her back to reality. I am leaving. The crystal cores will suffice for your sustenance for a while. Do take good care of yourself. With that, Chu He exited the room. Zhou Yin watched him depart for a long moment before exclaiming in frustration, heartless bastard. Achoo. Chu He sneezed. Brother. The environment was quite comfortable yesterday. Zhou Shi approached him with flattery. Indeed, it was quite pleasant. Chu He retrieved 3 crystal cores from his backpack and tossed them, stating, Well done. This is your reward. Great. Thank you, brother. Zhou Shi responded joyfully. Hey, you there, CS-san? Yes, you don't hide. The bashful CS-san, who had been avoiding Chu He, was pulled from the corner. Why are you hiding? Am I that fearsome? Chu He questioned, perplexed. Haha, brother, what brings you here? CS-san asked awkwardly. Ever since he had awakened, he had been dodging Chu He, and upon seeing him emerge from the room, he dared not make a sound. Yet, as fate would have it, he was still called out. I see that each of you possesses remarkable talents and eloquence. Allow me to illuminate a path for you. Chu He proclaimed loudly, Jiangcheng is secure, the S army is there, and it is relatively safe. Given the rapid evolution of the zombies, your chances of survival diminish with each passing moment. The sooner you depart, the greater your likelihood of survival. He patted CS-san on the shoulder and exited the gymnasium. By the way, it is now called the City of Dawn, Chu He added, causing CS-san to jump in fright. Boss, what do you think? Zhou Shi inquired once Chu He had completely left. It was already anticipated that the S army would reach Jiangcheng. It is only logical that it remains unfallen. He is correct. The zombie evolution rate in Jinshui City is alarmingly rapid, and food is scarce. Gather your belongings. We leave for Jiangcheng now. After much contemplation, CS-san made his decision. Meanwhile, Chu He navigated through the skyscrapers, heading north, casually searching for food. Although crystal cores are filling, they lack flavor. After consuming them for so many days, his palate had grown weary. Chu He gazed ahead, the 5 characters of Walmart hanging crookedly on the building. Judging by the supermarket scale, it could easily rank among the top 3 in Jinshui City, perhaps even the foremost. It was astonishing that such a vast supermarket existed in an area devoid of human life. Clearly, it was a formidable establishment. Sensing the absence of people nearby, Chu He noticed that the supermarket was equally deserted, not even a zombie in sight. How peculiar. He boldly pushed open the door, and as soon as he stepped inside, it swung shut behind him. The moment he entered the supermarket, a chilling breeze rushed to meet him. Turning around, he was greeted only by an expanse of darkness. How intriguing. It seemed a game awaited him. Chu He strolled forward leisurely, his eyes ever vigilant of his surroundings. The supermarket had long been devoid of power, casting it into a dim twilight. The aisles between the shelves were narrow and winding, resembling a labyrinth. The goods were haphazardly arranged, with some areas thickly coated in dust and debris, suggesting that this place had not been tended to in ages. Strangely, despite the apocalypse having persisted for so long, the quantity of merchandise appeared untouched. Had no human set foot here in all this time? In the corners of the supermarket, faint rustling sounds occasionally broke the silence, as if something was stealthily moving. Yet, as one approached, the noise would abruptly cease, leaving an eerie stillness. Engaging in such theatrics, Chu He scoffed softly, casually picking up a can of beef and opening it. The rich aroma of beef wafted towards him. After confirming the meat was safe, he indulged heartily. A sudden gust of cold wind swept past him. Alas, even eating was not to be enjoyed in peace. With a sigh, Chu He stood up. 3 zombies lunged at him, distinctly different from the others. While the typical zombies wore tattered garments, these 3 were completely unclothed. With a few swift punches, he dispatched them. As usual, he sought out the crystal cores, but after rummaging through his mind for a while, he found nothing. How strange. Did creatures of the Firefly realm lack crystal cores? This was evidently illogical. Chu He casually collected some food from the shelves and placed it in his backpack. He then headed directly towards the main entrance downstairs, disregarding the encroaching darkness as he plunged into it. His hand brushed against the doorknob, and indeed, the darkness was merely an illusion. Countless black, decaying tendrils emerged from the walls, stretching forth to ensnare Chu He. He pulled at the door with all his might, only to be firmly grasped by the suddenly materializing tendrils. Finally unable to contain himself, Chu He's form expanded dramatically, transforming into his dragon form. The tendrils, like demons surging forth from a nightmare, emanated endless fear and malice, continuously emerging from the shadows. They twisted and writhed as if alive, attempting to ensnare Chu He. Each tendril was lined with sharp barbs that glimmered with a chilling light. Yet, in the face of this terrifying spectacle, Chu He felt not the slightest hint of fear. His gaze was resolute and composed, brimming with disdain for his adversaries. He wielded his razor-sharp claws, swiftly tearing apart the encroaching tendrils like a flash of lightning. Each swipe resonated with a dull thud, reducing the tendrils to mere fragments. Suddenly, countless tendrils erupted from the ground, enveloping Chu He in an instant, constricting him like a zongzi. The tightening grip induced a suffocating sensation akin to that of a constricting python. Ignite! Chu He bellowed, as searing flames seeped from the pores of his skin, transforming him into a being of fire. The tendrils, as if possessing a sense of pain, writhed incessantly, yet did not relinquish their hold until the flames intensified, incinerating them to ashes. Chu He's dragon breath blazed like a wildfire, reducing everything around him to cinders. His scales appeared as an indomitable shield, with the spines of the tendrils leaving only shallow white marks on his form. Chapter 27. The Great Battle in the Eclipsing Moon Realm. Come out now, Chu He thundered. The entire building trembled violently, reminiscent of a magnitude 10 earthquake. The structure began to collapse, with the ceiling shattering into massive stones that fell upon Chu He like rain. He swiftly extricated himself from the debris, surveying the situation. With a resounding crash, the ground fractured, cracks rapidly spreading across the surface. A grotesque, decaying head, the size of a tank, slowly emerged from the depths, exuding a foul stench and adorned with sinister fissures of a peculiar green hue. Countless tendrils burst forth from below, gradually supporting its putrid, oozing body, which stood towering at 5 stories high. Roar! The flesh mountain emitted a thunderous growl, its multitude of eyes fixated intently on Chu He. What a formidable creature! Sensing its aura, he realized, this is the eclipsing moon realm. Chu He had no choice but to approach the matter with utmost seriousness. The tendrils of the flesh mountain writhed like sinister flowers of death, attempting to ensnare him. Chu He nimbly dodged, aware that these tendrils were considerably thicker than those before, averaging a diameter of nearly 1 meter. Being ensnared by them would spell disaster. Utilizing his unparalleled speed, he continuously tugged away, his claws leaving marks upon the flesh mountain. His strength surged relentlessly, each strike imbued with cataclysmic force. His dragon breath roared forth like a blazing inferno, engulfing all in its path, as it incinerated the tendrils into ashes. Feeling the pain now? A smirk played at the corners of Chu He's lips as he pressed on with his ferocious assault. The flesh mountain let out a howl of anguish and rage, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of reality. It began to summon a more formidable power, launching a frenzied counterattack against him. Countless tendrils surged forth like a tempest, imbued with unparalleled might and swiftness, thrashing through the air in an attempt to obliterate him. Oh, so you can feel anger as well? Chu He remarked with a chuckle. unlike other zombies that merely follow their primal instincts. This one has evolved to possess a semblance of emotion. Fearless and agile, it deftly evades or severs the grasp of its tendrils time and again. The battle intensifies, with both combatants exchanging fierce blows, and Chu He suffers successive injuries. Each of his attacks inflicts damage upon the monstrous mass, yet its vitality is remarkably resilient, allowing it to rapidly recover. How can one contend with such a foe? Its regeneration rivals that of Deadpool. After severing a tendril, it regrows within mere minutes, returning to its original form. Furthermore, each of the beast's counterattacks thrusts him into peril, were it not for its simplistic and chaotic assault. Chu He would hardly stand a chance. The head. A sudden spark of inspiration ignites in Chu He's eyes as he gazes at its grotesque cranium. He channels his energy into his legs and charges forward. Skillfully dodging the onslaught of tendrils, he incinerates those he cannot evade with a breath of dragon fire. He swiftly ascends the creature's form, reaching its head. A concentrated blast of dragon fire erupts upon its visage. Roar! The beast howls in agony as a tendril swiftly strikes Chu He down. Spinning through the air, he seizes the moment to execute a powerful tail strike upon its head. The already charred and fragile cranium shatters, revealing the interior. Instead of a brain, a radiant crystal core lies within, spitting out blood. Chu He grimaces from the internal injury inflicted by the tendril. He launches himself into the air, his massive form tracing an arc as he bolts towards the creature, unleashing another breath of dragon fire that reduces its hideous head to cinders. The tail strikes again, employing the same tactic, yet it proves to be the most effective strategy. Boom! The creature's head explodes into fragments, and without its brain, its body disintegrates into countless shards that scatter about. Ultimately, it collapses to the ground, leaving a gruesome mess akin to a slaughterhouse. Chu He exhales a breath of foul air, suppressing his revulsion as he begins to sift through the heap of flesh. How utterly revolting. At last, he uncovers the buried crystal core. A third-tier crystal core. The commotion will soon attract more zombies. Chu He hastens to depart. In an abandoned high-rise, he sits cross-legged, cradling the third-tier crystal core that emits a subdued glow. Without a moment's hesitation, he consumes it. With unwavering determination, he absorbs the energy within the core, each thread of power flowing into his being like a gentle stream. As time passes, Chu He's presence grows increasingly formidable, a faint luminescence enveloping his form. At last, he successfully absorbs the entirety of the third-tier crystal core's energy, pinnacle of the meteoric realm. Yet, has he not yet broken through? Chu He murmurs to himself, feeling the energy coursing through his body. He sensed that he would require at least 2 more third-tier crystal cores. The breakthrough to an SSS-level ability was indeed troublesome. He gazed northward, resolutely deciding to hasten his pace. The capital city, the very heart of the empire, served as the political nucleus. Not far from the city lay the First and Second Armies, equipped with the most advanced weaponry in the entire military. Should the capital be threatened, they would swiftly come to its aid. Presently, the city was surrounded by towering walls, patrolled by vigilant soldiers. Beyond these fortifications loomed a vast dimensional rift, a chasm that seemed unfathomably deep. Within that endless abyss, darkness enveloped all, a profound silence reigning supreme. Suddenly, a deep, thunderous roar shattered the stillness. Echoing like a summons from the depths of hell, a Tautai emerged slowly from the shadows, its size akin to that of a lion, shrouded in darkness. Its fierce eyes glinted with a glimmer of human-like intelligence. A thin membrane connected its 2 antennae, vibrating as if conveying a signal. The Tautai King, the leader of the Tautai horde, possessed limited combat prowess, yet commanded all Tautais to launch organized assaults. With a rustling sound, a swarm of Tautais crawled out of the abyss. Some were the size of lions, their gaping maws dripping with repulsive saliva. Eyes grotesquely positioned upon their shoulders added to their eerie appearance. Others were massive, their forms resembling small mountains, their ravenous faces gleaming with avarice. Sharp claws etched deep grooves into the earth as their heavy, powerful steps caused the ground to tremble beneath them. The Tautais advanced in droves, their eyes reflecting an insatiable hunger for flesh, devoid of any compassion or rationality. Yet, the commands of the Tautai King compelled them to obey unconditionally, suppressing their primal urges for aggression. The Tautai horde is upon us. Alarm! Alarm! Shouted the patrolling soldiers, launching signal flares into the sky, where red projectiles burst into brilliance. The citizens of the capital reacted swiftly, countless soldiers surging to the walls, weapons at the ready, calmly aiming at the approaching horde. Clearly, sieges of this nature were a common occurrence. Prepare to fire. Chapter 28. The auction 2 months later, in Yang City. Chu He had witnessed the survival of humanity at its most concentrated, and remarkably, without any military presence. It was also the city with the most factions and the greatest chaos. Standing atop a high building, he had a clear view of the distant dimensional rift, from which green creatures began to emerge. Goblins. Typically, they stood about half the height of a human, their forms hunched with short yet robust limbs. Their disproportionately large heads boasted small, round eyes that sparkled with a cunning light. Their flat noses and wide mouths revealed sharp teeth, often curling into a menacing grin. They stood there, bare and exposed, their dimensions laid bare for all to see. The inhabitants of Yang City are truly fortunate to encounter such diminutive creatures. A cursory glance revealed that the majority were of the Firefly realm, with not a single being from the meteorite realm in sight. It is worth noting that we have been in this apocalyptic era for over 6 months, and such a level of otherworldly beings is unique to Yang City. As night fell, the Wolf Fang base, a relatively larger faction in Yang City, came into view. Though referred to as a base, it resembled more of a residential complex. The 4 entrances were sealed with heavy objects, leaving only a small door for ingress and egress. In the square, a raised platform stood under dim lighting that heightened the already oppressive atmosphere. Below, a dense throng of people gathered. Any resident of Yang City could easily recognize the 10 individuals in the front row, the leaders of the 10 human strongholds. "I say, are there any notable goods at your Wolf Fang base today?" inquired a corpulent man, his face sagging with excess flesh, while a beautiful woman clad in a white qipao perched on his lap. "Rest assured, many from nearby cities have flocked to us in Yang City. The quality is quite plentiful," replied a man with a scar across his right eye, his left eye wide open. This scarred man was Wu Lang, the leader of the Wolf Fang base. "Ha ha ha, then I must take a few back with me today?" The rotund man laughed lewdly. "You men are truly disgusting. Let us see if I can rescue a few more sisters today," scolded a woman in her 30s, her allure undiminished by age, exuding a ripe sensuality akin to a luscious peach. For her, age was not a detriment, but an enhancement. "Red sister, I've had my eye on several of the women in your base for quite some time. How about I spend a few more crystal cores to acquire them?" the corpulent man suggested, while the woman in the white qipao gazed dreamily, her breath heavy. "Disgusting." Red sister shot him a glance, suppressing her anger. She was the leader of the Rose base, which consisted solely of women, and many whispered that she was a lesbian, accumulating so many women as if to establish a harem. Yet these rumors were inconsequential. What mattered was that she had carved out a place for herself in this male-dominated environment during the apocalypse. The corpulent man chuckled dismissively. Recognizing the simmering anger within Red Sister, she was bold enough to challenge him at this moment. The host stepped onto the stage, the spotlight illuminating him. His voice rang clear and powerful, echoing throughout the square. "Esteemed guests, welcome to the Wolf Fang base auction. Today, we gather here to witness an extraordinary auction event." His gaze swept over the crowd, catching the glimmers of anticipation and excitement in their eyes. As more and more individuals sought refuge in Yang City, the quality of goods had also increased, and today would surely not disappoint. The host paused momentarily before continuing. "The Wolf Fang base has consistently dedicated itself to providing the highest quality service and the most equitable trading environment. Our professional team is wholeheartedly committed to ensuring the smooth progression of the auction." His words, imbued with enthusiasm and confidence, filled the attendees with anticipation for the auction. "Now, it is with great honor that I declare the Wolf Fang base auction officially commenced. Let us revel in this magnificent auction together." As the host's voice resonated, a fervent round of applause erupted from the audience, marking the commencement of the event. The venue was modest, yet the atmosphere was vibrant. Chu He, seated in the back row, mused internally. Over the past 2 months, he had traversed numerous cities, his temper flaring as it had previously. Although a significant interval had passed, he understood that even in hunger, one must not resort to indiscriminate choices. "Let us observe the first item up for auction," the host proclaimed loudly. A group of men presented a large parcel. As the host unveiled the cloth covering it, he announced, "Before the apocalypse, she was a yoga instructor. I trust her physique speaks for itself." Inside the enclosure stood a woman clad in a sports tank top and yoga pants, which accentuated her physical assets exquisitely. With her fair skin and strikingly bold lipstick, it was evident that the organizers had made ample preparations to secure a lucrative sale. Her gaze bore no trace of trepidation, casting flirtatious glances toward the men in the audience. This was no act of coercion. She was clearly eager to seek out a benefactor. "Shameless! You disgrace us women!" Red's sister exclaimed in anger, as this type of woman was the epitome of her disdain. "Ha ha ha! I like this woman. 5 first-tier crystal cores," bellowed a rotund man, laughing heartily as he placed his bid. "This gentleman bids 5 first-tier crystal cores. Is there anyone else willing to bid?" Chu He, however, found no interest in such merchandise and quietly watched the proceedings. 6 first-tier crystal cores, 8 first-tier crystal cores, 9 first-tier crystal cores. The price swiftly escalated to 15 first-tier crystal cores, a considerable sum that deterred further bidding from the others. 15 crystal cores thrice. Sold. Congratulations to this gentleman, the host exclaimed, his voice resonating with fervor, invigorating the atmosphere. Ha ha ha. The rotund man nodded in satisfaction. Next item for auction. The host revealed a knowing smile that all men would comprehend. I believe everyone will be intrigued by this. He lifted the cloth, unveiling a figure clad in provocative attire. No. It was a man, with a captivating physique and a strikingly technological visage, commonly referred to as a snake spirit face. He possessed features that blurred the lines of gender. A transgender individual. The crowd gasped, as if they had encountered a rare treasure. Goodness, such taste. Chu He felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. Starting bid. 5 crystal cores now. 7 crystal cores. 8 crystal cores. 11 crystal cores. 20 crystal cores thrice. Sold. The host decisively announced. Wu Lang, you truly seem ravenous. You can devour anything. Hong Jie teased. I adapt to new experiences quite swiftly, Wu Lang replied. The merchandise from the Wolf Fong base at this auction was merely a fraction, and Wu Lang's participation in the bidding was entirely justifiable. You really are something. I've had to prepare myself for quite some time, the portly man remarked, visibly apprehensive. Chapter 29. The purchase of the fox-eared girl. The next item for auction was introduced. After 3 rounds of bidding, Chu He had yet to find anything to his liking. Most bidders were simply seeking those with substantial resources. In this post-apocalyptic era, it was indeed exceedingly rare to discover anything of decent quality. As the final item was revealed, the host declared, I assure you, this one will not disappoint. With a flourish, he unveiled a cage containing a delicate young woman who appeared to have only recently reached adulthood. She possessed captivating fox-like eyes, filled with trepidation that evoked an instinctual desire to cradle her tenderly. Her waist was supple and slender, fitting comfortably within one's grasp. Her figure was graceful and alluring, with enticing curves. She donned an oversized white t-shirt that could not conceal her impressive physique, paired with shorts that revealed her shapely, elongated legs. Barefoot, her toes glistened like pearls, curled shyly. Everyone must be quite pleased with her, but this is not the entirety of her allure. The host tantalized the crowd. He seized a whip from an attendant and struck the iron cage forcefully, commanding, unleash your abilities. The girl, frightened, wept and pleaded, do not strike me. Do not strike me. Can you not hear my words? I can hear you. I can hear you. As her ears transformed into fluffy fox ears, a bushy white tail sprouted from her back. Excellent. Do not contend with me for this. I have a particular fondness for small creatures. Stop pretending. When will you begin bidding? The audience buzzed with excitement, eager to claim her as their own. Chu He felt a stirring within. Such a fine specimen was indeed appealing. Let us increase the bidding. Today I shall secure her. I know you are all anxious. Let us commence at 20 crystal cores, 21 crystal cores, 22 crystal cores, 25 crystal cores, 40 crystal cores. Hong Jie proclaimed, we at the Rose Base have our eyes on this woman. I hope for your consideration. What significance does your consideration hold? 45 crystal cores. The portly man countered, his eyes gleaming with desire. This was the finest specimen he had ever encountered, and he was resolute in his determination to acquire her. You insolent fool. What do you mean by this? Hong Jie retorted angrily upon seeing his blatant disregard for her. Alas, Hong Jie, this treasure is too exceptional. My associates cannot concede her to you. The overweight man shrugged helplessly. 50 crystal cores. I must secure her today. Hong Jie continued to raise her bid. 55 crystal cores. The corpulent man gritted his teeth and raised the bid. 60 crystal cores. It seemed that Hong Jie had taken a stand against him. Damn, you're quite impressive, he muttered, after weighing the pros and cons. The corpulent man ultimately decided to forego further bidding. A hush fell over the square. This price was exorbitant for them, and no one was willing to part with such a sum for a woman. 60 crystal cores once. 60 crystal cores twice. Just as the host was about to bring down the gavel, a voice rang out. 70 crystal cores. Chu He raised his hand from the back row. Who is that? Hong Jie's smile froze. The crowd turned to see the source of the voice. Who is this person? I've never seen him before. He must be from out of town. This gentleman bids 70 crystal cores. The host shouted with excitement. Who are you? Hong Jie demanded loudly. Do you need to know the identity of the bidder for an auction? Chu He replied nonchalantly. I thought you only cared about the money. You must be trying to cause trouble and inflate the price. I seriously doubt you can afford this amount, Hong Jie retorted. Indeed. Is he really trying to raise the bid? The crowd murmured. I know all the big shots in Yang City, and I've never seen this guy. If he's just throwing out random numbers, he definitely won to walk out of here today. Hong Jie's words sparked doubts about Chu He's identity among the crowd. Observing the situation, the host declared, given the doubts surrounding your bid, we must verify your financial capability. Very well, Chu He nodded. The host signaled, and two underlings from the Wolf Fong base descended the stage. They approached Chu He, who unzipped his backpack to reveal a dazzling array of colorful crystal cores. The two underlings were taken aback. This was the largest amount of crystal cores they had ever seen. Go report back, Chu He said coolly. Oh right. Coming to their senses. The two promptly turned and left. After our verification, this gentleman possesses the capability to make such a substantial payment, the host explained. Who is he? To rival the financial prowess of Hong Jie from the Rose base? It seems we've encountered a formidable dragon. Humph. Even a strong dragon does not suppress a local snake. Just watch, Hong Jie retorted. Why not grant me a favor from the Rose base? It will surely be repaid in the future. Who do you think you are for me to owe you such a favor? Chu He replied coolly. His expression seemed less a challenge and more a statement of fact. You. Hong Jie faltered. Hey, if no one else raises the bid, it's mine. Chu He reminded the host. Oh, 70 crystal cores once. The audience erupted in discussion, yet no one dared to bid higher. 75 crystal cores. Hong Jie gritted her teeth and raised the bid, motivated by her own pride and the woman on stage. 100 crystal cores. Chu He raised his right hand, extending his index finger. To him, a first-tier crystal core was merely a means to satiate hunger, and he felt no remorse in spending it. 100 crystal cores. Everyone was astounded. This marked the largest auction transaction at the Wolf Fong base, with previous bids peaking at a mere 70 cores. 100 crystal cores once. 100 crystal cores twice. Sister Hong reluctantly sat down. This price had already exceeded her budget. 100 crystal cores thrice. The host exclaimed excitedly, striking the gavel decisively. He smiled at the audience below, his voice clear and resonant. Esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, after a fierce bidding war, the auction at Wolf Fong base has concluded successfully. I also wish to congratulate those who have secured their bids. Following the host's lengthy closing remarks, the crowd began to prepare for their exit. Chu He stood up and walked towards the backstage area to finalize the transaction. Thank you for your support of our auction at Wolf Fong base, the host said as he approached Chu He backstage. This is a VIP discount. Enough with the pleasantries. I require my goods, Chu He replied impatiently, cutting straight to the chase. Ah, right this way, sir. Here. Chu He laid 100 crystal cores on the table, counting them out from his backpack. Very well, sir, allow me to verify. The host began to count the cores. Indeed, 100 cores, you may take your goods. Chapter 30. Goblin invasion, do not come any closer. Su Yu cried out in fear, retreating into a corner while waving her hands frantically. This gentleman will be your master from now on, do you understand? If you continue like this, I shall strike you, the host explained as he brandished a whip. A few lashes will suffice in such a case. No, I will behave, Su Yu immediately pleaded, instinctively curling up in fear. All right, bring her out. Yes, sir. The host opened the cage and placed a collar around her neck, which was attached to a chain as thick as a wrist. After you, the host said, bowing slightly to indicate the way. Very well. Chu He took hold of the chain, stating, let us go, and with a firm pull, he raised Su Yu to her feet. It was as if she sensed her fate, following Chu He like a lost soul. I have purchased you. You are now my possession, do you comprehend? Chu He warned, pinching her chin with one hand. Su Yu nodded resignedly. The two exited the Wolf Fong base. Chu He sensed dozens of gazes fixated on him nearby and shouted, "Do not hide. If you wish to come, do so quickly." With a rustling sound, a group emerged from the shadows, approximately a dozen individuals, with a long-haired man leading them. The long-haired man snarled fiercely, "Boy, that little fox is not something you can possess. I offer you a chance. Leave the fox, and I will spare your life." Chu He gazed at him as if he were a fool and replied, "Do you know why no one else has shown up? It's because they are cowardly. The bold thrive, while the timid perish." The long-haired man arrogantly declared, "Ha! It seems you are oblivious to the number of people nearby." Seeing this, Chu He ceased his idle chatter, placing the iron chain in Su Yu's hands, instructing, "Do not wander. I shall resolve this swiftly." "What do you mean by the number of people around? Speak clearly," the long-haired man demanded. In an instant, Chu He propelled himself forward, appearing before the long-haired man, his right hand swiftly gripping the man's throat. The long-haired man attempted to utter more, but with a crack, Chu He crushed his neck entirely, discarding him onto the ground like refuse. "Brother, spare my life. It was that long-haired brat who incited us," pleaded one of the onlookers. "Yes, brother. Let me serve you." The others, realizing the futility of resistance, knelt and begged for mercy, crying out to their ancestors. The long-haired man was the strongest among them, yet he could not endure even a second in Chu He's grasp. His demise was as effortless as squashing an ant. They bore no thoughts of rebellion, only hoping that their inaction might earn them clemency from Chu He. Within 10 seconds, the group lay on the ground, every single one with shattered necks. To eradicate the roots of the weeds is essential, otherwise, they shall rise again with the spring breeze. No matter how feeble the enemy, Chu He would show no mercy. This was his code for survival. "Is there anyone else who wishes to come?" Chu He bellowed. The dozens of presences around him vanished swiftly, utterly intimidated by the scene before them. "They have left," he said to the stunned Su Yu. Oh, Su Yu regained her senses. She had heard rumors of many women being abducted by goblins, only to face torment until death. This man was indeed formidable. Remaining by his side would surely ensure her safety. At the Rose base, Hong Jia commanded a nearby woman, "Investigate who secured the last auction item today." Had she not been cautious and acted immediately, she would certainly be the one lying lifeless now. The speed at which Chu He struck was beyond her perception. Had she approached, she would not have lasted 3 seconds. In truth, she would not have lasted even one. "Understood," the woman responded with a bow before departing. That night, Yang City seemed to erupt. All factions were investigating Chu He. However, in a post-apocalyptic world devoid of electronic devices, accomplishing this was nearly impossible. In a residential building, Chu He effortlessly pried open a large door and entered the room with Su Yu, finding the contents relatively tidy. He brushed the long-settled dust off the bed and remarked, "Will you not share your tragic tale? Soon, there will be no time left." Influenced by Chu He's commanding aura, reminiscent of a dragon king, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Su Yu's delicate face flushed with warmth, leading her to believe she must be unwell, as she found the man before her undeniably charming. With a soft, tinkling voice, she remarked, "Well, let's speak of it after it's done." In the later hours of the night, Su Yu succumbed to slumber in Chu He's embrace. As he gently caressed her fluffy fox ears, a myriad of thoughts swirled in his mind. He had not anticipated that this little fox was a virgin. It was quite rare to remain untouched even after half a year in the apocalypse, indicating an unusual circumstance. It seemed she must have had formidable protectors in her past, suggesting a significant background. She had simply been too weary to inquire about her origins. Her SS-level ability of fox transformation, coupled with dual cultivation, could enhance their strengths. Moreover, the greater the disparity in their powers, the more energy the weaker party would gain. Perhaps due to this being her first experience, Su Yu had advanced from the initial stage to the latter stage of the Firefly realm. Chu He felt a burgeoning affection for her talent and contemplated whether to keep her by his side. An SS-level ability wielder would undoubtedly become a tremendous asset in the future. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from below. He approached the window to peer outside. His enhanced vision pierced through the darkness with clarity. A horde of goblins surged forth like a relentless tide. An ambush at night, he mused. Given the strength of the gathering in Yang City, they were bound to suffer significant losses today. Finding the situation rather dull, He noted that the goblins were of such low rank that he had no desire to intervene. All that occupied his mind were the second-tier crystal cores. Dismissing the chaos, he returned to bed, wrapping himself around the soft, fragrant, beast-eared maiden and drifting into slumber. The moon hung high, casting a pale glow over the scene. In the stillness, a deep roar suddenly shattered the tranquility of the night. The goblins had arrived. With a loud shout, the townsfolk finally reacted. A swarm of goblins rushed toward the gathering place, their diminutive and grotesque figures appearing particularly menacing in the moonlight. Armed with rudimentary weapons, their eyes glimmered with greed and ferocity. The anguished cries of humanity rang out incessantly. The residents of the gathering place were roused from their slumber by the sudden assault, and panic spread rapidly. Caught off guard, they scrambled to arm themselves against the invasion of the goblins. However, the sheer number of goblins was overwhelming, surging forth like an unstoppable wave, instilling a sense of despair. Combat erupted instantaneously. The clashing of blades and the shouts of the people resonated through the night sky. Though the goblins were small in stature, they possessed extraordinary agility and speed. They effortlessly navigated narrow streets and complex terrains, even scaling walls and rooftops to launch attacks from above. Many small human enclaves began to fall, and this was merely the beginning. Chapter 31. The Fall of Yang City. The goblins consisted solely of males, lacking females, and thus required humanoid females for reproduction. Thus, they launched an assault on humanity, with men slain for sustenance and women seized to be taken into caves for procreation. The Rose Base, home to over 500 women, received special attention from the goblins. The number of goblins attacking this location was double that of other human settlements. Fortify the defenses, maintain formation, and do not falter, commanded the leader, her voice resonating with authority. The goblins emitted a chilling, horrific cackle. The voices of the women within ignited their frenzy, intensifying their onslaught. The walls, constructed from heavy debris, trembled precariously as the women atop clung desperately to their supports. Suddenly, a tall woman was dislodged from the wall. The goblins raised their hands to catch her. She thrashed wildly, attempting to escape their grasp, but her efforts were futile, and she succumbed to unconsciousness from a brutal blow delivered by a goblin. Two goblins hoisted her away, carrying her back to their lair. "You beasts!" The leader seethed, her eyes ablaze with fury. "Die, all of you!" With her hands aflame, she conjured a fireball the size of a yoga ball, an S-class fire ability. Boom! The fireball detonated amidst the dense goblin ranks, incinerating over 20 goblins into ashes. Yet, faced with 1,000 of their kind, it barely scratched the surface. Counterattacked swiftly, countless elemental assaults rained down upon the goblin horde. In the narrow terrain, they had no means of evasion, and vast numbers perished under the onslaught of elemental magic. The denizens of the Rose Base glimpsed hope anew. "Sisters, continue the attack. Victory is within our grasp." The leader rallied their spirits. Suddenly, the walls began to tremble violently. The leader focused her gaze and beheld a goblin, significantly more powerful than the rest, charging at the fortifications. Its imposing stature was muscular and well-defined, exuding an aura of boundless strength. Clutched in its hand was a massive battle axe, its blade glinting with a cold, lethal shine, capable of severing an enemy's head with ease. Clad in rudimentary leather armor, it was evidently superior to its naked counterparts, enhancing rather than hindering its agility. Meteoric realm. The leader felt the disparity in their powers acutely. "Stop it!" Fireballs and chunks of earth rained down upon it, yet it merely swayed slightly, undeterred. The robust goblin retreated a few steps before charging with renewed ferocity. Crash! Like the final straw that breaks the camel's back, the already unstable wall collapsed with a thunderous roar. The goblins surged in, cackling with lewd delight. "No! Help! Ah!" The cries of despair echoed. The fate of the mages encountering the close-quarters assault by the assassins was all too evident. With all her might, Hongjia hurled a fireball towards the robust goblin. It nimbly evaded the attack and swiftly approached her, striking the back of her head with the blunt side of its axe. This blow was evidently controlled in force, causing Hongjia to lose consciousness with a blank stare. The Rose Base has fallen. No one could have anticipated that the usually stable Yang City would suffer such a calamity. This night, the goblins almost emptied their lair. All 10 major human settlements in Yang City succumbed, having grown too comfortable for far too long. The entire city could not muster even a single meteorite mirror. Born of hardship, yet perishing in ease. Morning dawned. Suyu quietly opened her eyes, noticing that Chu He was still asleep, a mischievous glint sparkling in her gaze. She gazed at Chu He's chiseled features, unable to resist leaning closer. Oh dear, what am I thinking? She felt strangely peculiar, despite this being their first encounter. Her heart raced at the sight of him. Yesterday, when the collar choked her neck and she struggled to breathe, it had excited her instead. She must have gone awry. What are you looking at? Chu He suddenly opened his eyes and inquired. Ah. Suyu jumped in surprise, burying her head in the pillow. Too shy to meet his gaze. Ha ha ha. Still shy? Yet just yesterday. Chu He teased the little fox. Please don't say that. Suyu retorted, flustered. What did you call me? Chu He asked, his tone displeased as he grasped the iron chain of the collar. Master, Suyu cooed. Yes, that is more like it. Now, tell me your story. I wish to hear it. Chu He pulled her head from the pillow. Oh, okay. Suyu felt a wave of endless sorrow welling within her. Her eyes conveyed exhaustion and melancholy, as if she had weathered countless storms. She began to speak slowly. My father is the chairman of the largest construction company in Haicheng, essentially the most powerful figure there. He plays both sides, commanding countless underlings. When the apocalypse struck, war and chaos enveloped the entire nation, and my family was not spared. 2 months ago, Haicheng fell. To ensure my safety, my father entrusted me to a group of death warriors, who have silently protected me without faltering. They suffered continuous losses along the way. Just a week ago, the last one who safeguarded me perished. I heard that Yang City was stable, so I came here, only to be captured and locked in a cage. Suyu clung tightly to Chu He, drawing warmth from his embrace. They whipped me to make me obedient, hoping to sell me for a good price. And then, I was purchased by you. Chu He replied lightly. He felt no sympathy for Suyu. She was among the fortunate few in this wretched apocalypse, having once possessed a powerful father and a cadre of warriors to protect her. Now that Yang City had fallen, he resolved to head to the capital, insisting she accompany him. Yang City has fallen. Wasn't he everything fine just yesterday? Suyu covered her mouth in astonishment and exclaimed, that was yesterday. Chu He sat up and remarked, they live too comfortably, neglecting the pursuit of strength. Inevitably, they shall be discarded by this era. Suyu, contemplative, nodded and replied, wherever the master goes, I shall follow. Such obedience. The goblin cave. Even upon arriving in the Blue Star, the goblins' habits remained unchanged. From the entrance, a series of winding tunnels led into the depths of the cave, serving not only as thoroughfares for the goblins, but also as natural barriers against intruders. He he. The eerie laughter of goblins echoed within the cave. The spoils of yesterday allowed them to indulge recklessly today. Countless human corpses were roasted, becoming their sustenance. A bonfire gathering was even held within the cave. Chapter 32, The Dungeon Dragon. After satisfying their hunger, their desires took flight. Deeper inside lay a horrific scene of forced breeding. Human females were captured and coerced into reproduction for the goblins. Without females, goblins ensured the continuation of their lineage through such means. To prevent resistance, their tendons were severed. The sight within the cave was unbearable, devoid of any shame from the goblins. Sister Hong's eyes were hollow. This was the darkest moment of her life, rendered a shell of her former self. She could think of no means of escape. Goblins matured swiftly, with only 3 months required from conception to birth. After giving birth to small goblins, the cycle continued, reducing her to a mere instrument of reproduction. Her tears had long since dried. A single night felt longer than her entire life. He he. The goblin atop her seemed to receive some command, abruptly ceasing its actions and fleeing towards the cave entrance. She craned her neck to look. All the goblins had vacated the cave, leaving it in an unprecedented silence. Outside the cave, having transformed into a dragon, Chu He arrived, causing the goblins to scream in terror. They had never encountered such a colossal and fearsome creature. Roar! Chu He unleashed a mighty roar, reverberating through the cave and sending goblins tumbling in disarray. He suspected the goblins' raucous behavior from the previous night harbored some hidden motive. Otherwise, these pitiful creatures were hardly worth his attention. He he. The goblins quickly organized a relatively disciplined defense, repeatedly shouting at Chu He. Humph. It felt akin to a swarm of ants provoking a giant. With a surge of strength, Chu He effortlessly breached their defenses. He charged into the cave, spewing forth a torrent of flames that ignited everything within. The goblins, gripped by terror, scattered in all directions. Yet, Chu He's speed was astonishingly swift, like lightning. leaving them with no chance of escape. He relentlessly pursued each fleeing goblin, his eyes glittering with a frigid intensity. His massive yet agile form glided through the caverns like a wraith, effortlessly closing in on those attempting to escape. Without hesitation, Chu He swung his claws, mercilessly rending the goblins' bodies apart. Each strike unleashed a tempest of blood, the goblins' anguished screams echoing as they were torn to shreds, their crimson essence staining the earth around them. His movements were swift and precise, as if he had long grown accustomed to such slaughter. Under his onslaught, the goblins stood no chance, helplessly witnessing their own disintegration. Chu He's gaze remained impassive, devoid of any compassion. In his eyes, even the act of killing elicited not the slightest flicker of emotion. Nor did he feel a sense of justice for the goblins, despite their wicked nature and the countless innocent lives they had harmed. As time passed, more and more goblins fell lifeless, the cave thick with smoke and the stench of blood. A robust goblin suddenly charged forth, brandishing a battle axe. In that moment, a flicker of seriousness ignited in Chu He's eyes, though it was but a mere glimmer. They both surged forward. With a swift motion, their figures intersected. Chu He halted, turning to approach the formidable goblin. In an instant, its head fell away. The outcome was clear. Chu He extracted the crystal core and ventured deeper into the cave. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the goblin's breeding lair. He frowned slightly. The odor within was far from pleasant, reeking of depravity. Some women, devoid of hope, stared vacantly with their eyes wide open. Others glanced up to see who had entered, and upon witnessing such a monstrous figure, promptly shut their eyes, feigning death. "Is it you?" Red Sister recognized Chu He, acknowledging him despite his significant transformation. Her face was still familiar. Chu He paid her no heed, continuing his descent into the depths of the cave. "Save me. I beg you, save me." Red Sister saw a glimmer of hope, exerting every ounce of strength to cry out. But as Chu He's silhouette vanished from sight, regret enveloped her heart. Had she known to cultivate a bond with him during the auction, perhaps she might have been saved. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Chu He reached the innermost chamber of the cave. Stalactites hung from the ceiling, while stalagmites rose from the ground, forming a magnificent column. Before him flowed a crystal-clear underground river, meandering slowly. Beside it, a curtain of stone cascaded like a waterfall. The expanse was vast, the sound of dripping water echoing through the air, resonating endlessly. Upon closer inspection, a massive stone concealed a mountain of human bones, ominously stacked. Something felt amiss. The silence here was unnerving. A glint of alertness flashed in Chu He's eyes as his muscles tensed, ready for battle at a moment's notice. The ground beneath him began to tremble. Boom. The ground beneath him split open, revealing a gaping maw intent on devouring him whole. Chu He had anticipated this, propelling himself forward with a powerful push. Thud. The creature lunged, its teeth clashing with a resonant thud. As Chu He glanced back, he was astonished to discover a dragon. Unlike the colossal dragons of legend, this subterranean dragon was smaller, adapted to the confines of caves. It boasted sharp scales and formidable claws, allowing it to maneuver adeptly in tight spaces. Moreover, it possessed a formidable mastery over earth elements. Chu He sensed its aura, a mid-stage in the crescent moon realm. In this tier, dragons were virtually invincible, endowed with potent magical and physical resistances, along with a commanding grasp of elemental forces. Dragons were, after all, creatures of dual cultivation in both magic and physical prowess. Fortunately, this subterranean dragon was relatively weak among its kind and still a juvenile. No wonder the goblins had suddenly revolted. They were under its command. "You're rather lazy, letting goblins fetch your meals," he jested. Roar. The subterranean dragon unleashed a deafening roar. Roar. Chu He was undeterred, responding with a roar of his own. They charged at each other. With his right hand, charged with energy, he unleashed a claw strike, but the subterranean dragon, agile and massive, twisted away from the blow. It opened its cavernous mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and lunged at him. Chu He sidestepped, evading the attack while simultaneously delivering a kick to the dragon's abdomen, sending it staggering back. The dragon retaliated, swinging its stout tail in an attempt to topple him. He nimbly avoided the blow and leaped into the air, striking down onto the dragon's back with a claw. The dragon howled in pain, pivoting to charge at him once more. Chu He was prepared, deftly dodging its attacks while continuously seeking opportunities to strike. The battlefield erupted in flames and brilliance, the cacophony deafening. Both the dragon and Chu He unleashed their full might, their battle intensely fierce and breathtaking. In mere moments, they exchanged hundreds of blows. Such was the nature of dragon combat. Every strike was visceral, every clash a desperate struggle. Truly formidable. This was the strongest opponent Chu He had encountered since his rebirth. Moreover, the subterranean dragon was defensive in nature, its scales nearly impervious. To this day, he had yet to breach its defenses. Chapter 33, Advancement, Half Step into the Crescent Moon. This shell is remarkably tough, he mused, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. The subterranean dragon opened its gaping maw, summoning nearby stones that coalesced into a massive stone sphere, hurtling towards Chu He. As he attempted to evade, a stone hand suddenly emerged from the ground, ensnaring his foot. He quickly broke free from the restraint, but it was too late to escape. Boom! The stone sphere struck Chu He, shattering upon impact. He spat out a mouthful of blood, sustaining significant injury. You wretched creature, you possess a cunning nature. The dragon, an intelligent species endowed with remarkable intellect, exhibits tactical prowess even at a tender age. The burrowing dragon, in a relentless pursuit of victory, launches a fierce assault. Chu He skillfully evades, meticulously aware of his footing, denying the beast any chance. Simultaneously, he observes the dragon closely. As the burrowing dragon raises its claw to attack, its vulnerable underbelly, where the scales are thinner, is exposed. Here lies its weakness. Realizing this, he dashes towards the dragon, aiming for its abdomen. The burrowing dragon, sensing Chu He's intent, snaps at him with ferocity. In the crucial moment before its jaws close upon him, Chu He reacts swiftly, leaping gracefully to evade its strike. Enraged by its missed target, the dragon bellows, baring its gaping maw in another attempt to seize Chu He. Yet, he deftly maneuvers around the creature, maintaining a safe distance while scrutinizing its vulnerabilities, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. The burrowing dragon fixates on him, revealing no hint of weakness. Truly, it is a formidable foe. Chu He's stamina wanes, and he realizes he cannot sustain this for much longer. No more delay. With unwavering resolve, he charges forward. Suddenly, a stone hand emerges from the ground, ensnaring his foot. The burrowing dragon swallows Chu He whole. Upon entering the dragon's maw, he is immediately engulfed by a suffocating pressure and a foul stench. In that instant, he relinquishes his dragon transformation, shrinking in size to navigate its insides more easily. The acidic bile begins to corrode his body, igniting a searing pain within him. Yet, Chu He, undeterred, reactivates his dragon form and unleashes a ferocious onslaught. His fists rain down upon the dragon's stomach, each strike infused with his formidable strength. The burrowing dragon writhes in agony, unable to withstand the tremendous force ravaging its insides. It convulses violently, attempting to expel the detested human from its body. However, Chu He clings tenaciously to the wall of its stomach, refusing to relent even as the acid gnaws at his flesh. He understands that if he is expelled, he will forfeit his chance to fight. Determined to take the initiative, he channels all his strength to his chest, unleashing a dazzling breath of fire. Flames engulf the entirety of its stomach, causing the gastric fluids to boil violently. Roar. Unlike its previous menacing growls, this roar is one of sheer torment. The burrowing dragon grows increasingly feeble, realizing it has found itself in a perilous predicament. Driven by the instinct for survival, it continues to struggle, seeking a means to extricate itself from Chu He's grasp. Suddenly, with a sickening sound, the dragon's stomach ruptures. Chu He redirects his focus towards its innards. As his assault intensified, cracks began to appear on the body of the abyssal dragon. Its innards were rendered into a mangled mess by Chu He's strikes, blood and gastric fluids splattering everywhere. With a resounding crash, the abyssal dragon could no longer withstand Chu He's onslaught and collapsed to the ground. Chu He tore open its belly, emerging from the carcass, his body drenched in blood and mucus. The visage, grotesquely corroded by gastric acid, bore a victorious smile. You beast, daring to challenge my intellect. Without a moment's hesitation, he excavated the crystal core from its brain and consumed it. A surge of ferocious power coursed through him. Alive, you are no match for me. Dead, you still aspire to defy me? He swiftly recalibrated his state, suppressing the wild energy within. Chu He's aura steadily ascended, his wounds rapidly scabbing over, flaking away, and ultimately yielding to fresh, supple skin. 3 hours later, he reached the pinnacle of his condition, all injuries healed without a trace of scars. The new skin gradually blended in color with his original complexion. The formidable physique of the dragon race possessed remarkable regenerative capabilities, capable of rapid recovery as long as there was a source of energy. Taking a deep breath, Chu He opened his eyes, his pupils shimmering with a faint golden light. Half-step into the Moonshatter realm. Just as he had anticipated, he required only a third-tier crystal core to fully enter the Moonshatter realm. Following the breakthrough, his body radiated an intense heat, a wretched side effect of his dragon lineage. Without further delay, he strode outward. "Help me! Help me!" As he passed the breeding cave, Hong Jie's desperate cries echoed. Chu He cast a casual glance, the heat within him almost pushing him to action. Yet, the repugnant scene extinguished his fervor like a bucket of cold water. He was no saint. He would not save those devoid of worth, let alone repay malice with kindness. "Please, save me. I was blind to your greatness before. If you rescue me, I will do anything for you." Hong Jie sobbed, her face sticky with an unknown mixture of tears and mucus, perhaps something even more bizarre. Disgusting. Chu He paid her no mind, walking away without a backward glance. "No, I will do anything." The pleas behind him faded into a whisper. He made his way unimpeded to the cave entrance, where the goblins, terrified by his presence, fled at the faintest whiff of his scent. They certainly knew how to evade danger, a testament to why such a weak race had not been eradicated. Upon re-entering the Sun City, a wave of desolation washed over him. The once thriving metropolis now lay in ruins, a desolate wasteland of the apocalypse. The buildings lining the streets were dilapidated, their walls riddled with cracks and bullet holes, windows shattered, glass shards littering the ground. The shops and residences of yesteryear were reduced to mere empty frames, doors smashed, and interiors in utter disarray. A foul stench lingered in the air, with heaps of garbage piled high, left unattended. Abandoned vehicles lay haphazardly along the roadside, some having been consumed by flames, leaving only charred remnants. Occasionally, a few wild dogs scavenged through the ruins in search of sustenance. Chu He treaded cautiously, the ground beneath him uneven and treacherous, compelling him to remain vigilant of his surroundings. He observed some survivors rummaging through the debris for useful items, their eyes reflecting a profound sense of despair and helplessness. The sky above Yang City was shrouded in ominous clouds, sunlight unable to penetrate, imparting a stifling atmosphere. Chu He lifted his gaze, noting that the distant skyscrapers had also succumbed to collapse, reduced to mere ruins. Chapter 34. The Capital Master, you have finally returned. Suyu leapt into Chu He's embrace, her legs entwining around his waist like an octopus clinging to its prey. It was imperative that he did not bring her into the goblin cave, so he instructed her to rest silently in their quarters. "Master, you smell divine," she murmured against his chest, greedily inhaling his scent. "You truly are a mischievous little sprite." In the desolate aftermath of the apocalypse, the capital stood as a solitary fortress, unwavering in the face of adversity. The city walls rose 50 meters high, constructed from robust metal and concrete, their surfaces adorned with defensive structures and artillery emplacements. Soldiers atop the walls stood at the ready, their watchful eyes scrutinizing every movement beyond the gates. The city gates remained firmly shut, the massive iron doors fortified enough to withstand any assault from outside foes. Perched atop the watchtower above the gates, snipers were ever vigilant, their scopes sweeping the barren wilderness for any potential threats. Within the city, streets were wide and immaculate, buildings arranged in harmonious disarray. The inhabitants busied themselves with daily life, each fulfilling their roles diligently, striving for the survival of their community. Factories roared with machinery, producing a myriad of supplies. Fields flourished with crops, providing sustenance for the populace. At the heart of the city stood a colossal command center, once a grand hall for national policy and planning. This was the brain of the capital, where all strategies were devised and military leaders orchestrated the defense of the city. Not far from this hub was the Capital Institute of Science, where scientists diligently explored various technologies to bolster the city's defenses and foster its development. The phenomenon of spatial rifts is both mysterious and captivating. These rifts are often perceived as gateways between different dimensions or parallel universes, which may open under specific conditions, enabling the flow of matter and energy between disparate realms. When such rifts manifest, they frequently give rise to beings from other worlds, entities that may possess forms, structures, and characteristics entirely alien to our understanding. They could be composed of different materials or embody unique life forms and ecosystems. I believe they are engaged in fervent discussion. As the apocalypse descends, an abundance of phenomena defies scientific explanation. The esteemed scientists, once regarded as authorities in their field, now appear as novices, unable to elucidate any of the occurrences before them. They toil day and night in their research, yet their progress remains negligible. The financial toll of such investigations is immense, and despite the substantial investments, returns are non-existent. Consequently, the capital has gradually curtailed its funding. Perhaps in a few months, the city will no longer require their services. This is the choice of an era. As a significant portion of professions has succumbed to the annals of history, once celebrated stars and internet influencers have become mere relics of the past. What society craves now is heroism, not mere entertainment. At the southern gate of the capital, a towering iron door stands, often surrounded by ragged refugees. The surrounding cities have all fallen, and these displaced souls have arrived at what they hope is their final sanctuary. Yet, in this apocalyptic world, the capital has no need for so many seemingly inconsequential individuals. Those who have awakened need not worry about employment, but for the ordinary people, the situation is dire. The periphery of the city is a vast expanse of refugees, comprising a quarter of the capital's population. They are devoid of work, and whenever job openings arise, they scramble to apply, driving wages into a relentless downward spiral. This has incited discontent among the city's original inhabitants, who would rather employ lower-paid laborers. The conflict between the two groups continues to escalate, restrained only by the pressure from higher authorities. Chu He and Suyu arrived at the southern gate of the capital. Observing the line of refugees awaiting entry, Chu He felt a sense of familiarity wash over him. This scene was reminiscent of his previous life, as if he had returned to the confines of his once insular home, where the threshold was lined with displaced people. The registration desk was manned by a tall, slender clerk, flanked by 4 armed soldiers. Soon, it was their turn. "Are you awakened ones?" the clerk inquired from his seat. "Both of us are." Chu He indicated towards Suyu. Upon hearing this, the surrounding refugees gazed at them with envy, yearning for the chance to become awakened themselves. Yet fate's inequity condemned them to a life at the bottom of society. The clerk raised his gaze toward the pair once more, a note of seriousness entering his expression. "Please, release your aura." Chu He exerted a slight force to release the aura of the Firefly realm, mindful to remain understated lest he be summoned to the military's higher echelons for a conversation over tea. Two in the late Firefly realm. "Would you be interested in joining the capital's military? Our benefits are quite generous," the clerk chattered on enthusiastically. "Apologies, but I have no such intentions at the moment." Chu He replied politely after listening patiently. The clerk then turned to Suyu. "Oh, I am similar to my master," Suyu instinctively responded, nearly forgetting Chu He's advice to maintain a low profile outside. "Very well, whenever you wish to enlist, feel free to visit the recruitment office. You will be welcome there." The registrar continued. "Did you bring your ID from before the apocalypse?" "No," came the reply. "Who would carry that in a world like this? As awakened beings, you need not undergo a medical examination. Just head over there to take a photo and fill out a form." The registrar gestured towards the new citizen registration office behind them. "Do ordinary people still have to undergo medical checks?" Chu He inquired. "Yes, in certain cities. Where foreign creatures are zombies, there is concern about the transmission of the zombie virus. Last time, a man brought the virus into the capital, causing significant damage." The registrar, finding Chu He amiable, elaborated, "They must undress for inspection at the medical center to ensure they report any wounds. You can easily inquire about these matters around the city." "All right, thank you," Chu He replied gratefully as he proceeded inside. After both had their information registered and photos taken, they finally entered the capital. "Old man, spare some food. I haven't eaten in 3 days. Look at my child, just 1 year old, about to starve. Ba, please show mercy. The Buddha will bless you." The refugees, noticing the two's clean and composed demeanor, recognized them as awakened beings. An elderly man even clung to Chu He's leg, as if to say he wouldn't leave without receiving something. This was his usual tactic. Young folks often preferred to avoid trouble and would give him a little something. But Chu He was not one to adhere to the traditional respect for the elderly. He forcefully kicked his leg, sending the old man flying through the air in a graceful arc, landing 10 meters away. "Get lost," he coldly commanded. He felt no sympathy for these people, just as they had shown none during the last apocalypse. Recognizing that Chu He was a tough nut, the refugees quickly made way. Chu He and Suyu left the crowd behind and continued onward, their silhouettes appearing remarkably grand against the setting sun, as if they were two insurmountable mountains. Chapter 35. The State of the Capital Boss. Looking for a place to stay? I have top-notch accommodations. Don't listen to her. She's in her 40s or 50s. Mine are fresh and lively. Boss, how about these two? As they entered the lodging area, numerous middle-aged women, resembling madams, beckoned for customers. Even with Suyu by his side, they were locals, owning houses, now engaging in the lodging business. The capital had tacitly accepted their actions. A survival tactic in turbulent times. Chu He sought a room that appeared relatively clean. Young man, how about it? A plump middle-aged woman asked. No, just a room. I want that large bed. Chu He immediately interrupted her. 2 crystal cores a day. Here you go. He tossed 2 crystal cores and received the key, heading upstairs. The first thing that caught his eye was a spacious and comfortable large bed, centrally positioned in the room, with pristine white sheets and soft pillows neatly arranged, offering a sense of warmth and tranquility. Beside the bed stands a quaint nightstand, atop which rests a lamp, facilitating your nocturnal reading. The walls of the room are adorned in soft hues, complemented by exquisite decorative paintings, crafting an atmosphere of elegance. Heavy curtains drape over the windows, effectively blocking external light and noise, allowing you to bask in tranquility and comfort during your repose. Additionally, a cozy sofa and a coffee table are placed by the bedside. In these apocalyptic times, such comforts are indeed commendable, remarked Chu He. It has been ages since I have slumbered in such a pristine place, Suyu sighed, sinking into the soft bed with a contented murmur. Chu He tested the bathroom facilities. Shall I wash first, or shall we do it together? As dawn broke, the two intended to explore this pre-apocalyptic metropolis, an ancient yet contemporary city. The last time I visited, these attractions were all open, Suyu chimed. Times have changed. Chu He lamented. He had previously traversed this magnificent city, a place that required no promotional tourism, yet boasted no off-seasons. A destination coveted by every citizen of the summer realm. They arrived at a bustling breakfast establishment. What will you have, young man? A middle-aged gentleman approached with a distinct Beijing accent. There is hardly anything to eat here. The menu is filled with extravagant meats, Chu He observed. Alas, what other options exist at this hour? Very well, we shall have 2 portions of roasted extravagant meat. Chu He pointed to the menu. He had heard tales of this meat, a species emerging from the dimensional rifts near the capital. All right, please wait a moment. The middle-aged man swiftly retreated to the kitchen. Ah, the extravagant beasts have grown increasingly formidable. Life has become increasingly arduous, he lamented. Indeed, just the other day, I temporarily joined a hunting squad in the northern city. Of the 10 members, only 3 survived the hunt. I consider myself fortunate, he continued. You were quite lucky, nowadays. Those who pursue this line of work are either deemed unworthy by the military or desire freedom without wanting to enlist, the former being the majority. The military is preoccupied with defending the walls. Hunters who wish to venture outside to capture stragglers face grim fates. All are merely striving to survive, otherwise, who would willingly risk their lives hunting extravagant beasts? The voices of 2 men at the adjacent table boomed, making it difficult for Chu He to ignore. Northern city hunters? Fascinating. Chu He was well acquainted with such adventurer-like organizations. He had been a member in a previous life, albeit the least competent among them. Alas, my friend, what is the situation in the northern city? Care to share? Chu He moved his chair closer, addressing the owner. I shall cover the bill for this table. Certainly. The owner replied from within. You are far too kind. No worries. I am new to this city and wish to gain some insight into the capital. Chu He gestured dismissively, signaling that there was no need to be formal. Ah, you have indeed come to the right individuals. We have both lived here since childhood and possess an intimate knowledge of the city's affairs, the man wearing a cap replied with confidence. Indeed, young man. Your integrity is commendable. Feel free to inquire about anything. We are open books, echoed the bald man beside him. Well, could you enlighten me about the northern part of the city? Chu He promptly inquired. The northern district, you see, is a gathering place for hunters. As we mentioned earlier, it is inhabited by those who live perilously, scraping by on the edge of danger, he explained. Yes, the northern region borders the dimensional rift, the very domain of the voracious beasts, making it the most heavily guarded area in the capital. Those who can no longer survive elsewhere, yet still possess some spirit, often venture there. Do ordinary people also go there? Chu He asked, feigning ignorance, for he had survived a decade in the apocalypse and was well aware of these matters. Alas, it is a tragic reality. These ordinary individuals are referred to as scavengers. They follow the hunter teams, collecting what they discard, essentially the entrails of the voracious beasts. These entrails are both bitter and pungent, the most toxic parts of the creatures. The voracious consume humans, and in turn, humans consume the voracious. It is a twisted cycle. Awakened individuals are relatively unaffected, but excessive consumption can drive ordinary people to madness. Yet, they have little choice, apart from the flesh of the voracious. Ordinary folks have nothing else to eat but these entrails. I digress. Typically, hunters do not drive away the scavengers. After all, should the voracious beasts descend upon them, these individuals can slow their advance by being left behind. How can ordinary people outrun such beasts? In such a scenario, death is inevitable. The two men elaborated, exchanging words. This apocalypse is truly dreadful, the bald man suddenly exclaimed, slamming his fist onto the table. Both the cap-wearing man and Chu He nodded in shared understanding. May I discreetly inquire about the matters concerning the upper echelons of the capital? Chu He asked softly, lowering his voice. Oh, I happen to possess some knowledge on that front. It is rumored that the city lord intends to abdicate, the bald man replied, lowering his voice conspiratorially, as if sharing a monumental secret. This information has reportedly originated from the lord's residence, and is, without a doubt, credible. I do not know the exact reasons, but it is said that the lord, having grown older and less vigorous, wishes to pass the mantle to someone more capable. He explained, a hint of regret lacing his tone. Before the apocalypse, the city lord was well loved, and during the onset of the crisis, he remained composed and commanded the city with great fortitude. However, Chu He discerned a deeper meaning in his words. The city lord, much like Yang Dingbang, was merely an ordinary individual, and the rise of the awakened would inevitably lead to his downfall. The lions would never allow a wolf to lead. Only a lion king could reign over the pride. Young man, your delectable grilled meat has arrived, the proprietor greeted. Gentlemen, enjoy the feast. May we meet again by chance next time. Indeed, but I must insist on sharing my thoughts. If one has the opportunity to enlist in the military here in the capital, it would be most advantageous, for the benefits are plentiful. With that, Chu He returned to his seat and savored a piece of the exquisite meat, chewing thoughtfully. It bore a resemblance to a blend of beef and lamb, or perhaps something akin to them. Chapter 36. Leaving the city to the north of the city, a call echoed for an auxiliary healer awakened in the Firefly realm. Those interested could form a team. I am a late-stage body type awakened one in the Firefly realm, seeking a group. Awakened individuals gathered to form hunting parties, reminiscent of the bustling lobbies in the games of old, teaming up for dungeon raids. Yet, reality afforded no second chances. Thus, individuals sought familiar companions, well acquainted for optimal collaboration. The atmosphere was vibrant. As Chu He and his companion strolled, Suyu bounced about, marveling at everything anew. Look at my bone knife. It is crafted from the hind leg bone of a meteorite beast, sharp enough to sever hair and slice through iron. Behold my creation, exclaimed another. This is a pair of mandarin ducks fashioned from a Tautai skull. Come, take a look. Huh, how dare you display such tatters? Check out my imperial green jade token. A bargain at just 5 first-tier crystal cores, a vendor shouted, contributing to the lively scene. In stark contrast to the lifelessness of the south, the northern quarter thrummed with vitality. Brother, our hunting team is recruiting. Would you care to join us? Approached a diminutive, slender man. You have no knowledge of my abilities or powers, yet you extend such trust? Chu He inquired, regarding the man, around 5'3", with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism. I need not know your precise strengths or abilities. I trust my instincts and judgment, the small man replied, pointing to his eyes. I can perceive a person's aura. And among this multitude, yours is the most formidable. You are remarkably candid. What is your name? Such honesty is warranted in the presence of someone of your stature. I am called Mole. Mole's eyes sparkled with shrewdness. Haha, and what can your team offer me? Chu He's expression shifted abruptly. In the face of formidable foes. You may abandon us while we buy you time, Mole stated without hesitation. Chu He scrutinized him, detecting only sincerity in his gaze. You are quite impressive. Your praise is unwarranted. This is merely my means of survival, Mole humbly replied. Means of survival? Mole said. A flicker of memory crossed Chu He's eyes. He once was like Mole, seeking the protection of the strong at the cost of his own life. Where is your team? I wish to take a look. Joining them could diminish his presence. Before the legacy of fire arrived, Chu He wished to conceal his strength. This way, please, Mole directed, leading to a secluded building in the northern district. Mole, who have you brought back? A thunderous sound echoed within the chamber, heralding the arrival of its source before the figure itself was seen. Allow me to introduce you to Thunderlord, an A-class lightning elemental adept. Serving as the ranged output in our squad, the mole shared. A robust man emerged, his imposing physique suggesting he was a master of physical prowess. Chu He and Chu He, both B-class adept with skin-hardening abilities, typically take their positions at the forefront of the team, forming the vanguard. Two identical bald giants nodded at him, clearly twins, their movements synchronized to perfection. Chu He returned the gesture with a nod. Our team leader, Liamo, an A-class shadow adept with a unique ability to infiltrate darkness and gather intelligence on foes, also serves as the brain of our unit. Liamo appeared to be an ordinary man in his 30s. It's a pleasure to meet you, Chu He remarked as he shook Liamo's hand. The mole continued introducing the other members, revealing that their team comprised 10 individuals, with only one being female. Among them, only Liamo and Thunderlord had reached the meteoric realm. Kid, you haven't introduced yourself yet, Thunderlord's voice boomed. I am Chu He, a physical adept. Also at the meteoric realm, he replied coolly. This is Su Yu, a late-stage firefly adept with a physical orientation, known for her agility. He added as Su Yu cheerfully waved in greeting. Sensing the aura of the meteoric realm emanating from Chu He, the others gazed at him with reverence, while only the mole's eyes flickered, seemingly deep in thought. Welcome, welcome. The group clapped to express their warm reception. Chu He nodded slightly, inquiring, when do we set off? At 10 o'clock tonight, when the darkness envelopes the city, my abilities will be better utilized, Liamo explained. The night descended upon this apocalyptic city, once a bustling metropolis, now rendered eerily silent. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a feeble glow that outlined the city's contours. Occasionally, a gust of wind stirred the dust and debris on the ground, producing a rustling sound that resonated distinctly in the stillness of the night. The group advanced through the shadows, the cool night breeze of the capital sharpening their senses. Chu He led the way, followed closely by more than 50 scavengers. Halt! The mole raised his clenched fist. There are 10 firefly-grade Tautai ahead. Draw them over here. We'll prepare ourselves, Liamo commanded. Understood, the mole replied as he stepped forward, deliberately creating noise. The Tautai, lacking in intelligence, began to converge towards them. The mole let out a strange cry and darted backward. The Tautai, spotting their prey, roared and charged forward in a frenzy. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck before them, forcing the creatures to a halt. Like a pack of ferocious tigers, Chu He and his companions surged forth from all directions, swiftly encircling the Tautai. The gluttons were initially entranced by the allure of food, yet were suddenly startled by an unforeseen enemy. Sensing their presence and recognizing their defeat, they widened their eyes in terror, desperately seeking an escape. However, the encirclement formed by Chu He and his companions was so tightly knit that it left no room for evasion. The group offered no chance for survival. Within a minute, the gluttons were all slain. Chu He, lend a hand, came the call. Understood. The group extracted the crystal cores from the gluttons and entrusted them to Liamo for safekeeping, while the corpses were handed over to the scavengers behind them, who would carry them away. In return, the gluttons' entrails would serve as their recompense. The party pressed onward. Mole, keep your eyes peeled. It would be ideal to take down a few from the meteor realm today, Lei Gong remarked, his expression brimming with excitement. Got it. Mole replied absent-mindedly as he remained focused on the path ahead. The night enveloped the surroundings in darkness, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Abandoned structures loomed in the distance, dilapidated and worn, as if whispering tales of their former glory. A cold wind howled through the air, bringing with it a chilling sensation. The breeze carried dust and the scent of decay, creating an atmosphere that felt stifling. Chapter 37. Battle with the gluttons up ahead. Mole abruptly halted the group, announcing, 10 Firefly Realm and 3 Meteor Realm. Boss, shall we engage? Lei Gong urged from the side, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Liamo pondered for a moment and replied, what does everyone think? If we choose to fight, we might incur casualties. I agree to engage, Chu He stated calmly. I concur, Su Yu added in agreement. There's no bloodshed in this line of work. At worst, we perish, but after 18 years, one remains a true man. Indeed, high risk brings high reward. The team members nodded in agreement, acknowledging that their profession inherently involved peril and none feared death. Then let us proceed. The meteor realm moves too swiftly. It's too dangerous for Mole to go in. This time, I shall serve as the bait, Liemo declared, readying himself. Prepare yourselves. Yes. The group responded in unison, taking their positions and adjusting their stances. Charge! Liemo shouted as he returned to the ranks. Behind him loomed a mass of gluttons, each exuding a menacing and greedy aura, their sharp teeth glinting ominously. Though their bodies were large and cumbersome, they moved with remarkable agility, swiftly closing in on the team. The members of the team launched their assault. Boom! A bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, illuminating the entire battlefield. This lightning was not a natural phenomenon, but a strike unleashed by Lei Gong. Standing atop a height, he gestured with his hands, directing the currents to coalesce into a colossal sphere of thunder, which he hurled toward the mass of gluttons. The thunderball flickered with dazzling brilliance, imbued with immense electrical energy, crashing forcefully into the throng of gluttons. Upon being struck, some of the gluttonous creatures instantly turned charred, emitting plumes of black smoke as they collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Yet, a greater number of these beasts remained largely unaffected, continuing their ferocious onslaught. The remaining elemental practitioners unleashed a formidable barrage of attacks. Fire, earth, water, and wood converged in a spectacular and terrifying display of elemental power. These practitioners worked in perfect harmony, their energies resonating as they maximized their abilities, clearly a well-coordinated duo. As the gluttonous creatures attempted to surge forward, they were intercepted by the awakened warriors, including Chu He, who sent them crashing under the relentless elemental bombardment. In the blink of an eye, only 3 Starfall-level gluttons remained on the battlefield, larger than their Firefly-level counterparts, bearing only superficial wounds. Liemo turned his gaze toward Lei Gong and Chu He, each ready for the fray. I have long felt the itch to engage. It has been ages since I faced a Starfall-level glutton, he mused. Lei Gong rubbed his palms together and was the first to leap into action. His physique was lithe, crackling with resplendent electricity, wielding a spear forged from condensed lightning. Gripping the spear tightly, he swung it with vigor, each arc of motion accompanied by a sharp wind and a flash akin to lightning. As he moved, the spear shimmered with brilliant lightning, resembling a mighty dragon soaring through the air. Lei Gong, lend me your might, he called, unleashing a series of bolts from the spear, which formed a dense web of electricity, fiercely targeting the gluttonous creatures. The bolts intertwined, as if intent on tearing the very fabric of space itself. The glutton sensed this overwhelming energy, its gaze turning wary and tense. Yet, it did not retreat. Instead, it opened its cavernous maw and emitted a deep, resonant roar to confront the oncoming lightning. The electric arcs crackled through the air with a sound reminiscent of thunder, threatening to rend the atmosphere apart. Each warrior chose a glutton as their adversary. Liemo concentrated the shadowy energy in his hand, molding it into a sharp blade. The glutton, with its gaping maw, let out a deafening roar as it lunged at Liemo. He swiftly melded into the surrounding shadows, vanishing from the creature's line of sight. The glutton, enraged, frantically searched for Liemo's whereabouts, while he moved silently within the shadows, seeking the opportune moment to strike. Suddenly, he emerged from behind the glutton, his blade slicing through the air with a black gleam, landing a decisive blow upon the beast. The glutton, feeling the pain, whirled around to pounce on Liemo, only to find him fading once more into the shadows. Utilizing the power of darkness, Liemo persistently appeared at the creature's vulnerable points, delivering lethal strikes. This approach was akin to a cunning trickster. The glutton was left with no recourse but to endure the relentless assault, gradually being worn down like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Chu He, his eyes gleaming with golden light, discerned Liemo's movements. He understood that while Liemo melded into the darkness, effectively concealing his presence, it did not render him untouchable. Such was the nature of their confrontation. At first, Chu He found Liemo's abilities to be rather mundane, merely concealing his true prowess, which was not as formidable as he had anticipated. As the Taotai lunged at Chu He, he deftly sidestepped, engaging it with a sense of ennui. Even foregoing his dragon transformation, the Taotai, realizing it could not land a single blow, roared in fury, becoming increasingly agitated. Chu He scoffed at its desperation. When the Taotai charged again, Chu He noted that the other two had nearly finished their skirmish and decided to act without hesitation. The creature barreled towards him, its massive maw agape, intent on swallowing him whole. Without flinching, he swiftly extended his hands to grasp its upper and lower jaws. Die, he bellowed. His muscles taut as he exerted his strength. With a sickening sound, the Taoye's body was instantly torn asunder, split into two halves. A wave of putrid blood wafted through the air, inducing nausea. Its lifeless form thudded to the ground, shocking all present. Was it truly that effortless? It felt akin to bullying a child, vanquishing the foe with such ease. Hey, I must say, you've been hiding your talents well. After all this time. I couldn't discern your abilities, Lei Gong remarked with a grin, evidently pleased with the recent defeat of the meteor-level beast. Of course you couldn't. I didn't even use my powers, Chu He retorted internally. All right, everyone, come collect the corpses, the mole called out from behind. The scavengers emerged from their hiding spots and began to clear the battlefield. They meticulously sifted through the remnants of the bodies, their tattered clothing and bulging bags indicating their desperate circumstances. Their movements were swift and practiced, as though they were accustomed to such grisly scenes. Suddenly, the mole's expression shifted to one of alarm as he glanced anxiously around. Eclipse Realm, run, he shouted, his voice laced with terror. Without a moment's hesitation, the awakened ones abandoned the scavengers and fled. Run, the mole urged Chu He, who remained motionless. Why aren't you moving? You should go with them, Chu He replied. Turning to Su Yu, I want to leave. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Su Yu declared resolutely, her gaze unwavering. Listen, you can do nothing here but be a burden. I will return safely, Chu He said earnestly, gently patting her head. All right, fine, she conceded reluctantly, recognizing the truth in his words. Now is not the time for her to indulge in her whims. You all go ahead, do not worry about me. Be careful, the mole warned, casting one last lingering glance at him before escorting Su Yu to join the others. Chapter 38. Fate will bring us together again. Thud, thud, thud. The ground trembled as a colossal shadow loomed in the distance. The mountain Taodai. This behemoth, vast and imposing, resembled a small mountain. Its body was shrouded in a thick layer of fur, dark and enigmatic, exuding an oppressive aura that was utterly suffocating. Emerging with a pair of sharp fangs and eyes glinting with a cold light, it exudes an aura of unyielding majesty and ferocity. Its limbs are robust and powerful, each step reverberating through the ground, as if the earth itself trembles beneath its might. In the late stage of the moon-eating realm, surrounding it are hundreds of ordinary Taodais. With a thunderous roar, it leads the horde in a frenzied charge towards the crowd. They mercilessly pounce upon the scavengers, unleashing a brutal massacre. The scavengers, powerless to defend themselves, can only scream in terror and flee in all directions, their speed woefully inadequate against the Taotais, who swiftly overtake and devour them. Blood stains the ground, and the air is thick with the metallic scent of gore. The anguished cries of the scavengers echo in the atmosphere, narrating their tragic fate. Weakness is their original sin, and no one can save them. Dragon Transformation. With a cold snort, Chu He activates his transformation, disregarding the horde of Taotais as he charges towards the mountain Taodai. From above, a small black dot rushes towards a mass of dark creatures, akin to a lone leaf caught in a tempest, poised to be overturned at any moment. Yet, the reality is quite the opposite. Any attempt to halt Chu He is met with obliteration, reduced to a mist of blood. Thud, thud, thud. He barrels through with abandon, as if traversing a realm devoid of obstacles. Roar. The mountain Taotai, recognizing the imminent threat, emits a thunderous growl. A fierce battle is on the brink of eruption, as Chu He brandishes his dragon claws and leaps towards the mountain Taotai. Unyielding, the mountain Taotai responds with a gaping maw and a deafening roar, confronting Chu He head-on. The two collide violently in the air, flames and power intertwining to create a dazzling spectacle. Chu He's dragon claws, akin to steel, are enveloped in flames as they strike the mountain Taoye's iron-like body. A piercing sound resonates as deep gashes appear on the mountain Taotai, blood oozing forth and staining its fur crimson. Chu He deftly sidesteps, evading the mountain Taoye's counterattack. He relishes in battling such towering foes, their size rendering them vulnerable to his agility. Thus, he dances around it for countless rounds. Grr. The mountain Taotai growls lowly, suddenly lowering its head as if sensing something. Its previously ferocious gaze transforms, becoming almost human-like as it scrutinizes Chu He. What is this? Possessed? Chu He senses something amiss. The scene before him is too peculiar. Roar! The mountain Taotai unleashes an even greater surge of power, its attacks swift and methodical. It anticipates Chu He's evasive maneuvers, its claws rending through his scales, causing blood to seep forth and dye his armor crimson. Truly, it feels as though he is possessed. Chu He is compelled to adopt a defensive stance. The mountain Taotai assaults with unrelenting ferocity, each move calculated and purposeful. Chu He fights while retreating, keenly observing the unfolding situation. Bang! He was struck forcefully, sent flying 100 meters before crashing to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The mountain beast, relentless and unforgiving, advanced to pummel him like a drowning rat. Damn it! Chu He cursed, his gaze suddenly igniting with inspiration as he beheld the creature's head. I shall wager on this moment. He evaded the beast's descending fist, unleashing the remnants of his strength to surge along its arm. The mountain beast's eyes widened in incredulity, reaching out in an attempt to thwart him. Yet, it was all too late. In an instant, Chu He reached its head. His right fist, primed with pent-up energy, struck down upon its crown with fiery ferocity. Boom! Following the dull thud, the beast's expression shifted from disbelief to a hazy confusion, transforming into a primal ferocity. Get off it! Seizing the moment, Chu He launched a relentless assault, raining blows upon its head. This time, the mountain beast's counterattack became chaotic, relying solely on instinct. The battle escalated to a fever pitch, with Chu He and the mountain beast exerting all their prowess. Chu He continued to strike, flames accompanying each blow, seeking to reduce the beast to ashes, while the mountain beast, with its formidable strength and resilient hide, was forced to withstand his onslaught. Without that demon, what are you? Chu He exerted unilateral dominance, occasionally landing a blow to its head to prevent the demon's resurgence. With a thunderous crash, the mountain beast, colossal as a hill, toppled to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Bah! Chu He spat, retrieving the third-tier crystal core from its skull. Such a tough hide. He casually shook off the blood from the crystal core before stowing it in his backpack. A low growl emanated as the horde of beasts began to encircle him. What's this? You little creatures wish to meet your demise as well. Chu He scoffed, confident that even in his current state, dispatching them would be as effortless as crushing an ant. The horde parted, allowing one beast to step forward. It appeared no different from the others. Yet its eyes held a distinctly human quality that left a lasting impression on Chu He. The same gaze as the mountain beast. A low growl escaped its throat. Whoa, remember me? It rasped, as if attempting to communicate. I doubt you could forget me. Chu He struck its odious eye with a punch, shattering it. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps echoed from behind. Casting a glance over his shoulder, Chu He took flight. At least 10 moon-eating beasts. The beast king fixated on his fleeing figure, its eyes ablaze with human-like fury. It considered itself the sovereign of this land, believing that any who dared challenge its authority would face severe repercussions. Yet, it glanced back at the distant dimensional rift, its expression shifting to one of resignation. He sprinted towards the northern city gate, breathing a sigh of relief upon realizing they had not pursued him. Alive, huh? This young man has quite the luck. The night guard at the north city gate jested. Haha, merely a stroke of luck. Chu He smiled faintly. Upon entering the city, he discovered that the likes of Mole and others awaited his arrival. Chu He. Suyu rushed over and leaped into his embrace. I am fine, though I am a bit dirty. You should let go first. I do not mind, she insisted, clinging to him tighter as if wishing to merge into his very being. Thank you all for your concern. I am all right, Chu He said politely. It is a relief to hear you are unharmed. Liamo spoke on behalf of the group. The way everyone looked at Chu He had transformed from initial respect to a reverence akin to that reserved for a hero. It was as if their erstwhile small boss had become the richest man in the world. They were not fools. The confidence in his ability to return unscathed was palpable, his strength unfathomable. Well, this collaboration has been delightful. I shall refrain from hunting outside the city in the future, Chu He addressed everyone. He had already reached the threshold of the Shuriwei realm, rendering outside excursions unnecessary. Moreover, a wise specter lurked in the shadows, posing a significant danger. Liamo gazed at him in astonishment, opening his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately saying nothing. All right then, may our paths cross again in the martial world. He finally concluded. Chu He, inspired by this camaraderie, echoed, until our fates intertwine once more. Chapter 39. Ascending to the Shuriware realm. In the hotel? This is a second-tier crystal core. It should suffice to elevate you to the meteoric realm, Chu He said, handing a second-tier crystal core to Suyu. She accepted the crystal core, expressing her gratitude. I will definitely not disappoint you, Master. She yearned to contribute to him, to become his right hand. Indeed, Chu He did not wish to dampen her enthusiasm. In his eyes, Suyu's greatest asset was her unique dual cultivation ability. Taking a deep breath, he placed the crystal core in his mouth and then closed his eyes. The core gradually dissolved, releasing a formidable surge of energy. A warm current coursed from his throat throughout his body, causing him to tremble. He clenched his teeth, enduring the intense shock of energy. His muscles taut, and his bones creaked under immense pressure. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he bore the agonizing transformation. After a considerable time, Chu He opened his eyes, golden streams of light flickering within them. I have ascended to the Shuriware realm. Master, are you all right? Suyu inquired, concern etched across her features. Chu He focused intently, noticing her movements were inexplicably slow. Every pore, every hair on her face was distinctly visible. What is this? He swiftly approached the window and gazed downward. The bustling street appeared profoundly altered. To his perception, the actions of the people seemed to unfold at an excruciatingly slow pace, akin to a film played in slow motion. Every detail was strikingly clear. He could effortlessly discern the subtle shifts in expression on each face, whether it was a smile, a frown, or surprise. None could escape his keen gaze. Likewise, every movement they made was keenly observed by him. From the rhythm of their footsteps while walking to the manner in which they reached for objects, even the frequency of their blinks was discernible to him. As vehicles sped by, he could distinctly perceive the rotation of their wheels and the numbers on their license plates. He had unexpectedly acquired extraordinary dynamic vision. Objects that once moved swiftly appeared clear and slow in his eyes, as if time itself had decelerated for him. Chu He swiftly approached the mirror by the washstand, his golden pupils strikingly evident. This was the golden eye. He sensed the transformation within his body, filled with excitement and joy. With this ability, his combat prowess would be significantly enhanced. No worries, proceed with your advancement. I shall guard you, Chu He remarked, turning his head. Suyu replied, her gaze resolute as she clutched the crystal core in her hand. Moments later, she successfully ascended in rank, her eyes glazed over as she gazed at Chu He, the moisture in her eyes intensifying. Goodness, this is akin to the side effects of his abilities. The following day, Chu He awoke early, looking at the small fox nestled in his arms, playfully toying with her fluffy ears. Indeed, the pathway to a woman's soul is through. Suyu curled up in his embrace, occasionally revealing a blissful smile. Little one, Chu He gently caressed her hair, ensuring she slept soundly. Calculating the time, he noted that the dimensional rift related to the fire heritage would open in a week, making it the perfect opportunity to enjoy this bustling city. Suyu rubbed her sleepy eyes and stretched lazily. Did you sleep well? Chu He inquired, his mental energy abundant as a practitioner of the moon eclipsing realm. He could go 3 days without sleep without issue. Suyu beamed at his concern, snuggling closer to him and playfully declaring, the little fox is well rested. Thank you for your care, master. Ha ha ha, we need to hunt this week. I'll take you out to relax, Chu He said, stroking her hair. Yay. Suyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Prior to the apocalypse, she had been a playful girl, having visited every scenic spot across the country and the capital no less than 5 times, even traveling abroad frequently. However, the onset of the apocalypse had shattered all her plans, so hearing Chu He propose an outing filled her heart with immense joy. Yet, recalling the changes in the world post-apocalypse, she voiced her concerns. The outside is so dangerous. Can we be safe? Chu He laughed reassuringly. You truly are timid. We've hunted outside the city without issue. Why fear dangers within it? Upon hearing this, Suyu felt a wave of reassurance, saying, the little fox isn't afraid. I'm just worried about you, master. Chu He's smile faltered. Unbeknownst to him, he had become everything to the little fox, while in his heart, she was merely one of his women. His expression shifted to seriousness as he spoke gently. All right, you must trust your master. I value my life above all else. Truly? As Suyu clung tightly to him, she savored the warmth radiating from his body. It was infuriating. Under the cover of night, the two ventured towards the inner city, where beggars were a rare sight. The common folk, disheveled in appearance, were prohibited entry, as boldly stated by the inscription on the wall at the city gate. "Are you a resident of the inner city?" inquired the guard. "A resident of the inner city?" Chu He echoed, questioning what proof was required. "This is it. Only those who have made significant contributions to the capital may obtain it," the guard revealed, producing a card reminiscent of an identity card from the pre-apocalyptic era, though adorned with different patterns. Without this, entry into the inner city costs 5 first-tier crystal cores per person. After Chu He paid the 10 crystal cores, the pair entered the inner city. Despite the world outside being shrouded in the shadows of the apocalypse, this place seemed like a secluded sanctuary, untouched by turmoil. Towering buildings flanked the streets, grand and majestic. Though weathered by time, they still exuded remnants of their former splendor. Neon lights flickered in the night, illuminating the city and casting an ethereal beauty upon it. Shops brimmed with an array of precious goods, as people navigated through, selecting their desired treasures. Street performers showcased their talents: music, dance, acrobatics, captivating numerous onlookers. The air was filled with the tantalizing aroma of gourmet dishes wafting from restaurants, making one's mouth water with anticipation. Remarkable, Chu He mused, as his thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the city of dawn, a place that housed his dreams and aspirations, where he had once fought tirelessly. Having been away for so long, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. He pondered what the city of dawn had become in his absence. As the old adage goes, a golden nest or a silver nest cannot compare to one's own humble abode. "Chu He, I want that," Suyu exclaimed, tugging at his hand while pointing towards a cake shop. "All right, I shall buy it for you, but we must eat dinner soon, so don't indulge too much now," he affectionately replied, ruffling her hair. Hand in hand, they strolled through the night market of the inner city, meandering and stopping intermittently, sampling various delicacies that were rare in the apocalypse, yet commonplace before. Chu He had not experienced such joy in a long while, to the extent that he lost track of time and space, as if the entire world had come to a standstill. He reveled in this enchanting atmosphere, cherishing the rare tranquility and peace. Chapter 40. Zhongyan at a bustling eatery. The owner called out, "2 more servings of the gluttonous meat, please." Coming right up. The air was thick with the essence of life, as if one could sense the harmony and prosperity of the people thriving here. The sounds of haggling and laughter filled the atmosphere, while enticing aromas of food wafted through the air, igniting appetites. "This place is quite delightful," Chu He said contentedly, sipping chilled beer and savoring barbecue. "How many years has it been?" "A decade and a half since I last enjoyed barbecue like this. Do try this." He handed over a string of small yellow fish. In this post-apocalyptic world, such ingredients are indeed rare, and although the price is somewhat steep, it remains bearable. Suyu stuffed her mouth full, looking utterly adorable. "Eat slowly. No one is going to snatch it from you," Chu He chuckled. "Let me tell you, the last premium goods I indulged in were exquisite, but don't boast. That woman was as round as a ball. You don't understand. That is called voluptuousness. Let me enlighten you." "I won't listen, just hear me out." At the adjacent table, 4 men were drunkenly slurring their words, exchanging lewd jokes. It was all too common to boast after a meal. Chu He listened with amusement. After dinner, he retrieved the last few packs of liqueur from his backpack. With a flick, he lit one and inhaled deeply, a wave of comforting satisfaction washing over him. A post-meal cigarette is indeed a blessing. This drew envious glances from several nearby tables. Cigarettes have become a non-renewable resource. No one would expend effort to produce them in human settlements anymore. "Hey, little girl, care to join us for a drink?" The 4 boisterous men from the neighboring table, clearly intoxicated, swayed as they spoke. "Oh, your boyfriend is here too. And smoking liqueur. That's not right." Chu He gazed at them expressionlessly, wondering how a few dishes could leave them in such a state. Noticing Chu He's silence, one of the men rambled on about how he smoked for himself, but shared with others to create community. "Stop wasting your breath, kid. Today is your unlucky day. We've taken a liking to your little girlfriend. If you value your life, you'd better scram," asserted another tall man. Chu He found it puzzling. This was the inner city of the capital. Were they truly so intoxicated as to act so brazenly? He exhaled a plume of smoke, which enveloped the tall man's face. Instead of anger, the man inhaled deeply, relishing the scent. "I haven't smoked in 2 months. I almost forgot the taste," he remarked. With the capital's population overflowing and surveillance rendered useless, do you have any idea how many bodies are pulled from the sewers daily? Who cares about the life or death of an ordinary person? The tall man snatched Chu He's beer without hesitation, downing a hefty swig. He grabbed a cigarette and lighter from the table, lighting one for himself. Cough, cough. He took a deep drag, then erupted into a fit of violent coughing. I haven't smoked in so long. It takes some getting used to. He passed the cigarette to his companions and said, "You have 3 seconds. If you're still here after that, don't blame us." The 4 men surrounded Chu He and his companion. Chu He remained unfazed, treating their antics with indifference. He was already contemplating how to eliminate them without getting his hands dirty. He didn't seek trouble, but he wasn't afraid of it either. Suyu continued to flaunt her food, as if the 4 men were non-existent, a testament to her unwavering trust in Chu He. Sen-Er stood unfazed, a glint of sharpness flickering in his eyes. "What are you doing?" A sharp reprimand from nearby interrupted his countdown. 4 men clad in military uniforms from the capital approached. The leader, handsome with a hint of androgyny, could easily be mistaken for a star in the entertainment industry. "Greetings, Commander." The 4 burly men, suddenly sobered, extinguished their cigarettes with pain and unsteadily executed a rather subpar military salute. "You possess quite the audacity. Having just been released from the capital prison to wreak havoc here." The commander scrutinized them with a stern gaze, his voice steady as he continued. "If you dare to behave like this in the outer city, wouldn't you devour the common folk?" "We wouldn't." The 4 men straightened up, puffing out their chests, their gazes wandering, too intimidated to meet his eyes. "Now, slap yourselves," he commanded with authority. Without a moment's hesitation, they began to strike their own faces mercilessly. Smack, 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 smack. The resounding slaps drew the attention of those around them. Is this Commander Zhong? Truly upholding justice for the nation and its people? Indeed, having such an officer is a tremendous fortune for our capital. Commander Zhong is so handsome. If I could marry him, I would gladly live in a mansion and drive luxury cars. Amidst the continuous chatter, admiration and reverence for Zhong Yin filled the air. "Do not slap in my direction. Direct it at those brothers instead. If they forgive you, you need not continue," Zhong Yin commanded. "Yes, Commander." The 4 men turned to face Chu He, continuing their self-inflicted punishment, pleading incessantly. "Brother, we were wrong. Please spare us. We failed to recognize the mighty mountain, the formidable dragon. Have mercy on us, great sir. Begone." Chu He replied coolly. The 4 ceased their actions, turning to Zhong Yin. "Did you not hear me tell you to leave?" Zhong Yin gestured for them to depart hastily. Relieved, the 4 men scrambled away from the scene. "Brother, may I know your name?" Zhong Yin approached with a friendly smile, shedding the earlier severity. If those fools could not see through it, could he not? The man before him concealed his true power, which upon inspection appeared overwhelmingly formidable. It was as though he beheld a colossal fire dragon, its fierce, ruthless gaze threatening to consume everything. "Chu He," he introduced himself. "I am Zhong Yin. Let us be acquainted." Zhong Yin extended his right hand. Chu He shook it. The onlookers were left in astonishment. Who was Zhong Yin? The strongest in the capital. Remarkably, he was actively seeking to befriend this ordinary individual who seemed utterly indifferent. "Hey, would you care to see who stands before you?" he inquired with a cheerful smile. "Feel free to join me at my table for a meal." Chu He gestured nonchalantly, inviting him. It was quite a coincidence to encounter Zhong Yin while merely seeking a late-night snack. The foremost figure of humanity in the apocalypse, the guardian of the capital. The accolades bestowed upon him in Chu He's previous life floated through his mind. He held no qualms about fostering a connection with Zhong Yin, as he possessed a profound respect for the strong, provided that his own interests remained unscathed. Chapter 41. The Contest Boss. "The menu, please." "Coming right up." Zhong Yin took the menu and turned to Chu He. "What would you like to eat? Feel free to order." Chu He retrieved the menu and handed it to Suyu. "I know you're still hungry. Go ahead and choose what you'd like." Suyu's eyes lit up, eagerly marking her selections on the menu. "All right, that should be enough. Others still need to decide." Chu He maintained the decorum expected, returning the menu to Zhong Yin, observing as Suyu continued to scribble without pause. "It's quite all right. We are not particular about these things." Zhong Yin waved dismissively, selecting a few dishes before handing the menu back to the boss. The 3 companions accompanying him were bewildered. They had never witnessed such a side of Zhong Yin before. A beaming smile graced his face, an unprecedented sight for them. Yet, what manner of person could elicit such a demeanor? They were compelled to reevaluate Chu He. But despite their scrutiny, he appeared merely as an ordinary individual. Chu He noticed their inquisitive glances and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. This was a concealed technique he had acquired from an ancient martial arts master in his past life, one that these three could not discern. It was peculiar that Zhong Yin could see right through him. His perceptive nature was indeed formidable. Chu He, is it? A pleasure to meet you. I am Wang Meng. Let us be friends. Among the trio, the most robust stood, towering at nearly 2 meters, his physique reminiscent of a bodybuilder. As he flexed his broad lats, the light seemed to dim. Wang Meng extended his right hand, his forearm rivaling the circumference of Chu He's calf, his palm as large as a fan. Chu He casually shook his hand, intending to withdraw, yet found himself firmly grasped. Wang Meng beamed at him, gradually exerting pressure, hoping to witness a grimace of pain on Chu He's face. A slight arch of Chu He's brow signaled his response as he too began to apply force. Maintaining a state of equilibrium, Wang Meng's smile began to fade. Despite using 70% of his strength, he found no advantage. After all, he was the strongest physical contender in the capital, a formidable warrior of the moon erosion realm. Even a solid piece of steel would yield under his grip. Once more, his arm trembled slightly, a fresh wave of strength surging forth. Chu He chuckled, intrigued, maintaining the balance of power in his grasp. Impossible, Wang Meng exclaimed, astonished. As he pushed his might to its limits, the strength of the two individuals clashed in the air, producing a dull thud. The onlookers held their breath, their eyes fixed on this contest of wills. Time seemed to freeze, leaving only their hands engaged in a relentless struggle. After several fruitless attempts, he withdrew his hand, only to be firmly grasped by Chu He. The disparity in their hand sizes was striking, yet the larger hand was ensnared by the smaller one, immovable. Arriving with such fervor, did he think he could simply leave now? Chu He suddenly exerted his strength. Wang Meng emitted a pained cry, caught off guard. But realizing the embarrassment, he gritted his teeth resolutely. He summoned all his might to extricate his hand, yet Chu He's grip was as unyielding as a vice, rendering him unable to escape. Humph! Chu He scoffed, intensifying his hold once more. Wang Meng could no longer endure the agony and let out a desperate shout, his body abruptly swelling into a massive muscular behemoth, muscles bulging and veins protruding, towering at an astonishing height of 3 meters. Finally, he managed to free his hand. The onlookers were astonished, yet there was no panic. Such transformations were not unfamiliar on the battlefield, even to the masses. Wang Meng, Zhong Yin barked. Yes. Wang Meng instantly reverted to his normal form, his expression composed, though the tremor in his right hand betrayed the truth. Chu He retracted his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. He patted Wang Meng on the shoulder and remarked, "You are strong, but not yet sufficient." Wang Meng nodded silently, his gaze downcast. It was the first time he had faced such a setback in a physical contest before humans. Ha, my subordinate lacks discernment, and I apologize on his behalf, Zhong Yin declared, raising a bottle of beer and downing it in one gulp. Chu He observed him quietly, allowing the handshake to unfold without interference, clearly testing his own strength. What you say is true. There's no friendship without a fight. Chu He attempted to ease the tension, not wishing to let the atmosphere turn overly awkward. Indeed, let me introduce you. This is Wang Meng, whom you just sparred with. You have witnessed his extraordinary abilities. Zhong Yin introduced. Wang Meng awkwardly nodded at Chu He. These two are Su Qingyun and Meng Qua. The three exchanged nods. The dishes are here, the boss called out, gradually bringing the food to the table. Let us eat, let us eat. Zhong Yin beckoned to everyone. Amidst this peculiar atmosphere, they shared 3 rounds of drinks. He produced a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket, distributing one to each person. Does the little sister smoke? She doesn't tea. Chu He interjected on her behalf. Ha. Truly remarkable youth. I am your elder, so I shall call you young brother. Young brother. I have been in the capital for 30 years and have never encountered someone like you. Are you from out of town? Zhong Yin laughed heartily, his boisterous demeanor contrasting sharply with his delicate features. With the apocalypse upon us, the capital must be the safest place. I came to the capital to explore opportunities. Chu He discerned the probing nature of his words and replied, An opportunity? You have come to the right place. The stage in the capital is vast. Why not join our forces? With your abilities, you would surely excel. Zhong Yin suggested. Enough. Chu He shook his head, declining the proposal. In a week or 2, I shall be returning. My primary purpose here is to observe the urban planning of the capital and how it is governed amidst chaos. With a sigh, Zhong Yin expressed regret over Chu He's decision to leave. Ah, what insights have you gleaned, my brother? The capital's swift establishment in this apocalyptic era is indeed remarkable, and its governance is commendable, Chu He complimented. You flatter me too much. It is truly the unfortunate plight of the refugees in the southern part of the city that pains me. I lament my own limitations. If only I had the capacity, I would never allow them to wander without a home and go hungry. Zhong Yan's tone shifted abruptly, a faint, resigned smile tugging at his lips as he placed a hand on his forehead, seemingly striving to suppress his inner sorrow. Commander, you have done exceptionally well. No one would blame you. Indeed, without your protection, countless lives would be lost daily. It is the inevitable tide of this era. Were it not for your compassionate decision to shelter those refugees, many would have fallen prey to monsters outside. The surrounding crowd voiced their support fervently, animatedly defending Zhong Yan. Chu He observed him quietly, noting the considerable goodwill he commanded among the populace. Coupled with his formidable strength, it seemed inevitable that he would ascend to the position of Lord of the capital. Chu He could not discern whether Zhong Yan's benevolence was genuine or feigned. Yet, he understood that one who could lead the capital to prosperity in such dire times could hardly be a soft-hearted individual. Chapter 42. Mere mortals, not worthy of counsel. My brother, do you believe that we cannot change the world in its current state? Zhong Yin inquired, raising his gaze. We can only move forward. Swept along by the currents of this era, Chu He replied calmly. He too longed to reclaim lost territories and achieve unification. Yet, reality informed him otherwise. Having survived for a decade, he too was swept along by the tide of time. Even someone as formidable as Zhong Yin could merely maintain their hold on this small patch of land. In the latter stages of the apocalypse, foreign entities exhibited a strong sense of territoriality, and the world's lands were nearly all divided. Who could rise to lead humanity back to the pinnacle of the food chain? Who could turn the tide and support the crumbling edifice? My brother, you are too pessimistic. The apocalypse is a calamity, but also an opportunity. Humanity has transcended the genetic lock, and the awakened have emerged as a new race. If we can navigate through the early stages of this apocalypse, we can expand our territory and launch a counteroffensive. Zhong Yin grasped Chu He's shoulders passionately, eager to embark on this grand revival. Chu He looked at his fervor and silently shook his head. Your thoughts are overly simplistic. In his previous life, Zhong Yin initially reclaimed vast territories, yet gradually they were retaken by foreign invaders. As the apocalypse drew near, each region concealed a miniature world behind it. Even now, Chu He harbored no aspirations of being a savior. The strength of a single individual cannot shelter everyone. His sole desire was to defend the City of Dawn, striving to grow stronger without grandiose ambitions. My dear brother, how can you, so young, lack a spark of determination? Zhong Yin lamented. We must not be swept away by the currents of the times. We must become the architects of change. Chu He waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for further words. Our aspirations diverge, and no discourse will alter that. This shall suffice for today. I bid you farewell. After cupping his fists in salute, he departed with Su Yu. Zhong Yin watched Chu He's figure until it vanished from sight. Perplexed by the absence of youthful fervor in such a young powerhouse, who displayed only a numbing acceptance of the apocalypse. This lad possesses no ambition, despite my repeated invitations. He remains unmoved. A mere commoner, unworthy of counsel, Wang Meng remarked. Wang Meng, do not be disrespectful, Zhong Yin replied lightly, his eyes betraying a contemplative expression. Find all information on him. Understood. In a secluded alley, 4 burly men lay drunkenly on the ground. They certainly chose a prime location for themselves, Chu He quipped. He would not let those who dared to feign death before him go unpunished. Perhaps it is better they leave this world without pain in their slumber. I once contemplated such an act myself. As he spoke, he methodically crushed their necks one by one. Let us go. I shall accompany you for a stroll. Yea, Su Yu exclaimed joyfully. The two wandered through the inner city, returning to their hotel only in the dead of night. It has been a long time since I've enjoyed myself so. Su Yu exclaimed excitedly as she flopped onto the bed. The floor was strewn with packaging, which, upon closer inspection, contained an array of clothing and cosmetics. Are you pleased? Don't forget to wear the outfit I selected for you tonight. Chu He whispered in her ear. The little fox's face flushed crimson as she stammered. Just this once, okay? A week passed in tranquil monotony. During this time, the gluttonous beasts launched minor assaults, but they stirred no significant upheaval. However, today, the dimensional rift belonging to the gluttons abruptly closed, rendering them seemingly vanished from this land. Were it not for the remnants of their habitation left behind, one might truly believe they had never originated from there. In the ruins outside the city, Chu He reclined in a dilapidated rocking chair, leisurely smoking a cigarette. He awaited the emergence of the dimensional rift for the fire inheritance. Although the first to enter faced the greatest peril, the chance of acquiring the inheritance was also highest. In his previous life, when the rift for the fire inheritance appeared, the powerful from the capital guarded it for 3 days, only entering once they confirmed the presence of opportunities within. In this life, he aims to seize the inheritance before anyone realizes what is transpiring. The little fox has also been properly settled, provided with an ample supply of first-tier crystal cores to sustain her bodily functions. He informs her that he will be away for a period. Should he not return in 2 months, she need not wait any longer, for in such a scenario, he would be lost to the unknown. With the absence of the relentless devourer, this region has regained a rare tranquility, soon to be disturbed by a multitude of humans venturing forth to seek resources. Chu He's ears perk up, his expression shifting to one of resignation. Chu, what are you doing here? Are you searching for that opportunity you mentioned before? A neutral voice resonates. A group of 4, led by Zhong Yan, approaches. He has been discreetly monitoring Chu He's movements these past few days. Even as Chu He evaded the guard's watchful eyes. It seems fortuitous. Shortly after Chu He arrived in the capital, the rift to the Devourer's alternate dimension closed, the timing impeccable. With a sense of intrigue, he probes into the hotel where Chu He is staying, discovering his absence and promptly commencing a search. Nothing much, just taking a stroll. Chu He replies, his demeanor dark. Ha ha ha. Then we shall accompany you on your leisurely walk. Zhong Yan responds with a grin, leaning against a wall. Standing around is still standing. Let us keep you company. Noticing their reluctance to leave, Chu He tosses them a packet of fresh cigarettes. In an instant, the number of smokers in the ruins multiplies from 1 to 5. They wait from dawn until dusk, the ground littered with cigarette butts. What exactly are you waiting for? Wang Ming finally inquires, unable to contain his impatience. Soon, you'll understand. Chu He casually flicks the ash from his cigarette. How long will this take? Wang Ming presses. Why are you so anxious? If Chu says it will be soon, then it will be soon, Zhong Yan interjects. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupts nearby. It's the rift to the alternate dimension. Wang Ming exclaims, well acquainted with the sound, recalling how the devourer first emerged. Should we not leave? We are unfamiliar with this otherworldly creature, Su Qingyun suggests with a frown. Zhong Yan observes Chu He's impassivity and urges, let us wait. Chu He inhales his last puff of smoke, extinguishing the cigarette as he declares, let us go. He rises and strides toward the exit. Keep up, Zhong Yan commands. The 5 of them arrive before the rift to the fire inheritance, towering 30 stories high yet only as wide as a door. What about the otherworldly creatures? Wang Ming voices the question on everyone's mind. There are no creatures, Chu He states, offering no further explanation as he steps forward, his figure vanishing in an instant. This guy has lost his mind. Wang Ming stammers, apprehensive about stepping into the lair of monsters. Zhong Yan, equally astonished by the scene, had long suspected Chu He was no ordinary individual, but this level of recklessness was unexpected. Yet he is not a fool. Chu He must have his reasons for such actions. Fortuitous circumstances? Indeed, it must be an opportunity. He pondered for approximately a quarter of an hour before deciding to take a gamble. Munqua, you return and report the situation. The 3 of us shall enter. Chapter 43. The Secret Realm of Fire. The trio stepped into the rift of the alternate dimension. A wave of scorching wind surged forth, prompting them to instinctively shut their eyes. Upon reopening them, they beheld a grandiose and magnificent palace looming before them. This palace resembled a blazing fortress, exuding an incredibly intense heat. The walls were constructed of fiery red stones, as if singed by flames, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Intricate flame patterns were carved into the walls, so lifelike that they seemed poised to ignite at any moment. The roof was adorned with golden glazed tiles, shimmering with a golden hue under the sun's embrace, resembling a crown of fire. Are we ready? Chu He emerged from the side, stating, this place hasn't opened yet, let us wait. He wished to enter ahead of time, but the gates remained firmly shut, with a large hourglass ticking above. The group turned their gaze towards the palace's entrance, where the doors were tightly sealed, embedded with 2 colossal rubies that glowed like 2 burning eyes. scrutinizing those who dared to challenge. Between the rubies stood a massive hourglass, its sands flowing slowly, indicating it would take approximately another hour to complete. On either side of the grand entrance stood towering statues, each wielding a gigantic sword, guarding the palace's threshold. "What kind of place is this, and how did you know in advance?" Wang Ming inquired, stepping forward. Chu He regarded him with an expression of bemusement, remaining silent. "You insufferable fool." Wang Ming, feeling ignored, let his anger rise, advancing forward as if to confront him. "Enough." Zhong Yin interjected sharply. "Everyone has their own secrets. No amount of questioning will elicit a response." Wang Ming halted, yet his gaze remained fiercely directed at Chu He. The previous competition had left him humiliated, but he would not yield. He would not submit until Chu He had thoroughly defeated him. Chu He, disinterested in the brash giant, asked, "Are there others coming?" "I do not know," Zhong Yin replied slowly, shaking his head. He was uncertain of the decisions made in the capital. "Then we shall wait," Chu He remarked, his eyes fixed on the grand palace. In times of peace, this palace would undoubtedly be considered the greatest in the world. Merely the two statues at the entrance towered over 300 meters. The palace itself was twice their height, making one feel like an insignificant ant. Acutely aware of their own diminutiveness, time swiftly passed, and the final grain of sand slipped through the hourglass. With a resounding mechanical groan, the doors slowly creaked open. "If they do not come, we shall leave," Chu He urged. "Let us go," Zhong Yin conceded reluctantly, fearing that Chu He might seize the opportunity first. The four entered the palace, and a wave of heat enveloped them. The interior was even more splendidly adorned, with exquisite murals gracing the walls. The ground is adorned with black marble, polished to a mirror-like sheen, reflecting the glow of the flames. At the heart of the palace stands a magnificent flame fountain, erupting with fierce fire, resembling a mountain of flames. It is colossal. The chairs within the palace tower at 2 meters high, with every object proportionally enlarged. The style of the mural bears a resemblance to medieval human artistry. Observing the mural, Zhong Yin remarked thoughtfully. "Look above," Chu He said, raising his gaze. On the ceiling, a grand mural vividly depicts a breathtaking war. In the scene, one side showcases a group of warriors clad in heavy armor, engulfed in roaring flames. They exhibit athletic grace, wielding sharp weapons, their eyes ablaze with determination and fearlessness. Opposing them is a grotesque array of repugnant creatures, each distinct in form. Some possess enormous wings. Others have sharp claws, while some are covered in hard scales. These beings appear menacingly terrifying, instilling a sense of dread. The entire composition is imbued with a tense and intense atmosphere, as if one could hear the battle cries and the clash of weapons. Insectoids. Chu He discerned the opposing force. They were indeed the insectoid creatures from the dimensional rift near the City of Dawn. It turns out that Blue Star was not the only world besieged by these invaders. A thunderous roar brought their attention back to the ground. A colossal beast, wreathed in flames, approached slowly. Its immense body burned with fierce fire, its skin a searing red, as if forged from molten lava, leaving deep scorch marks with every step. The creature's eyes resembled two enormous fireballs, radiating dazzling light, and it bore a pair of massive wings, flames raging upon them, as though they could ignite the very sky. Like a gigantic, winged tiger, it was the steed depicted in the mural. "That is their mount," Zhong Yin exclaimed. With a roar, 4 fiery tigers emerged from the other 3 directions. 4 peaks of the moon-eroding realm. They exhaled white vapor from their nostrils, akin to steam. They were surrounded. "Steady. Do not falter," Zhong Yin shouted. "Each of you take one. Do not hold me back." With a resounding roar, the group clashed with the fiery tigers. Wang Ming's form grew immense, muscles rippling. His body underwent a transformation. He initiated the assault, swinging his gigantic fist at the fiery tiger. The tiger deftly evaded the attack and lunged at the green giant with its sharp claws. He sidestepped, seizing the tiger's claw and forcefully throwing it far away. The fiery tiger flapped its wings, adjusting its position in midair, and once again charged towards him. It unleashed a powerful torrent of flames, compelling Wang Ming to retreat in avoidance. The fire blazed around him, scorching his skin to a crimson hue, yet he did not falter, enduring the agony as he leapt to seize it. The flame-flying tiger effortlessly evaded his grasp, perhaps aware that in close quarters it was no match for Wang Ming, opting instead to toy with him from the air. Devoid of ranged capabilities, Wang Ming found himself merely enduring blows, forced into a defensive stance. Meanwhile, Su Qingyun gripped the sword, the Qingyun sword. Its elongated, straight blade resembled a cerulean dragon, emanating an aura of mystery and majesty. The blade was exquisitely sharp, glinting with a chilling brilliance. Intricate patterns adorned the sword's body, swirling like mist, their hues a profound azure reminiscent of a clear sky. At the tip, a faint sword aura lingered. The sword's design was simple yet grand, devoid of excessive embellishments, yet exuding an unparalleled aesthetic. SSS special type abilities, the Qingyun sword. The sword is summoned, Su Qingyun exclaimed. In an instant, the Qingyun sword radiated a dazzling light, transforming into a stream of azure sword energy that surged toward the flame-flying tiger. Sensing the threat, the flame-flying tiger's eyes blazed with fury, unleashing a column of searing flames toward the Qingyun sword. They moved with remarkable speed, deftly dodging the flame's onslaught while advancing toward the flame-flying tiger. As countless azure sword energies approached the flame-flying tiger, it suddenly erupted in a brilliant flash, colliding with the flames and generating a violent explosion. The flame-flying tiger let out a pained roar, its agony fueling its rage as it launched a fiercer counterattack. Su Qingyun nimbly evaded the flame-flying tiger's strikes, continuously wielding the Qingyun sword, with sword energies crisscrossing and clashing with the flames, producing dazzling brilliance and tremendous sound. Chapter 44. Inferno Demon Zhong Yin found himself at ease during the fray. His physique was agile, surrounded by a blazing aura of black flames, as if he were a battle god birthed from fire. SSS elemental abilities, Evil Fire. The flame-flying tiger opened its gaping maw, expelling a powerful column of fire. Zhong Yin smirked dismissively, deftly manipulating the flames to form a shield that effortlessly absorbed the flame-flying tiger's assault. In a swift motion, he vanished and reappeared behind the flame-flying tiger, his flames morphing into a sharp sword that plunged fiercely into the creature's back. The flame-flying tiger emitted a pained roar, pivoting to lunge at Zhong Yin. Zhong Yin adeptly evaded its attacks while launching counterstrikes. The Evil Fire possessed remarkable adhesion and inflicted spiritual damage. The flame-flying tiger, writhing in agony, soared into the sky to escape, yet even with its formidable fire resistance, it could not withstand this torment. The Evil Fire wreaked havoc upon its very soul. Zhong Yin, with a measured and unhurried demeanor, initiated a long-range assault, rendering his opponent utterly defenseless. Ultimately, he summoned the entirety of his strength, seizing the opportune moment to unleash a formidable fireball. The blazing fire tiger was struck by this overwhelming force, plummeting from the heavens. Its body bore numerous superficial injuries, yet its spirit had been thoroughly vanquished. Prior to this, Chu He regarded the charging fire tiger with a grave expression. Drawing a deep breath, the power within him erupted instantaneously, casting a faint dark red glow upon his form, signifying his transition into a dragon-like state. As the dark red radiance flickered, his muscles began to swell, his garments tearing as they struggled to contain his burgeoning physique. A layer of dark red dragon scales emerged, resembling a blood-colored armor enveloping his robust body. Clenching his fists tightly, he braced himself to confront the fire tiger's assault. Sensing Chu He's transformation, the fire tiger halted, its vigilance sharpening as it fixated on Chu He. With a deafening roar, it opened its maw, releasing a torrent of flames as it lunged toward him. Undeterred, Chu He stepped forward into the inferno, striking the fire tiger with his claw in a swift and electrifying motion, imbued with unparalleled might. The impact sent the fire tiger hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Struggling to regain its footing, a flicker of fear crossed its eyes, yet it swiftly reverted to its ferocious demeanor. Seizing the opportunity, Chu He leaped onto the back of the fire tiger, gripping its fur tightly and tearing at it with ferocity. The fire tiger roared in agony, attempting to dislodge Chu He, but he clung fiercely to its back. Ascending into the sky, they soared higher and higher, reaching an altitude of over 600 meters. In a desperate attempt to shake off Chu He, the fire tiger forcefully slammed its back against the surroundings. "You beast, you'll ruin your master's mural," Chu He thought, disoriented by the impact, bewildered by the building's robust material. Biting his tongue, the sharp pain and the metallic taste of blood brought clarity to his senses. His eyes gleamed with a golden light, golden eyes. The world around him slowed to a crawl, Timing his strike perfectly, he delivered a powerful blow to the fire tiger's head, nearly causing it to topple. Seizing the moment, Chu He unleashed a relentless barrage of punches upon its skull, each strike landing with precision on the back of its head. The fire tiger emitted a low, anguished growl, its only recourse to continue battering against the walls. With golden light flickering in his gaze, Chu He diligently sought the optimal rhythm and timing. Each impending impact was anticipated with uncanny accuracy, allowing him to prepare robust defenses. When the collision with the ceiling occurred, he adeptly utilized that fleeting moment of pause to recalibrate his stance and position before launching his next onslaught. This meticulously prepared strategy of defense and offense enabled him to adeptly navigate various circumstances, preserving his advantage while continuously undermining the enemy's strength. Thus, under the relentless bombardment of Chu He's fists, the creature's aura grew increasingly feeble until it ultimately collapsed in utter despair. It emitted a desperate roar as its body uncontrollably plummeted from the sky, a height of over 600 meters equivalent to more than 160 stories. Even the blaze-flying tiger of the moon erosion realm was reduced to a mass of flesh upon impact, causing the surrounding ground to fracture. Chu He rose from the pool of blood, shaking his slightly dazed head. This was a monstrous beast. He retrieved the crystal core and consumed it. The dangers of this place were manifold. Any increase in strength would translate to greater safety. Subsequently, Chu He and Zhong Yin assisted the other two in vanquishing the remaining blaze-flying tigers. Which way shall we proceed? Wang Ming panted as he sat on the ground. Among the four, he had been the sole one at a disadvantage during the battle with the blaze-flying tigers. Had it not been for the assistance of Zhong Yin and Chu He, he would surely have met his end today. Will you lead the way? Zhong Yin inquired, casting a glance at Chu He. To him, Chu He was shrouded in mystery. Given his knowledge of this space, it was plausible that he also understood the route. I'm uncertain of the way, Chu He replied, shaking his head as he surveyed the vast hall, feeling lost. He had just assessed the strengths of the other three. Zhong Yin's power was unfathomable. Even he had no confidence against him. Su Qingyun was also formidable, but had already exerted all his strength against the blaze-flying tiger, and would require some time to defeat it. Wang Ming was merely a simpleton with evident deficiencies in his abilities, posing little threat. Your pants are of good quality. Could you spare me a few? Chu He remarked, observing Wang Ming. Surprisingly, despite his transformation to a towering height of 3 meters, the pants remained intact, albeit now singed and tattered. While Chu He also bore some damage, he could now manipulate his scales to cover himself entirely, avoiding any embarrassing situations while battling monsters. Do not jest. If I manage to survive this ordeal, I shall give you as many as you desire, Wang Ming replied weakly, gazing at the tightly shut door. Let us rest, and then proceed down this main path, suggested Zhong Yan. This was the largest route within the palace, flanked by numerous enormous chambers. After the four had recuperated, they ventured towards the main path. As they passed the colossal fountain of flames at the center, the ground trembled violently. Ahead, fierce flames and acrid smoke enveloped the air. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of footsteps reverberated like thunder, instilling an overwhelming sense of fear and despair. Its form was colossal, towering several dozen meters high, composed of fire and darkness, emanating an intense heat and an aura of malevolence. Its skin was a dark crimson, as if cloaked in burning flames, flickering with an eerie luminescence. Its head was enormous and hideous, adorned with long, sharp teeth, and a pair of colossal horns resembling ram's horns that dwarfed its own head, leaving a lasting impression. Behind it were a pair of gigantic bat-like wings. Its arms were robust and powerful, capable of wielding a massive sword of flames, the blade ablaze with fierce fire that warped the surrounding space with its intense heat. In its eyes burned an inferno, revealing boundless malice and fury. The flame demon. Its precise rank remained unknown, yet the sheer terror it emanated indicated that it surpassed the others by at least 2 realms. How on earth could they contend with such a monster? Even a stalwart figure like Wang Ming trembled at the thought. Chapter 45. Dead End. At the end of the main corridor, a potent surge of energy beckoned the onlookers to enter. It seemed they could not proceed without confronting this creature. Hesitation gripped the group. The flame demon was overwhelmingly powerful, instilling a sense of futility against it. Fear enveloped each heart. Roar! The flame demon bellowed, its shrill cry nearly piercing the eardrums of those present. It dragged the blazing sword along the ground, the tip making contact with the hard floor, effortlessly penetrating it, and trailing a shower of sparks. "Run!" Chu He shouted. The four dashed desperately through the palace, their footsteps echoing hauntingly in the vast corridor. The roar of the flame demon resonated behind them, the distance between predator and prey rapidly closing. "Split up," Zhong Yin urged, realizing that they would soon be overtaken if they continued in a group. The party scattered in panic. Seeing this, the flame demon raised its sword and aimed a strike towards the nearest, Su Qingyun. Among the four, Su Qingyun possessed the weakest physical constitution, inevitably lagging behind. The blazing sword traced a perfect arc through the air, gleaming with searing brilliance, imbued with an inexorable force. As it swept by, the air seemed ignited, bursting into flames and leaving a fiery trail in its wake. Anticipating the attack, Su Qingyun lunged forward, unleashing a surge of strength that felt foreign to him. He vowed he had never run so fast in his life. The threat of death spurred his adrenaline, propelling him through the chaos. Boom! The great sword struck the ground, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The shockwaves surged forth like a tumultuous sea, crashing violently against Su Qingyun. He was propelled through the air, tumbling in agony, as if his body were on the verge of disintegration. Ultimately, he crashed heavily to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust. Cough! He spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling to rise. But it felt as though he had lost control of his body, collapsing limply once more. The flame demon raised its colossal sword again, intent on pursuing its advantage. Yet, from the corner of its eye, it spotted Chu He attempting to stealthily enter the main corridor. He abandoned farming minions and charged towards Chu He. Upon noticing this, Chu He immediately distanced himself. He was the fastest among the four, yet still significantly slower than the flame demon. Just as he was about to be caught, the flame demon abruptly changed direction. Similarly, Zhong Yin harbored the same intention, seeking to enter the main lane. As he was about to be overtaken, the flame demon once again veered off course. Thus, the flame demon pursued Zhong Yin while Chu He approached the main lane. Conversely, when chasing Chu He, Zhong Yin inched closer to the main lane. After a prolonged tug-of-war, the flame demon ultimately abandoned the notion of offense, standing resolutely in the main lane, fixated on the others. Meanwhile, Wang Ming lifted Su Qingyun, feeding him crystal cores to facilitate healing as much as possible. The situation had reached a stalemate. "Are we going to just wait it out like this?" Wang Ming asked, unwilling to accept their predicament. "What else do you propose we do?" Chu He replied coolly. "The exit is sealed, and the flame demon blocks our path inward. Chu, is there a time limit for this space to remain open? Will we be trapped here indefinitely?" Zhong Yin voiced his concerns. Chu He pondered, recalling, "I am unsure. I only know that the last time Zhong Yin obtained the inheritance, the secret realm closed once he emerged. The duration of its opening is indeterminate. We must act swiftly." Zhong Yan's brow furrowed at this revelation. There's no way out unless someone can hold it off. Chu He ignited a cigarette, the oppressive atmosphere prompting him to seek a moment of relaxation. This was an unprecedented predicament since his rebirth, with the flame demon looming in the distance, emanating a terrifying aura. A profound sense of helplessness welled within him. None could withstand even a casual strike from the flame demon. Its formidable presence rendered any semblance of health invisible, as if his attacks inflicted no harm whatsoever. "Hold it off for me. All of you, get in there." Despair gripped the hearts of the team, but at that moment, Wang Ming stepped forward, his eyes filled with determination and resolve. "You fool. Your mind is truly muddled. You can't even withstand a single blow from the flame demon. Are you seeking certain death?" Zhong Yin chastised, though concern flickered in his gaze. "I'm the fool. Better than standing here waiting to die?" Wang Ming retorted, his face flushed with anger, his emotions spilling forth unfiltered. "Wang Ming, let's keep it civil." Su Qingyun sensed the tension escalating and quickly intervened. "Oh dear, big brother. Please don't stoop to this fool's level. He is just careless and speaks without thinking, irrespective of the occasion. You are magnanimous. Don't take it to heart." Zhong Yan's ire subsided somewhat at Su's words. Yet, Wang Ming did not seize this opportunity to back down. He fixed his gaze on Zhong Yan, solemnly clasping his hands and stating, "Brother, I know I have always been grateful for your past kindness. Yet this time, the circumstances are exceptional, and we must make a sacrifice. Allow me to assist you this once. Let me be the one to be sacrificed." With these words, Wang Ming dashed towards the Inferno demon without hesitation. "Come on, come and catch me, your grandfather." He he provocatively taunted, picking up fragments of stone from the ground and hurling them at the Inferno demon. Wang Meng, Wang Meng, Zhong Yan and Su Qingyun shouted in unison. Wang Meng drew the Inferno demon's attention with his very life. His figure appeared minuscule against the backdrop of the demon's flames. Yet his courage and spirit moved all who beheld him. The Inferno demon, incensed by Wang Meng's provocation, charged towards him. Stop looking and run, Chu He shouted loudly, cradling the incapacitated Su Qingyun in his arms. But Wang Meng, Su Qingyun opened his mouth to utter more. There are no buts. If we don't flee now, his sacrifice will be in vain. Chu He, glancing at Zhong Yan's distressed expression, decisively grasped his hand and sprinted towards the main path. Time is of the essence. The Inferno demon suddenly turned and lunged at the group. Want to escape? Have you consulted your grandfather first? Wang Meng's hands clamped around the demon's sturdy leg like iron pincers, enduring the searing flames that scorched his body. Roar! The Inferno demon bellowed in fury, attempting to shake off Wang Meng's grip, yet he remained undeterred, his eyes reflecting unwavering resolve. Every muscle in Wang Meng's body tensed, steadfastly resisting the demon's might. Sweat dripped from his brow, his breaths grew labored, and the flesh on his chest and arms charred from the flames. The air was thick with the scent of roasting meat, yet his determination wavered not. The demon thrashed its leg violently, seeking to dislodge Wang Meng. But he clung to it like an unyielding adhesive, refusing to let go. In a fit of rage, it seized him in its grasp, crushing him with ferocious strength. His flesh swiftly turned to ash in the flames, leaving only a wisp of bone dust to drift in the air. With the nuisance eliminated, the Inferno demon surged toward the trio once more. Its roar echoed down the main path, instilling terror as they ran, their hearts racing as if the demon were upon them in the next heartbeat. The demon's footsteps drew ever closer, each step resonating like an earthquake, shaking the ground beneath them. Too fast. Wang Meng had delayed it for mere seconds with his life, yet it regained ground on the three with alarming speed. Chapter 46. The remnants soul, their heartbeats and gasps reverberated through the still corridor, echoing like the countdown to death. At the end of the main path lay a mysterious chamber. The door was firmly shut, adorned with a magnificent red gemstone that gleamed like a burning star. That's out the place. Run quickly, Chu He shouted. Just as the Inferno demon was about to catch up to them, the door swung open automatically, and without hesitation, they rushed into the room, hoping to find a sanctuary from the demon's relentless pursuit. Upon entering, the three swiftly closed the stone door behind them. A resounding thud echoed as the infernal creature outside relentlessly battered the entrance. The room was suffused with an ancient atmosphere, its walls adorned with venerable portraits and enigmatic symbols. The trio searched frantically for a sanctuary, yet it seemed there was no refuge from the infernal beast. Hide behind the door, Chu He exclaimed, spotting a suitable place to evade the creature's gaze. The three pressed their backs against the stone door, gasping for breath, fervently praying that the infernal being would not discover their presence. However, the creature remained undeterred, its fiery eyes peering through the crack of the door, scanning the room for prey. Their hearts raced anew, silenced by fear of attracting the creature's attention. Suddenly, a glimmer from the door's embellishments caught their eye. The infernal being lingered at the threshold for a moment before turning away. Once assured of silence, they cautiously peered through the crack, exhaling in relief. They realized that the creature must be bound by some limitation, unable to breach the sanctum of the room. Yet, gradually, relief was supplanted by anguish. The eyes of Zhong Yan and Su Qingyun were filled with torment and remorse, burdened by an overwhelming sense of regret. They reminisced about the joyful and adventurous times spent with Wang Meng, recalling the camaraderie they had shared in facing adversities together. Now, however, they were separated by an insurmountable chasm. Zhong Yan clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly. He loathed his impotence, resenting himself for lacking the strength to protect his brother. This is all my fault. As your leader, had I been stronger, he would not have. His voice faltered, tears welling in his eyes as his nails dug painfully into his palms. Su Qingyun felt moisture gather in his eyes, tears cascading down his cheeks as he remembered the big, foolish Wang Meng, whose simple nature often led him into trouble due to his lack of emotional intelligence, yet who was willing to sacrifice his life for his brothers. Su Qingyun placed a comforting hand on Zhong Yan's shoulder, attempting to console him. No, this is not your fault. We all did our utmost. He died for us, and we cannot let his sacrifice be in vain. But how can I forgive myself? He was my closest brother, and I failed to safeguard him. Zhong Yan lamented, tears streaming down his face, his voice laced with despair. Taking a deep breath, Su Qingyun struggled to regain his composure. We cannot dwell in guilt and sorrow. We must grow stronger. We shall protect what he cherished, safeguard the capital, and defend humanity. Everything they did now was for the survival of mankind's future. Zhong Yan lifted his gaze, determination igniting in his eyes. You are right. Our endeavors are aimed at the revival of humanity. Together, we will strive to expel all these outsiders from Blue Star. Su Qingyun clasped Zhong Yan's hand tightly, their eyes reflecting unwavering resolve and courage. A beloved brother has perished, leaving no trace of his remains. They solemnly vowed to grow stronger, determined to prevent such tragedies from reoccurring. Their actions would serve as testament that their brother's sacrifice was not in vain. Chu He stood silently nearby, observing the two. Indifferent to the malice he could harbor towards others, yet this scene stirred something within him. He felt akin to a decrepit old man, devoid of ambition, merely wishing to survive in this chaotic world. The two, older than him by nearly a decade, seemed to embody the fervor and passion of youth. A decade of apocalyptic existence had rendered him numb, yet it had also unveiled the terror of alien races. In their previous lives, perhaps they too began with the same fervor and zeal. The trio commenced their exploration of the chamber, which was enveloped in an enigmatic aura, with walls shimmering in peculiar luminescence. At the center stood a grand throne, upon which sat a figure clad in heavy armor. It emanates from there. Chu He pointed towards the throne, sensing the energy fluctuations. I must uncover the source that claimed my brother's life. Zhong Yan cautiously approached. As they drew nearer, they reached the foot of the throne, looking up to find the armor shrouded in darkness, revealing nothing. Suddenly, the throne ignited, transforming into a blazing inferno, continuously radiating searing energy. The trio retreated swiftly. The mysterious figure atop the throne was suddenly engulfed in flames, exuding a formidable fiery power, as if he were the very embodiment of fire. His stature was imposing and regal, evoking a sense of reverence. His visage concealed within the flames remained indistinct, yet the aura surrounding him spoke of immense strength. His eyes, akin to burning flames, conveyed boundless wisdom and power. As they approached the fiery throne, a fierce wave of heat surged towards them, threatening to consume them whole. They felt a momentary dizziness, nearly losing their balance. I have awaited here for over 10 millennia, and at last, I behold the heirs of my legacy. The voice from the throne resonated, ambiguous in gender. The three were astonished. It spoke their language. There is no need for surprise. I have gleaned your language from your consciousness, it elucidated. I, of the Alex clan, perished a millennium ago, and I forsook my corporeal form to ensure the survival of my spirit, to preserve my clan's legacy. Its ancient, profound voice reverberated, as if transcending the tides of time. This voice, imbued with unwavering resolve and tenacity, evoked an indescribable sense of tragic grandeur. Alex was once a resplendent and formidable race, ruling over vast realms with our innate mastery of fire and unparalleled wisdom, earning the reverence of all beings. Alas, the relentless gears of fate turned, sweeping us into the torrents of history, ultimately leading to our cruel demise. When speaking of this lineage, the voice echoes with pride intertwined with boundless regret. Chapter 47. The art of flame. Breathing your presence here signifies that you have successfully navigated the preceding trials. With piercing gaze, it regarded the three, stating, in theory, you all should be worthy of my legacy yet. What is it? Zhong Yan stepped forward, asserting, Wang Ming died for him. He does not wish for that sacrifice to be in vain. However, this young friend possesses not a trace of fire element. Thus, you cannot inherit the legacy. Upon hearing these words, Su Qingyun was momentarily taken aback, yet he swiftly regained his composure. The entity looked at him, a flicker of regret glimmering in its eyes. It is indeed unfortunate, yet I cannot contravene the rules. Su Qingyun smiled gently, replying, the younger generation is indifferent. Merely being here is a fortuitous encounter. Even without the inheritance, this journey has not been in vain. His tone radiated a sense of nonchalance and serenity, as if he bore no sorrow or regret for the lost opportunity. Nodding in acknowledgement, it regarded Su Qingyun with appreciation. Your mindset is commendable. Perhaps it is this open-heartedness that has brought you to this moment. Su Qingyun humbly smiled in gratitude. Very well, you two young friends possess commendable talents. You shall receive the inheritance. I hope you will carry forth the flame-breathing technique of my lineage, the Alex. It extended a finger, coalescing flames, and pointed into the void. In an instant, a vast memory surged within the minds of the two, revealing a vivid scene. In a tranquil mountain forest, a young warrior stood silently with closed eyes. His body trembled slightly, as if communicating with a formidable force. Suddenly, he inhaled deeply, his chest swelling as if he were to draw the entirety of the world into himself. Then, he exhaled slowly, a low growl emanating from his mouth, reminiscent of the sound of flames igniting. With each breath, the surrounding air grew increasingly searing. A faint red glow began to radiate from his form, as if enveloped in a shroud of fire. The warrior commenced to wield his longsword, tracing elegant arcs through the air. Each swing was accompanied by a powerful force, capable of rending the very air asunder. His movements quickened and intensified, merging seamlessly with the sword. Flames erupted around him, growing fiercer, engulfing his entire being. Yet, he exhibited no fear, but instead wielded his longsword with even greater valor and determination. With his final breath, the warrior raised his sword high above, unleashing a thunderous roar. Flames erupted instantaneously, illuminating the entire forest, and within that brilliance, the warrior's figure appeared immensely grand. As the light gradually faded, he slowly lowered his sword, his body returning to a state of tranquility. Practitioners must delve deep within, igniting the inner flame and merging with the essence of fire. Primarily, breath control is paramount. The practitioner must regulate their breathing, ensuring it is steady and profound, as if drawing the flames into their being, only to exhale a fierce blaze. Secondly, focusing the mind is essential. The practitioner should concentrate entirely on the flames, sensing their warmth, power, and vitality. Through meditation, a connection with the fire must be established, allowing its energy to flow within. Furthermore, the coordination of the body and the fluidity of movement are indispensable. The practitioner's strikes must resonate with the rhythm of breath and fire, infusing each blow with the might of the flames. Additionally, relentless willpower must be cultivated. The fire-breathing technique demands unwavering resilience and fearless courage, facing adversity and challenges without retreat, advancing boldly. Ultimately, the essence of the fire-breathing method lies in the fervor of the heart and reverence for the flames. Only through genuine passion for fire can one unlock its utmost potential. You must continuously explore and practice, integrating the secrets of the fire-breathing technique into your combat. Becoming the sovereign of flames, it eloquently proclaimed, concluding with the assertion that only those who embody the fire may wield this breath. If your current power of flame is 100, through mastering this technique, you may unleash 150, 200, or even greater. The glory of Alex has faded, yet I hope you can elevate our clan's most cherished legacy, the fire-breathing technique. It reiterated, its voice tinged with nostalgia and regret. We shall not disappoint the expectations of our predecessors. The elder imparted the teachings without revealing their name. The two clasped their fists in respect. My name is Edwin. You too shall cultivate here, and I will guide you in your initiation. Thank you, esteemed elder. We shall exert ourselves to the utmost, they replied. Chu He sat cross-legged, his hands resting naturally upon his knees, and gradually closed his eyes. He took a deep breath, recalling the essential techniques in his mind as he began to practice the fire-breathing method. With each breath, the surrounding air seemed to grow fervent. His body trembled slightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet his expression remained remarkably serene, as if entering a state of self-forgetfulness. Within him, a surge of heat began to flow, coursing through his meridians. Chu He gritted his teeth, a pained expression crossing his face, a low growl emanating from his throat as his body quivered. This torrent of heat surged like a mighty flood, relentlessly battering his internal meridians. With each impact came a wave of excruciating pain, yet simultaneously, it rendered the meridians broader and more resilient. As time progressed, this surge of heat gradually enveloped his entire body, bringing all his meridians under its dominion. The once narrow pathways had significantly widened, resembling a broad river capable of accommodating a greater flow of vital energy. The fire-breathing technique emphasizes the importance of one's mental state. Edwin's voice resonated with a deep and powerful timbre, urging him to ignite the flame within, allowing it to consume every cell of his being. Breath is paramount. He must feel the flow of his breath within, as fervent and potent as fire itself. He approached Chu He, gently patting him on the shoulder, and said, "Now, envision yourself amidst a sea of flames. You are the sovereign of the fire." A vivid image of a blazing inferno materialized in Chu He's mind, and he sensed the strength and heat of the flames. "Excellent. Just like that," Edwin remarked with satisfaction. "Maintain this state, and let the fire burn within you." Time seemed to lose significance, and eventually, Chu He slowly opened his eyes. A glimmer of astonishment flickering within as he realized his strength had markedly increased. "Senior, how long have I been here?" "By your reckoning, a month," Edwin replied. "A month? No wonder I feel so famished," Chu He exclaimed, promptly retrieving several crystal cores and consuming them. You awakened before him. The fire-breathing technique came to you first. Indicating your greater talent, Edwin praised. "Too kind," Chu He responded with a respectful fist clasp. Zhong Yan awoke shortly thereafter, merely a quarter of an hour behind Chu He. "Brother, you are awake." Su Qingyan approached with concern. "I am well." Zhong Yan stood, clasping his fists in gratitude. "Thank you, Senior, for your guidance." Edwin waved his hand, saying, "I have one final gift for you." The three felt a torrent of immense information flooding their minds. "This is the universal language. You will be able to communicate with other intelligent races you encounter." Pointing to the flame-formed visage of his own, Edwin continued, "My remaining essence will not last long. I wish for you to carry this forward." Chu He felt a tumult of emotions as he swiftly grasped a new language. The universal language? This indicated that these intelligent races were capable of communication. In his mind, a vast worldview rapidly constructed itself, a realm of competing races and resplendent civilizations, each with its unique culture and values, engaged in rivalry, cooperation, and conflict. "Wait, Senior, could you tell me about the enemies of your race? I shall do my utmost to avenge you." Zhong Yan's words interrupted his contemplation. "It no longer matters. What does revenge accomplish? After millennia, I have long relinquished hatred. If not for the preservation of the legacy of the Alex family, I would have departed with my kin long ago." A deep voice resonated from Idle, urging them to move forward. In an instant, the surroundings transformed, and the trio found themselves outside the secret realm. "Elder brother," Munqua exclaimed, stepping forward with palpable concern in his eyes. Chu He shook his slightly dazed head and focused his gaze. Before him lay a throng of soldiers, densely packed and creating an impenetrable barrier around the area. The soldiers stood in precise formations, weapons in hand, their expressions grave, exuding an air of authority and inviolability. Their vigilant eyes scanned the vicinity, leaving no detail unnoticed. "Elder brother, where's Wang Meng?" "I don't see him," Munqua inquired, perplexed. Zhong Yan remained silent, his gaze dimmed and forlorn. After a long pause, he spoke slowly. "He sacrificed himself to save us." His voice was low and sorrowful. Munqua was taken aback, speechless. Disbelief etched across his face as he looked at Zhong Yan, his eyes brimming with anguish. "What? Wang Meng is dead?" he exclaimed, his eyes widening and voice trembling. Zhong Yan nodded solemnly, his expression somber. "Yes, he shielded us from the enemy's onslaught and ultimately gave his life." Munqua could not fathom this grim reality. He clenched his fists tightly, his heart swelling with rage and sorrow. "Zhong Yan, are you all right?" An elder emerged from the ranks of soldiers, clad in a dark green military uniform that signified his esteemed rank. "City Lord." Zhong Yan quickly composed himself and saluted sharply. The City Lord returned the gesture, expressing his regret over Wang Meng's death. "I will ensure his family is well cared for, with no worries for sustenance, and the compensation will be provided at the highest standard." Zhong Yan's expression softened slightly at these words, but suddenly, a thought struck him, prompting a sharp inquiry. "City Lord, we waited for an hour after entering the secret realm without receiving any support. Was the realm closed at that time?" "No," the City Lord replied, "but through our attempts, we discovered that only the eclipsed moon can enter the realm. How many eclipsed moons are there in the capital? We are unaware of what lies within. Thus we cannot send anyone in. It would be irresponsible to the lives of our soldiers." The City Lord spoke with conviction. "You entered without clarifying the situation or consulting with us. Do you have no regard for discipline?" He had intended to afford Zhong Yan some leniency, wishing to discuss the day's events privately, but instead found himself questioned, leaving him with little concern for decorum. In extraordinary circumstances, the command of the sovereign may be disregarded. "I had no time to communicate with you," Zhong Yan retorted earnestly. Discipline is discipline. You brought people outside the city without notifying me. Do you still hold any regard for discipline? A soldier's duty is to obey orders. It seems you have forgotten that. The city lord reprimanded loudly. Zhong Yin found himself at a loss for words. His emotional outburst was an attempt to alleviate his own guilt, and the sorrow that clouded his usually sharp mind had led him to falter. The matter of leaving the city without notifying the lord was indeed a transgression on his part. The numerous achievements he had amassed over the past 8 or 9 months in the apocalypse had rendered him somewhat arrogant, leading him to believe that he possessed sufficient strength to forego such notifications. My lord, I was in the wrong, Zhong Yin admitted, unaware that the discord of the day would later serve as a catalyst for their future conflicts. Return and transcribe the rules 100 times. Had it not been for your noticeably enhanced aura, Wang Ming would have sacrificed himself in vain. The lord perceived that his subordinates had recently become excessively bold and deemed it necessary to administer a stern reprimand. However, Zhong Yin was the foremost martial force in the capital, and the lord hesitated to impose too severe a punishment. Yes, my lord. Zhong Yin stood upright, bowing his head in contrition, adhering to the discipline expected of him. The young man appeared strikingly impressive. One could only wonder at his current standing. The lord, noticing Chu He nearby, approached him. I reside in Jiang City and am preparing to return, Chu He replied, maintaining a dignified composure that left no room for the lord's invitation. He discerned that the lord's strength was merely at the meteor realm, with energy fluctuations that were rather modest, likely indicating an ability below S-class. It was surprising that Zhong Yin was genuinely principled. Such a character would only be replaced after a year. Alas, our capital has lost a pillar of talent, the lord lamented, striking his chest in regret. Zhong Yan's eyes flickered, his thoughts shrouded in mystery. Chu He noticed this and felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Damn it. This old fool is employing such a crude tactic of sowing discord. By uplifting one while belittling another, he sought to incite resentment in Zhong Yan. This was indicative of the lord's constraints on his subordinates, fostering suspicion among them and preventing them from uniting as one. While this tactic secured his position, the repercussions could be dire. In the face of external threats during the apocalypse, a divided military could lead to ruin. Had it not been for the capital's ample resources, they might have already succumbed. I am unworthy of such praise, Chu He modestly replied, repeatedly waving his hands, a humble smile gracing his face. Look, such humility is a rarity among young people nowadays. How many exhibit arrogance after merely achieving a modicum of success? The lord remarked, his finger gesturing towards Chu He's chest. They often believe themselves invincible, oblivious to the myriad complexities of the world. He sighed, shaking his head, seemingly disheartened by the youth of today. This metaphorical admonition only darkened Zhong Yan's countenance further. Old man, cease your manipulations, Chu He interjected hastily. If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave and not disturb your business. He wished to depart swiftly, as the lord's increasingly absurd comments became unbearable. Even if he harbored intentions to eliminate the lord, no one would be able to thwart him. Yet, why did he refrain? Because despite his cold-heartedness, he did not wish to be deemed a villain among humanity. Zhong Yin was evidently unprepared to assume leadership at that moment. Moreover, having gained respect and support through principles of benevolence, he would inevitably be ensnared by them. Should he rebel, the loyalty he had garnered through such virtue would dissipate entirely. Chapter 49. A farewell to the capital well. Do come to my home for a cup of tea later, the city lord said, a smile gracing his face. His eyes filled with admiration. Next time for sure, Chu He replied awkwardly, waving his hand to decline. I shall take my leave now. He addressed Zhong Yin and Su Qingyun, and with that, he stepped away, eager to vacate the place. The city lord's smile gradually faded, and as he watched Chu He depart, a fleeting glint of malice flickered in his eyes. In the capital, the moment Chu He appeared at the doorway, a spark of surprise ignited in Su Yu's eyes. She had longed for this moment, and the joy in her heart surged like a torrent, overwhelming her. Without hesitation, Su Yu rushed forward and enveloped him in a tight embrace, her arms wrapping around his waist, as if fearing he might vanish once more. Chu He felt her fervor and reciprocated the embrace, savoring her warmth. Time seemed to stand still in that instant, their mutual longing and concern materializing into a profound hug. Words were unnecessary. Their embrace alone spoke volumes of their affection. After a while, Su Yu slowly released Chu He, lifting her gaze to meet his eyes. which shimmered with adoration. Chu He returned her look, smiling with a tenderness that revealed his deep affection. "You've finally returned. I've missed you so much." Su Yu whispered softly. "Indeed," Chu He replied, finding himself at a loss for overly sentimental words. He opted for action instead. He leaned down, bestowing upon her a touch of French romance. Su Yu let out a soft sigh, her body melting against him, finding solace in his embrace. The following noon, Chu He awoke, having risen later than ever before in this life. He tossed aside a pair of red-heeled shoes that lay beside his pillow and shook his slightly dizzy head. His restless spirit had been confined within the secret realm for over a month, and he felt it was time to return, especially with the impending wave of monstrous creatures approaching Dawnlight City in a few months. Nearby, a small fox lay in deep slumber. He scribbled a note at the bedside. "I'll be stepping out briefly, will return soon. Please have lunch on your own." After donning his coat, he left the inn. Chu He arrived at a restaurant, where in a private room, Zhong Yin and Su Qingyun had been waiting for some time. "Ah, the busy man finally arrives. I suppose you've been too preoccupied to check the time." Su Qingyun teased upon noticing Chu He's tardiness. "It's only a minute past." Chu He glanced at his watch and replied. Both Zhong Yin and Su Qingyun, being soldiers, had arrived half an hour early, completely disregarding Chu He's lateness. "All right, waiter. We're ready for the dishes," Zhong Yin called out. "You're leaving today, and we're here to see you off, but my brother has one more question. Are you truly not considering developing in the capital? Whatever your requirements may be, feel free to express them. I will do my utmost to accommodate you," Zhong Yin pressed, unwilling to let go. In his eyes, Chu He resembled a formidable warrior, akin to the unparalleled strength of Lu Bu from the Three Kingdoms era. Ha ha ha, a true man, born of heaven and earth, cannot long endure beneath others. Chu He proclaimed with a bold spirit, though it remained unclear whether he referred to himself or to Zhong Yin. "Do not think, my brother, that even if you were the lord of the capital, I would acquiesce to you." A subtle smile graced Chu He's lips, his gaze shimmering with confidence. He pointed to himself and then turned to Zhong Yin, resolutely declaring, "We are of the same ilk. We are both kings, and a king shall never submit to another king." These words reverberated through the air like a thunderclap, imbued with authority and dominance. An innate aura of sovereignty radiated from Chu He, as if he were the sovereign of this realm. Zhong Yin, too, found himself swayed by his formidable presence, a fleeting thought stirring within him, only to be swiftly quelled. The capital was currently in a time of peace, and the old man's power was substantial. In less than 2 months, a new rift in the dimensional space would appear in the capital, at which point they would possess a voice of authority. The more Chu He spoke, the more fervent he became. "Enough. The Lord has elevated me. I, Zhong Yin, shall never engage in acts of treachery." Zhong Yin interrupted sharply. "Chu He, what are you doing? Are you attempting to sow discord within the capital? What are your true intentions?" Su Qingyun could no longer contain himself and stood to voice his reproach. All right. I spoke out of turn. I shall remain silent." Chu He raised both hands in a gesture of submission. "Had I known, I would have refrained from speaking." The conflict between them had not yet reached an irreconcilable state. "I shall take my punishment," he declared, raising a cup of baijiu and downing it in one gulp. The two others relaxed their expressions upon witnessing this act. "Very well. My dear brother Chu, let us refrain from uttering words that may hinder our unity in the future." Zhong Yin reciprocated with a toast, signaling forgiveness. "You are right, my brother," Chu He responded in agreement. Zhong Yin resembled Liu Bei, earning the respect and admiration of people through his sincerity, kindness, and magnanimity. He possessed steadfast beliefs and ideals for which he tirelessly strove, gathering a fellowship of like-minded individuals to pursue their shared aspirations. These individuals would become his loyal followers, willing to sacrifice everything for him. Chu He pondered, does benevolence truly hold relevance in a post-apocalyptic world? Certainly not. That would be courting death. Yet, how is it that Zhong Yin can lead the capital to stand resilient? Because his benevolence is of a narrower scope. Perhaps initially, his kindness was extended to all, but later, it was reserved solely for the awakened. When the leader possesses formidable strength and treats his subordinates with kindness, as if they were his own brothers, what reason do they have not to follow him? This is the unique charisma of an individual, as if he were the leader of humanity itself. In a previous life, Chu He would have readily accepted submission, but now he refuses to bow to anyone. He is determined to forge his own path. If Zhong Yin embodies the righteous way, then he represents tyranny. If Zhong Yin is akin to Liu Bei, then he is certainly reminiscent of Cao Cao. Better for me to betray the world than for the world to betray me. The dishes are served. Let us feast, Zhong Yin beckoned. Braised fish, braised pig's trotters, and stir-fried beef. How can I be polite? Chu He exclaimed as he lifted his chopsticks and savored the meal, having gone a month without food, his palate yearning for sustenance. Come, brother Zhong, I raise a toast to you. Chu He lifted his cup in camaraderie. After 3 rounds of drink, the 3 satiated men each lit a cigarette. The private room quickly filled with swirling smoke as the 3 seasoned smokers exhaled clouds of vapor. I must express my regret that you did not join us. Zhong Yin lamented. Our paths diverge. As the saying goes, when the paths are different, we cannot collaborate, Chu He explained. Zhong Yin scrutinized Chu He. Recalling the first time he laid eyes on him, he seemed like a sharp blade concealed within its scabbard. You appear to know me well. We have scarcely communicated this past month. How can you claim our paths are different? Zhong Yin inquired, puzzled. Chu He exhaled a plume of smoke, rising to depart. The path I walk is one of tyranny. Chapter 50. The mistress of the harem in the city of Dawn, within the Lord's mansion. Xiaoshi sat before her dressing mirror, her gaze filled with longing. She stared intently at her reflection, as if searching for traces of Chu He. A gentle sigh escaped her lips, her heart brimming with endless yearning and concern. Suddenly, she felt a pair of strong arms encircle her from behind. Instinctively, she struggled, her heart racing with fear and unease. These arms were not those of Shao Qi, who dared to be so familiar in the Lord's mansion. The icy energy within her began to coalesce, ready to make this interloper pay the price. It is I, Xiaoshi, I have returned. Chu He's voice was soft yet deep. At these words, her body relaxed instantly. Xiaoshi turned around to behold the familiar visage of Chu He, her eyes shimmering with joyful tears. She embraced him tightly, relishing his warmth. You have finally returned, she said, her voice choked with emotion. More than 3 months had passed since Chu He had journeyed north, and throughout this time, her heart had been perpetually filled with thoughts of him. Each night, as moonlight spilled through the window, she silently gazed into the distance, engulfed by an indescribable melancholy. During these long 3 months, she had awaited his return with bated breath. Each day, she offered silent prayers, wishing for his safe return to her side. Yet, as time wore on, her spirits grew heavier, and she began to worry about whether he had encountered difficulties or dangers. This anxiety rendered her unable to find solace in sleep. As she tossed and turned in bed each night, struggling to drift into slumber. Are you contemplating the murder of your own husband? Chu He remarked, gesturing towards the lingering frost in her hand, patting his chest with a feigned expression of fear. If I were to die under such perplexing circumstances, it would be an utter injustice. You scoundrel, Xiaoshi retorted angrily, striking his chest with her delicate, jade-like fist. This rogue truly lacked sensitivity, disrupting such a splendid atmosphere. Ouch, ouch, that hurts. Chu He quickly raised his hands in surrender. Once her frustration had subsided, he embraced her anew, gently stroking Xiaoshi's hair and whispering, I miss you as well, Xiaoshi. I shall never leave you again. The two held each other tightly, wishing time would freeze in that very moment. At that instant, their minds emptied, leaving only the sensation of one another's presence and warmth. Ah, Chu He exclaimed in surprise, clutching his waist. Why are you pinching me? Xiaoshi's eyes glimmered with a faint blush, resembling a blooming flower, vibrant and alluring. She pointed towards a woman behind Chu He, questioning. You claim to have been thinking of me, so tell me, who is this woman behind you? A flicker of alarm coursed through Chu He's heart as he swiftly turned to glance behind him. There stood Su Yu, with an alluring gaze directed at him. Upon noticing Chu He turning around, a playful smile crept upon her lips, and she gently blinked. Chu He was momentarily speechless, an awkward expression gracing his features. You are aware of the side effects of my abilities, he explained with a resigned scratch of his head. Yet my heartfelt devotion to you has never wavered. Today I, Chu He, solemnly swear. He raised his right hand, fingers pointing skyward. Do not utter such foolishness. Xiaoshi quickly covered his mouth. I knew you were the best, my dear wife. Chu He cradled the back of her head and planted a fervent kiss upon her lips. If it were any other woman casting him a disdainful glance, he would have swiftly made her understand the meaning of propriety. But Xiaoshi was different. Firstly, she was exceptionally talented, a remarkable partner. Chu He had arrived in Dawn City incognito, having conducted a private investigation for 2 hours, and he was thoroughly impressed. Over the past 3 months, she had managed Dawn City with remarkable efficiency, showcasing her wisdom in governance. Secondly, she possessed formidable strength, capable of keeping the unscrupulous at bay and ensuring the safety of Dawn City in his absence. Thirdly, she had a keen sense of propriety. Her actions were merely a means to convey to Chu He who truly held dominion in the harem, serving as a gentle reminder. She was astute enough to recognize that even if she disagreed, it would only exacerbate tensions between them. Thus, Chu He was more than willing to accept the role of harem master and to tolerate her slightly haughty behaviors. This approach also serves to mitigate the discord among the women. The two share an unspoken understanding, perceiving yet choosing not to articulate the underlying tensions. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law, Xiao Qi exclaimed, dashing into the room clad in a pink nightgown, one slipper having slipped off during her hurried entrance. Hey, slow down. I can't escape from here, Chu He remarked, lifting her and playfully pinching her little nose. Brother-in-law, you return without even informing me, Xiao Qi pouted in complaint. Xiao Qi, Xiao Shi interjected, her tone firm. In this household, while Chu He might show her some leniency, he would not tolerate any woman overstepping her bounds. She understood that such behavior would be firmly disallowed by Chu He. Oh, Xiao Qi murmured, lowering her head in disappointment. Oh, what's the matter? Don't frighten your sister, Chu He casually admonished. Have you missed me during this time? Yes. I think about you every day. No, every moment. Xiao Qi fervently nodded, wishing she could offer her heart for him to see. All right, I understand, Chu He said, pinching her cheek to convey his belief in her sincerity. Master, you have returned, a maid with cat ears exclaimed excitedly as she rushed into the room. Are you all right? Seeing that there was no room left in Chu He's embrace, she reached for Xiao Qi's garment, hoping to create a bit of space. Who is she? Chu He inquired, glancing at Xiao Shi. Her name is Luo Shi, the one you favored before you left. Oh, aren't you a maid? Aren't you supposed to be working now? Chu He frowned, his displeasure evident. Aye. Luo Shi stammered, in her heart. She believed herself to be one of Chu He's women. While her status might not rival Xiao Shi's, she felt it at least matched Xiao Qi's. Return to your post, Chu He stated coolly. Yes, sir. Luo Shi responded with a sigh of relief, cold sweat dampening her fair back as she quickly exited the bedroom. With everyone vying for affection, how can I find tranquility? Chu He directed his gaze toward Xiao Shi. She truly considers herself equal to Xiao Shi and Xiao Qi. Darling, it is my fault. I will ensure strict discipline moving forward, Xiao Shi promised earnestly. What I bestow upon you is yours. Should I withhold it? You must not attempt to seize it, Chu He warned, surveying the three women. He was determined to prevent any scheming amongst his women in their own abode, establishing rules to clarify what was acceptable and what was not. The three women slightly bowed their heads in acknowledgement. That's more like it. It has been a while since I returned. Come, let us take a stroll around the manor, Chu He suggested, a smile breaking through as he lightened the previously tense atmosphere. That evening, in the bedroom, the other two women tacitly allowed space for Xiao Shi. Clad in a silk nightgown, she casually unbuttoned a couple of buttons at the front, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. She approached and settled onto Chu He's lap, her delicate hands encircling his neck, with no need for excessive words. The long-awaited reunion of the two brought forth a surge of longing, culminating in a fervent embrace and passionate kiss, as garments gradually adorned the ground. Chapter 51. The financial strain of Dawn City. The higher-ups of Dawn City had been summoned to an urgent meeting in the council chamber. As Chu He surveyed the assembly of key figures, he noticed a new face among them. Ah, Aching, what a delightful surprise. In just a little over 3 months, you have ascended to the threshold of the half-step moon-devouring realm, becoming a prominent figure in Dawn City, he remarked, gently patting Aching's shoulder in acknowledgement of her achievements. With a smile, Aching clasped her fists in gratitude, responding, I have not disappointed your expectations, my benefactor. Ha, indeed. Like gold, you shall shine brightly. I hope you continue to illuminate Dawn City with your brilliance. Chu He returned to his seat. Casting his gaze around the room, he spoke solemnly. Please report on the recent changes in Dawn City. I shall begin, said Xiao Shi, rising from her seat beside him, her cold voice resonating in the ears of the assembly. Firstly, regarding the population, a significant influx of humanity has gathered around Dawn City. Prior to the apocalypse, Yuanzhong City, as a super first-tier metropolis, boasted a population exceeding 20 million. When Dawn City was established, it had dwindled to just over 5 million, but it has since surged to over 7 million, a staggering increase. When Dawn City was founded, it occupied only half the land of Yuanjiang City, resulting in severe overcrowding in the outer city, with traffic congestion becoming commonplace. The issue of resource scarcity has become increasingly pronounced. The supply of water, electricity, land, and other resources cannot meet the demands of the burgeoning population, leading to resource strain and rising prices. Concurrently, the city's infrastructure is under immense pressure, with wastewater treatment and garbage disposal struggling to keep pace, causing a gradual decline in environmental quality. Employment competition has intensified, leading to a rising unemployment rate. The influx of people into the city has created a disparity between job availability and demand, leaving many unable to secure suitable employment and plunging them into hardship. This, in turn, has sparked a series of social issues, such as poverty and crime. Public services, including education and healthcare, also face significant challenges. Insufficient schools and hospitals fail to meet the needs of the populace, resulting in unequal distribution of educational and medical resources, further exacerbating social inequality. The explosive population growth has also influenced cultural and social structures. The convergence of individuals from diverse cultural backgrounds may incite cultural clashes and social discord. Traditional communities and interpersonal relationships have been disrupted, diminishing people's sense of belonging and identity. Enough, Chu He interjected, rubbing his temples to halt her discourse. Having returned to Dawn City, I have observed the urban landscape, chaos in the outer city, yet order in the inner city. What you have articulated can be summarized as an overabundance of ordinary citizens. These individuals contribute little value to the city. Rather, they consume resources and occupy space. Lacking the capability to face various challenges, they are ill-equipped to advance the city's development. Hence, they represent the demographic most susceptible to elimination. The act of accepting them can be seen as a gesture of humanitarianism. Their lives in the city of Dawn are undeniably superior to the tumultuous existence they endured outside. Survival of the fittest, indeed. Chu He spread his hands, expressing his helplessness. This phrase may be simple, yet there are always those who fail to comprehend its essence. Therefore, Lin Yu, there is no need to reiterate your question. Lin Yu, upon being called, stood at attention. How has the security in the inner city been of late? The report indicates it is satisfactory, with only minor frictions occurring. Chu He responded with applause. Precisely. The awakened are the most vital entities in the city of Dawn. They are the bulwark against the invasion of foreign entities, and our focus must be on the welfare of these individuals. Lord of the city, are you not afraid that the oppression might provoke a rebellion among the common folk? Although a Qing was reluctant to confront his benefactor, his moral convictions after all these years did not align with such oppression. Rebellion? Are you afraid? Chu He casually inquired, casting a glance at the assembly. Laughter erupted among the crowd, filled with scorn. Are you afraid? He directed his gaze at a Qing. A Qing found himself at a loss for words. He was not afraid either, yet the chasm between them was insurmountable. Despite having been an enforcer for many years before the apocalypse, he had only acted against the wicked. Had it not been for the gang leader saving his mother, he might never have intervened at all. He had steadfastly adhered to his principles, never bullying the weak. A Qing, we are not their parents. Providing them with a haven devoid of otherworldly creatures is already a significant gesture, Chu He remarked, attempting to comfort him, while inwardly pondering how to help him recognize this reality. Understood. Chu He then turned his attention to Lei Jinghong and Zhao Feng. Report on the situation within the military. There are over 210,000 awakened individuals in the city, and we select the best among them. Currently, the Dawn Army comprises 50,000 soldiers, encompassing all personnel from the Meteor Realm to the Firefly Realm. Lei Jinghong presented a tome as thick as a dictionary to him. Chu He picked up the book and began to peruse its contents, only to slam it down onto the conference table in a fit of rage. What have you all been doing? There are over 200,000 awakened in the city, yet our military numbers merely 50,000. Those 150,000, when harnessing their abilities, could become an army. If they were to unite under the influence of malicious intent, the entire city of Dawn would face upheaval. You all can sleep soundly with these individuals roaming freely within the city? He rose from his seat, his dragon-like gaze sweeping across everyone present with indignation. A formidable and commanding aura emanated from him, imbued with an overwhelming pressure and dominance that compelled those around him to bow in submission, as if all creation must yield. Heads bowed in deference. Many in attendance began to sweat profusely under his formidable presence. "Calm yourself, my lord. Let us sit down with composure and discuss our matters with patience." Chu He stood up, gently patting his shoulder to soothe his tumultuous emotions. "I am eager to see what justification you may provide. If none can be found, then be prepared to guard the gates." Chu He scolded, instructing everyone to return to their seats. When he departed from the city of Dawn over 3 months ago, he had summoned nearly 400,000 soldiers. Yet to his dismay, only an additional 100,000 had been recruited in the interim. "City Lord, our finances are insufficient. Training, military salaries, and their social security all require substantial funds." Zhao Feng lamented, reluctantly rising at Lei Jinghong's urging. In his eyes, he had accomplished a considerable feat with such meager resources. Given the limited budget, the results were commendable. "What are the primary sources of revenue for the city of Dawn?" Chu He inquired, turning to Chu He. "The income of the city of Dawn primarily derives from 6 categories: agriculture, manufacturing, catering, entertainment, foreign trade, and rental fees within the city," Chu He elaborated eloquently. As for agriculture, portions of the city's land had been cultivated to grow wheat and rice, nurtured by wood element ability users to satisfy the residents' food needs. In manufacturing, citizens scoured the ruins for valuable materials such as metals, fuel, and medicines, bringing them back to the city for processing and use. Factories and workshops in the city produced various necessities, including weapons, tools, and clothing. In the catering sector, 80% of the restaurants were officially operated by us, providing a significant source of income for the city of Dawn. Regarding entertainment, establishments like Chicken were safeguarded to ensure their patrons' safety. Anything not officially recorded was deemed illegal and subject to stringent enforcement to prevent exploitation. Amidst the pressures of a post-apocalyptic world, people sought avenues for release, and the breakdown of orders significantly reduced the incidence of heinous crimes, representing a vital revenue stream. In terms of foreign trade, our secondary processed goods were exchanged with nearby human settlements, contributing a relatively modest income. Lastly, rental fees were imposed on non-soldiers residing within the city. She recounted this without a hint of hesitation. As the second-in-command of the city of Dawn, Chu He had entrusted her with economic matters, and she had retained this information with great diligence. Quite good," Chu He acknowledged with a slight nod, addressing the assembly. "Do any of you possess sound strategies?" The crowd appeared deep in thought. "Aching, share your perspective," Chu He urged when no one responded. "I, subservient, do not know," Aching stammered while standing. Internally, he lamented, "I am but a warrior, unskilled in rhetoric." "You may sit," Chu He replied, his tone tinged with disappointment, continuing to survey the assembly. A group of formidable men, akin to students fearful of being called upon by a teacher, lowered their gazes and evaded his scrutiny. Indeed, having an army of warriors under his command posed its own set of challenges. Chu He, no longer wishing to press them, pondered for a moment before thoughtfully proposing. "I have another idea. We shall vigorously develop tobacco." He produced a cigarette to demonstrate to everyone. In this desolate world, where resources are scarce and the weight of existence bears heavily upon the populace, many seek solace in this commodity. We can effortlessly seize control of its production. The cost of crafting 10 crystalline cores into tobacco will not exceed the value of a single core. What could be more profitable than this venture? We can manufacture tobacco products at varying price points to cater to individuals of differing economic means, thereby revitalizing the languishing economy of the city of Dawn. The crowd's eyes sparkled with anticipation as they envisioned the crystalline cores flowing into the city treasury. Just as they were about to voice their agreement, a dissenting voice emerged. "What about food?" argued Aching. "The cultivation of tobacco will inevitably sacrifice arable land currently dedicated to wheat and rice, further exacerbating the plight of ordinary citizens." The crowd regarded him with bemusement, their expressions reflecting confusion and even a hint of mockery. Perhaps this was a manifestation of his distinctive character. Enough. Food is no longer a necessity. Even the common folk can draw energy from crystalline cores to sustain their bodily functions. Chu He exclaimed, angrily gesturing toward the door. "Get out. Come back when you've come to your senses." Which leader would tolerate an employee who consistently undermines their authority, especially one as domineering as Chu He? Were it not for Aching saving him in a past life and possessing an SSS level ability, he would have long since been discarded. Qing's face flushed crimson as he opened his mouth to retort. Do you not comprehend my command? Chu He's gaze pierced through him. I do not wish to repeat myself. Clenching his fists in anger, Qing left the council chamber in a huff. Humph. Chu He scoffed, surveying the room with a cold demeanor. You all must not emulate him. Of course, they replied hastily, eager to appease him, fearful of incurring his wrath. We shall follow your lead. One more thing. Chu He pondered for a moment before continuing. We shall impose taxes on awakened individuals who are not part of the military. Those of higher rank will bear a greater burden. However, we must exercise caution, not too high, lest they possess the strength to rebel, and not too low, for that would only bolster their power and threaten our dominion. That should suffice. The military can sustain itself at around 1 million personnel. In the outer city, the air became suffocating, a fitting epithet for the squalor that defined this place. Countless refugees congregated here, their eyes vacant as they battled hunger and hardship. Qing, burdened with a large backpack, traversed the outer city. He approached a dilapidated structure, extracted food obtained through the exchange of crystalline cores, and called out, I have arrived. The benefactor is here. Quick, go greet him. We've waited so long. He has finally come. From the rundown house emerged a ragtag group of over 10 individuals, their filthy attires starkly contrasting with Qing's tidy appearance. He began distributing the food. Alas, you have more than I do. Share some with me. A tall man gaped with wide eyes, fixating greedily on the food held by another man donning black-framed glasses, his tone laden with dissatisfaction and avarice. I care not. It's practically the same. Do not be so greedy. The bespectacled man retorted defiantly, clutching his portion tightly and glaring fiercely at him. Let us exchange a share, the tall man suggested, presenting what appeared to be a fair proposition, though in truth, he merely sought to gain more for himself. Go away. The bespectacled man erupted in fury upon hearing this, deeming the suggestion utterly outrageous. Thus, the two men continued their quarrel, each unwilling to concede. Their voices grew louder, drawing curious glances from onlookers. Yet, these two men seemed entirely indifferent to the opinions of others, persisting in their own ways. Enough. Do not argue. Take what you are given. Qing interjected helplessly, his words wielding some influence, as the two men muttered a few complaints and ceased their bickering. These individuals held varying degrees of connection to him, some being university classmates and others distant relatives. Thank you. A woman, possessing a beauty rated at about 7 out of 10, spoke with a trembling voice, tears glimmering in her eyes. Her name was Li Yan, Qing's former university girlfriend. Qing replied with a smile, No need for thanks. It is my duty. Observing the crowd gathering around, eager for food, he continued to distribute until the last portion was placed into the hands of an elderly man. Thank you, Qing. The elder expressed gratefully, his hands trembling slightly. He was Qing's great-uncle, yet they had scarcely met throughout their lives. To have survived until now was no small feat. Qing gently patted the elder's shoulder in encouragement. He understood that this food might only alleviate immediate hunger, yet he hoped to impart a glimmer of hope and solace. Watching the refugees devour the food voraciously, Qing felt his efforts were rewarded, deeming his actions worthwhile. Chapter 53. Pool Party in the Lord's Manor. Chu He, the sovereign of Dawn City, had just concluded a high-level meeting. He was relishing his leisurely moments within the invaluable confines of the manor. This villa resembled a paradise, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding skyscrapers, nestled amidst serene and exquisite natural scenery. The architectural style of the villa was masterfully conceived, harmonizing modern and classical elements, showcasing unparalleled luxury and refinement. The spacious living room was lofty and luminous, with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows allowing sunlight to flood every corner, presenting a breathtaking view of the outdoors. Chu He strolled through the villa's courtyard with Xiao-Qi and Su-Yu, savoring the delightful caress of the gentle breeze. Xiao-Shi had gone to manage affairs concerning the smoke factory and the awakened individuals of the non-military faction, leaving no time to join. Conversely, Chu He, acting as a carefree overseer, found himself thoroughly at ease. Having been away for quite some time, I noticed that the Lord's Manor has acquired some new embellishments. He inhaled deeply, savoring the fragrant aroma of flowers that filled the air. These additions were all made by my sister, who believes that such an environment fosters tranquility and contemplation. Xiao-Qi, standing nearby, spoke in a gentle tone, her eyes sparkling with pride for her sister. As she spoke, She surveyed the surroundings, her gaze betraying a hint of envy and longing. Indeed, the courtyard was as she described, exquisitely arranged and comfortable, evoking a sense of peace and relaxation. The meticulously pruned flowers, plants, and trees were perfectly placed, imparting a refreshing and natural ambience. The stone benches and tables were uniquely crafted, reflecting the owner's refined taste. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows and creating a warm atmosphere. Thoughts of her sister flooded Xiao Qi's mind, filling her with admiration. Her sister always managed to lead such a refined life, paying attention to details and pursuing quality. Her wisdom and talent made her an object of reverence among many. I feel completely at ease leaving such matters to her, Chu He remarked sincerely, considering himself fortunate to have such a capable partner by his side. The courtyard's carefully arranged foliage and vibrant blossoms exuded delightful fragrances. The group meandered along a pathway, arriving at a private pool where the crystal-clear water shimmered enticingly under the sun. The pool measured a standard length of 50 meters. Come, change your clothes. Let us swim a few laps, Chu He called out playfully. I don't have a swimsuit, Suyu mumbled, her voice diminishing as she appeared somewhat bashful. She bit her lip gently, clutching the hem of her clothing, her eyes flickering with a semblance of anxiety and shyness. There are swimsuits in the changing room. What are you thinking? Chu He teased with a mischievous smile. It's nothing at all. Suyu's cheeks flushed crimson as she hurried away to the changing room. This little fox, Chu He mused, donning his swim trunks and waiting for the two ladies. Typically, girls took longer than boys in such matters. Just as he finished a cigarette, the two emerged in their swimwear. Suyu's face was flushed as she wore a black and white lace-trimmed swimsuit, revealing her perfect abdominal muscles. The dress had an underlayer, reaching mid-thigh and showcasing her fair, shapely legs. This was the most suitable fabric she could find in the changing room. The others were simply unappealing. Xiao Qi chose a swimsuit of the same style. But with a clever twist, she wore white lace, creating an absolute domain between the swimsuit and her skirt, allowing glimpses of her delicate skin through the sheer fabric. Chu He regarded the two ladies, noting that each possessed their own charm and allure, equally matched. It was just that the little fox had yet to fully embrace her playful side. Let us go, he said, and with a sudden leap, he dove into the water like a nimble fish, gliding effortlessly beneath the surface. His movements were so natural and fluid, as if he were one with the water. The moment he entered the water, Chu He felt the embrace of the cool currents enveloping him, imparting an indescribable sense of comfort. He gently swayed his arms and kicked his legs vigorously, propelling himself swiftly through the water. Let us join in, he suggested. All right. The two women cautiously descended into the water, supporting themselves against the edge. Suyu, who could not swim and harbored a fear of the depths, was nonetheless eager to experience the sensation of swimming. Thus, she donned a large flotation ring and slowly waded into the pool. She clung tightly to the ring, as if it were her sole lifeline. Do not be afraid. Just paddle your arms and legs slowly. Yes, just like that, Xiao Qi encouraged from the side. Suyu tentatively began to move across the surface of the water. From a distance, Chu He took a deep breath, his eyes glinting with mischief, and quietly submerged, swimming towards Suyu like a nimble fish. Oblivious to his approach, she continued to paddle leisurely. Once he was close enough, Chu He swiftly reached out and lifted her from beneath the surface. Suyu suddenly felt a force lifting her upwards and began to flail in panic. Her feet thrashing in the water and her hands splashing wildly in a desperate attempt to regain her balance. Only when she realized it was Chu He playing a prank did she cease her struggles. Once he set her down, Suyu gasped for air, casting an aggrieved glance at him, tears streaming down her cheeks. I am very afraid of water, she sobbed softly, too frightened to cry out loud. There, I shall make it up to you tonight. Don't cry, Chu He consoled her, gently wiping away her tears. Upon hearing his words, her tears ceased, and she stared at him in a daze, her face turning crimson as she diverted her gaze. The little fox was easily flustered, prompting him to seek out Xiao Qi once more. However, the atmosphere in the pool grew even more joyful due to this little interlude. As the three continued to frolic in the water, relishing the delightful moments. On the terrace of the villa, the trio reclined comfortably in lounge chairs, sipping refreshing beverages while gazing at the distant skyscrapers. Chu He reveled in this tranquility and relaxation, far removed from the clamor and busyness of the city. Lord, Lin Yu appeared respectfully from behind. Speak plainly, what is it? Chu He replied after finishing the grapes Shao Qi had fed him. Qing has gone to the outer city to assist the refugees again. Lin Yu, unable to meet his gaze, kept his eyes fixed on the ground. Again? He used to go often? Chu He discerned the implication in his words. Yes, he goes almost daily. Exchanging crystal cores for a substantial amount of food to aid the refugees, Lin Yu reported. Officially, he was the minister of the enforcement department, but secretly, he served as Chu He's intelligence chief. The shadows of the city were intertwined throughout Dawn City, granting Chu He mastery over all information within its confines. Chu He gazed at the loyal Lin Yu, his heart filled with reflections on how Zhong Yin could inspire unwavering devotion, compelling others to willingly lay down their lives without any coercion. In contrast, he found himself relying solely on his extraordinary abilities to compel genuine allegiance from those beneath him. Lacking Zhong Yan's charismatic allure, he nevertheless possessed far more formidable methods. With a subtle motion of his right hand, it seemed as though he grasped the very essence of power over the city of Dawn. Yes, it was time for him to unveil the true nature of these individuals. Lin Yu, accompany me. Yes. Chapter 54. A Confession in the Outer City. Qing continued to distribute food to the refugees as usual. Today, Li Yan's presence in the crowd was particularly striking. She had shed her usual tattered attire, having taken the time to cleanse herself and donned a neat, pristine outfit. It was a simple white dress, though unremarkable in design. It rendered her exceptionally refreshing and ethereal. Her hair was neatly arranged, a stark contrast to her previous disheveled appearance. Despite her still gaunt visage, it radiated a sense of determination and confidence. A hint of resolve and tenderness shone in Li Yan's gaze as she looked upon Qing, her emotions surging like a tide. Surrounding her were dilapidated structures and desolate streets, the world seemingly on the brink of collapse. Yet amidst this despairing backdrop, a flicker of hope ignited within her heart, an affection for Qing, or perhaps a profound reliance on him. She approached Qing slowly, her steps both resolute and light. Qing turned, his eyes widening momentarily in surprise at the sight of Li Yan. Taking a deep breath, she softly spoke. Qing, in this apocalyptic world, I have endured countless hardships and dangers. In my darkest moments, when I longed to escape this existence, you provided me with sustenance, allowing me to glimpse hope once more. Now, every time I catch sight of you, an overwhelming sense of reassurance washes over me. I realize that my feelings for you have transcended mere friendship. Qing listened in silence, his expression betraying no emotion. Li Yan had once been his girlfriend, but their relationship had been fleeting. They had met in university and soon after begun dating. However, within less than a month, they parted ways. The reason for their breakup was simple. Li Yan deemed him too impoverished. Though he possessed a certain handsomeness that could afford her some social standing, it did not compensate for his financial shortcomings. For Li Yan, material conditions were of paramount importance. She yearned for a life of abundance, which he evidently could not provide. From the outset, Li Yan's feelings for him had been anything but genuine. Her choice to be with him was more influenced by his appearance than by true love. When she realized his economic situation could not meet her expectations, she did not hesitate to end their relationship. Do you truly not believe in me? Now that everything has passed, why do you still refuse to forgive me? Can you not grant me another chance? As long as you are willing to return to my side, I shall cherish you deeply and heed your every word, Li Yan expressed with heartfelt emotion. Qing's expression revealed a struggle, her gaze evasive. You cannot do this. Come and see my heart. See if you reside within it. Seizing the moment, Li Yan pressed his hand against her chest. Enough. Qing forcefully shook off his hand and stepped away briskly. Qing, you are truly our savior. Indeed, without you, we would be lost. Qing, you are a good person. Heaven will surely bless you. The refugees, upon seeing him approach, began to shower him with praise. There is no need for such courtesy. It is my duty, he replied. In Qing's heart, these people were, in one way or another, connected to him, and he was willing to lend a hand. With a rhythmic sound of footsteps, Lin Yu led a squad of enforcers forward. Their figures stood out starkly against the backdrop of the dilapidated city, a tense atmosphere enveloping the air. Lin Yu's expression was stern as he surveyed the crowd. The enforcers, clad in heavy protective gear and wielding weapons, were ever ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. They formed a tight circle around the people, their movements synchronized and disciplined. The refugees, having never witnessed such a scene, cowered behind Qing, trembling with fear. Qing, You are truly kind-hearted. Chu He stepped out from among the enforcers, his voice void of emotion. My lord, what brings you here? Aching hurriedly approached, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. You should bow upon seeing me. Have you not yet grasped the rules after all this time? Chu He suddenly reprimanded, appearing capricious. Yes, reporting to the lord, I understand. Aching stood straight, saluting with a loud declaration. There are still so many refugees in the city. Why do we not see this great benefactor coming to their aid? Chu He questioned, clearly seeking to provoke. Reporting to the lord, these individuals are my dear friends, so it is only natural for me to assist them with my own provisions. Aching straightened his back, his gaze unwavering as he looked at Chu He, his voice resonant and clear. He believed his actions were justified, brimming with confidence. Are they your friends? Chu He turned towards the group of refugees and asked, Are you his friends? A profound silence enveloped the scene. Yes, my lord. I am his friend. Li Yin raised her hand and declared. Aching looked at her with gratitude in his eyes. Indeed, I am as well. I am his friend. Reporting to the lord, so am I. As one person stepped forward, the others soon followed suit, affirming their allegiance. Aching gazed proudly at Chu He, as if to say that his efforts had not been in vain. Oh, Linyu. Chu He gestured. Aching, how dare you form factions in the City of Dawn? Desiring treason, according to the laws of the City of Dawn, you are to be executed. Linyu declared with a somber expression. His voice resonated through the air, instilling a chilling unease in all present. The onlookers cast incredulous glances, clearly taken aback by the grave accusation. Lord of the city, Aching attempted to speak, but upon witnessing the frigid demeanor of Chu He, he relinquished any notion of resistance. He understood that there was no escape from Chu He's intent to end his life. If you wish to kill me, my life is yours to take at any moment, for I owe you a debt, Aching uttered, his voice trembling with despair. Initially, he had believed he had found a worthy leader to follow, one endowed with formidable power and lofty aspirations. In those hopeful moments, he was filled with enthusiasm, convinced that this individual could guide them toward a radiant future. However, he now began to perceive that this so-called enlightened leader was far from the flawless figure he had imagined. He was cruel and indifferent, driven solely by self-interest, disregarding the lives of ordinary people. Now, Aching was at a loss as to which of Chu He's boundaries he had crossed to warrant a death sentence. Could it have been the previous confrontation in the meeting room? To follow a leader so petty was hardly worth it. A sense of tragic resolution filled Aching's eyes as he clenched his right hand, the soul-biting blade materializing within his grasp. Without hesitation, he aimed it toward his own throat. Clang! In an instant, Chu He appeared by his side, his hand transforming into a dragon's claw as it seized the soul-biting blade. You're in such a hurry, aren't you? We haven't finished yet, he remarked with a playful smile. Considering Aching's contributions to the City of Dawn, today we shall execute your accomplices first. Your life can be taken another day, Linyu added. You are all his friends, correct? Chu He's sinister grin sent shivers down the spines of the gathered crowd. Chapter 55. The ugly face of humanity. The refugees were stunned, never expecting to find themselves entangled in such a dire situation. This is unjust. I wouldn't dare to rebel even if I had 10 lives. One exclaimed. Indeed, Lord of the city, and we are utterly powerless. How could we possibly revolt? We have endured so much wandering. It was you who sheltered us. We are not the kind of people who repay kindness with enmity. They seem to have lost their senses, their faces flushed, veins bulging at their necks, desperately striving to prove their innocence. Each individual attempted to shout at the top of their lungs, asserting their innocence and victimhood. Silence. Lin Yu's authoritative voice rang out, and the refugees fell silent. In the face of an apocalypse, the enforcers were not synonymous with justice. They were merely the claws of the city lord, obeying only his commands. What you say is meaningless, regardless of your intentions. All of Aching's friends will be executed here today. Chu He sneered cruelly. Lord of the city, if you have grievances, direct them toward me. Do not make it difficult for them. Aching stepped forward, indignantly declaring that these individuals were innocent, unrelated to him, merely refugees suffering from hunger each day. Do you think you can stop me? Chu He scoffed. Lord of the city, I am willing to bear all responsibility, provided you spare them, Aching replied through gritted teeth. Oh, who do you think you are? Chu He chuckled derisively. Do you believe you can effect any change? Do you think you can restore the lives of all the refugees to what they were before the apocalypse? His voice dripped with scorn and disdain, as if mocking the efforts and aspirations of his interlocutor. Do you truly believe you are capable of such a feat? A glint of contempt flickered in Chu He's eyes. Who do you think you are? The savior? Lord of the city? I know I cannot change anything, Aching said. His fists clenched tightly before slowly loosening. Bending his legs, he suddenly knelt on the ground. I cannot, but you can. You are the Lord of the Dawn City, endowed with immense power and status, fully capable of transforming the lives of those pitiable refugees. Aching exclaimed passionately. They are in dire straits, in need of someone to extend a helping hand, and that person is you. As the Lord, you bear an inescapable responsibility and obligation. Now is the time for you to demonstrate your commitment, to take proactive measures to improve the plight of the refugees, allowing them to feel warmth and compassion. I believe that with your efforts, you can indeed achieve this. You've grown bold enough to instruct me on what to do. Do you truly wish for your demise? Chu He replied coolly. The cruelty of the apocalypse had rendered the fates of ordinary people unchangeable. No one could alter the trajectory of this world, nor could they shift the destinies of those refugees. They could only survive in this brutal environment, barely clinging to life. In this apocalypse, resources were scarce, living conditions dire, and the invasion of foreign entities caused a continual decline in the human population. Each day, they faced the threats of hunger, disease, and death. Their current existence was that of mere survival, devoid of any extraordinary skills or abilities, relying solely on their efforts and luck. They possessed neither power nor status, nor resources or wealth, merely enduring the hardships of this apocalyptic world. If my death could lead you to reconsider and return to the right path, then my death would not be in vain, Aching asserted resolutely. You are the Lord, and you must prioritize the well-being of the city's populace. Power is a public trust, not a private possession. If you do not extend grace to the people, no one will cherish you. Enough. Chu He's gaze turned icy as he looked at the crowd of refugees. I have changed my mind. Today, both he and you shall perish. Did you not just claim to be his friends? Then you shall accompany him to the grave. No, I am not his friend. I am not. I have no relation to him at all. This is unjust. I do not even know him. Amidst the cacophony of pleas for mercy and justifications, Aching found himself in a state of disbelief. The very individuals he had tirelessly aided now renounced their connection to him in this moment of crisis. The first to distance herself was Li Yan, who had recently professed her affection for him, without a hint of hesitation. She acted as though the tender words she had spoken were never uttered. A profound sense of despair and anguish overwhelmed him, akin to being pierced through the heart by a razor-sharp blade. He had once believed these individuals to be his friends, his allies, those worthy of his trust. Yet, in his hour of greatest need, they chose to abandon him. Behold, this is the essence of humanity, Chu He remarked as he slowly crouched down, his gaze reflecting a complex mix of emotions. He gently placed a hand on Aching's shoulder and leaned closer, whispering in his ear, "This is human nature. They often take the kindness of others for granted, failing to cherish such goodwill. When confronted with genuine peril, self-preservation becomes their sole priority, and they depart without a second thought, solely considering their own interests. This is the reality we face. We cannot alter everyone's thoughts and actions, but we must learn to shield ourselves from the indifference of others." He recalled his harrowing experiences during the last decade of the apocalypse, where betrayal had rendered him numb. The greatest dangers during their hunts were not from external threats, but rather from his own teammates. Kindness often goes unrewarded, and goodness is frequently exploited. The benevolent are trampled upon, he thought bitterly. Rising to his feet, Chu He seized a law enforcer's blade from the ground and cast it aside. You claim not to be his friends? Then pick up the knife and plunge it into him, to prove your words hold truth. The crowd fell silent, paralyzed by fear. Though Aching appeared harmless, he was a formidable awakened being. Who would dare to strike him? Silence enveloped them. You have 10 minutes. Should you fail to act within that time, all will face execution as accomplices. Chu He issued his ultimatum. Li Yan stood, picking up the blade from the ground, and slowly approached Aching. Her eyes brimmed with terror and despair, tears welling in her gaze as she stammered, "I'm sorry, Aching, I only wish to survive." Her voice quivered with a plea for forgiveness. Aching's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched Li Yan advance, his expression a tapestry of incredulity and torment. What had become of the woman who had just declared her love? Could the human spirit truly falter under such trials? Li Yan's hand trembled as she clutched the knife tightly. With each step, she drew nearer until she stood before Aching. His gaze held no fear, It was marred only by the numbness wrought by betrayal. Tears finally streamed down Lian's face, her voice hoarse as she uttered, "I'm so sorry, Aching. I truly am." Chapter 56. A stitch in time saves 9. With a sudden motion, she raised the knife and drove it forcefully into Aching's chest. His body convulsed violently. As a formidable presence within the realm of semi-step lunar erosion, such an attack could only graze his skin. However, the anguish within him far surpassed any physical pain. Lian repeatedly uttered apologies, yet her actions remained unceasing. All right, next. Chu He intended to reveal to Aching the grotesque nature of humanity, to make him understand that this world is not as idyllic as he envisioned, but rather rife with deceit, greed, and cruelty. Only by grasping these harsh truths could he evolve into a true powerhouse. A genuine stronghold not only requires immense strength, but also demands an indomitable spirit capable of enduring the trials posed by human betrayal and suffering. Upon hearing this, Lian immediately discarded her knife and rushed to Chu He's side, her tears and anguish evaporating in an instant. Well performed, little green tea. Chu He assessed in his mind. Lian adopted a delicate demeanor, gazing at the city lord with her doe-like eyes, her voice dripping with feigned sweetness. "City lord, how do you find my performance?" Her tone was laced with insincerity, evoking a sense of revulsion. Her movements were equally contrived, subtly swaying as if to entice the city lord. Chu He cast her a frosty glance. "If there's no ditch, don't force a squeeze." Lian felt a chill radiating from her tailbone, as if she were being scrutinized by a colossal dragon. With someone stepping forward, the refugees shed their fear. One by one, they seized the sharp knives, resolutely thrusting them towards Aching. Each strike was executed with fervent desperation for survival. They even insincerely uttered apologies. Yet those apologies rang hollow and devoid of sincerity. Moments later, all the refugees willingly severed ties with Aching. "So, this is the outcome of your assistance? Do you deem this worthy?" Chu He's voice echoed in his ear. Aching felt akin to a solitary traveler, lost in the vast expanse of the desert. His trust had been ruthlessly trampled, his sacrifices taken for granted. He had once dedicated so much to these people, sparing no effort to aid them, only to receive such a return. He sensed his world crumbling, his faith disintegrating in that moment, unsure of how to proceed, engulfed by confusion and helplessness. "You urge me to focus on the common folk, yet you forget who safeguarded this city when the insect horde arrived. The extent of your ability dictates your status. If I were to aid the refugees, how would the diligent citizens contributing to the city perceive this?" Chu He continued, "It is not the scarcity that troubles us, but the inequity. Moreover, those who are aided will come to view it as their due. They will prove ineffectual in critical moments." Aching's gaze remained numb, and Chu He felt compelled to stoke the flames within him. "Do you harbor hatred for those who have betrayed you?" Chu He's words dripped with seduction. "They have let you down. They have forsaken you. Do you not crave revenge?" Aching's eyes were filled with turmoil as the faces of those individuals continuously surfaced in his mind. "They have subjected you to immense suffering. Do you not wish for them to experience similar anguish?" Aching's hands clenched into fists, his body trembling slightly. "You possess immense strength. You have the power to make them pay." Aching's breathing grew rapid, and his eyes gradually filled with hatred. "If you desire, you can compel them to regret their actions." A flame ignited within Aching's heart, his resolve increasingly swayed by temptation. "They deserve punishment. You have the right to make them aware of your might. Pick up the knife. I command you to seize the knife." Aching's gaze solidified, his voice brimming with fury. "I will make them pay." He brandished the soul-devouring blade and charged toward Lian and her entourage. "Ah, Aching, I am Lian. You must remain calm." Lian's face turned pale as she fell to the ground, her lips trembling. No, please don't kill me. I beg you, do not take my life. I am not ready to die." The crowd erupted in pleas for mercy. Aching hesitated not for an instant, viewing those before him as loathsome creatures from another realm. The blade rose and fell. Silence enveloped the world. Aching slowly closed his eyes, the crimson blood pooling beneath his knees, as if whispering secrets to him. His heart brimmed with guilt and remorse. He realized he had been mistaken all along. He had believed that his compassion could save the world, yet it had only led to greater suffering for many. He once thought that as long as he was kind and forgiving, he could change the world. But now he understood how naive his thoughts had been. This world does not require a feeble savior, but a powerful and decisive leader. "I was wrong," Aching murmured, tears cascading from the corners of his eyes. Chu He nodded in satisfaction. It is never too late to mend what has been broken. Let him take a moment to collect himself. Chu He departed first. Gather the team. Lin Yu led the enforcement team away from the scene. Soon, heavy rain began to fall from the sky, as if mocking Qing's impotence. Only Qing remained, desolate, kneeling in the pool of blood. The rain cascaded down from his head, mingling with his tears, indistinguishable from one another. In the Lord's manor, Chu He dined with the three women. What has become of Qing? Xiao Shi inquired, slicing her steak slowly. In the Lord's manor, political matters are not to be interfered with, yet Xiao Shi was the exception. Well, I have given him a thorough lesson today. He should come to understand. Chu He raised his goblet to clink with hers. How are things going at the cigarette factory? I located one of the former factory owners. He is now in charge. She replied. Xiao Shi sampled the red wine, her lips parting slightly. This wine is delightful. Ah, those awakeners from the non-Dawn army have not caused any trouble, have they? Chu He continued as he ate. They wouldn't dare. Even after all this time, your reputation from the Dawn City remains formidable. I would welcome it. It has been a while since I have drawn blood. Eliminating a few would only serve to stabilize Dawn City further, Chu He remarked casually, as if speaking of slaughtering mere livestock rather than human beings. Night descended. Xiao Shi had just finished her bath and was using a hairdryer to dry her hair when Chu He embraced her from behind. Allow me to help you with that. He took the hairdryer, noticing her indifference. Would you like me to dry it for you? Lower your head a bit, otherwise it won't reach. At his words, Xiao Shi obediently inclined her head. Chapter 57. The Great War approaches. The reforms in Dawn City were progressing fervently. In the Lord's mansion, the conference hall was bustling with generals. Chu He sat at the head, attentively listening to their reports. Reporting to the Lord. 70% of the soldiers have assembled at the southern gate. Reporting to the Lord. All remaining heavy weaponry within the city has been retrieved. Reporting to the Lord. Orders have been given to those non-military awakeners to guard the other three gates. Chu He's brow remained furrowed. In his previous life, the insect tide during the apocalyptic year had nearly caused the fall of Jiang City. That battle had resulted in a loss of 70% of the population in the human enclave of Jiang City. He vividly recalled the hellish scenes that unfolded. The streets were littered with corpses, some mangled beyond recognition, others charred beyond comprehension. Blood stained the entire city, transforming it into a veritable sea of crimson. People were in a state of utter terror, fleeing in all directions, yet there was nowhere to escape. The air was thick with the stench of blood and char, nauseating all who inhaled it. In the distance, a series of thunderous crashes echoed as towering buildings collapsed in succession, sending plumes of dust spiraling skyward. Sighing deeply, Chu He lamented that even the current Dawn City would have to endure considerable hardship to withstand this calamity. Inform everyone that this war is the greatest Dawn City will face. If we wish to prevent its downfall, we must muster every ounce of our spirit. Yes. He produced a map, scrutinizing the city's defenses. Against the backdrop of millions of insects, his personal strength seemed inconsequential. This required collective resolve, a united front to withstand the onslaught. This will be a protracted battle. Prepare yourselves. Yes, Lord. Chu He turned to the guard. What is it? Qing requests an audience. Raising an eyebrow, Chu He replied, let him enter. Yes. Qing hurried in through the door and, without hesitation, knelt on the ground. Lord, I was wrong. Wrong? In what regard? Chu He smiled with a hint of amusement. I have erred in allowing my heart to be too compassionate. I have faltered in perpetually envisioning everything in a splendid, idealistic manner. I have been naive to believe that through sheer effort, I could alter this ruthless world. Qing spoke sincerely. During this period, he had been introspecting and had come to a profound realization of his own mistakes. A commendable summary. Chu He nodded slightly. This young man possesses considerable talent, and he does not wish for such a formidable warrior to stand against him. Go to the south gate and observe how you perform in your guard duties. Yes, as long as I am present, the city endures. Within the city, a palpable tension permeated the atmosphere. Chu He's prophecy had spread throughout Dawn City, and everyone was suppressing their emotions. Even the refugees in the outer city did not wish for Dawn City to fall. Though life here was arduous, it was still far superior to the conditions outside. The streets were filled with desolation, while the southern part of the city was bustling with activity. Where did this news originate? The Lord believes it so readily. Investing considerable manpower and resources to bolster defenses here, a young man remarked while puffing on a cigarette. Indeed, let us not be duped, lest we make a fruitless journey. His companion chimed in, clearly dissatisfied with the Lord's actions. You two rascals. What do you know? An old soldier nearby overheard their conversation and quickly approached to argue. I say, dear uncle, do you not find it strange? We were reassigned here for no apparent reason, and my little sister is waiting for my return home. Ha ha. This quip elicited laughter from his companions. You young folks understand nothing. Just a month prior to the apocalypse, the Lord predicted the insect tide, and lo and behold, it came that very day. We prepared our defenses in advance, mitigating considerable losses. The old soldier reminisced, his eyes filled with admiration. The young man felt his pride wounded and retorted stubbornly, who can truly foresee the future? I believe that was merely luck, wouldn't you agree? His companions remained silent. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, the young man turned to look. There stood Zhao Feng, flanked by a guard squad, surrounding the group. What is your name? Chen Chong. Chen Chong, now stripped of his earlier bravado, spoke respectfully. Do you dare to slander the Lord? Zhao Feng spoke with authority. I spoke thoughtlessly. Chen Chong stammered, chastising himself. To express such distrust towards our leader, to spread rumors here, a public execution shall serve as a warning. As Zhao Feng's words fell, a guard swiftly drew his sword and severed Chen Chong's head. His face retained that ingratiating smile. You shall also speak. Zhao Feng directed his gaze towards a nearby companion. The man, stricken with terror, turned as pale as a ghost, trembling lips failing to utter a single word. His legs weakened, and he involuntarily knelt down, desperately knocking his forehead against the ground, producing a dull thud. I can't bear it any longer. I beg you, spare me, he pleaded, his voice trembling with fear and despair. Kill him. Swish. Thud. The same fate awaited him. If anyone dares to spread rumors here and disrupt the morale of the army, they shall meet the same end as these two. Zhao Feng declared loudly. Hang their heads on the city wall. Well done, Chu He remarked as he and the three women appeared silently. Lord of the city, you have arrived. Zhao Feng immediately saluted. Greetings, Lord. Everyone around saluted in unison. Chu He responded with a salute. Let us go inspect the city wall. Yes. After months of continuous expansion and renovation, it now stood 50 meters tall and an astonishing 20 meters wide. This colossal structure towered over the land like a great mountain, evoking admiration for human ingenuity and the greatness of the awakened. On the city wall, the banner of Dawn City fluttered in the wind, producing a crisp sound. Soldiers busily moved about, some transporting ammunition, others inspecting weapons to ensure they were in optimal condition, while others stood guard on the battlements, vigilantly observing the movements beyond the city. This would also be the last appearance of firearms on the battlefield of Dawn City. Some seasoned generals stood atop, commanding the soldiers' actions. Their voices were steady and powerful, conveying clear orders. The soldiers obeyed their commands, executing tasks swiftly and accurately. A tense atmosphere pervaded the city wall. Greetings, Lord. The arrival of Chu He and his group drew attention, and they saluted. He waved his hand and called out, no need for excessive formalities. Focus on your tasks and prepare for battle. Chapter 58, The Apocalypse Bug Tide. Well done. Chu He praised, gazing at the expansive city wall. You can rest assured. I shall handle matters. Xiaoshi softly replied. With you here, I feel quite at ease. Chu He kissed her gently on the cheek, saying, This is your reward. Lord of the city. A group approached, saluting Chu He. Their ranks were evidently significant, comprising several generals. How is the city's defense arrangement? Chu He inquired. Reporting to the Lord, everything is ready, Lei Jinghong responded first. Chu He looked at the generals, most of whom were newly appointed. Their auras indicated they were all at the late stage of the falling star realm. He was aware of their abilities. All 8 possessed SS-level powers. Dawn City had 2,100,000 awakened, and with Lei Jinghong and Shao Qi, there were only 10 SS-level awakened. A probability of 1 in 210,000. The SSS-level abilities are exceedingly rare. Strictly speaking, in the city of Dawn, only Xiaoshi possesses such prowess. As Chu He absorbs foreign entities, and Qing was not present in Jiangxing initially, the probability stands at an astonishing 1 in 210 million. Even a lesser S-level ability carries a mere 1 in 50,000 chance. Though the situation may not be glaringly apparent now, it will inevitably evolve into a pyramid structure, with only a select few emerging as the strongest. Chu He nodded slightly to them. Barring unforeseen circumstances, These individuals will become the backbone of the City of Dawn, the elite echelon, and the future wielders of power. He gazed towards the rift in the dimensional space, his expression grave. It's here. Prepare for battle. Chu He shouted. All units, prepare for battle. The command echoed, and everyone returned to their combat positions. Night enveloped the city, the moon obscured by ominous clouds, creating an atmosphere of profound silence. Suddenly, a low, ominous hum shattered the stillness, as if countless demons whispered in the shadows. The soldiers looked up in terror to witness a dark mass in the sky, descending upon the city with astonishing velocity, akin to a swarm of locusts. Their grotesque appearance was terrifying. Wings glinted with a cold light, spewing corrosive substances from their maws. It was the army of the insectoid race. Their bodies shimmering with an eerie glow, the sound of their wings resonating like thunder across the heavens. Their numbers were so vast that they cloaked the entire sky, instilling a sense of insignificance and helplessness in all who beheld them. As the insect horde drew nearer, their forms became increasingly distinct. The soldiers could discern their monstrous visages, sharp teeth and claws, alongside the murderous glint in their eyes. Their presence suffused the air with an oppressive aura of dread. Open fire. Humanity seized the initiative, unleashing a barrage of artillery from the rear, determined to shine in this epic one last time. The explosions reverberated through the air. A kaleidoscope of elemental attacks erupted in unison, inflicting maximum damage upon the oncoming tide. The insectoid army surged forth like a relentless wave, their sheer numbers evoking despair. Yet the soldiers stood resolute, holding their ground with firepower and courage against the relentless assault of the insect race. Determination and resolve etched across their faces. They understood this was a life-and-death struggle with no retreat possible. The insectoid onslaught was akin to a tempest, their bodies as hard as iron, able to withstand human artillery. However, humanity's counterattacks did not falter. Elemental strikes and rocket explosions inflicted significant wounds upon the insect horde. Amidst the ferocious battle, insects plummeted from the skies, their corpses accumulating like mountains below. Yet their numbers continued to surge, an endless tide as if they were inexhaustible. They knew no fear, their eyes reflecting an insatiable thirst for slaughter, true-born warriors. The cacophony drew the townsfolk from their homes, gazing towards the south, their hearts fervently praying for victory in this battle. Damn it, annihilate these beasts. The commander's voice reverberated across the battlefield, invigorating the spirits of the soldiers. Meanwhile, around Chu He lay countless corpses of the insectoid creatures. His body emanated an aura of coldness, his gaze as frigid as an ancient glacier. The insectoids surged forth like a relentless tide, their bodies as hard as iron and their claws incomprehensibly sharp. Chu He raised his hands, unleashing an icy power that instantaneously froze the air surrounding him. The insectoids sensed the impending chill, their movements becoming sluggish. Die. Seizing the opportunity, Chu He swiftly launched his attack, his hands moving with fervor as icy, piercing beams erupted forth, coalescing into numerous razor-sharp ice blades that rained down upon the insectoids with astonishing speed. These blades whistled through the air, accompanied by a piercing sound, reaching the insectoids in the blink of an eye. The creatures, aware of the imminent peril, found themselves unable to evade in time. The ice blades ruthlessly sliced through their hardened exoskeletons, fragmenting them with ease. Green blood and entrails splattered across the ground as the insectoids emitted agonizing cries. Undeterred by the specter of death, becoming even more frenzied in their assault, Chu He continued to unleash his chilling powers, retreating as fatigue set in, allowing Chu He to step forward. They operated on a rotational basis, primarily because the city walls could scarcely accommodate millions. Moreover, this strategy enabled everyone to exert their utmost strength. Dragon transformation. Chu He's form expanded dramatically, engulfed in roaring flames, radiating like a blazing sun, dazzling and resplendent. Flame breath. He gazed upward at the densely packed insectoid horde blanketing the sky, his eyes glimmering with unyielding majesty and icy resolve. The insectoids, sensing the formidable presence of Chu He, hissed in unison, surging towards him like a tidal wave. Chu He opened his mouth and unleashed an inferno, akin to a dragon of fire, incinerating the insectoids before him into ash. He wielded his sharp dragon claws, each strike infused with unparalleled power, effortlessly reaping the lives of the insectoids. A continuous flow of fiery energy surged from within him, intensifying his attacks, rendering the insectoids incapable of approaching. His dragon tail swept through the battlefield, conjuring a tempest of flames that engulfed the surrounding insectoids, reducing them to cinders. Amidst the ocean of insectoid bodies, Chu He reveled in the carnage, his form drenched in the creature's blood, exuding a pungent scent. This area had transformed into a vacuum zone. Any insectoid that dared to approach was obliterated in a single blow. Ah, what a thrill! Chu He exclaimed with exuberance. This was the first time in a long while that he had truly wielded the flame breath in battle, though he had attempted it before. Never had it felt so exhilarating and liberating as it did now. He felt a qualitative enhancement in his flame power at that moment, as if he had broken through a certain barrier. With the enactment of the flame-breathing technique, a surge of formidable energy erupted within Chu He, his aura transforming into something intensely heated and powerful. He could distinctly sense the flow of flame energy within him, akin to burning magma, brimming with boundless vitality. This sensation enveloped him, leaving him entranced and unable to extricate himself. Chapter 59. Vanguard. Everyone around was astounded by Chu He's prowess, and many newcomers profoundly recognized the strength of their lord. So powerful, murmured Qing, his face a canvas of astonishment. He couldn't help but reminisce about his first encounter with Chu He. Back then, although he exuded an extraordinary aura, his strength was nowhere near as formidable as it was now. Over this period, Qing had relentlessly honed himself, with Chu He as his target to chase. Now, having reached the half-step eclipse moon realm, the disparity between them still felt insurmountable. After enduring a period of trials and growth, Chu He had undergone a transformation of monumental proportions. His strength had surged dramatically, surpassing the limits Qing could have ever imagined. Witnessing Chu He eliminate the insectoid foes with the ease of squashing ants stirred a sense of defeat within Qing. During his time in Dawn City, apart from Xiao Shi, who could contend with him, all others were utterly subdued by Chu He's might. Yet, soon his spirit reignited with determination. He realized he had a long journey ahead and needed to strive continuously to elevate his power, keeping pace with Chu He. I will not disappoint you, Qing vowed, gripping the soul-devouring blade tightly. The blade shimmered with an eerie light in his grasp, seemingly yearning to consume the lives of the insectoid creatures, its body trembling slightly. Qing moved with agility, deftly evading the attacks of the insectoids. The soul-devouring blade glinted with a cold sheen, and with each swing, it unleashed a tempest of blood and carnage. The insectoids emitted shrill cries, incensed by this power, yet they were powerless to withstand Qing's onslaught. Their numbers appeared infinite, continuously pouring in from all directions. His gaze remained steadfast and composed, a slight smile gracing his lips, revealing a blend of confidence and resolve. His swordsmanship was extraordinarily sharp. Each strike contained immense power, sending forth waves of blade energy that swept away the insectoids in his path. In his presence, these creatures seemed utterly feeble, unable to withstand his assault. Qing's abilities were a veritable weapon of mass destruction on the battlefield. Countless souls were absorbed by the soul-devouring blade, replenishing his stamina. His energy was inexhaustible, each wave of blade energy restoring the stamina expended in his attacks. Now, he was tireless, wielding his blade endlessly, again and again. Each slash of his blade was a harbinger of death for the insectoids. Qing was drenched in the blood of his foes, yet his fighting spirit soared even higher, his eyes turning crimson with the thrill of slaughter. He seemed to merge with the soul-devouring blade, transforming into a relentless killing machine on the battlefield. Under Qing's valiant resistance, the onslaught of the insectoids gradually slowed. His courageous display inspired his comrades, igniting their fighting spirit as they joined him in defiance against the alien invasion. This young man caught the attention of Chu He, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Each sector required a formidable leader to rally humanity against the insectoid threat. This was heroism, a vital element in uniting the masses. Heroes lead by example, advancing fearlessly without retreat. Their presence instilled a belief that, through unity and collective effort, victory was attainable. Under their guidance, the people shed their fears of adversity and enemies alike, coalescing into a formidable force. This spirit of solidarity and struggle instilled terror and helplessness in their foes. It was through the leadership of heroes that humanity found renewed vigor and confidence in the face of adversity. They stood as the backbone of humanity, the embodiment of triumph. And Chu He was the greatest hero of the City of Dawn, as long as he remained steadfast, even in silence. The mere emblematic blaze of his ferocity would uplift the spirits of all, instilling a belief in victory. For Chu He was their pillar of strength. As long as he stood firm, hope would never wane. Chu He let out a weary sigh, raising his hand to eliminate the last insect. This fierce battle had endured for a full 3 hours, with humanity suffering relatively few casualties. Corpses lay scattered across the ground, some mangled and others grotesquely contorted. Their deaths a harrowing sight. Their blood stained the earth, creating patches of crimson. The battlefield returned to a haunting silence. The healers swiftly arrived, bringing with them the power of restoration and hope. These awakened ones displayed exceptional prowess, promptly tending to the wounded, staunching blood flow, and utilizing their unique abilities to promote cellular regeneration and tissue repair. Medical team, over here, over here. Someone is dying. The cries echoed across the battlefield, laden with despair and dread. My arm is broken. Someone help. A wounded soldier shouted in agony, his severed limb bleeding profusely, his face pale as parchment. My brother is unconscious. Please, someone come and help. Another injured soul called out, eyes filled with helplessness and worry. The medical team moved busily yet methodically among the injured, donned in striking white robes, providing care with expert skill and compassion to each individual in need. They were not merely doctors, they were warriors, safeguarding the front lines of life itself. The soldiers, though utterly exhausted, bore expressions of determination and pride in their eyes. Chu He, like many soldiers, lit a cigarette and savored the tranquility of the moment. This was merely the vanguard of the Zerg, often regarded as cannon fodder, employed to test the strength of the City of Dawn, with more formidable Zerg forces poised to advance. The medical team had trained well. Chu He exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. Yes, once Shao-Chi matures a bit more, she can be entrusted with responsibilities. It is time to cultivate her properly. Xiaoshi took a sip of water, moistening her parched lips. Chu He nodded. Indeed, this young girl has lived under our wings for long enough. It is time for her to grow up swiftly. He turned his gaze toward Shao-Chi, who was bustling on the battlefield, diligently tending to the wounded, a trace of a smile gracing his face. Dressed in a flowing white robe, Shao-Chi stood out amidst the chaos and bloodshed. Her movements were deft and graceful, as if she had long acclimatized to such scenes, providing the most professional care to every injured soldier. Xiaoshi looked at her sister, her heart swelling with pride and joy. Although their personalities were vastly different, Shao-Chi had always been the darling of the family. Witnessing her excel so brilliantly on the battlefield filled Xiaoshi with immense satisfaction. I hope this little girl can grow up quickly and stand on her own in the future, Xiaoshi murmured. Chu He took a deep drag from his cigarette, slowly exhaling. Rest assured, she will. With that, he cast another lingering glance at Shao-Chi, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Chapter 60. The plasma insect on this silent battlefield. Only the sound of the wind rustling the banners broke the stillness. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its remnants cast a poignant yet beautiful glow over the field, creating a moment where time seemed to freeze and everything appeared serene. Yet, the brutality of war had not ceased. Soldiers began to clear the battlefield, collecting weapons and treating the injured. They worked silently, devoid of superfluous words. Their actions steeped in deep respect for their comrades and a profound appreciation for victory. Although this battle had concluded, the pain and memories it left behind would forever accompany these brave warriors. Following the Zerg vanguard's probing, a tense atmosphere enveloped the battlefield. Human soldiers gripped their weapons tightly. Bracing themselves, they understood that the true battle was about to commence. Buzzing filled the air as the sky erupted with sound. In the distance loomed a dark mass of Zerg. They were relatively large, boasting razor-sharp mandibles and tough exoskeletons. The flying scythe beetles. At first glance, there were at least a few fireflies and a small number of meteor mirrors, but even this scant quantity was daunting amidst their overwhelming numbers. They refrained from attacking, as if awaiting something. Chu He narrowed his eyes, observing keenly. He knew that the Zerg's true elite had arrived. Everyone felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. The soldiers wore somber expressions, standing at the ready as the ground trembled beneath them. Thud, 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 the earth began to shake. A line of enormous, corpulent insects crawled slowly across the terrain. Plasma worms. Someone exclaimed in alarm. This cry resonated like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring a reaction among the crowd. All recognized the terrifying creatures, their faces steeled with gravity, though anxiety brewed within their hearts. Chu He had long anticipated that this battle would confront them with various threats from the insectoid realm. Thus, he had proactively educated the commanders about these menaces, ensuring that through a cascade of communication, every soldier was well informed about the perilous nature of these creatures. The plasma worm was a colossal soldier of the insect race, its imposing bulk and massive abdomen evoking the image of a moving fortress on the battlefield, imposing immense pressure upon humanity. The most fearsome weapon of the plasma worm was the plasma-like projectiles it expelled from its tail. These munitions contained formidable energy, and upon striking their target, they unleashed violent explosions that wrought tremendous devastation. Be it robust city walls or formidable defensive structures, nothing could withstand the onslaught of the plasma worms. On the battlefield, the plasma worms formed an orderly line, advancing step by step towards the human stronghold. Their tails shimmered with blinding light, heralding the impending destruction. Once they entered the range of attack, the plasma cannons at their tails would fire in unison, raining down projectiles like a tempest, instantly engulfing the human positions in a sea of flames. They were the heavy artillery of the insect race, akin to the missiles of humanity before the apocalypse. In the previous life, when the insectoid assault commenced, humanity remained oblivious to the existence of the plasma worms. Everyone had believed that plasma worms were merely larger, brute force insects. It was only when the first blue plasma strike hit the city walls that they realized their grave misjudgment. That blue plasma struck the walls with the force of a missile, causing them to tremble precariously. As the plasma worms continued to unleash their blue projectiles, fissures began to mar the walls, ultimately leading to their catastrophic collapse. Humanity's defenses were breached, and the insect hordes surged into the city like a relentless tide. In this life, Chu He was resolute in preventing such a calamity from occurring. "Xiao Shi, you oversee the situation here. I shall return shortly," Chu He declared with unwavering determination. "Be careful. I will manage things here. You need not worry," Xiao Shi replied, acutely aware of the plasma worm's formidable strength. Recognizing the necessity for their swift destruction, Chu He stood atop the city wall, resolutely leaping into the fray below. As he descended through the air, his body fell freely, the wind howling past him. Dust billowed around him as his feet sank deeply into the earth, as if he were merging with the very ground itself. Rising to his feet, he brushed off the dirt. Once transformed into his dragon form, Chu He opened his golden eyes, his figure darting like lightning as he plunged into the midst of the insect army. His body blazed with fierce flames, resembling a scorching sun that illuminated the entire battlefield. The flying scythe beetles, astonished by the audacity of an intruder charging towards their ranks, brandished their razor-sharp scythes and surged forward. With a swift motion of his hands, Chu He unleashed the power of fire, conjuring a massive wall of flames that enveloped him, effectively barring the flying scythe beetles from breaching his defenses. The relentless scythe beetles collided with the fiery barrier, desperately attempting to penetrate Chu He's line of defense. Prepare to be roasted. Chu He observed the scene with a glint of cold determination in his eyes, intensifying the output of his fiery might. The wall of flames blazed even hotter, casting a radiant glow throughout the passageway. The flying scythe beetles sensed the imminent peril. Their bodies began to char, releasing a noxious odor of burning flesh accompanied by their anguished cries. Yet, Chu He did not waver. He pressed forward, his fiery claws swinging with increasing speed as he relentlessly dispatched the oncoming beetles. His figure darted through the swarm like lightning. Ultimately, after an intense struggle, the defense of the flying scythe beetles was finally breached. Not far ahead, 10 massive plasma bugs loomed, their gaze fixed hungrily upon Chu He. The tips of their tails flickered with brilliant blue light, evidently charging up for an assault. Suddenly, they unleashed a volley of blue plasma projectiles that streaked through the air, trailing vibrant blue tails akin to dazzling meteors. Faced with such overwhelming firepower, Chu He dared not confront them head-on, and instead found himself retreating in a frantic scramble, desperately evading the lethal onslaught. Each explosion of a projectile nearby sent plumes of smoke and shockwaves surging around him, imposing an unprecedented pressure. "This is too powerful." Chu He struggled to steady his rapid breathing, feeling as if his very insides were being jolted out of place. The soldiers atop the city walls held their breath, anxiously watching Chu He. He was their leader, their pillar of strength. Should he falter, It would be akin to an army losing its commander, plunging them into despair and leaving them vulnerable to the enemy's advances. They clenched their fists tightly, silently praying for Chu He to triumph over the insect horde. Each gaze reflected a profound trust and reliance on him. They knew that as long as Chu He remained, hope persisted. Confronted by the plasma bugs, Chu He felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. He was acutely aware of the grave responsibility he bore, yet at this moment, defeating the adversary seemed an insurmountable challenge. He understood that if he could close the distance, victory was assured. However, the formidable plasma projectiles deterred him. If struck, even he would likely face dire consequences. Damn it! As he dodged the plasma projectiles, he also had to remain vigilant against the harassment from the scythe beetles above. The situation had reached an impasse. He could not advance any further. If he failed to break through, he would be consumed by the swarm. Was retreating to the city walls his only option? Chu He felt a surge of unwillingness. Chapter 61. A wound for a wound. Chu He's heart raced, and his breath quickened. He understood that any moment of carelessness might lead to being struck by a plasma shell. Thus he remained vigilant at all times. Utilizing the ruins and cover of the battlefield, he deftly evaded the onslaught of plasma projectiles. The flames enveloping him continuously released heat, denying the flying scythe beetles any opportunity to strike. However, the number of the swarm increased, and their attacks grew fiercer. Chu He gradually felt overwhelmed, his stamina and energy rapidly depleting. It was time to retreat. Gazing into the endless sea of insects, a sense of retreat began to take root in his heart. "My lord, I am coming." Aching gripped the soul-devouring blade tightly and resolutely advanced onto the battlefield against the swarm. His eyes were steadfast. He would not hesitate to sacrifice his life for his benefactor in times of peril. On the battlefield, the roars of the swarm were deafening, crashing upon Aching like a tidal wave. He swung the soul-devouring blade with fervor, each arc of the blade scattering the remnants of the insect horde. In Aching's hands, the blade seemed to possess a life of its own, greedily consuming the souls of the insects, allowing them to perish in agony. Covered in the blood of the swarm, Aching remained undeterred, pressing forward. Behind him lay the ruins ravaged by the swarm, yet his steps did not falter. "My lord, you must go. I will hold the rear." Aching's presence drew the attention of the plasma insects, diverting some of their attacks. "I never imagined that someone like me would have someone willing to fight for me." Chu He murmured softly, his voice filled with emotion and gratitude. Although he recognized Aching's actions stemmed from a desire to repay his past life-saving grace, this bond offered him immense warmth. After all, in this icy world, having someone willing to give everything for him was already enough. Without further ado, Chu He unleashed tremendous power in his legs. With Aching drawing some of the hatred from the swarm, he seized the opportunity to breach their lines and continue his advance. His figure darted across the battlefield like a flash of lightning, eluding capture. "Bravo!" The soldiers atop the city walls erupted in cheers. Their applause resonated like thunder, as if it could pierce the heavens. This sound was filled with admiration and praise for Chu He, allowing the depths of their hearts to resonate with excitement and pride. However, behind their jubilation, the soldiers also felt a twinge of anxiety for Chu He. After all, this battle was fraught with uncertainty and peril. A single misstep could result in irrevocable consequences. Nonetheless, the soldiers chose to believe in Chu He's capability and courage, eagerly anticipating his ultimate victory. The plasma worms sensed impending danger, swiftly aligning their artillery towards Chu He, attempting to thwart his advance with overwhelming firepower. Yet it was all in vain. It was far too late. Like a bolt of lightning, Chu He approached the swarm of plasma worms with astonishing speed. With a series of piercing sounds, plasma projectiles erupted from their cannons, weaving a dense net of firepower. Due to their anatomical structure, the plasma worms could only launch their attacks in an upward arc, creating a critical blind spot at close range. Chu He deftly maneuvered into this very blind spot. The ground shook with the incessant explosions of plasma shells, generating tremendous waves of energy that illuminated the terrain in brilliant flashes of light, yet they failed to inflict any substantial harm upon him. Unfazed by the detonations, Chu He shielded himself with a fiery aura, effortlessly withstanding the aftershocks. As the fierce battle raged on, he gradually closed in on the plasma worm horde. His claws gleamed with a chilling radiance, ignited with flames as he severed a limb from one of the creatures. The plasma worms shrieked in terror, desperately attempting to flee from his relentless pursuit. However, their speed paled in comparison to that of the humans in the Firefly realm. Just as Chu He prepared to eradicate them entirely, the ground trembled violently, causing a grave expression to settle on his face as he surveyed his surroundings with heightened vigilance. Suddenly, a colossal tank worm emerged from the earth, its body encased in a tough shell, as unyielding as steel. 20 tank worms of the moon-eroding realm. In Chu He's golden eyes, their attacks seemed to move in slow motion. He reacted swiftly, sidestepping the searing liquid expelled by the tank worm. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As the first tank worm appeared, more of its kind erupted from the ground, swiftly encircling Chu He and trapping him within their grasp. He recognized them as the elite guard of the insectoid heavy artillery. Taking a deep breath, he opened his mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of searing flames. This inferno surged forth with immense power, engulfing the area in a blazing sea of fire. The air around him twisted and warped under the heat, crackling ominously. The tank worms unfurled their hardened shells, revealing sharp teeth and vicious claws within. They emitted low, guttural growls, as if to challenge Chu He or bolster their own courage. Then, with their robust legs, they charged towards him at an astonishing speed. They did not waver. It seemed as if their programming dictated that they must protect the plasma worms at all costs, even at the expense of their own lives. The flame breath technique acted as a key, unlocking the fiery potential within Chu He. He felt his flames intensify, becoming more potent and scorching. As if capable of incinerating anything in their path, this newfound power filled him with confidence, rendering him fearless in the face of any adversary. In a fleeting moment, 2 of the tank worms suffered severe burns, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. As the other tank insects witnessed the unfolding chaos, they surged towards Chu He with even greater fervor. These monstrous creatures encircled him, incessantly spewing forth scalding liquid that erupted like a series of boiling fountains. The liquid danced through the air, resembling fiery meteors, exuding an oppressive heat. Chu He, recognizing that he could no longer afford to entangle himself with these beasts, resolved to confront their assault head-on. He inhaled deeply, channeling the entirety of his fiery power into his mouth, and unleashed a tremendous blaze towards the tank insects. In an instant, the flames enveloped them, followed by a cacophony of agonized cries as they were incinerated to charred remnants. At this moment, Chu He had lost all semblance of humanity. His body resembled a tattered doll, scorched and marred. His skin had turned a charred black, with patches revealing white bone, rendering him a ghastly sight. Should the battle prolong and the plasma insects reach him, he would stand no chance and face an unceremonious demise. He had no choice but to exchange injury for injury. With the loss of these guardians, the plasma insects became mere lambs to the slaughter. As time progressed, their numbers dwindled. Ultimately, only a handful of the strongest plasma insects remained, defiantly resisting. Chu He ruthlessly wielded his claws, dispatching them one by one. When the last of the plasma insects fell, he felt the depletion of his own strength. His body had surpassed its limits, every cell trembling as if on the verge of collapse. His breath grew labored and heavy, sweat soaking his attire, yet he persevered, summoning the last vestiges of his strength for the battle. At last, the plasma insects succumbed, and Chu He's vision began to blur. His eyelids grew heavier, the world before him fading into obscurity. He endeavored to maintain his consciousness, but ultimately succumbed to the encroaching fatigue. His body collapsed onto the ground, as if bereft of all support, lying there feeling the cold, hard earth beneath him. Chapter 62. The shift of offense and defense. Follow me into battle, Xiao Shi proclaimed, raising her arm in a fervent call that echoed like thunder through the heavens. Standing atop the city wall, she exuded an air of grace and determination, her gaze resolute and unwavering. Behind her, the soldiers stood in disciplined formation, their spirits soaring, eyes alight with the flames of combat. Open the city gates. With her command, the gates creaked open, their heavy sound resonating in the air. The roles of offense and defense had shifted. The enemy could advance, and so could she. In an instant, countless awakened individuals surged forth from the gates like a tidal wave. Clad in uniform attire and wielding a myriad of weapons, they charged forward with unwavering resolve. Everyone felt a surge of fervor. The pent-up frustration of remaining cooped up within the city erupted at that moment. The awakeners sounded the clarion call for counterattack. a voice imbued with strength and resolve that reverberated through the wilderness, inspiring all who heard it. Their voices were filled with fury against the insectoid menace and hope for the future, as they pledged to fight for humanity's destiny with their own might. Upon exiting the city, the Awakeners swiftly formed battle formations, coordinating their efforts to confront the insect horde. The insectoids, relentless in their advance, surged forward, engaging the Awakeners in fierce combat. In the midst of battle, the Awakeners exhibited formidable combat prowess and unyielding will. "For the future of Dawn City, strike!" cried one Awakeners as he wielded his blade, severing the head of an insectoid. "We shall not falter. Let these creatures learn of our might." Another roared. They relentlessly slaughtered the insectoids, sacrificing their blood and lives to forge a future for Dawn City. "Hold fast. Fight for the Lord. Fight for Dawn City." An Awakeners rallied his companions, his voice resonating with vigor. "Kill!" The Awakeners exclaimed in unison, their morale soaring higher. These Awakeners were elite warriors, meticulously trained and selected, endowed with immense power and fearless courage. At that moment, they harbored but one purpose: to save their leader. They surged across the battlefield like an unstoppable torrent, launching a ferocious assault upon the enemy. The clash of blades intertwined with battle cries echoed throughout the realm. Each Awakeners, undaunted, pressed forward into mortal combat, defending justice and dignity with their very lives, for their leader, their homeland, and peace at any cost. Xiaoshi led this valiant band. Charging forth like an arrow, she wielded her icy long sword, its blade cutting through the air, causing the insectoids to fall in her wake. Her presence became the most radiant on the battlefield, inspiring every Awakeners to fight valiantly. In that moment, they were no longer individuals, but a united whole, supporting one another in their shared struggle towards a common goal. Through the unwavering efforts of the Awakeners, the insectoid defenses gradually crumbled. They pressed their advantage, continuously vanquishing the foe. This battle was destined to be inscribed in the annals of history, becoming a legendary tale. It would be recorded in the chronicles of time, forever etched in the flow of history. Chu He felt a heaviness in his head, his eyelids weighted down. As he slowly opened his eyes, his gaze somewhat dazed, as if he had not yet fully awakened from slumber. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a blinding discomfort upon his face, prompting him to squint slightly in an attempt to acclimate to the sudden brilliance. "Xiaoqi, please draw the curtains." A melodious voice resonated within the room. As the voice faded, a delicate figure gracefully rose to her feet, gliding towards the window. She gently drew the curtains, shielding the sunlight from entering, casting the entire room into a dim ambience. At that moment, a subtle fragrance wafted through the air, reminiscent of blossoms unfurling in the embrace of spring. Chu He found himself entranced by this aromatic allure, a sweet sensation blossoming within his heart. Suddenly, he felt a pair of soft hands tenderly caressing his cheek, gentle and delicate, sending ripples across the tranquil lake of his emotions. Then, a tender form leaned against him, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Chu He could distinctly perceive her warmth and scent, a unique aroma intertwined with the enchanting essence of femininity, quickening his pulse and rendering his breath more hurried. "I have been unconscious for several days," he murmured, patting his still-dazed head. 3 days. Aching protected you with her life. Otherwise, you would have perished. I led the troops in a counteroffensive to rescue you, and we held the city for another day until the insect horde retreated." Xiaoshi gently recounted the events of the past few days. "Well, the city of Dawn will remain tranquil for a while longer." Chu He nodded slightly. He had previously confided in her his intentions to remain observant and prepared for support. Should the plasma insects attack the city of Dawn, the consequences would be dire. In the past, he would have been indifferent to the fate of these individuals, but now it was different. These awakened souls were his wings, his foundation. He had merely overestimated his own strength, leading himself into peril. He vowed not to act so recklessly again. Xiaoshi tenderly traced her fingers over several spots on his body, as if empathizing with the pain and suffering he had endured. Her fingertips glided over those areas, seemingly soothing the wounds deep within his soul. "Here, here, and here. When I first saw you, I could see your bones. I never imagined that just 3 days later there would be no trace left," she said softly, her voice laced with a mixture of awe and sorrow, but predominantly a profound sense of compassion. Each word flowed from her heart, imbued with care and affection for him. She seemed to sense all that he had borne, both physically and mentally. This sorrow stemmed not merely from the rapid recovery of his injuries, but from her deep understanding of the efforts and resilience he had demonstrated behind the scenes. "All right, I am fine. Please announce my awakening, and have everyone gather at the training grounds tomorrow for recognition of their contributions," Chu He consoled, stroking her hair. "Master, are you all right?" Su Yu and Shao Qi interjected. Shao Shi graciously relinquished Chu He's embrace to the two women. She was the principal, yet she could not monopolize him. She would partake in the feast, but also ensure others were nourished. Chu He embraced the two women, relishing this tranquil moment. In his previous life, he had never experienced such a feeling. The sensation of being cared for, cherished, and valued was akin to basking in the warm sunlight on a frigid winter's day, providing an unparalleled sense of comfort and joy. Chapter 63. On merit and reward. The morning sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting a soft and warm glow within the room. Shao Shi lay quietly on the bed, her gaze fixed upon the slumbering Chu He beside her, her eyes filled with profound affection and tenderness. She admired Chu He's serene sleeping visage, savoring the sound of his steady breathing, her heart brimming with happiness and contentment. In this moment, Shao Shi realized that she had deeply fallen in love with this man. His presence had brought her unprecedented joy and tranquility, allowing her to truly experience the essence of love. She recalled the moments they had shared, each instant resembling a precious gem embedded in the softest corners of her heart. Shao Shi gently caressed Chu He's cheek, her fingers gliding over his skin, feeling his warmth. She understood that this love would accompany her throughout her life, and no matter what challenges they faced, she would steadfastly protect this bond. For in her heart, Chu He was the one deserving of her all. "Have you grown tired of gazing at my face yet?" Chu He propped himself up and drew her into his embrace. Shao Shi shook her head, lightly brushing her lips against his before rising from the bed, unfazed by his gaze upon her. After all, they were like an old married couple. There was hardly a part of her he had not seen. Chu He scrutinized her closely. Her figure was graceful and alluring, particularly her slender waist, reminiscent of a deadly curved blade that could easily captivate anyone. Her skin was as fair as snow, delicate and smooth like mutton fat, leaving one with an irresistible urge to touch. Truly, she was a sight one could never tire of. "Today is the reward ceremony. Dress formally," Shao Shi instructed as she arranged her makeup in front of the mirror, calling out to the door, "Bring me my qipao." As her voice faded, a group of women clad in black silk-made outfits promptly entered, moving in unison as they presented an array of splendid qipaos. Although these maids possessed striking beauty, they paled in comparison to Shao Shi. A firefly could never compete with the brilliance of the full moon. Shao Shi selected a sky-blue qipao from the collection. This exquisite garment, crafted from top-quality silk, was adorned with intricate floral patterns, with pearls and gemstones embellishing the collar and cuffs, sparkling with radiant brilliance. Its tailored fit accentuated Shao Shi's alluring curves perfectly. Satisfied, she nodded as the maids assisted her in donning the qipao. She then approached the mirror, examining her reflection with meticulous attention. Slipping on a pair of black-heeled shoes elongated her already statuesque figure further. A hint of pride graced her features, clearly pleased with her appearance. "How do I look?" "Indeed, it is beautiful. You look splendid in anything you wear." Chu He approached her from behind, encircling her waist. "First, put on your clothes," he remarked. Shao Shi cast him a playful glance filled with charm. "Bring me my military uniform," she commanded. Chu He's voice was deep and authoritative. The maids, clearly well-trained, moved in perfect unison, exhibiting no signs of fluster or hesitation. They operated like finely tuned machines, efficiently executing their master's orders. Soon, one of the maids appeared before Chu He, cradling a pristine military uniform in her hands. She respectfully offered it to him, bowing slightly in deference. Chu He accepted the uniform, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. He gently caressed every detail of the garment, feeling the weight of responsibility and honor it embodied. This was a gift from the esteemed young Dingbang. Regrettably, he had not worn this uniform until now. With the maid's assistance, he donned the uniform and stood before the mirror, feeling a surge of confidence, as if he had been transformed. "Yes, this is the aura. Truly handsome," Shao Shi praised earnestly from the side. "Let us go." Chu He extended his arm, and Shao Shi smiled as she linked hers with his. The first military drill ground, the most prominent and influential training facility in the city of Dawn, sprawled across the city's heart, boasting extensive grounds and comprehensive facilities. It served as a crucial venue for military training, tactical exercises, and competitive events. Today, the venue was packed to capacity, with nearly all the awakened of the city in attendance. The atmosphere was electric, filled with animated conversations as people either sat or stood, eagerly anticipating the commencement of this grand event. Some discussed their abilities and experiences, while others exchanged thoughts on recent occurrences or sought new partnerships and friendships. The entire venue buzzed with an exhilarating tension. The city lord is truly valiant. Indeed, he single-handedly turned the tide of battle. Without him, we might have faced defeat. The crowd erupted in praises for the city lord's heroic deeds, their faces radiating admiration and gratitude. "Everyone, please quiet down," a resonant voice commanded, and the hall fell silent. "We gather here today to honor those warriors who distinguished themselves in battle." The speaker was Lei Jinghong, his voice imbued with authority and confidence. In this conflict, our city lord exhibited extraordinary courage and wisdom, leading us to triumph over formidable foes and securing glory for our city. Lei Jinghong's words elicited fervent applause, as the crowd cast admiring glances toward the city lord. Now, let us offer the city lord our most resounding applause. Under Lei Jinghong's guidance, the hall erupted in a chorus of enthusiastic clapping. Chu He rose to his feet, smiling as he waved to the crowd. "Thank you all for your support and trust. I shall continue to strive for the glory of our city." His words were succinct yet powerful, imbued with resolute determination. Such formalities were necessary. The hall erupted in enthusiastic applause, as the people felt a sense of pride and honor for their city lord's valor. Chu He raised his hands in a gesture for silence. "I believe you have all awaited this moment. I shall not linger. It is now time for the most anticipated segment, the awarding of honors." As his impassioned voice resonated, thunderous applause filled the auditorium, echoing like a tempest. The audience rose, their faces alight with excitement and anticipation, having eagerly awaited this moment. Chu He began to announce the names of the recipients of commendations. Each name met with applause and cheers. First-class merit goes to Zhang San. Zhang San stepped onto the stage, where Chu He personally adorned him with a medal and presented him with the corresponding crystal core, shaking his hand in congratulations. "I am grateful to the city lord and my comrades for their support. I shall continue to fight for the city of Dawn," Zhang San exclaimed, his voice brimming with emotion. Second-class merit goes to Li Si. Li Si approached the podium with resolute steps, accepting the honor that was rightfully his. "This is my duty. I will strive even harder to meet your expectations." His voice was filled with determination. As the awards ceremony progressed, the atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly fervent. Every honored warrior felt the respect of their comrades. "Special merit goes to Aching," Chu He called out, his voice booming like thunder throughout the conference room. Aching stood, his face radiating pride and steadfastness. He bowed deeply in gratitude. Chu He quickly approached Aching, grasping his hand firmly. "Aching, had it not been for you, I would not be standing here today. You saved my life, granting me the opportunity to continue." Aching smiled faintly, his eyes reflecting respect and loyalty towards Chu He. He shook Chu He's hand vigorously, affirming, "City Lord, you are my savior and my mentor in life. Serving you and ensuring your safety is my solemn duty. Whenever you need me, I shall rise without hesitation." Chu He nodded slightly, his eyes filled with reassurance and trust. Aching's gaze was resolute, determined to live up to Chu He's and everyone's expectations, repaying their faith and support through tangible actions. As Chu He announced the recipient of the special merit, the training ground erupted in applause. This was an affirmation of Aching's valor and a tribute to all courageous warriors. In these challenging times, each individual must embody the spirit of Aching, forging ahead for the benefit of all. Chu He's gaze swept over each warrior, his eyes sparkling with pride and determination. He took a deep breath and commenced his concluding address. "Brave warriors, today we gather here to collectively witness this moment brimming with glory. This commendation ceremony not only acknowledges your past endeavors, but also serves as a source of inspiration for the future. I wish to extend my most heartfelt congratulations and respect to each valiant soldier who has been honored. Your sacrifices have borne fruit, yet this is not the culmination. Rather, it is a new beginning. I hope you will maintain your fervent spirit, continuously enhance your capabilities, and contribute even more significantly to the safety and development of Dawn City. We inhabit a world fraught with complexities and uncertainties, where the security of Dawn City faces numerous challenges and threats. However, with a formidable army such as yours, we can overcome any adversity. Let us strive together for the future of our nation. Thank you all. The hall erupted with thunderous applause. The soldiers echoed in unison, yes. Commander. Their voices resonated like a powerful current, reverberating throughout the entire chamber. Lord Mayor, you are the greatest contributor to this victory. What reward do you grant yourself? A soldier's shout struck a chord with many. Indeed, Lord Mayor, you are our hero. Without you, how could we have triumphed in this battle? You deserve the highest honor. You are our leader, and we are all willing to follow you. Thank you all for your support, but as the mayor, I have already attained sufficient power and status and do not require further accolades. On the contrary, each of you is a hero of this city. Your dedication and efforts are the key to our success in this war. Absorb the crystal cores I have bestowed upon you swiftly, and become even stronger warriors to protect this city. Chu He said with a smile. Tears of gratitude welled in the eyes of the crowd. They understood that their efforts had been recognized and rewarded, filling them with confidence for the future. Nodding appreciatively, they began to absorb the crystal cores in their hands to bolster their strength. As the commendation ceremony concluded, the soldiers, filled with honor and a sense of mission, strode out of the venue with heads held high, embarking on a new journey. At that moment, Chu He reached the pinnacle of his status in the hearts of the awakeners of Dawn City. He was no longer merely a powerful leader. He had become their faith and hope. His name transformed into a symbol of Dawn City, and his deeds were recounted, becoming an eternal legend in the hearts of the people. Chu He's presence instilled an unparalleled sense of security in them, for they knew that as long as he remained, Dawn City would never falter. Once he had attended to these matters, Chu He began to break through. He produced over 23rd-tier crystal cores, remnants of the tank and plasma insects. Curiously, despite possessing such cataclysmic power, the plasma insects were confined to the moon erosion realm, having allocated all their skill points to attack. Among these cores, he distributed a few to Xiao Shi and to Qing, enabling them to ascend to the moon erosion realm. After he lapsed into unconsciousness, Xiao Shi collected the crystal cores, safeguarding them from the envy of others who might be tempted to act rashly. Chu He placed each crystal core into his mouth, savoring the energy that gradually coursed through his meridians as he practiced the flame-breathing technique. The temperature in the room began to rise, becoming increasingly humid, and steam filled the air. After some time, he exhaled slowly. Mid-stage of the eclipsed moon realm. It took more than 20 crystal cores to advance a mere small stage. The path of cultivation remains a long and arduous journey. Chu He rose, reflecting on this in his heart. At the city lord's residence, by the summer pool, 3 enchanting beauties resembled celestial maidens from a painting, each radiating their own distinct charm, capturing the attention of the surrounding maids. Xiao Shi's long hair cascaded like a black waterfall, gently falling and contrasting sharply with her porcelain skin. She wore a simple yet elegant swimsuit, its design exuding classical beauty, as if she had stepped out from an ancient scroll. Xiao Shi gracefully entered the water, her movements resembling a dance. The water is just perfect. Come and swim with me. Her voice flowed like a mountain spring, imbued with a refreshing coolness that also brought comfort. Chu He, reclining on a lounge chair, chuckled in response. Xiao Shi, you are always so composed. Look at Xiao Qi and Su Yu. No sooner had he spoken than Xiao Qi leaped from the water, splashing droplets everywhere, her laughter ringing clear and melodious. Her short hair danced like flickering flames, and she wore a vibrantly colored swimsuit adorned with cherry blossom motifs, exposing her slender waist and fair thighs. Every time she leapt from the water, she exuded a lively and adorable charm. Chu He, come chase me, Xiao Qi called out, resembling a nimble fish gliding through the water, leaving behind a trail of laughter. Meanwhile, Su Yu sat at the edge of the pool, her small hand gently skimming the water's surface, her eyes sparkling with a blend of curiosity and trepidation. Her skin glowed with a rosy hue, clad in a conservatively designed swimsuit that attempted to shield her modesty. Despite her fear of the water, she mustered the courage to approach the poolside, her timid gaze betraying a longing for the unknown. Cautiously, she dipped her toes into the water. Chu He approached, crouching down, and spoke gently, "Do not be afraid. I am here to teach you, to help you acclimate to the sensation of water." Su Yu's ears twitched slightly, her voice laced with doubt. "You truly want to let me drown?" Her soft tone evoked an instinctive desire to protect her. Chu He smiled and nodded, extending his hand. After a moment of hesitation, Su Yu grasped his hand, and cautiously stepped into the water. Xiao Shi and Xiao Qi swam over, and the four of them formed a circle, creating ripples that danced across the surface. Master, your hand. Let us see if I can catch you, Xiao Qi teased. Slow down, Xiao Qi. The four laughed and played, reveling in this serene moment. Chapter 65. The little girl outside the city of dawn. Chaos and hunger enveloped the lives of its inhabitants. Mother, I am hungry. A frail child tugged at her mother's hem, her eyes brimming with helplessness and fear. Hold on, my dear. Mama will find us something to eat, the mother reassured, though uncertainty loomed over her as she pondered where to procure sustenance. Once bustling streets now lay desolate, shops and markets long plundered. This is the last morsel. We must ration it. A man handed a piece of bread to his wife, watching her and their child devour it with urgency, his heart heavy with sorrow. Order had disintegrated in this apocalyptic world. Laws and rules no longer held sway. Hand over your food. A burly man brandished a knife, menacing an elderly couple. We have no food. Please, spare us, the trembling couple implored. Enough of your nonsense. The man kicked the couple aside, rummaging through their home. In the struggle for dwindling resources, violence and crime permeated every corner. Help! A woman's scream echoed through the night. Ha ha, you can't escape. A group of men pursued her, their faces twisted in cruel delight. The societal structure had crumbled. Individuals were left to fend for themselves and protect their loved ones. Law enforcers turned a blind eye to the plight of ordinary citizens, their salaries funded by the privileged. As long as no lives were lost, they chose to ignore the chaos. Daddy, I'm scared. A little girl cowered behind her father, watching the pandemonium unfold outside. Do not fear, my child. Your father will protect you, he assured, gripping her hand tightly, his gaze resolute. Hope had faded. The future appeared bleak and uncertain. When will this nightmare end? An elderly man sat at his doorstep, staring into the distance, his eyes clouded with confusion. In this desolate world, devastation reigned, resources were scarce, and food and water had become luxuries. A mother and daughter resided in a dilapidated hut, devoid of electricity, running water, or even a single intact window. Each day, the mother ventured out in search of food and water, carefully avoiding perilous areas, all for the sake of her daughter's survival. The daughter waited at home, acutely aware of her mother's struggles, yet feeling powerless to assist. Their meals typically consisted of stale bread and canned goods, sometimes supplemented by unidentified wild herbs. Water was drawn from a nearby well, its quality poor, yet sufficient to quench their thirst. At night, the mother and daughter would sit together under the dim light, recounting tales of the past. Mama, why has the world become like this? The gentle voice of the little girl broke the silence. Her clear eyes shimmered with apprehension and dread for the future, evoking a profound sense of sympathy. In such moments, she could not help but reminisce about the idyllic days before the apocalypse. During that time, she reveled in sunshine, laughter, and freedom, blissfully chasing butterflies, gathering flowers, and playing with her companions. Yet now, all of that had receded into distant memories, deeply buried within her heart. In response to her daughter's inquiries, Meyer paused, a flicker of helplessness and sorrow crossing her gaze. Gently stroking the little girl's hair, she whispered, "My child, I do not know either. However, we must believe that one day, the world will regain its tranquility, and we shall lead joyful lives once more." The corners of her eyes were lined with wrinkles. A year of desolation had transformed her from a pampered young woman into a weary matron struggling for daily sustenance. Meyer often deceived her, but it was a necessary deceit, one that instilled hope for the future. Gurgle. Xiaoling's stomach rumbled, and she, understanding, clasped her belly without uttering a word. Meyer's eyes brimmed with guilt. She loathed her own ineptitude, wanting to speak, but finding herself mute. As a single mother, she had raised her daughter alone, and now they both endured hardship together. Embracing the little girl tightly, she hoped to impart some of the scant warmth she possessed. I tell you, the taste of that matron in this household is truly exquisite. Is that so? You must let me savor it today. Ha ha ha. Without a doubt, brother, keep your eyes peeled. Two men pushed open the dilapidated door. Without a word, they advanced towards Meyer with intent. My daughter is still here. Smack. The taller man struck him sharply, barking. Do as you're told, no need for so much chatter. Feeling a sense of pride in his actions, he turned to his companion, asserting that this woman needed to be taught a lesson, lest she overstep her bounds. You shall not bully my mother. A little girl, her eyes wide, mustered her courage and shouted defiantly. The two thugs paused momentarily, their attention shifting to the girl, their faces contorting into menacing grins. The bald man sneered, "Little one, do you think you can stop us?" Decorated with a dragon tattoo, he appeared quite fearsome. The girl, filled with righteous anger, cried out, "You villains! Let go of my mother." The thugs, now grinning even more grotesquely, regarded her with disdain. Meyer's eyes were filled with terror as she struggled to protect her daughter, only to be firmly restrained. "Let go of my mother. You ruffians, I will not allow you to harm her." She shouted again. "Ha ha. We are merely playing with your mother," one of the men leered. "Indeed, it is a game for adults," the other echoed with a smirk. "Isn't that right?" Meyer, observing her frail daughter, forced a smile and said, "Shaoling, step outside for a moment. Mother will be fine shortly." She found herself with no choice. To protect her daughter, she had to act as she did. Fear gripped her heart, and she often concealed her daughter, terrified that they might harbor malicious intentions. "I won't go out. You two scoundrels must leave," Shaoling shouted, already 14 years old, an age where children often mature more quickly. She was acutely aware of the misdeeds these two ruffians were up to. They were the local bullies, notorious for their oppressive behavior towards others. Her mother had already suffered at their hands multiple times. To shield her from harm, her mother would always send her away. Today, however, she stumbled upon the truth and understood everything. Chapter 66. The Noble Awakener. "Hey, if you're not leaving, you're in for a reckoning," one of the men sneered. "And I must say, this young lady is quite striking." He regarded her as if he had discovered a new world. Although Shaoling had yet to fully blossom, she was undeniably a beauty in the making. Had the world not succumbed to chaos, she would have been the object of many suitors' desires upon reaching adulthood. "What do you want? Just take me instead. Do not trouble my daughter," Meyer pleaded in distress. "I've never encountered someone so young before. The thought alone is exhilarating." He laughed. "Ha ha ha. I had my turn last time. Now it's my turn." The two men moved closer, intent on their vile intentions. Bang! Meyer seized a wooden stick from the corner and struck the bald man on the head. Shaoling, run. A mother's instinct kicked in, though she had been sullied. She would never allow these brutes to harm her daughter. Damn it! The injured bald man touched the blood oozing from his head. Realizing the woman's strength was insufficient to incapacitate him. Enraged, he shoved her to the ground. "I'm being too lenient with you. You think you can challenge me?" He snatched the stick from her grasp and raised it high, his fury unwavering. "If word gets out that I was wounded by a woman, where will my dignity lie?" He struck down mercilessly, not holding back at all. Meyer could only raise her arms to shield her head, curling into herself. "Don't hit my mother," Shaoling cried, attempting to intervene, but a tall man seized her. "Ha ha ha, the little girl is eager to help." The bald man spat. Meyer, battered and barely conscious, murmured, "Shaoling, hurry, run." "Mother, you scoundrels, I will make you pay," Shaoling screamed, her eyes burning with rage, her heart shattered. The onlookers had long since taken notice, yet none dared to intervene. They watched coldly, their expressions numb, as if they had grown accustomed to such scenes. "Ha ha, let it be. If someone dies, it will be troublesome. I'll take my turn first." "Hurry up," one man muttered, glancing around nervously. "This place gives me the creeps." "Relax," the other sneered, cracking his knuckles. "No one is coming. Not in this hellhole." They loomed over by May, who was bound and bruised, her eyes burning with fury. "Don't you touch my daughter," she rasped, voice raw. Their laughter only grew crueler. But before they could take another step toward the trembling girl, something shifted. Little Ling's body began to glow faintly. Her tears evaporated midair. A low hum filled the room, vibrating the floorboards. You monsters," she whispered, eyes snapping open, now blazing with silver light. Boom! An invisible force erupted from her small frame, hurling both men backward like rag dolls. They crashed into the wall, gasping, "What the?" And then awakened. The bald thug scrambled up, face twisted in rage. "So what if she's awakened? She's still just a kid. Crush her now, before she gets stronger." They drew their knives, charging with desperate fury. But Ling didn't flinch. With a single thought, the blades froze mid-air, 2 inches from her chest. "I won't let you hurt my mom ever again." Her voice was quiet, but the power behind it shook the walls. One by one, the knives turned and flew back toward their owners. In that moment, the wasteland's cruel truth was laid bare. Mercy is rare. But justice? Sometimes. It wears the face of a child. For the ordinary individual, a spring knife is a lethal weapon, yet for the awakened, It is merely a plaything. Die. Bai Shaoling lifted her hands gently, and the dual blades shot forth like arrows released from a bow, striking the two men. With a soft thud, they were pierced through the head, their cries stifled before they could escape their lips. Bai Meyer gazed at the scene before her, her eyes filled with astonishment and emotion. An awakened one. She never anticipated that her daughter would possess such power. Over the past year, she had come to understand the might of the awakened. They were the elite of this world, figures to whom one could only look up. "Mom, do not fear. I will protect you," the girl said, approaching her mother and gently caressing her cheek. Bai Meyer embraced her daughter tightly, tears streaming down her face. "Thank you, my darling." Bai Shaoling smiled faintly. She was no longer the one bullied in the outer city. She knew that from this moment on, she would wield her strength to safeguard her mother, striving to enhance their lives. Bai Shaoling felt no fear after taking a life. Instead, she reveled in the exhilaration of vengeance fulfilled. This sensation allowed her to close her eyes in comfort, savoring the power of life and death. "We must hurry and leave. This place is no longer safe," Bai Meyer said anxiously, finally regaining her composure, her face pale as a sheet as she struggled to rise with her injured body and hastily began to gather their belongings. "Why?" Bai Meyer panted as she explained. "Murder is forbidden in the outer city. The enforcers will undoubtedly discover this place. We can only trade one life for another." Their luggage contained little, and she quickly packed it. "Let us go." She grasped Bai Shaoling's hand. "Once we exit Dawn City, where shall we go? I do not know. But remaining here is tantamount to waiting for death." Everyone nearby witnessed what transpired. "We need not flee," Bai Shaoling replied calmly. "What?" Bai Meyer halted, perplexed. Bai Shaoling was unperturbed by the enforcers, not out of arrogance believing herself invincible, but rather with a quiet confidence as she spoke softly. "I merely killed 2 ordinary people. If they were mere commoners, that would be a crime. But I am a noble awakened one." In stark contrast lies the inner city, a realm of opulence and splendor. Towering walls isolate the inner city from the outside world, forming an impregnable barrier. The streets within are broad and immaculate, flanked by grand and sturdy edifices that exude a solemn atmosphere. Shops and markets abound with an array of goods. The populace, adorned in splendid attire, wears expressions of joy. The prosperity here stands in stark contrast to the desolation of the outer city, as if they inhabited entirely different worlds. At the heart of the inner city stands a magnificent palace, the Lord's residence. The palace walls shimmer with a golden radiance, surrounded by exquisite gardens and fountains. The grand entrance stands ajar, with soldiers standing in formation, safeguarding the palace's security. The prosperity of the inner city is reflected not only in material wealth, but also in the lifestyle of its inhabitants. The people here revel in a life of high quality, indulging in an array of entertainment and cultural activities. They may delight in splendid performances at the theater or immerse themselves in rare tomes at the library. At this moment, the supreme ruler of this flourishing city reclines leisurely by the private pool of a luxurious villa, savoring the pleasures bestowed by the sun and the refreshing waters. Chu He observes the somewhat exhausted trio of women, a faint smile gracing his lips. "The city lord, Minister Lin Yu, has arrived," announces the cat-eared maid, Luo Shi, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Very well, tidy up and let him in," instructs Chu He. The 3 women hastily don oversized bathrobes, concealing their delicate forms. In less than a minute, the city lord enters, stating, "Greetings, something has occurred in the outer city." Lin Yu steps forward to elucidate the matter concerning Bai Shaoling. After a moment of contemplation, Chu He summons the 2 of them. "Understood," Lin Yu replies, swiftly retreating. "Interesting," muses Chu He, stroking his chin, which bears little stubble. "Bai Shaoling. I hadn't heard of her in my previous life. It seems my rebirth has triggered a butterfly effect, allowing one who is destined to perish to manifest in Dawn City. What is it?" Xiao Shi approaches, lying beside him with a gentle inquiry. "Do you have an affinity for children?" Chu He inquires with a smile. "What is this? Are you contemplating parenthood?" Xiao Shi responds, slightly taken aback. For the past year, Chu He had intentionally reduced their chances of conception, reasoning that the lifespans of awakeners are extensive and there is no need for haste. "Not at all. I have merely discovered a promising talent. With proper guidance, she could become a significant asset to Dawn City," Chu He elucidates. "City Lord, the individuals have arrived." Lin Yu calls from a distance. "Bring them in. You may return afterward." "Yes." 2 maids usher in a mother and daughter duo. The pair, clad in tattered garments and disheveled hair, approached slowly. The mother's face is haggard, her eyes reflecting exhaustion and helplessness, tightly clutching her daughter's hand as if it were her sole anchor. The daughter, however, displays no signs of intimidation, her eyes darting around with curiosity. They tread carefully, each step imbued with caution, fearing to tarnish the opulent surroundings. The mother's attire is in tatters, adorned with patches and stains, while the daughter's clothing appears excessively small, revealing her slender arms and calves. Their hair falls in disarray over their shoulders, coated in dust and grime. Their faces are grimy, as though they have not washed for an extended period. As they entered the Lord's mansion, the surrounding onlookers cast peculiar glances their way. Some even displayed expressions of disdain, as if this mother and daughter were a blemish upon the place. However, the pair remained unfazed, continuing their silent walk. "You have yet to pay your respects to the Lord," a nearby maid quietly reminded them. "Oh, we pay our respects to the Lord. Long live the Lord." Meyer hastily pulled by Shaoling down to kneel, her forehead pressing firmly against the floor, as if this gesture alone could convey her sincerity. Before them stood the Lord of the City of Dawn. Unsure of how to properly show her reverence, she opted for the most humble of gestures, which was the form of respect she had always associated with rulers. Yet Shaoling did not follow suit, her gaze fixated directly on Chu He. "Silly girl, what are you doing? Hurry and bow," Meyer urged anxiously. The prominent figure before them held the power to determine their fates with a mere word. Should he take offense, both mother and daughter could face execution. Even the lawless ruffians from the outer city acted with such impunity, let alone the true authority of this city. "My lord, my child has always been slow to react. I shall make her kneel at once," Meyer said in a flurry. But regardless of her efforts to pull her, Shaoling remained unmoved. "Enough," Chu He interrupted her actions. "Why do you not behave like your mother?" he inquired with a smile. Shaoling surveyed the mansion, noting that those draped in bathrobes must be his women. Their figures were exquisite. Even the Victoria's Secret models she had seen before the apocalypse paled in comparison. The poolside was immaculate, with a few maids in black stockings standing here and there. Perhaps even a single tile of this place was worth more than the lives of her and her mother. The air was devoid of any foul odor, instead carrying a hint of floral fragrance. The man before her was as handsome as in the photographs, exuding a regal aura absent from those images. "Because I am an ordinary person, while I am an SSS awakened one of use to you," the young girl declared, her voice resonating with strength. She knelt upright, her frail body brimming with power. "Silly girl, what are you saying?" Meyer implored, fervently bowing her head in an effort to seek Chu He's forgiveness for her transgressions. "My lord, my daughter is still young and knows nothing. Your lordship is magnanimous. Please spare her." "Silence," Chu He replied coolly, exuding an irresistible authority. Meyer halted her actions instantly, a chill spreading from her spine. "If you consider yourself useful, then why do you kneel?" Chu He observed her with keen interest. "Kneeling is merely my way of expressing submission to you, but to bow my head, that is absolutely inconceivable." Shaoling straightened her posture, each word imbued with profound strength, reflecting her deep-seated resolve and pride. "Ha!" Chu He laughed heartily. "You little girl, I find you quite delightful. Bring them to be washed clean and change into fresh clothes before bringing them back," he commanded. "Yes." Luo Shi, now appointed as the head made by Chu He, gracefully gestured for the two to follow her. Meyer, still in a daze, had prepared herself for suicide to escape torment. She never anticipated such a rapid turn of events, where they would be treated with such kindness. Chapter 68. Taking disciples by the opulent bathing pool, the marble floor gleamed with a warm luster reminiscent of a tranquil lake. The walls were adorned with exquisite mosaic tiles, forming a magnificent pattern that captivated the beholder like a work of art. The water in the pool was crystal clear, exuding a faint fragrance that transported one to a realm of enchantment. A pair of mother and daughter, resembling beggars, were led in by the maid. Their tattered clothing was covered in dust and stains, their hair a tangled mess, and they emanated a pungent odor. The maids, with gentle demeanor, carefully guided the duo into the bathing area. "Oh, we can manage on our own," Meyer said, feeling a bit embarrassed. She found it hard to accept assistance in bathing, feeling so unclean. Even before the apocalypse, she had never experienced such treatment. However, the maids insisted on helping, their soft voices urging, "Madam, allow us to serve you." Thus, Meyer and her daughter acquiesced, surrendering to the tender care of the maids and relishing the rare warmth and comfort. The warm water flowed gently over their weary bodies, a soothing caress. Initially apprehensive, the mother and daughter gradually relaxed under the attentive care of the maids. The maids used soft towels to delicately wipe away the grime and fatigue accumulated over the past year. The water in the pool began to cloud. Yet the bodies of the mother and daughter became increasingly clean. Their skin regained its luster, and their hair transformed into smooth, shining strands. After bathing, the maids provided clean garments for the mother and daughter. Clad in new clothes, they, though still impoverished, radiated a newfound vitality and dignity. It was the first time in a long while that they felt so pristine. Meyer was so moved that tears welled in her eyes. "Mom, from now on, this is how we will live," Xiaoling declared firmly, grasping her hand. At the poolside, Chu He observed the pair. "You've emerged? Now you resemble proper individuals," he remarked. The mother still retained her charm, though the hardships of the past year had etched many wrinkles upon her face. The young girl, not yet fully developed, seemed to be a budding beauty, radiating potential. "You took a life in the outer city. Tell me how I should punish you," Chu He said, his gaze sharp and imposing. Xiaoling remained unfazed, standing her ground, merely two ordinary individuals. "Ha, very well." Chu He clapped his hands in approval, finding the temperament of the girl quite to his liking. He turned to Xiao Shi and inquired, "What do you think of this young lady? Her talent is extraordinary, and her disposition mirrors yours perfectly," Xiao Shi remarked. "Indeed, her thoughts seem to be crafted from the same mold as mine," Chu He responded, rising to pace back and forth. Xiaoling gazed at him intently, her eyes unwavering. "Today, I am in good spirits. Are you willing to take me as your master?" Chu He halted, his tone seemingly inquiring yet laced with an irresistible authority. Disciple Xiaoling pays respect to master. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaoling bowed deeply in reverence. There is much to teach here. I have no rigid protocols, so let us forego the formalities of tea and the like," Chu He said appreciatively. "Have you only just awakened? Doesn't the City of Dawn distribute crystal cores every month to assess the potential of those who have not yet awakened?" he questioned. Curiosity piqued. "Master, my mother and I arrived here just a week ago," she replied. "Well, if those in my employ are untrustworthy, then their existence is rendered unnecessary," Chu He stated. With a gesture, a maid dutifully presented a low-tier crystal core with respect. "Let us see if you possess any talent," he said, tossing the crystal core. "Thank you, City Lord," Meyer said as she picked up the crystal core and consumed it. A minute passed. "Mother, do you feel anything?" Xiaoling asked anxiously, her heart heavy with the hope that her mother would also awaken. "I feel nothing." Meyer's eyes revealed disappointment. She lacked the talent. "Very well," Chu He said, extending his hand to help the girl up. "From now on, your mother will live with you and be responsible for your daily needs, receiving treatment akin to that of these maids." His meaning was clear. Meyer would henceforth serve as her daughter's personal maid. "Thank you, City Lord." Meyer bowed her head in gratitude, well aware of the esteemed treatment afforded to the maids of the City Lord's residence. It was known that the over 100 maids there were the epitome of beauty in the City of Dawn. The work was light, the rewards generous, and the environment secure. After all, Chu He was not so brutal as to harm women at will. The maids of the City Lord's residence had suffered no losses. Perhaps, had she been a decade younger, she might have had a chance, but now, with her fading beauty, such prospects were beyond her reach. "Come with me," Chu He said with a slight nod. The girl followed him as they arrived at an expansive training ground. "What is your dream?" Chu He suddenly asked. "A dream?" Xiaoling furrowed her brow, clearly contemplating. "My dream is simple, to ensure my mother lives a happy life, and to become a powerful awakener like you, wielding great influence and savoring life to the fullest." The girl looked at him resolutely. "What you are living now is what one calls life," Chu He said with satisfaction. "Not bad. Let me see to what extent you have mastered your supernatural abilities." Xiaoling nodded obediently, then concentrated her mind, attempting to harness her telekinetic powers. She extended her hands, and an invisible force surged within them. Gently lifting one hand, a book before her began to rise slowly, suspended in midair. During her confrontation with the thugs, she had unleashed her potential. However, she was still unaccustomed to releasing her powers. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Chu He's eyes, and he felt immense satisfaction with Xiaoling's performance. He smiled and said, "Very well, keep up the good work." Encouraged by her master, Xiaoling focused even harder. She concentrated, trying to control the direction and strength of her telekinesis, making the book spin in the air. Initially, it did not go smoothly, but she did not give up, continually adjusting her thoughts and the output of her power. Chu He stood by, quietly observing every movement and expression of Bai Shaoling. He could sense her dedication and effort, and a wave of comfort surged within him. Occasionally, he offered guidance and advice to help her better understand and master the use of her telekinetic abilities. Under Chu He's tutelage, Bai Shaoling gradually grasped the techniques, and her use of powers became increasingly adept. She began to attempt more complex maneuvers, making the book perform various intricate movements in the air. After a period of diligent practice, Bai Shaoling finally managed to control her telekinesis with ease, allowing the book to move and rotate freely in the air. A confident and satisfied smile adorned her face. Chu He looked on with pride at Bai Shaoling's growth, knowing that her potential was immense. With persistent effort, she would surely become a formidable supernatural practitioner. I will find you some sparring partners. Practical experience is essential. Chapter 69. The leisurely life of the city. Lord Chu He arranged for several sparring partners for Bai Shaoling. Now, her daily life revolved around training and relaxation. In the midst of intense battles, her sparring partners engaged her in thrilling duels. Although Bai Shaoling faced defeat time and again, her telekinetic abilities gradually became more refined through these setbacks. With each clash, she felt her control over her powers becoming more instinctive. She began to learn how to utilize her telekinesis more effectively, transforming it into a formidable force of attack. A resolute determination shone in her eyes, and she was no longer swayed by failure. As the battles progressed, Bai Shaoling continuously accumulated combat experience. She gradually discerned her opponent's attack patterns and weaknesses, allowing her to respond more adeptly to various situations. She began to employ strategies, skillfully evading her sparring partner's assaults and seeking opportune moments to counterattack. Through repeated failures, Bai Shaoling did not falter. Instead, she grew bolder. She persistently adjusted her state and tactics, striving to enhance her strength. Her relentless efforts and unwavering perseverance have finally borne fruit. Her psychic abilities have grown increasingly formidable, and her combat experience has expanded significantly. Ultimately, Bai Shaoling achieved victory in her sparring match. Chu He nodded in approval. Days passed by in a gentle flow, yet Chu He refrained from pushing her to her limits. With her extraordinary powers, she had already reached a pinnacle. The young girl merely required a modicum of practical experience. Once this gap was bridged, she would emerge as a true powerhouse. Master, come play? Bai Shaoling joyfully frolicked in the pool with Su Yu and Xiao Qi. After much practice, Su Yu had also learned to swim and now plunged into the water daily. You all enjoy yourselves, Chu He said, embracing Xiao Shi. The young girl seemed much happier now. When she first arrived, she scarcely resembled a child. Xiao Shi observed the playful scene, a gentle smile gracing her lips. She recalled her initial encounter with Bai Shaoling, the quiet and burdened little girl, and a wave of nostalgia washed over her. The once reticent Bai Shaoling now radiated cheerfulness and exuberance, as if she had transformed into an entirely different person. The sun cast its golden rays like satin across the back garden of the city lord's residence. Chu He busied himself by the charcoal fire, grilling a variety of delicacies. Amid his labor, he remarked to Xiao Shi, I specially marinated this honey-glazed chicken wings for 2 extra hours. Be sure to enjoy them while they're hot. Dressed in a flowing gauzy gown, Xiao Shi elegantly accepted the wings, chuckling, You are always so thoughtful. Nearby, Xiao Qi flitted through the garden like a lively sprite, brandishing a chilled watermelon. She approached Chu He, exclaiming, Brother-in-law, sister, try this watermelon I just cut. It's incredibly sweet. I picked the ripest ones from the patch to ensure maximum sweetness. Chu He accepted the watermelon with a nod of approval. Meanwhile, Su Yu skillfully crafted a beautiful fruit platter, each slice perfectly cut. As the aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air, the sounds of laughter and joy harmonized in the garden, as if the gentle breeze itself carried the essence of happiness. Chu He frequently inquired about everyone's preferences, ensuring that each person relished the finest culinary delights, while Xiao Shi, Xiao Qi, and Su Yu showcased their signature dishes. Bai Shaoling observed and occasionally attempted to prepare simple dishes. Though her skills were still budding, her earnestness and dedication warmed the hearts of all present. As the sun began its descent, the atmosphere of the barbecue gathering reached a crescendo. Chu He had thoughtfully prepared a bonfire, adding an extra layer of enjoyment to the evening's festivities. The flames danced, illuminating each smiling face and reflecting the warmth and joy within their hearts. Suyu softly remarked, "I once lived in the wilderness, harboring a deep distrust of humanity. It is Chu He and all of you who have shown me the warmth of home. I remember my first visit to the city lord's residence. I felt not fear, but trust and love. At that moment, I realized I had found my true home." Bai Shaoling also shared her tale. "During the onset of the apocalypse, I was but a child, merely a few years old. The world had descended into chaos, teeming with monsters and peril. I could only flee alongside my mother, living each day in constant trepidation. It was not until I encountered my master that my fate began to change. He rescued me and brought me to this sanctuary, where I have since made my life. Here, I experienced the long-lost essence of home. You all are my family." After speaking, Bai Shaoling rose, approached Chu He, and solemnly knelt, bowing 3 times. Lifting her head, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for granting me a home and freeing me from loneliness." Chu He accepted her thanks with composure, replying, "All right, rise. From now on, consider this place your home. There is no need for such formality." This was but a brief interlude. As each person shared their story, the bonfire gathering drew to a close. As night descended, the group made their way to the private hot spring at the estate. The hot spring was encircled by lush vegetation, exuding a faint aroma of nature. A delicate mist hovered above the water, resembling a gossamer veil, immersing one in an ethereal realm. The water was perfectly warm and comforting, providing profound relaxation for both body and mind. The minerals within the water rendered the skin smooth and refined, as if gently caressed. The 4 of them gradually entered the hot spring, savoring its warmth. This was a moment of intimacy between Chu He and the others, naturally excluding Bai Shaoling. Surrounding the hot spring were comfortable loungers and tea tables, inviting guests to rest and revel in the soothing embrace of the water. Beside the hot spring flowed a small waterfall, its gentle cascades producing a clear, melodious sound, further enhancing the sense of being enveloped in nature. Suyu massaged Chu He, softly advising, "Relax and let your body absorb this tranquility. You always toil for others. Now it is time for you to enjoy some peace." Chu He closed his eyes in enjoyment, remarking, "Xiaoya, your technique is becoming increasingly adept." Meanwhile, Xiao Shi and Xiao Qi reclined by the hot spring, gazing up at the vast expanse of stars through the grand skylight, engaging in soft conversation. Beneath the starlight, Chu He and his companions gathered by the hot spring, relishing this serenity and warmth. Time passed swiftly, and 2 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this period, Chu He led a life of tranquility and contentment. However, fate seemed unwilling to remain undisturbed. On this day, Chu He once more set forth on a journey. His gaze was fixed upon the north, as if something there beckoned him. His brow furrowed slightly, his heart brimming with uncertainty. Chu He sensed a mysterious force guiding him onward. This sensation was both familiar and foreign, drawing him into deep contemplation. What could it be? "What is it?" Xiao Shi, nestled in his arms, sensed his unease. "I must step out for a moment," Chu He replied in a low voice. "Take care. We shall await your return here." Xiao Shi did not dissuade him. Some birds cannot be caged, for their feathers shine too brightly. Chu He gently kissed her forehead. Having such a virtuous partner at home was indeed his fortune. After bidding farewell to them, he quietly departed from the city, disturbing no one. As he advanced, his thoughts began to drift far away. He reminisced about his past experiences, where battles, adventures, and moments of growth flickered through his mind like scenes from a film. These memories became the impetus for his journey, instilling in him a steadfast belief that he could overcome any obstacle. Chu He was acutely aware that endless challenges awaited him ahead, yet he would not cower. He must seek the answers. He set forth towards the unknown land in the north. The northern realm, a vast and enigmatic territory, is known as the land of black mountains and white waters. Here, the hills undulate and rivers surge, presenting breathtaking vistas. Presently, Winterfell stands majestically upon this expansive land, akin to a resplendent jewel, radiating its unique brilliance. The fertile black soil surrounding Winterfell teems with vitality and hope. This dark earth seems to harbor the magic of nature, nurturing the growth of various crops. This land not only sustains the lives of its inhabitants, but has also fostered the resilient and courageous people of the north. They toiled diligently upon this soil, battling the harsh elements while safeguarding their homeland. Throughout the annals of Northern history, countless heroes have emerged here, inscribing legendary tales with their courage and wisdom. This winter is notably colder than those of previous years. However, for an awakened soul like Chu He, it makes little difference. He donned a simple white t-shirt, accentuating his muscular physique, paired with deep blue jeans and white sneakers that harmonized with his shirt, complemented by a light blue denim jacket. His accessories were minimal. He wore but a single watch, its purpose restored in the wake of technological failures. This attire, so distinct from the rugged garb of others, rendered him seemingly unblemished, a choice that minimized potential troubles. Those unaware might assume he was merely a traveler. Upon entering Winterfell, he resolved to take a moment to recuperate. The name Dragon Gate intrigued him. Chu He gazed up at the plaque suspended above the entrance, murmuring to himself. This inn, nestled in the bustling heart of the city, exuded an aura of tranquility amidst the clamor. Its architectural style was unique, both ancient and elegant, as if it had traversed through time. A grand sign hung at the inn's entrance, inscribed with the 4 characters, Dragon Gate Inn, written in a flourish that evoked images of heroic tales from the martial world, filled with the glint of blades and the valor of champions. The inn is exquisitely arranged, with neatly placed tables and chairs, and the walls adorned with exquisite calligraphy and paintings. The attendants warmly greet the guests, bustling about, creating a lively atmosphere. Chu He settled into a window-side seat, ordered a bottle of wine and a few appetizers, and quietly observed everything around him. It was midday, and the inn was filled with patrons from all corners of the world. Some engaged in soft conversations, others erupted in hearty laughter, while some savored the fine food and wine in silence. The ambience here is relaxed and joyful, enveloping one in a comfortable embrace. This restaurant is situated on the southern edge of the city, near the South Gate, boasting a prime location that attracts a diverse clientele. The patrons exchange their insights enthusiastically. I believe we should launch an offensive now, one suggested. No, we must hold our ground in Winter City, came the rebuttal. You are all mistaken. Pasta should be mixed with concrete number 42, for the length of this screw can significantly affect the torque of the excavator. To hell with you, came a hearty laugh. The room erupted in laughter, a way for them to alleviate the pressures of their tumultuous world. I believe Winter City should relocate southward. After all, we are not far from the capital, and the situation in the north is growing increasingly dire. Only by merging with the capital can we ensure our survival. A middle-aged man remarked, sporting small round glasses, exuding an air of scholarly wisdom. You, old scholar, should refrain from such foolish notions. The journey may not be far for us awakened ones, but have you considered the ordinary folk? Moreover, with so many people in Winter City, such a large target would easily attract foreign attacks, resulting in countless deaths. Exactly, you old scholar, stop with your nonsensical ideas. It seems your studies have led you to folly. Laughter rippled through the crowd. The old scholar's face flushed with indignation as he shouted, You know nothing. Humanity must unite to unleash our greatest power. He was a regular at the inn, known to all, and his antiquated views earned him the nickname Old Scholar. Chu He found the atmosphere quite agreeable, as a gathering of capable individuals shared their perspectives on the situation in Winter City and even the international landscape. His unique presence was hard to overlook. One could tell he was no ordinary person. Who is that fellow? Someone inquired. I don't know, but his attire is immaculate, and his strength is unfathomable. Who can discern his power? I cannot, but just by his mere presence, I can tell he is extraordinarily formidable. The surrounding patrons whispered amongst themselves. Old scholar, why not ascertain the strength of that individual? Someone suggested. Me? Why don't you go? The old scholar promptly declined, unwilling to undertake such a thankless task. Old scholar, didn't you claim to be quite formidable? Why hesitate at such a trivial endeavor? Another chimed in. Indeed, you incessantly boast about your extensive connections. Today, let us witness this for ourselves. Others concurred, their skepticism palpable, confronted with the doubts and ridicule of the crowd. The old scholar's face shifted between shades of green and white. Gritting his teeth, he resolved, Enough, I must not lose face. I shall go. Thus, he steeled himself and approached. Brother, may we share a table? The old scholar inquired. Please, be my guest. Chu He gestured graciously. Excellent. Let us order a few more dishes for this table, the old scholar proclaimed with a loud voice. Chapter 71. The Three Realms of Pretentiousness. Young man, I perceive that you possess an extraordinary aura. You are clearly no ordinary individual, the old scholar remarked. A glimmer of cunning in his eyes as he approached with a beaming smile. Oh, what leads you to this conclusion? Chu He raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Only someone with your imposing presence could possibly exude such charisma, the old scholar stated earnestly, as if he had uncovered a monumental secret. Ha ha, I see you are not an ordinary person either, Chu He chuckled. Indeed. Just look at the words of this young brother. You lot are utterly unappreciative. The old scholar's spirits lifted, as if he had found a kindred spirit, and he turned to the surrounding crowd, exclaiming loudly, Pray tell, in what way am I extraordinary? His eyes sparkled with anticipation, reminiscent of a student eager for praise from a teacher. Well, no ordinary person can boast quite like you do. Chu He feigned deep contemplation before slowly articulating. The old scholar's countenance flushed crimson in an instant, his eyes wide with astonishment and indignation. Ha ha! Laughter erupted from the crowd, others joining in merriment. Humph! What is so amusing about your antics? The old scholar glared at them, though his gaze lingered not long. He turned back to Chu He, a flicker of resentment in his eyes. You rascal! Humph! Hey, I was merely jesting. Come, let us continue sitting, Chu He said, gently pulling him back into his seat. No amount of struggle proved effective. It was as effortless as lifting a chick. Humph! I shall accept your apology, the old scholar declared, puffing out his chest with pride. You are far more shameless than I had anticipated, Chu He remarked, his lips twitching slightly. He had expected a hint of embarrassment or awkwardness, yet was met with such unabashed boldness. The old scholar feigned deafness, unscrewing his thermos to sip some water. What a tactical maneuver, drinking water, Chu He silently scoffed. The waitress entered the private room, pushing a cart with a beaming smile. She adeptly arranged a series of delectable northeast dishes upon the table, and instantly, a rich aroma wafted through the air. The sweet and sour pork, encased in a golden, crispy exterior, enveloped succulent, juicy strips of tenderloin, drizzled with a mouth-watering sauce that was utterly tantalizing. Next comes the delightful dish known as de Saint-Cien, a perfect combination of potatoes, eggplants, and green peppers, which becomes even more delectable and crispy after being fried. There is also the steaming hot dish of sauerkraut with pork, where the tangy flavor of the sauerkraut beautifully melds with the savory taste of the pork, greatly enhancing one's appetite. Additionally, there are classic northern dishes such as braised pork bones, stir-fried meat strips, and chicken stewed with mushrooms. Chu He savored a piece of guabao roe, realizing that it had been over a decade since he last indulged in such authentic northern cuisine. Let us eat first, he urged, picking up his chopsticks and devouring his meal with gusto. Just by watching you, it's clear you haven't had our northern dishes in quite a while, the old scholar remarked with confidence, as if he had opened a floodgate of conversation. Having lived in this corner for 50 years, I must share the intricacies of this cuisine with you. The hallmark of northern dishes lies in their diverse flavors, a clear distinction between sweet and savory, a wide range of ingredients, precise cooking times, rich tastes, vibrant colors, and a delightful combination of crispness and tenderness, with cooking techniques that favor stir-frying, quick frying, and deep frying, he elaborated passionately. All right, enough of your rambling. Are you preparing for exams? Hurry and eat, Chu He thought to himself, bemused by the man's pretentiousness, shaking his head inwardly while displaying a hint of disdain on his face. Yet, the old scholar seemed oblivious to Chu He's response, continuing to speak to himself. Hey, young man, where's the respect for your elders? As the ancients said, the accomplished are our teachers. His tone carried a mix of admonition and arrogance, as if he considered himself one of those so-called accomplished individuals. Upon hearing this, Chu He couldn't help but chuckle. He found this middle-aged man as self-importance amusing, as he assumed the role of a teacher. Now I understand why they constantly mock you, Chu He mused. That's merely their jealousy of my talent. Genius is often the target of envy, the old scholar boasted, stroking his thin mustache with pride. Old scholar, spare us the pretense. Indeed, without you, our entertainment would be significantly diminished, someone chimed in. Ha ha ha, did you think we call you scholar out of genuine praise? The group continued to jest, their words flowing effortlessly, as if their daily mockery had become second nature. Laughter erupted from the semi-open booth nearby as well. This old scholar just loves to put on airs, a woman remarked with a laugh. She was tall, with long, lustrous black hair elegantly tied up, resembling black satin dancing in the wind. Her features were exquisite and well-defined, her fair skin radiating a healthy glow with a subtle blush on her cheeks, akin to a natural flush. Her long, slightly arched eyebrows added a touch of vigor to her face, with a prominent nose resembling a work of art and a smile that hinted at confidence. She exuded warmth and charm. If Chu He were to see her, he would undoubtedly award her a score of over 90. Madam, he has always been like this. Speaking out of turn, yet bringing joy to those around him. The woman beside him remarked, sitting upright with a military demeanor. Humph. The old scholar had long grown accustomed to this behavior, letting out a cold snort. This is the most rudimentary form of pretense. Chu He poured himself a glass of white liquor and downed it in one gulp. Oh, are you suggesting there exists a more sophisticated form? The old scholar's eyes sparkled as he leaned in. Then it follows that there is indeed a higher level. Indeed. Chu He wiped his lips, determined to impart a lesson to this pretentious fellow. What you exhibit is the most basic form of ostentation, deliberately flaunting your talents. Such pretense is futile, often leaving others with the impression that you are merely showy. The old scholar listened intently, not wishing to miss a single word. The diners present were drawn to Chu He's discourse, their attention riveted. Even the young woman in the semi-enclosed booth cast a glance their way. A more refined form of ostentation is the unintentional display of your talents. For instance, if I were to ask you about the dish we just had, and you effortlessly provided an answer, it would reveal your hidden skills. This approach is far more effective, embodying a higher form of pretense. But there exists an even more elite level. Chu He leisurely poured himself another drink. Ah, I'm out of liquor. Waiter, bring another bottle of white. The old scholar called out loudly. He continued, come now, young one, do share. The surrounding diners were left in eager anticipation. Yes, young brother, do speak up. We are all ears. Today's drinks are on me. Hurry and enlighten us. Chapter 72. In lowly position, yet never forgetting the state's concerns him. Chu He leisurely opened the newly arrived bottle of white liquor and poured himself a glass. Now, as for the final form of ostentation. He downed the contents of his glass, smacking his lips, and when he sensed the crowd's excitement had been sufficiently stirred, he began. This ultimate form of pretense refers to individuals who are either immensely powerful or masters in their respective fields. Anything these individuals casually exhibit within their expertise can astound the majority. He paused, surveying his audience to ensure they were all attentively listening. Then continued. They seldom need to make a conscious effort to showcase themselves, for they are inherently the pinnacle of their domain. A single word, a gesture, or even a fleeting glance from them could become the object of admiration for others. This manner of pretense is often unintentional. As they reach a certain height, whatever they do becomes imbued with significance in the eyes of others. He casually tossed a peanut into his mouth. When one ascends to a certain level, this transformation occurs naturally. The crowd fell into deep contemplation, seemingly intent on dissecting this notion thoroughly. The perspective was so novel that it left them feeling somewhat bewildered, yet filled with curiosity and a desire for exploration. The old scholar listened in rapt fascination, his eyes wide and glimmering with excitement. His fingers trembled slightly, as if striving to capture every detail, fearful of missing even the slightest piece of information. His thoughts surged like a tumultuous tide, crashing against the rocky shores of his mind, stirring waves of reflection. As time elapsed, the old scholar gradually sank into profound contemplation, his lips moving softly as he murmured, "This truly represents an entirely new perspective." Such remarks proved enlightening for the seasoned pretender that he was. Well, do you have any further inquiries? If not, I shall pose a question to you, Chu He remarked casually. Oh, indeed. I just recalled my purpose here. The old scholar responded swiftly. Young brother, your accent suggests you hail from afar, am I correct? Yes. And what brings you to the northern realms? He continued. Do we know each other well enough for me to disclose my purpose? That seems unnecessary, Chu He replied, narrowing his eyes, his tone growing icy. Alas, my tongue betrays me. The old scholar realized his rudeness and lightly slapped his mouth twice in reprimand. Pardon me, I shall drink to atone. He lifted a cup meant for spirits and downed it in one gulp. Ah, he exhaled, as if the drink had scorched his throat. So, any further questions? Chu He guided the conversation, fully in control of its rhythm. From which region do you hail, young brother? Jiangqin. Your demeanor is quite remarkable. May I inquire about your level of mastery? The old scholar asked cautiously, unable to discern Chu He's prowess. Oh, not just him. No one in the room could ascertain it. Typically, Unless one's strength surpasses another by 2 tiers, one can gauge another's power from their aura. Here, many awakened individuals exist within the meteoric realm, perhaps even concealing those of the lunar eclipse realm. Yet, none could perceive Chu He's true strength. Was it the falling sun realm? Or even the celestial dome realm? The old scholar leaned back slightly, fearful that his impolite inquiry might provoke Chu He's wrath. Oh, what of it? I don't mind sharing. I am currently at the lunar eclipse realm, Chu He replied, a smirk tugging at his lips, nearly amused by the absurdity of the moment. With that, he unleashed his aura, revealing his formidable power. Midway through the lunar eclipse realm, the overwhelming pressure rendered those present unable to meet his gaze, bending them slightly at the waist under the weight of his might. The old scholar, closest to Chu He, felt utterly overwhelmed, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, his lips quivering. So potent is the lunar eclipse realm, though he had encountered others of this realm before. The pressure he faced now exceeded all prior experiences, akin to an invisible mountain pressing down upon him, making it difficult to breathe. Internally, the old scholar felt a wave of relief for not having offended Chu He earlier, while simultaneously harboring deep respect for his strength. Ha ha ha, merely average, Chu He declared with a chuckle. Chu He retracted his aura, seemingly reverting to his harmless demeanor. A collective sigh of relief swept through the gathered crowd, their gazes towards him mirroring that of the venerable scholar, brimming with reverence. Humanity inherently admires and respects the strong. Yet the apocalypse has infused this admiration with an undercurrent of fear. The woman in the adjacent booth wore an expression akin to that of the others, awestruck by his overwhelming presence. He is astonishing. This singular thought consumed Yilani as she experienced an unprecedented sense of power. Not even in the presence of her father had she felt such an oppressive force. Yet, rather than cower, a warrior spirit ignited within her. It is in combat with the formidable that one truly feels alive. Miss, her excited subordinate beside her seemed eager to voice her thoughts. No need for words. Yilani interjected with a wave of her hand. She understood what Xiao Chui wished to convey. The presence of such a figure in Winter City would undoubtedly prove to be a tremendous asset. Meanwhile, have you completed your inquiries? Chu He inquired. Oh, indeed. The old scholar wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He had achieved his objective of gauging Chu He's strength. Now, I have a few questions for you. Chu He relaxed, leaning back in his chair. Please, I shall speak candidly and exhaustively, the old scholar replied promptly, his tone now laced with respect. Having abandoned the casualness of his previous address, I journeyed from the south, yet I did not encounter any interdimensional creatures near Winter City, which puzzles me, Chu He queried, his voice tinged with curiosity. Oh, that is due to the demonic clan residing in the north, and recently, it seems they have gone quiet. Having refrained from launching any attacks on Winter City for a week, the old scholar elucidated. What? Chu He exclaimed, furrowing his brow in contemplation. This is indeed peculiar. Could they be plotting something more sinister? The old scholar shook his head. We are uncertain of the exact reasons. But one thing is clear. We must remain vigilant and not let our guard down. After all, the movements of the demonic clan have always been shrouded in mystery. Who knows what their next move might be? Chu He cautioned, we should investigate the situation promptly. Last time, Winter City fell merely a month later, likely linked to this anomaly. Alas, we are outnumbered and outmatched. Our only advantage lies in our defense of the city. As for reconnaissance, perhaps it is already underway. But such matters are beyond my purview. The old scholar lamented, his furrowed brow betraying his concern, embodying the sentiment of one who, despite his lowly status, cannot forget the burdens of his nation. Chapter 73. The arrogant maidens fall now. Tell me, what is the strength of the demonic clan? Chu He inquired. In his previous life, he had not encountered such interdimensional beings but had heard that they were a humanoid species, some possessing remarkable intelligence. Even though the insectoid races are formidable, their lack of intellect limits their potential. Truly powerful races invariably possess high intelligence. Thus, it is the race endowed with wisdom that proves to be the most formidable. Each individual is adorned with sharp fangs and claws, their fierce appearance unmistakably suggesting their brutal nature. The old scholar, with vivid expression, recounted, some possess faces bristling with menacing tusks, their eyes gleaming with a ferocious light. Others are towering and robust, their muscles as solid as steel, wielding a sharp axe as if they could cleave a person in twain at any moment. Still others exhibit a strange green hue, their bodies adorned with sharp spines, resembling a ferocious beast. In any case, their bizarre appearances all exude a singular impression of savagery. Well, I shall venture out to see for myself, thought Chu He, curiosity piqued. He sensed that the force guiding him here lay to the north, likely the rift of the demonic realm. Regardless, he felt compelled to uncover the truth. You intend to go? The old scholar exclaimed. Though your strength is formidable, I advise against it. There are no less than several 100,000 demons in that vicinity. Their coordination is far from a simple matter of 1 + 1 = 2. Chu He took a sip of baijiu and shook his head. He had compelling reasons to go. Ever since the guidance arrived, his strength had stagnated, not even advancing a fraction. He suspected he was being restricted. Only by discovering the truth here could he continue to break through. If you wish to go, you may accompany our reconnaissance team, a melodious female voice chimed in. Yilan stepped out from the private room with purpose. You sit aside. She unceremoniously tugged the old scholar aside and took his place. Miss Yi. It was apparent that she had already noticed him. Her interest in the young man was unexpected. Of course, given this young man's prowess, if he could remain in our winter city, our strength would undoubtedly grow even greater. The crowd buzzed with conversation, revealing that Miss Yi was a well-known figure in Winter City, holding considerable stature. Thank you for your kindness, but I am accustomed to operating solo. Chu He politely declined. There was no need to conceal his strength here, as no formidable opponent like Zhong Yin was present to warrant such caution. He had no intention of bringing along any burdens to undertake risks. Yilan, Chu He. After exchanging names, they briefly clasped hands. This matter does not concern you. Step aside, Yilan commanded with an authoritative tone. Oh. The old scholar wished to remain, but, under her imposing presence, obediently retreated. In Winter City, everyone knew of Miss Ye's temperament, possessing the body of a woman but the spirit of a man. Her striking beauty attracted many suitors, all of whom she swiftly dispatched, declaring boldly, I shall not marry a man weaker than I. Will you not introduce yourself? Chu He discerned that her identity was extraordinary, exuding the aura of the elite. I am the only daughter of the city lord, Yi Qing. Yilan slightly parted her lips, intrigued by the man before her. Or rather, the current predicament of Lindong City was dire, necessitating a formidable awakener. Oh, so is that the reason for your visit? Chu He responded nonchalantly, displaying little interest in forging an acquaintance with her, even though it was evident from her aura that she was a formidable presence at the Shuriware realm. They were likely to face the same fate as in the previous life, falling within a month if they did not evacuate. I wish to request your alliance. Feel free to state any demands, Yilan said earnestly. Oh, in that case, allow me to inform you that I am the city lord of the City of Dawn in the southern region, originally from Jiang City. Chu He replied as their gazes met. Thus, I suggest you seek assistance elsewhere. The City of Dawn? I have not heard of it, she remarked. With the electronic devices rendered inoperative and news being so scarce, it was astonishing that Jiang City, located so far away, could be known at all. However, I am aware of Jiang City. It was the most prosperous city in Province S before the apocalypse. No wonder their power is so formidable. It turns out the city lord is from there. Ah, does that mean he holds the same status as our city lord? Hey, old scholar. Dining at the same table with such a person will surely provide you with much to boast about in the future. Laughter erupted as everyone engaged in fervent discussion. Old scholar gained deeper insight, recognizing that Chu He embodied the very essence of the highest form of arrogance. Unbeknownst to them, he left them in a state of awe, his tone resembling that of a mere statement of fact, devoid of any hint of pretentiousness. This fellow had reached a level of ostentation that harmonized with the universe. Old scholar's eyes sparkled with admiration, as if he had encountered the epitome of his life's aspirations. Yilan Yi's expression shifted slightly, her vigilance rising. Since you are not here to join us, what brings you here? I harbor doubts regarding your intentions. A person of his caliber would not casually abandon their territory. Such a foreign strongman would undoubtedly raise their alarm, given his astonishing destructive capability. The most effective offensive strategy for a city lies in internal collapse facilitated by external forces. I understand your concerns, but I am human, as you can see. In these times, I have no need to engage in such treachery, Chu He replied, acknowledging the validity of her worries. Yilan Yi's expression softened slightly. She merely wished to caution Chu He against any peculiar actions. At this juncture, she still trusted her fellow humans. Moreover, Chu He raised his glass, peering at her through the glass. Rest assured, should I choose to act, your precautions would prove utterly futile. Yi Lanyi's pupils quivered. She had never encountered someone so audacious. She was the strongest in Lindong City, even her father standing beneath her in strength. Everyone in the city was thoroughly impressed by her prowess. Over the past year in this post-apocalyptic world, countless prodigies had fallen at her hands, yet she had been dubbed the foremost figure of the Northern Realm. Although she had briefly been daunted by his imposing aura, it did nothing to extinguish her combative spirit. The atmosphere instantly became charged with tension. The patrons fell silent, discreetly adjusting their positions in anticipation of a swift exit from the impending conflict, eager to avoid being caught in its wake. After all, the clash at the Eclipse Moon realm was beyond their capability to intervene. Let us engage in a spar, Yi Lanyi said with palpable enthusiasm. In over a year of this apocalypse, no one has managed to best me. Well, today you shall witness that, Chu He replied with a smile, relishing the thought of breaking her confidence. The fall of a proud heroine was an exhilarating prospect for him. As Yi Lanyi rose and made her way to the arena, she remarked, "This place cannot endure our presence for long." Indeed, Chu He nearly burst out laughing at her candidness. Her words were as bold as her demeanor. "Boss, it's time to settle the bill. Hurry up, I can hardly contain my impatience. Brother, everyone on the second floor has fled. We are anxious too." The patrons hastily settled their accounts, fearful of missing the unfolding drama. Shouts echoed along the way. Latest gossip. Someone is challenging Lady Yi again. The location is the Banan Road Arena. Hurry and secure your spots. This one is fierce, a battle between Eclipse Moon realms. Once today passes, it will be gone. Chu He followed leisurely behind Yi Lanyi, teasing, "You're drawing such a crowd. Aren't you afraid of losing and becoming the subject of their ridicule?" "It's merely that more tickets can be sold," she replied, her eyes gleaming as she surveyed the throng. This was the largest turnout yet, a veritable windfall. "Well, my dear, how about utilizing my efforts to earn some crystal cores without sharing any with me?" Chu He remarked, his expression turning frosty, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. "You?" Yi Lanyi's excitement waned, and after a moment of reluctant contemplation, she proposed, "What about a 30% share? Is that all?" Chu He frowned, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. 40%, no more," she retorted, biting her lip, as if making a significant concession. "Very well," he nodded slightly, seemingly accepting the arrangement. The duo entered the arena, which was already filled to capacity, buzzing with energy. In this post-apocalyptic era, entertainment options were scarce, and watching awakened individuals spar was one of the few available diversions. "Who is that? They look familiar," someone remarked, scanning the crowd. "Uncertain. I heard from a friend that he must be an outsider. It is likely he has again fallen victim to Miss Ye's torment. How long do you think he can endure?" "I wager 10 minutes, for past challengers rarely last beyond that threshold. I suspect he won't even last a minute, especially considering that Miss Ye has recently ascended to the mid-stage of the moon-devouring realm. This lad will certainly be toyed with." "Ha." Some audience members have already begun placing bets. It is evident from their words that they hold immense admiration and confidence in Miss Ye. "Do not belittle others," the old scholar grumbled, having already secured a front-row position. "Hey, who are you insulting? Are you suggesting that our Miss Ye might lose? You're already betraying her before the fight has even commenced. Whose side are you on?" The crowd began to denounce the old scholar. In their eyes, Yi Lanyi was the venerated leader among the awakened of Winter City, an invincible force. "You have not felt the kind of pressure he exudes. I believe this battle is at least 50-50, the old scholar retorted with a scoff. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he refrained from making overly bold statements. In his heart, he estimated the probability of Chu He's victory to be over 70%. Chu He and Yi Lanyi stood opposed to one another, and the audience erupted into fervent cheers of support. "Go, Goddess Yi. Show these challengers the might of Winter City. I am a loyal follower of Yi Lanyi." Chu He jested, "It seems you have quite the following. Your fans are a diverse bunch." Yi Lanyi, feeling a flush of embarrassment, lowered her head and covered her forehead, exasperated by the resurgence of such nauseating remarks after not having dealt with them for too long. "Lady first. You may strike first." Chu He gestured with a gentlemanly demeanor. "To the devil with that. Do not underestimate women. Come at me with all you've got," Yi Lanyi exclaimed, her coarse language sharply contrasting with her exquisite visage. Chu He twitched at the corners of his mouth, resolving to cease further banter. The fire-breathing technique began to surge within him. With a swift motion, a massive wave of flames materialized, slicing through the air like a searing blade aimed at Yilanyi. In his current state, without resorting to his dragon transformation, the power of his flames could unleash 70% of its potential. Humph. Yilanyi waved her hands. Suddenly, folds appeared in the very fabric of space before her. The flames vanished as if they had never existed. Spatial abilities. Chu He was taken aback. He too had once awakened spatial powers. Yet his capabilities paled in comparison to Yilanyi's. The disparity between E-rank and SSS-rank was akin to that between an ant and an elephant. In his previous life, his spatial powers were limited to trivial storage, while Yilanyi wielded a far broader array of abilities. Chu He intensified his efforts, launching a more ferocious assault. He seemed to embody the essence of flames. Each strike served as a hymn to the forces of nature. Where he stood, the surrounding air twisted, encased in an invisible wave of heat. With each strike, he unleashed searing flames that transformed into soaring fire dragons or coalesced into walls of fire, obstructing all paths forward. His pyromantic abilities transcended mere destruction, embodying an artistry, a pursuit of rebirth amid devastation. Yilanyi wielded her spatial powers to distort reality, altering distances and orientations at will. Under her command, space became akin to a pliable fabric, easily foldable and stretchable. Each of her evasions seemed to defy the laws of physics. Her figure flickering in and out of existence on the battlefield, leaving behind ripples of spatial distortion. When she counterattacked, the force of space manifested as sharp blades, slicing through the air and targeting Chu He's vital points. Impressive. This was the mutual assessment exchanged between the two. Space, an elusive and enigmatic element, seemed to be the most wondrous existence in the universe, invisible and intangible, yet omnipresent. In contrast, Chu He's fiery prowess was more conventional. The 5 elemental categories of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth represented the essence of 80 elemental awakeners. They stood as symbols of lower and higher elemental capabilities, respectively. Chu He had never encountered such a bizarre opponent. Her spatial abilities could devour his flames and morph into spatial blades to strike him. Just when he was about to land a blow, she could instantaneously teleport away. Disgusting. In Chu He's eyes, she was a mechanical anomaly. Yilanyi felt the pressure mounting. Such a formidable challenge. What appeared to be a simple element possessed such ferocious power. She sensed that a single hit from him could spell the end of their duel. In her perspective, he was a numerical monstrosity. Golden streams flowed in Chu He's eyes. Golden pupils. To think this little girl possessed such capabilities. I shall indulge her in this game. No longer shall I underestimate others. Today, you shall witness the prowess of your elder. Chu He's fire dragons interwove with Yilanyi's spatial blades in midair. Each collision igniting intense energy fluctuations, the brilliance of flames and spatial rifts illuminating the arena, as if the entire Colosseum trembled in response. Chu He's assault was relentless. A tidal wave of flames enveloping Yilanyi. Yet, her spatial abilities consistently conjured miracles at critical moments, dissipating his attacks into nothingness. Chapter 75. Making a name for oneself. How long has this been going on? It appeared to have lasted for half an hour. Goodness, such a duration. Previous challengers concluded their battles in a mere 10 minutes. The audience buzzed with conversation. Why does it seem like this fellow is handling it with ease? Something feels off. This remark swiftly incited protests from other spectators. Oh, please. I see this guy is on the verge of collapsing. Exactly. Do you really lack faith in Our Lady Yi? Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Chu He swiftly increased the distance, standing with his backhand. If your strength is limited to this, then this battle is destined to conclude. In stark contrast to his calm demeanor, Yilanyi was drenched in sweat. She raised her hand to wipe her brow, her beautiful eyes flashing with a sharp brilliance. Silently, she gathered her power, resolved to make this arrogant man pay a price. Space, confinement, she exclaimed, her figure vanishing in an instant. Chu He suddenly felt the space around him lock down, rendering him immobile. Yilanyi teleported behind him, raising her hand to unleash a blade of space. Aimed at his back. Had this been a battlefield, the strike would have targeted his neck or head. With Chu He unable to move, he was on the brink of receiving this attack. Humph. His body began to swell dramatically, muscles and bones cracking audibly, as his fitted clothing tore apart, fragments scattering. His skin gradually became covered in dark red scales, each shimmering with a mysterious light, resembling exquisite works of art. A pair of black dragon horns sprouted from his head, sharp and formidable, while his pupils transformed into slits, golden irises radiating a brilliant glow. His power erupted instantaneously. The space blade left only a shallow wound on him, failing to inflict any substantial damage. Did you think this would defeat me? Chu He's voice deepened with authority, his eyes filled with the essence of a king. What is this? Yi Lanyi stared in astonishment at Chu He's transformation, having never witnessed such overwhelming power. I must flee. Just as she contemplated teleporting away, Chu He's speed outmatched hers. With a sweep of his dragon claw, a formidable force surged toward Yi Lanyi. She attempted to evade, but it was too late. The force struck her, sending her flying. Chu He lashed his dragon tail again, directing another powerful surge at Yi Lanyi. Once more, she was hit. This blow leaving her dizzy and unable to continue the fight. With a flick of his dragon claw, he ensnared Yi Lanyi with his strength, rendering her motionless. You have lost. Chu He's voice held a note of triumph. Yi Lanyi's complexion paled, her eyes brimming with reluctance and despair. She had always been the pride of Winter City, her life a series of victories, never having known defeat. Yet now, she found herself bested by an outsider. A reality she could scarcely accept. From now on, lower your head before me, understand? Chu He said coldly, leaning his imposing and fierce visage close to hers. The distance between them less than 3 centimeters. His breath was palpable, the warmth of his words brushing against Yi Lanyi's face, instilling a profound sense of humiliation within her. Her cheeks flushed, she bit her lip, straining to restrain her emotions. Yet, tears could not be held back, cascading down her cheeks. She felt an overwhelming sense of grievance and fury, yet found herself powerless to resist. The once unbeaten daughter of a celestial being had been vanquished, and the depth of her disappointment was known only to her. Did you hear that? As Chu He observed her in such a state, he could not resist the urge to tease her, gently pinching her smooth cheek. Ouch! Yi Lanyi instinctively let out a soft, alluring hum that evoked myriad thoughts. This incited a surge of frustration within Chu He, compelling him to pinch her twice more as a means of venting his irritation. Let me down, she exclaimed, acutely aware of the shame in her earlier tone, struggling vigorously against him. Chu He set her down, refraining from further jesting, fearing that he might lose control and take her right then and there. Yi Lanyi was stunningly beautiful, in Chu He's eyes deserving of at least a 95, and possessed formidable strength along with an SSS-rated elemental space ability. By all accounts, she seemed more than qualified to join his harem. Yet, Chu He could not proceed in such a manner. The implications of Yi Lanyi's lineage were far too significant. She was the sole daughter of Yi Qing, the Lord of Winter City, destined to inherit his legacy and assume the mantle of leadership for the city in the future. This burden of causality was one Chu He could not afford to entangle himself with. At that moment, the audience fell into a hushed silence, their emotions mirroring that of their idol in defeat. Without a backward glance, Chu He departed, leaving Yi Lanyi in a state of disarray amidst the wind. His victory had stirred a considerable uproar in Winter City, prompting a flurry of discussions filled with complex emotions regarding the outcome. Chu He was truly a prodigy. Who could have anticipated that such an external challenger would possess such prowess, rendering even the esteemed Miss Yi powerless? Indeed, the dynamics of Winter City were poised to shift. The Yi family's prestige had encountered unprecedented challenges. Have you heard? Not only is Chu He exceptionally powerful, but he also showed mercy towards Yi Lanyi. Such character and grace are rare indeed. Yes, I have heard that as well. However, Yi Lanyi certainly would not resign herself to this defeat. She is the pride of Winter City and will undoubtedly rise again. For Yi Qing, the Lord of Winter City, Yi Lanyi's setback was both an unexpected blow and a wake-up call. He understood well that failure could serve as a profound catalyst for personal growth, particularly for a prodigy like Yi Lanyi, who had been surrounded by accolades since childhood. It was both a heavy blow and a unique opportunity for refinement. As Yi Lanyi returned to her residence, lost in contemplation in the rear garden, Yi Qing approached slowly, his footsteps resonating in the tranquil night. Lanyi, you are here. Father, I have disappointed you, Yi Lanyi said dejectedly. What brings you to such a conclusion? Failure is not to be feared. What is truly daunting is the inability to rise again after a fall. Lanyi, have you gained any insights from this experience? Yi Qing instructed solemnly. I understand now. I had relied too heavily on my spatial abilities and neglected the cultivation of other martial skills. I realized that true strength must be all-encompassing. He had long been reflecting on her shortcomings. Excellent, he affirmed. To recognize one's deficiencies in the face of failure is far more significant than any victory. Lanyi, remember that every individual possesses their own strengths and weaknesses. A true warrior is one who can leverage their strengths while skillfully circumventing their shortcomings, all the while striving to ameliorate their deficiencies. Yi Qing expressed with a sense of reassurance. Father, I will do so. I shall diligently hone my combat skills, fortify my physique, and strive for holistic self-improvement. Yi Lanyi articulated with unwavering determination. Indeed, but remember, cultivation is not merely about enhancing strength. It is also a refinement of the spirit. Your mindset will ultimately dictate the heights you may achieve in the future. I shall keep this close to my heart, Father. I will not allow this setback to become a stumbling block. Rather, it shall serve as the impetus for my growth. Hearing her words, Yi Qing realized she had not succumbed to despair, which he deemed a positive sign, igniting her fighting spirit even further. Very well, Lanyi, I have faith in you. Our Yi family has never lacked the courage and strength to start anew. Remember, failure is the mother of success. As long as there is fire in your heart, nothing can hinder your progress. Yi Lanyi nodded earnestly, her eyes shimmering with resolve and determination. She understood well that the road ahead was long, yet she was prepared to embrace future challenges with renewed vigor. Yi Qing's teachings served as a guiding light, illuminating her path forward and deepening her understanding of what it truly means to be strong. Chapter 76. The Gambling Father, the Ailing Mother, the Young Brother, and the Fractured Self. Chu He reclined comfortably on the sofa of the foot spa, relishing the attentive service of a lovely young lady. The room was suffused with a delicate fragrance, and the soft lighting created a cozy ambience. The young lady gently removed his shoes and socks, immersing his feet in warm water. Her fingers skillfully massaged the soles of his feet with just the right amount of pressure, inducing an unparalleled sense of relaxation in him. Chu He closed his eyes, fully savoring this moment of tranquility and comfort. A little harder, please. Certainly, sir. The primary technician possessed a sweet countenance. Her skin as fair as snow, with a straight nose and lips subtly curved into a gentle smile, radiating warmth and friendliness. Her hair was neatly tied back in a high ponytail. In Chu He's eyes, her beauty scored a solid 90 points. The technician's service was meticulous. She not only massaged his soles, but also attentively trimmed his toenails and tended to his feet. Her smile and gentle words brought him immense pleasure. Indeed, having a beauty by one's side is a delightful experience. Sir, there are numerous acupoints on the soles of our feet, and massaging these points is beneficial for the body. The technician began to enlighten Chu He about the acupoints on his feet. She gently pressed on his soles, her soothing voice explaining, "This is the Yongquan point. Regular massage can promote blood circulation and enhance immunity." As Chu He felt her pressure, his body gradually relaxed. The technician continued her introduction. "This is the Taichung point. Massaging it can relieve stress and soothe emotions." Unable to contain his amusement, Chu He found that this young lady not only provided excellent service, but also engaged him in conversation, enlivening the atmosphere. As time slipped away, nearly half an hour had passed, and Chu He gently interrupted her actions. The technicians in this establishment were, in part, novices. These women were their star performers, offering their talents without compromising their integrity, reminiscent of the refined courtesans of ancient brothels. Li Wan, feeling a twinge of apprehension, clasped her hands tightly, her gaze wavering, clearly unprepared for the moment. Today marked the auction of her first night, and Chu He had acquired her at a considerable price using a second-tier crystal core. Observing Li Wan's anxious demeanor, Chu He felt a sense of helplessness. It was evident to him that she was not yet ready, and he resolved to provide her with some psychological reassurance. Thus, he gently took hold of her hand and spoke softly, "Do not fear, we can take our time." Li Wan raised her head, a flicker of gratitude and trust illuminating her eyes, though she remained somewhat tense. She had known from the very first day in this profession that this moment would inevitably arrive, yet the reality of it brought forth a wave of trepidation. Chu He continued to comfort her, saying, "I understand that this may present a challenge for you, but trust me, everything will turn out well." Li Wan nodded, appearing to relax a little. Chu He continued, "Let us engage in conversation first, to get to know one another before gradually delving into the main subject." A faint smile graced Li Wan's lips as she began to converse with Chu He. He initiated the exchange by sharing the arduous journey that led him to awaken his powers, narrating one tale after another to help her lower her guard. "Now, it's your turn," he said, gently tucking her hair behind her ear. They fell into a momentary silence. "I have endured countless hardships and torments in the apocalypse," he began. "Before the world fell apart, my family was already fragmented. My father, consumed by gambling, squandered all our money. My mother, embroiled in daily conflicts with him, was later diagnosed with cancer and confined to a hospital bed. And then, Li Wan's voice choked as tears brimmed in her eyes. Chu He softly patted her shoulder, offering silent comfort. Regaining her composure, Li Wan continued, "When the apocalypse struck, the world was irrevocably transformed. Those monsters surged forth like a tidal wave, engulfing cities and obliterating everything in their path. I witnessed it all unfold before my eyes. My father, that man I loathed with every fiber of my being, was mercilessly killed and devoured by those horrific creatures during this calamity. Faced with his demise, I felt no sorrow whatsoever, for in my heart, he was no longer a figure deserving of pity. He was a thoroughgoing beast. Before the apocalypse, he had abandoned his responsibilities, seeking only his own pleasure. He betrayed our family, the society, and even humanity itself. Thus, I do not mourn his death. Instead, I feel a sense of liberation." A fierce satisfaction flickered across Li Wan's face as she spoke of revenge, her words charged with emotion. "Yet, I still regret not having personally dealt with that beast." Since then, she had embarked on a life of wandering, traversing the ruins in solitude, in search of the chance to survive. Every step is fraught with difficulty. Hunger, cold, and illness perpetually threaten my existence. As night descends, I lie upon the icy ground, gazing at the vast expanse of stars, my heart steeped in uncertainty and fear for the future. I remain oblivious to what tomorrow may hold, uncertain of my capacity to endure. Yet, irrespective of the trials, I must press onward, for my estranged brother, my sole remaining kin, awaits, lost somewhere between life and death. Li Wan's eyes glimmer with hope. I have discovered my brother in the Winter City, my one and only family in this world. However, she speaks with a melancholic tone, acknowledging that he, like myself, is but an ordinary boy, merely 16 years of age, and we both struggle to survive in this city. If a sacrifice must be made, it shall undoubtedly fall upon me, the elder sister, Li Wan asserts with clenched determination. Subsequently, my appearance led to my selection here, where I earned the title of No. 1 technician, allowing us to earn a substantial income and sustain our lives in this city. Chu He listens intently, a hint of sympathy evident in his gaze. Is this not a reflection of the plight faced by many in this apocalyptic world? A gambling father, ailing mother, a vulnerable younger brother, and a fractured self. This narrative is all too familiar. As time passes, Li Wan gradually lowers her defenses, bridging the gap between herself and Chu He. Eventually, he gently embraces her, tenderly kissing her lips. Li Wan trembles slightly, but does not withdraw. Instead, she awkwardly reciprocates his kiss. The following morning, as the first rays of dawn subtly infiltrate the room, Li Wan and Chu He remain entwined within the warmth of their blankets. Li Wan rests her head in the crook of Chu He's arm, who holds her tightly, their breaths and heartbeats intertwining, filling the air with an extraordinary essence. As the morning light intensifies, Li Wan slowly opens her eyes, her gaze reflecting the handsome contours of Chu He's sleeping visage. She delicately places a soft kiss upon his cheek, stirring him from slumber. Upon opening his eyes, Chu He is met with the twinkling smile reflected in Li Wan's gaze. And he responds with a warm smile. "Good morning," he greets, his voice hoarse from sleep. "Good morning," she replies, her tone laced with sweet shyness. She then leans closer to Chu He, lightly pressing her lips against his. Cocooned in each other's embrace, they savor the tranquility and intimacy of the moment. Chu He tenderly caresses Li Wan's hair, while she gently strokes his chest, their breaths gradually synchronizing. In such moments, a woman yearns for a man's gentle companionship. Chu He, naturally, does not remain indifferent. He cradles her softly, providing the sense of security she seeks. Soon, they rise together, and Li Wan extends her slender fingers to light a cigarette for him, each subtle gesture imbued with tenderness. "For the entirety of this month, I will procure your services exclusively," Chu He declared, exhaling a thick plume of smoke. His unique abilities compelled him to assist those fractured lives he encountered, thus performing acts of kindness. Li Wan responded softly, her eyes shimmering with allure. Meanwhile, an uproar erupted outside. Where is the man who booked your top technician yesterday? Miss Yi, he is in the room ahead, came the reply. Bang. The door was forcefully kicked open by Yilani, leaving Chu He and Li Wan in a state of shock. Chu He, what is your relationship with this woman? Yilani interrogated, her gaze ablaze with fury and disappointment. What relationship? Do I owe you an explanation? Aren't you being a tad intrusive? Chu He retorted with evident annoyance. Yilani found herself momentarily speechless but quickly pressed on. How could you engage in such behavior? A torrent of inexplicable emotions surged within her. She was unsure of the authority from which she spoke, yet upon hearing the news of Chu He's actions, an inferno of anger ignited within her. If you have no business here, kindly leave. Chu He stated coldly. Chu He, how can you treat me this way? Yilani exclaimed incredulously. Having been raised as a cherished princess, she had never endured such indignity and neglect. Now, being unceremoniously expelled by Chu, he felt utterly alien. How have I wronged you? What relationship do we have? I am not your father, to cradle you in my hands. Chu He replied indifferently. This young woman exhibited a complete lack of boundaries, clearly accustomed to a life of dominance. Her audacity to confront him today left him perplexed. Yilani stammered, unable to articulate her frustration, before turning on her heel and fleeing. Chu He watched her retreating figure, his heart devoid of any tumult. Chu He, what is your connection with her? Li Wan inquired curiously. No connection at all, merely an annoying woman. Chu He replied, slightly furrowing his brow as he took a deep drag from his half-burned cigarette. Oh, Li Wan nodded, though a sense of disappointment lingered within her. Come, let us dine. Very well. Li Wan obediently followed Chu He, though turmoil stirred within her. As the Prince of Winter City, everyone recognized Yilani. It was astonishing to witness her behave like a jealous girl in Chu He's presence, even subjected to his reprimand. Yilani was a figure of undeniable authority in Winter City, her prowess nearly rivaling that of her father. This only deepened Li Wan's curiosity about Chu He's identity. Anyone capable of so thoroughly subduing Yilani must possess an extraordinary background. After leaving Chu He's room, Yilani was engulfed by a tumult of emotions, anger, disappointment, and an indescribable pang of sorrow. She returned to the Yi residence, strode directly into her chamber, and closed the door behind her. Leaning against the door, she took several deep breaths in an attempt to calm her turbulent feelings. Sitting by the window, she gazed at the sun gradually rising outside, her mind swirling with countless thoughts. She recalled her loss of composure in front of Chu He, feeling a surge of shame wash over her. Throughout her life, she had never experienced such a moment of indiscretion, yet in the presence of Chu He, she seemed perpetually unable to rein in her emotions. What is wrong with you, Yilani? She murmured, chastising herself. What does that guy have to do with you? Why do you even care? Taking a deep breath, she resolved not to let this incident affect her any longer. Lani, I'm coming in, came the resonant voice of Yi Qing from outside the door. Oh, father, please do enter, Yilani replied, turning to see her esteemed father, Yi Qing. His tall stature, steadfast gaze, and the subtle marks of time upon him exuded an indomitable authority. A warmth blossomed within Yilani. She knew that, regardless of the circumstances, her father would always be her strongest support. Yi Qing entered the room and gently sat beside his daughter, his eyes soft yet profound, as if he could perceive all that lay within her heart. Lani, I am aware that you encountered some distressing matters today. You may share them with your father. He spoke with affectionate concern. Father, Yilani hesitated, realizing that her feelings were difficult to articulate, especially regarding the complexities of her emotions towards Chu He. Yi Qing tenderly patted her hand, as if understanding her reluctance. Lani, everyone has their own path to follow, and you are no exception. Your future, your happiness, should be determined by you alone. Father, what are you saying? Yilani's cheeks flushed crimson, her voice laced with indignation. I know you well. Perhaps you have not fully recognized it yourself, or you are simply afraid to confront your own heart. Yi Qing continued. You have always sailed smoothly through life. Since the apocalypse, you have triumphed over every challenge without encountering formidable foes. You have stated that you would never marry a man weaker than yourself. But how easy is that demand to fulfill? My child, in this harsh world, one may not find such a man. Perhaps my discussions about the military from your childhood have sown in you a yearning for strength. If you truly care for him, pursue him without fear. Your father supports you, but he has acted so. Who knows how many women he has outside? Yilani countered defiantly. Yi Qing smiled gently, in these trying times. Many men are like that. Moreover, before the apocalypse, men of his stature would have attracted numerous women. If you seek a man who has eyes only for you, he must possess abilities akin to Chu He's. Otherwise, you may search for a lifetime and never find one. Yi Lanyi's gaze began to waver. Lanyi, love is the most exquisite facet of life, allowing us to relish in the joy of both giving and receiving affection. However, it also necessitates wisdom and courage to confront its complexities. You are an intelligent young woman, and I have faith that you will discover your own answers. Remember, regardless of the choices you make, I will stand by you. You are my proudest daughter. Your happiness is my own. Yi Qing's words were like a gentle spring breeze, dispelling the shadows from Yi Lanyi's heart and enveloping her in an unprecedented warmth. Having lost her mother at a tender age, Yi Qing had taken on both parental roles, nurturing her with unwavering support. In times of difficulty, he would impart his wisdom with patience, his open-mindedness and philosophical insights shaping her unique character. Even at a young age, she exhibited remarkable independence in the unforgiving realm of Winter City. Encouraged by her father, Yi Lanyi gradually rediscovered her confidence. Father, let me ponder this for a moment. She hesitated, needing time to reflect. Take your time, my child, Yi Qing responded gently. Whatever decision you arrive at, know that your father will always support you. With that, he exited the room. Chapter 78. The Pilgrimage of 10,000 Demons in the Northern Region. Ice encapsulates the land for miles, blanketed in snow. Chu He gazed towards the distant White Mountain, memories of his visit before the apocalypse flooding back. Despite having seen countless images online, the awe of witnessing it in person was overwhelming. The White Mountain, a hallmark of the North, stands majestically, its summit perpetually capped with snow, earning the title of the Roof of the North. Towering into the clouds, the heavenly lake atop the mountain sparkled like a brilliant jewel, crystal clear and breathtakingly beautiful. This was a realm of ice and snow, resplendent in its white attire. The biting cold wind howled through the air, a stark reminder of winter's chill. From the summit, one could survey the entire northern landscape, marveling at nature's artistry. Bathed in sunlight, it glimmered with a silvery sheen, reminiscent of an elderly guardian silently watching over this land. The heavenly lake on White Mountain is the largest volcanic lake in the Summer Kingdom, its waters clear as glass, reflecting the surrounding peaks in a picturesque tableau. Such beauty. Chu He mused, struck by how vividly the mountain remained etched in his memory even after all these years. However, according to the old scholars' intel, a dimensional rift leading to the demon realm lay atop the mountain. Once a sacred mountain, it had now transformed into a den of darkness. Chu He sensed a pull towards that very place, though the energy was faint, as if it had yet to fully manifest. This elusive force, though weak, tugged at him like an invisible thread, urging him forward. As night descended, enveloping the world in darkness, he took a deep breath and embarked on the ascent of White Mountain, his golden eyes activated, though lacking the striking golden radiance typically associated with them. He has mastered the ability to control the hue of his pupils. The scenes within the darkness are vividly clear to him, indistinguishable from daylight. The chilling wind howls past his ears, yet it cannot disperse the resoluteness within his heart. Quietly, he channels the nameless technique he had previously employed to conceal his presence. As he ascends, the majestic vista of the White Mountains gradually unfolds before him. The celestial lake, akin to a sapphire embedded atop the snow-capped peaks, radiates an enchanting brilliance. He deftly evades one demonic soldier after another. At last, he reaches the summit, and the sight that greets him is astonishing. What should have been a snow-covered peak is now marred by a colossal spatial rift, exuding an eerie and formidable aura. The mountaintop, once a serene expanse of ice and snow, is now teeming with ferocious demons. These creatures are of varied forms. Some are towering and muscular, resembling beasts of battle, while others are slender and sinister, their eyes glinting with cunning, akin to venomous serpents lurking in the shadows. Yet, in that fleeting moment, regardless of their prior menacing demeanor, they now kneel reverently upon the ground, bowing their heads deeply in a posture of profound devotion. This display of piety starkly contrasts their fearsome appearance, as though these demons are worshipping some supreme entity, expressing their veneration for this presence. Their eyes betray a profound awe and fervent adoration, as if a sacred being, worthy of their utmost reverence, has manifested before them. In this moment, they forget all else, wholly immersing themselves in this act of worship. Across this vast expanse, millions of demons prostrate themselves, their figures stretching across the immense mountains like an endless sea of black. This ocean is imbued with mystery and majesty. Chu He conceals his presence, quietly observing from a hidden vantage point. The bizarre scene before him sends chills down his spine. He senses that the force beckoning him emanates from this rift. What secrets do you conceal? Chu He muses inwardly. The sense of intrigue envelopes him like a shroud of mist, stirring both anticipation and trepidation within him. He perceives that the peculiar occurrences here are likely connected to the impending fall of Winter City. The demonic presence intensifies as he approaches the center. He knows that venturing further would surely reveal him. He feels that the essence has not fully manifested, still lurking within the unfathomable depths of the dimensional rift. You have arrived. The voice resonates as if from a demon of the abyss, rich and sonorous. The millions of demons press their foreheads to the ground even more fervently, akin to loyal devotees paying homage to their deity. A jolt of realization strikes Chu He. This is, astonishingly, the universal language. He recalled the Esperanto that Edwin had once taught him. At this moment, the familiar language sent a chill coursing up his spine. Chu He felt his very soul tremble. To whom was that voice directed? Had it discovered him? His muscles tensed in anxiety, and he dared not make a sound, even swiftly averting his gaze, fearing detection by that enigmatic presence. The voice, demonic in nature, echoed once more, "Don't hide. I shall come for your life in 20 days. Chu He's eyes widened. His heart raced, and a fine sheen of sweat broke out upon his forehead. He had been discovered. He knew not who the speaker was. But from the overwhelming aura and terrifying voice, it was evident he faced an adversary of immense power. Without hesitation, Chu He descended the mountain with urgency. His heart, still racing, had yet to calm. This marked the second intelligent species from beyond Blue Star that he had encountered, the first being Edwin, who had imparted his unique techniques. Why had this place drawn him in? Why did the terrifying entity from the rift seek his life, despite never having laid eyes on it? He instinctively understood that the demon represented his inner turmoil. If he did not vanquish this demon, his progression would remain forever stagnated. Everything felt profoundly illogical, as if an invisible hand were propelling him forward. Cold sweat trickled down his back, his body trembled slightly. Chu He's heart raced as if it would leap from his chest. In that moment, he acutely felt his own fragility and insignificance. Everything was steeped in strangeness. Chapter 79. A converging discourse. Chu He understood that fear would only exacerbate his passive predicament. He quickly adjusted his mindset and began to devise a plan of action. He recalled his encounter with Edwin, that otherworldly mentor who had bestowed upon him unique skills. Though hailing from a foreign realm, Edwin had brought strength and hope. In stark contrast, the unknown presence seemed to harbor hostility, its formidable spirit making him feel utterly invincible. As dawn broke and the sun had yet to rise, a soft gray veil enveloped the world. In Lindong City, upon entering the gates, Chu He spotted Yilanyi standing at the entrance. Her graceful figure appeared especially captivating against the chill of the wind. "What brings you here?" Chu He inquired with curiosity. Yilanyi smiled gently and replied, "My father wishes to invite you for a meal." After a moment's hesitation, Chu He nodded in agreement. At the Yi residence, the scene was a stark contrast to his expectations of opulence. The estate lacked grand architecture or lavish decorations, instead embodying a minimalist yet practical aesthetic. Upon entering the Lord's manor, he was greeted by a spacious and unadorned courtyard, devoid of excessive flora, save for a few tall trees offering a modicum of shade. The ground is laid with ordinary stone slabs, devoid of any luxurious materials. The structure of the house is straightforward, lacking intricate carvings and embellishments. The walls bear no expensive murals, only a few simple calligraphic pieces as embellishments. The furnishings within the rooms are primarily functional, devoid of excessive opulence. In comparison, this dwelling is worlds apart from the Lord's mansion of Chu He. At last, he encountered the city's leader, Yi Qing, tall and composed. Yi Qing's demeanor exudes an air of authority and wisdom. "Xiao Chu, please take a seat." Yi Qing warmly welcomed Chu He, gesturing for him to sit down. The aroma of the dishes on the dining table wafted through the air. Yet, they were merely homely meals, perhaps due to the presence of guests, 5 or 6 in total. After all, awakeners possess considerably larger appetites. Come, I, Yi Qing, have always held those with capability in high regard. I toast to you, Yi Qing said with a smile, raising his glass towards Chu He. Observing this, Chu He promptly raised his own glass in response, saying, "You flatter me, Lord Yi." The two men drained their goblets simultaneously, as if to infuse their mutual respect and acknowledgement into the very wine they consumed. "Don't be shy, dig in," Yi Qing encouraged enthusiastically. Chu He nodded and began to eat without reservation. Yi sat quietly across from Chu He, her gaze betraying a hint of remorse. She gently lifted her glass, signaling to Chu He. "Chu He, I wish to apologize. My reckless actions last time caused you distress, and I am truly sorry," Yi expressed sincerely. Chu He gazed at her in mild surprise. It was unexpected for someone as assertive, even domineering, as Yi to offer an apology. After a brief moment of distraction, he quickly responded, "It's nothing, just a minor issue. I didn't take it to heart." "Thank you, Chu He. I will certainly be mindful of my words and actions in the future, and I won't let you down again," Yi stated. Would she not let him down? What concern is that of his? Chu He's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Yi raised her glass once more, toasting to Chu He. "Thank you, Chu He. It seems we have become acquainted through conflict. May our friendship endure." Chu He was taken aback. They had only known each other for 2 days, and already she spoke of an enduring friendship? Yi Qing, noticing Chu He's bewilderment, quickly interjected, "Haha. What Lonnie means is that we shall henceforth be friends, ready to assist one another in times of need. You both are young and at the pinnacle of your strength, and surely you will find ample topics to discuss. The more friendships you cultivate, the more paths you will discover." He attempted to facilitate a bond between the two. Chu He, not wishing to put either of them in an awkward position, replied, "Very well, let our friendship endure." Yi smiled, adding, "Feel free to reach out to me for anything in the future." Chu He nodded slightly, and the two raised their glasses, downing the contents in unison. To his surprise, Yi possessed quite a commendable tolerance for alcohol, as the two engaged in numerous rounds of toasts. While awakened individuals can expel the effects of alcohol from their systems, failing to do so renders their drinking capacity akin to that of an ordinary person. Observing the easing of the atmosphere, Yi Qing let out a sigh of relief and suggested, "Let us dine first, lest the dishes grow cold." Both Yi and Chu He nodded in agreement, resuming their meal. At the dining table, Yi and Chu He began to converse. For the most part, Chu He listened attentively, interjecting with brief opinions or questions on occasion. With a bold and spirited tone, Yi recounted her stories and experiences, prompting Chu He to admire her candor and forthrightness. It was evident from her words that she was a genuine girl from the Northern Territories, embodying the warmth and exuberance characteristic of her people. Her distinct linguistic style, rich with local flavor, evoked a sense of familiarity and comfort. Chu He relished conversing with someone so straightforward, devoid of deception and ulterior motives. Gradually, he lowered his psychological defenses, savoring the dialogue with Yi. He discovered that despite their differing backgrounds, they shared common topics and interests, which pleasantly surprised him. As their conversation flowed, they transitioned from discussing the Battle of Chibi to pondering the reasons behind the downfall of a certain mustachioed figure. They deliberated on the strategies, tactics, and various factors influencing the outcomes of conflicts. Under the influence of her father Yi Qing, Yi had cultivated a profound interest in military affairs from a young age, allowing her to analyze the pivotal moments and miscalculations of battles with clarity, earning Chu He's deep respect for her insights. Once a history and military enthusiast himself before the apocalypse, Chu He found himself humbled by Yi superior understanding of the subject. Yi Qing's eyes shimmered with pride, pleased that Yi still recalled the knowledge he had imparted to her. Chu He, slightly tipsy, decided to remind them to prepare themselves. With a serious demeanor, he recounted the terrifying and eerie sights he had witnessed atop Baishan Mountain, omitting the details of his conversation with the dreadful entity. The father and daughter listened intently, their expressions grave. Indeed, around the 20th of the month, it was highly probable that millions of demons would launch an assault on the city. Chu He summarized, expressing his belief that these demons were not targeting the city because of him. In his previous life, Winter City had fallen 30 days later. Thus, the impending threat arrived merely 10 days earlier than before. Perhaps it was the butterfly effect. His rebirth had subtly altered the timeline. "You should devise a plan," he concluded. "I must take my leave." As he rose to depart, Yi accompanied him to the door. "Miss Lanyi, thank you for your gracious hospitality today. Chu He expressed his gratitude. It was my pleasure. You are welcome to visit my home whenever you have the time, Yilani replied, forcing a smile, though the weight of the impending demonic invasion lingered heavily on her heart. Certainly, Chu He turned back to add, I had a wonderful time today, and I hope you did as well. Yilani watched him depart, feeling a twinge of reluctance in her heart. She was a bold girl from the north, unafraid to love fiercely and act upon her feelings. Today, she felt a profound joy and was quite pleased with Chu He. Upon returning to his hotel, Chu He lay on his bed, reflecting on the day's experiences with a sense of nostalgia. He regarded Yilani as an exceptional girl, one who evoked unique emotions within him. Chapter 80. The pair sparring at this moment. His focus was on rapidly enhancing his strength. However, Chu He found himself at an impasse, unable to advance further in his cultivation. He realized that he had but one option left, the flame-breathing technique. This technique comprises 3 stages, and Chu He was currently in the latter part of the first stage. He directed his attention to the flame-breathing technique, a special skill imparted by Edwin, designed to refine the fire element within his body and augment his personal power. Fully immersed in the refinement of the flame-breathing technique, Chu He endeavored to master the control of the elemental forces within him. Through deep breathing and concentrated will, he guided the fire elements to circulate within his body, each breath serving as a self-challenge and an opportunity for growth. As time passed, although the signs of advancement remained elusive, Chu He could faintly sense a burgeoning strength and an enhanced mastery over the fire elements. Chu He's life revolved entirely around his cultivation, his connection to the outside world diminishing to a mere whisper. He poured all his energy into self-improvement, striving for peak conditions in both physical strength and mental resilience. Facing the impending unknown threats, Chu He adopted a professional and resolute demeanor, aware that only by reaching the pinnacle in all aspects could he gain an advantage in the forthcoming confrontation, even turning defeat into victory. In the days that followed, Chu He lived a life reminiscent of an ascetic, akin to a character in a fantastical novel undergoing seclusion. 10 days later, Chu He exhaled deeply, releasing a cloud of stagnant energy. It still wasn't sufficient. He was still a step away from the second stage of the flame-breathing technique. Disappointed, he shook his head. It seemed that breaking through was not as easy as he had hoped. Perhaps practical experience would serve as a valuable alternative. An idea sparked in his mind, and he swiftly left his room. At the Yi residence, Chu He, you have arrived. Yilani's eyes brightened as she hurried over to greet him. She had sought him out previously but refrained from disturbing him upon learning of his seclusion. Miss Yi, the matter is as follows. Chu He quickly explained his purpose. Oh, a flicker of disappointment crossed Yilani's gaze, quickly replaced by excitement. Chu He's seclusion had placed significant pressure on her, as the memory of their last failure lingered vividly. For days, she had not ceased her training, fearing that Chu He would outpace her. Indeed, I almost forgot. The 4 crystal cores promised to the audience from last time have yet to be given to you. Yilani lightly tapped her forehead, nearly overlooking it. Allow me to fetch them for you immediately. No need. Chu He waved his hand dismissively, stating that such a quality crystal core held no significance for his cultivation. He had merely jested during their last conversation, and he regarded it as an investment in the soldiers. Yilani, upon hearing this, did not hesitate and graciously accepted. In her eyes, she could repay this favor in due time. A mutual assistance would foster a lasting bond. Let us proceed, for I wish to showcase the results of my training, she declared, playfully waving her delicate, fair fist and revealing her small canine teeth. Prepare to experience my prowess. Very well, but do not shed tears if you find yourself defeated, Chu He teased with a smile. In the training arena, under Yilani's command, only a few remained. The silent call to battle resonated between the two. Chu He struck first, thrusting both palms forward, unleashing a formidable surge of fiery energy that engulfed the surrounding space in a torrent of flames, akin to a volcanic eruption. The fire twisted in the air, taking on various forms, aggressive and relentless, advancing towards Yilani. However, Yilani remained remarkably composed. Her previous encounter had familiarized her with Chu He's onslaught. With a gentle wave of her hand, it seemed as though the very fabric of space was sliced, creating an invisible barrier that repelled his fiery assault. The flames, upon contacting the barrier, dissipated like a force-meeting an impregnable wall. In a blink, she utilized her spatial abilities to teleport behind Chu He. With a swift strike of her spatial blade, she approached silently, targeting a vital point. Yet, Chu He was no ordinary adversary. His combat instincts were exceptionally acute. Almost simultaneously with her appearance, he pivoted and conjured a burst of flames, deftly countering her attack. The collision of their powers erupted with a deafening roar. The clash of fire and spatial force igniting a brilliant display, illuminating the entire arena. The aftermath of their confrontation reverberated through the surroundings, the temperature in the air soaring, and the ground trembling from the energy waves. The few spectators left in the arena were left awestruck by this formidable duel, holding their breath in rapt attention. Indeed, you have made progress, Chu He remarked, even amidst the fierce battle. Enough with the condescension, she retorted, as the fight intensified. Both Chu He and Yilan Yi unleashed their full potential. Chu He's searing flames swirled around like a tornado, turning everything in their path to ash. Yilan Yi harnessed her abilities to their utmost, manifesting visible ripples in the space around them, guiding Chu He's attacks into the void. Her repeated teleportations seemed to dance with the very essence of space, making her movements elusive. Their confrontation was not merely a clash of strength, but also a testament to their intellect and technique. Every assault by Chu He is imbued with strategy and calculation, while each defense and counterattack by Yilan Yi showcases her impeccable mastery of spatial abilities and her improved physical strength compared to the last encounter. As time progresses, both of their stamina reaches its zenith, with each clash testing the limits of their endurance and resolve. Chu He refrains from activating his dragon transformation, for he is currently assessing the fire-breathing technique. Bang, 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 boom. Ultimately, after a violent collision of energies, they simultaneously cease their attacks, locking eyes with one another. In this duel, they have, to some degree, forged an ineffable resonance between them. Yet, Chu He has still not achieved a breakthrough. What does this mean? Yilan Yi is the first to shatter the silence. Let us call it a draw, Chu He replies with a smile. True strength lies not merely in vanquishing one's adversary, but in understanding and respecting them. In the days to come, they will stand side by side, bravely confronting the challenges ahead, crafting their own legend. Chapter 81. Am I mistaken? Lord Yi, how prepared are you? Chu He inquires, lifting a piece of fish to his mouth while chewing. Invited warmly by Yilan Yi, he has been dining at the Yi residence these past few days. Throughout the day, he has been sparring with Yilan Yi, deepening their bond. Naturally, his evenings are spent in the company of Li Wan, as the side effects of their abilities are quite formidable. Rest assured, everything is in place, just awaiting that cursed demon clan, Yi Qing asserts confidently. After sharing this news with the troops, some advised him to abandon Winter City and join forces with the capital. On the surface, the capital represents legitimacy, and aligning with it bears no fault. Its formidable awakened ones continuously emerge, ensuring stability in the region. Joining such a powerful and perfect force, seeking warmth and unity, seems a prudent idea. However, Yi Qing resolutely dismissed this suggestion. Though Winter City is not far from the capital, the mass movement of humanity would undoubtedly attract numerous otherworldly creatures, leading to significant civilian casualties. Having been raised in the military, the lessons instilled in him forbade such recklessness. Indeed, one should never engage in an unprepared battle. After finishing his meal, Chu He rises and states, Lan Yi, let us go. All right, Yilan Yi promptly replies, stepping forward to wrap her arms around Chu He's neck and lightly punching his chest. I've learned several new combat techniques this time. Let me show you, she exclaims with excitement. Sounds good. Then I shall hold nothing back today. Chu He chuckles, seemingly unfazed by her gesture, as if already accustomed to it. They find themselves once again in the familiar training ground. This time, their battle will consist of hand-to-hand combat, devoid of any abilities. Standing face to face, the air around them seems to congeal. Then I shall begin. Once again, Chu He initiated the attack, charging towards Yilan Yi with remarkable speed, delivering a powerful straight punch. The force of this strike was so immense that it seemed to tear through the very air, hurtling directly towards Yilan Yi's chest. She deftly sidestepped the blow and quickly retaliated, her long, graceful leg executing a side kick aimed at Chu He's waist. Reacting swiftly, Chu He blocked the strike with his arm and seized her ankle, pulling her back. Just as Yilan Yi appeared on the verge of falling, she propped herself on the ground and swiftly rolled backward, unleashing a spinning kick that compelled Chu He to retreat a few steps to evade the attack. Chu He did not grant Yilan Yi a moment's respite. He charged at her once more, delivering a hook punch. Yilanyi raised her arm to deflect the blow and countered with a knee strike aimed at Chu He's abdomen. The impact forced him to step back, a slight pain radiating from his midsection. Taking a moment to steady his breath, Chu He tightened his legs and propelled himself forward with astonishing speed, executing a series of rapid kicks. Caught off guard, Yilanyi was knocked to the ground. Seizing the advantage, Chu He advanced upon her, unleashing a flurry of punches akin to a tempest. Yet, Yilanyi, agile and quick-witted, evaded his strikes while retaliating with knee attacks aimed at his vital points. Observing her movements, Chu He skillfully sidestepped and blocked her advances with his elbow. "Are you trying to render me childless?" Chu He feigned annoyance, fully aware that even if he were hit, his remarkable recuperation would mitigate the pain. A winning strategy is a good strategy," Yilanyi asserted, raising her fists for another onslaught. This little girl. Chu He decided to reveal his true prowess and teach her a lesson. He swiftly dodged her punch, grasped her arm, and twisted it forcefully behind her back. Yilanyi winced in pain, struggling to free herself, but Chu He's strength overpowered her, rendering her efforts futile. He pressed her body to the ground, pinning her with his knee against her back, immobilizing her completely. Yilanyi's expression darkened as she realized the extent of Chu He's skill, feeling utterly defenseless. Observing her distress, Chu He felt a surge of pride. "Am I mistaken?" he inquired, raising his hand to deliver a light slap. Instantly, Yilanyi's cheeks flushed crimson. "Let go of me. Where are you striking? Am I mistaken?" he repeated, delivering another slap. The sharp sound resonated through the empty training ground. "Wrong. Wrong." Yilanyi cried out for mercy. "Who is wrong?" Chu He teased. "I am wrong." "Who?" He feigned ignorance. "I am wrong. I, Yilanyi, am wrong. Can I not manage you, little girl?" Chu He released her arm and stood up, regarding her with a calm demeanor. "So what is your verdict? Do you submit?" Yilanyi slowly rose to her feet, her eyes shimmering with a hint of shame. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "Chu He, do not revel in your triumph. I shall surely defeat you." Chu He responded with a faint smile, saying, "Very well. I await your challenge. However, do not be disheartened. As an elemental awakened, your physical prowess is commendable, serving as a supplementary aid in battle rather than the primary force." With a serious demeanor, Chu He instructed, "You must integrate your combat skills with spatial abilities to unleash formidable power." Having spoken, he waved his hand and departed. Immersed in Chu He's words, Yilanyi promptly followed, boldly wrapping her arms around his neck, her finger pointed at him as she remarked, "Have you gone to seek your little lover again?" "Indeed, and what of it?" Chu He replied. Yilanyi found herself momentarily at a loss for words, finally managing to exclaim, "At such a young age, such reckless behavior may ruin your health." "I am different," Chu He countered, shaking his head as he gently removed her arm from around his neck. "Farewell." "Farewell," Yilanyi responded, striving to conceal the disappointment in her eyes. As Chu He and Li Wan entered the hotel room, the doors softly closed behind them, and an intimate atmosphere enveloped the space. The warm, gentle light illuminated their slightly flushed faces. Chu He's gaze lingered on Li Wan, whose hair was somewhat disheveled, her eyes revealing a touch of shyness. He approached her slowly, their proximity increasing, their breaths becoming more rapid. Li Wan tilted her head slightly, meeting Chu He's gaze, a wave of inexplicable desire surging within her. Chu He's hand delicately caressed her cheek, the touch tender and refined. Li Wan's arms were pale and translucent, her shoulders soft and smooth, her skin luminous and supple, her curves forming an enchanting silhouette. She closed her eyes, savoring the intimacy of the moment. Chu He leaned down, their bodies gradually drawing closer, their warmth intertwining. His arms encircled Li Wan's waist, pulling her tightly into his embrace. "Just hold me," she murmured, feeling his strength and gentleness, a sense of security enveloping her. In this suggestive moment, time seemed to stand still, leaving only the sound of their heartbeats and breaths. Chapter 82. The demonic legion approaches on the distant horizon. A dark shadow emerged, surging forth like a tumultuous tide towards the border. It was the million-strong army of the demon clan, their footsteps echoing like thunder, shaking the very earth. The ominous ranks stretched beyond sight, banners obscuring the sun, a forest of blades standing ready. Most of the demon warriors were tall and fierce-looking, exuding a chilling aura. Their eyes brimmed with the desire for slaughter and conquest, as if they intended to devour everything in their path. As the army advanced, The air became thick with the pungent scent of blood and malevolence. The soldiers stationed atop the city walls gazed upon the formidable enemy before them, their hearts heavy with trepidation. Yet, they steadfastly held their ground, bracing themselves for the imminent battle. At the forefront of the demon army stood a formidable assembly of sorcerers and demon generals, wielding dark magic to summon an array of terrifying creatures and elemental forces that bolstered their ranks with unparalleled might. Flames, frost, and lightning danced upon the battlefield, weaving a tapestry of devastation. Among those observing from the ramparts were Chu He and Yi, their expressions grave as they witnessed the unfolding scene. The demon horde halted at a distance, maintaining a cautious separation from the winter city. They parted to create a path, from which a singular figure emerged slowly. Compared to the towering demons around him, he was not particularly tall, standing at a height of 2.5 meters. However, he bore a closer resemblance to a human than his kin. His skin was a profound shade of black, seemingly absorbing the surrounding light, while his features were stern and imposing. His eyes glimmered with a deep crimson hue, akin to flickering flames. His ears were sharp and elongated, slightly angled backward. In an instant, he spotted Chu He amidst the throng, fixing his gaze upon him. The moment Chu He beheld him, an overwhelming urge to kill surged within him. Despite it being their first encounter, it was peculiar. "You, step forth and engage me in battle," the demon leader, Mo Lijian, commanded, his voice resonating with authority. As the universal language was spoken, only Chu He comprehended his words. This figure was undoubtedly the leader of the demon faction. What was he rambling about? It appeared he was issuing a challenge. "He is inviting me to a duel," Chu He remarked nonchalantly. "Chu He, do not descend. He may have ulterior motives," Yi urged anxiously. Chu He turned to her, a flicker of tenderness illuminating his eyes. He gently patted her hand in reassurance, saying, "Do not worry. I shall be fine." Yet, Yi remained unconvinced, her grip on his hand tightening as she implored, "Chu He, do not act on a moment's bravado. We possess the advantage in defending the city." A smile graced Chu He's lips. He understood that this was undeniably a personal confrontation between them. His inner demons had already revealed the truth to him. That man, like himself, could not ascend in strength without first eliminating the other. "I cannot retreat. I must confront this challenge," he declared resolutely. Yi recognized his unwavering determination, but could not suppress her concern. "Chu He, you must exercise caution. If you find yourself in peril, I will immediately rush to your aid," she vowed. Chu He nodded, appreciating her heartfelt intention, and trusted that she would be there when he needed her most. He cast a deep, lingering glance at Yi before turning away and making his way down from the wall. "You dare to approach?" Mo Lijian laughed, though his fearsome visage rendered the sound somewhat menacing. "I am uncertain why we harbor such profound animosity towards one another. Yet I am aware that this battle is one we must engage in," Chu He resolutely declared, observing the aura of Malazan. It appeared to be at the pinnacle of the eclipse moon. The curtain of battle gradually ascended. Chu He immediately activated his dragon transformation, dark crimson scales enveloping his entire body, his hands morphing into sharp dragon claws, embodying the essence of a true dragon deity, exuding an air of unparalleled majesty. Ma Yuan slowly unleashed his dark powers, the atmosphere around them becoming dense, as if consumed by shadows. As the battle commenced, Chu He surged forth like a crimson bolt of lightning, charging at Ma Yuan with astonishing speed. He leaped high into the air, descending with immense force, his colossal claws imbued with devastating power aimed directly at Malazan. With an eerie chuckle, Malazan seamlessly merged into the darkness, effortlessly evading Chu He's heavy strike. Moments later, he materialized behind Chu He like a specter, delivering a powerful blow aimed at a vital point. Chu He reacted swiftly, tightening his dragon scales, which instantaneously hardened to the strength of steel, effortlessly deflecting Ma Yuan's assault. He then exhaled a torrent of searing dragon flames, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, engulfing half the sky of the battlefield. Malazan summoned countless shadow blades, resembling a downpour of black rain, relentlessly shooting toward Chu He, each blade harboring lethal dark energy. Chu He quickly employed the flame-breathing technique, encasing himself in fiery protection, countering each shadow blade with precision. Yet, Malazan's onslaught did not cease. Innumerable shadow tendrils erupted from the ground, attempting to ensnare Chu He. Radiating brilliance, Chu He propelled himself upward with great force, swiftly liberating himself from the grasp of the shadows. In midair, he transformed into a dark red dragon-shaped silhouette, descending from the heavens. Meanwhile, Malazan raised his hands, conjuring a massive black vortex. Intent on consuming Chu He's dragon figure while unleashing a torrent of formidable dark energy to envelop him. Chu He's resolve remained unyielding. He burst forth from the darkness, his eyes shimmering with golden light. The dragon's soul energy, akin to the dawn's sunlight, dispelled the shadows. Malazan was momentarily stunned by this sudden brilliance, losing focus. Seizing the opportunity, Chu He's flame-encased right fist struck toward him. However, Malazan swiftly countered, deploying a shadow shield. The collision of their powers generated tremendous energy waves, fracturing the battlefield's ground and forming bottomless chasms. Too slow. Even when I present you with an opening, you fail to capitalize on it. Malazan taunted, a mocking expression on his face. If this is all your strength amounts to, then prepare to meet your demise. His body erupted with a formidable aura, black magic swirling like flames, instilling dread. This is the descent of the sun. Chu's heart tightened. The extent of Malazan's power surpassed imagination, each of his strikes imbued with boundless might. He unleashed a powerful spell, a tide of black light surging toward Chu He. Chu He struggled to withstand the onslaught. Yet he found himself forced to retreat, his steps faltering, and cracks beginning to appear in his dragon scales. Within Chu He surged an indomitable will. He clenched his teeth and launched another assault. The dragon's claw swept through the void, emitting a dark crimson glow, yet Mo Lizhan effortlessly evaded his strike. Is this the extent of your prowess? Then perish. Mo Lizhan scoffed, his eyes brimming with disdain. He attacked once more. A black radiance slicing through the air like a rapier aimed at Chu He. Caught unawares, he was struck in the chest, spewing blood and collapsing onto the ground. Chapter 83. The retreat of the demon clan. The spectators felt their hearts leap into their throats, acutely aware that this likely signified a decisive tilt in the balance of victory. Upon the city walls, the wind howled fiercely, and Yilan Yi's hair danced with the gusts. Her hands clenched into tight fists, her nails digging deep into her palms, yet she remained oblivious to her pain. Her lips trembled slightly as she murmured, "Chu He, you must return safely. It is over." With a casual wave of his hand, Mo Lizhan summoned countless dark tendrils from the ground, ensnaring Chu He's limbs with vice-like grip. "Allow me to clarify your demise." He grinned maliciously, his mouth revealing a dense array of sharp teeth. "I am Mo Lizhan. Remember the name of your killer. If it were not for the formidable dimensional suppression of your blue star, I would have come for you long ago." Standing before Chu He, his eyes held no trace of compassion, only an insatiable thirst for victory. He slowly raised his shadowy longsword, its tip aimed at Chu He's chest, poised to deliver a fatal blow and conclude this battle. "Wait, tell me why we harbor such murderous intent towards one another upon our first encounter. It is rather unreasonable. Allow me to comprehend my fate." Chu He resignedly closed his eyes, surrendering to the inevitable. Mo Lizhan halted his actions. "Allow me to clarify your demise. Your dragon transformation ability is an acquired gift, is it not?" Chu He abruptly opened his eyes, his pupils quivering, his expression revealing the answer. Mo Lizhan leaned closer to him, speaking enigmatically. "This formidable power is a chance, yet it comes at a significant cost." "Very well, time is of the essence." He raised his sword again, suddenly redirecting it to strike forward. Yilan Yi, rushing to provide support, formed a seal with her hands, conjuring a spatial rift before her. Bang! In an instant, the rift proved incapable of containing this overwhelming force, shattering instantly. Yilan Yi, caught off guard, had no time to evade. The powerful sword chi struck her directly. She let out a muffled groan as her body was violently propelled backward, crashing heavily against the wall. Blood erupted from her mouth, staining the ground in a vivid crimson. Chu He struggled desperately, yet the binding force grew ever stronger, nearly suffocating him. He could only watch helplessly as Yilan Yi was injured, powerless to intervene. This accursed feeling of helplessness. He refused to endure such a sensation any longer. Are the people of Blue Star so devoid of honor? Must you interfere, even in a one-on-one duel? Mo Lizhan sneered with disdain, underestimating his opponent. With a flick of his wrist, he performed a flourish with his sword, pointing its tip menacingly at Chu He's heart. "Bored now? I shan't play with you any longer." With a thrust, the sword plunged downward. Boom! A towering column of fire erupted into the sky. Mo Lijian swiftly vacated the perilous area, his pupils constricting. Suddenly, an unprecedented force surged forth from Chu He, his breath deepening and growing powerful. As golden light radiated from within him, signaling his advancement to the second tier of the flame-breathing technique. Dragon Flame. Ignite. Chu He's voice resonated like a dragon's roar, reverberating across the battlefield. Rising gradually amidst the brilliance, his dragon scales hardened further, golden flames enveloping him. As if he had transformed into a true dragon god. His flame-breathing technique had already surpassed its limits in combat, though he had kept it suppressed, feigning weakness to extract valuable information from Mo Lijian. At this moment, Mo Lijian's attack was thwarted by this sudden surge of power, forcing him to retreat and reassess this formidable adversary. The flame-breathing technique of the Alex clan is intriguing. A glimmer of excitement danced in Mo Lijian's eyes. He hadn't recognized its potency at first, but it mattered not. If their techniques were truly formidable, they would not have languished in oblivion for millennia. Come now. Let me witness your current strength. The battle between Chu He and Mo Lijian, propelled by this unforeseen turn of events, entered a new phase. Leveraging the power of the second tier of his flame-breathing technique, Chu He engaged in a fierce confrontation anew with Mo Lijian. This time, the scale and intensity of the battle far surpassed the previous encounters, each clash resonating like cataclysmic thunder, the energy waves shattering the surrounding ground. Chu He unleashed a breath of dragon flame, the golden flames streaking across the sky like a meteor. As before, Mo Lijian summoned a powerful vortex of darkness with a raised hand, attempting to devour Chu He's assault. Yet this time, the flames pierced the darkness like the dawning light, striking directly at Mo Lijian. Impossible! Mo Lijian exclaimed incredulously, bracing himself against the blow. Clutching his chest, he coughed up blood. How can this be? Even if you have elevated your flame-breathing technique to the second tier, your power should not have increased so dramatically. Chu He approached leisurely, a smile gracing his lips. Do you think I used my full strength in our first clash? Now, the tides of battle have shifted. Mo Lijian felt a chill in his heart upon witnessing this transformation. He was acutely aware of Chu He's might. Yet he found himself with no option for retreat, compelled to confront the challenge head-on. In an instant, the two collided, unleashing a thunderous sound that echoed through the air. The tremendous force distorted the surrounding space, as if it sought to consume everything. Chu He's dragon-empowered might radiated boundless light and hope, in stark contrast. Mo Lijian's dark power resembled an abyss, steeped in destruction and dread. It is precisely this extreme confrontation that has rendered this battle legendary, transforming it into an epic tale celebrated by future generations. The conflict persists, with the clash between Chu He and Mo Lijian surpassing 300 rounds. Each collision between them stirs profound emotions among the spectators. Chu He's second-tier flame-breathing technique intertwines with Mo Lijian's dark powers, painting a magnificent tableau upon the battlefield. Chu He's fists descend like a relentless rain, each strike imbued with the potential to obliterate worlds. Although Mo Lijian fights valiantly, he gradually finds himself at a disadvantage under the ferocity of Chu He's assault. Wounds mar his body, blood saturates his form, and streams from his head obscure his vision. Yet he grits his teeth, refusing to yield. Observing this, Chu He cannot help but feel a surge of admiration. He recognizes Mo Lijian as a worthy adversary. However, he understands that in this grand contest, only one shall emerge alive. Thus, he launches another attack, this time unleashing his full might. Mo Lijian can no longer withstand the onslaught, being sent flying by a powerful blow from Chu He, crashing heavily to the ground. He struggles to rise, but ultimately succumbs, collapsing weakly. Ha ha! Mo Lijian's laughter echoes, tinged with bitterness. I always knew this day would come, but I did not expect it to arrive so soon. He casts a glance at Chu He, his eyes filled with pity. Today I am defeated, I am dead. Yet your realm will continue to ascend. But is death not a form of liberation? What do you mean? Chu He regards him warily, fearing a trick. Ha ha. We are both cursed beings, destined to fight endlessly, battle after battle, for a slim chance of survival. Mo Lijian closes his eyes. After my death, my father will avenge me. You had best pray that the dimensional suppression of the blue star grants you sufficient time to grow. Is this your final farewell? As Mo Lijian falls silent, Chu He delivers a powerful punch, extinguishing his life, shaking the remnants of his heart from his fist. He extracts the crystal core from the back of his fallen foe's head and swallows it without hesitation. As the core is consumed, a surge of formidable energy erupts within him. Every cell rejoices, and at this moment, his power finally advances. He begins to regulate his breath, channeling the energy throughout his body. During this process, his physique continuously absorbs the crystal's energy, his aura growing ever more potent. At the pinnacle of the moon-eclipsing realm, Chu He lifts Mo Lijian's severed head high, facing the millions of demon troops. Mo Lijian is dead. Why do you not retreat swiftly? He shouts in the universal tongue. Instantly, the demon army is thrown into disarray. The death of their commander strikes a heavy blow, and they begin to murmur amongst themselves. Some soldiers of the demon race began to waver, their once unwavering fighting spirit severely tested at this moment. What shall we do? Our commander has perished. Can we still fight? Shall we simply concede? The voices of the soldiers grew increasingly loud, and the unrest intensified. Ultimately, under the leadership of a figure who resembled a dark sorcerer, the demon army chose to retreat. They gathered the mangled corpses of the fallen from Chu He and slowly departed the battlefield. In the depths of the grand palace of the demon race stood a formidable and oppressive figure. The aura emanating from this presence seemed capable of subduing the entire world, rendering its existence impossible to disregard. This figure was none other than the emperor of the demon race, a father who had lost his son. His child had been brutally slain in another realm, severing the blood bond between them. Yet, within him, there was neither anguish nor sorrow, nor did he exhibit the rage typical of most. To him, Mo Lijian was merely one of thousands of unremarkable sons, with whom he had scarcely exchanged a few words. What mattered was the inviolable dignity of the royal lineage, and any act of harm against their kin would warrant severe retribution. He was resolute in his determination to make the murderer of his son pay, to exact a bloody reckoning for this transgression. He silently committed the essence of that fiend to memory, vowing to find him and make him aware that the dignity of the demon royal family was not to be trampled upon. Fear not, my child. Your father shall avenge you. After Chu He emerged as the hero of Frostwinter City, the lives of its inhabitants underwent a dramatic transformation. People fervently discussed the deeds of this hero in the streets and alleys, extolling his courage and wisdom. Chu He single-handedly drove away those dreadful monsters, saving our city. Indeed, he is extraordinarily powerful. Without him, we cannot fathom what fate might have befallen us. At that moment, you should have witnessed the scene. Millions of demons facing us in battle, and Chu He directly beheaded their commander. At the Dragon Gate Inn, one might say that when Chu He arrived in Frostwinter City, I was the first to engage him in conversation. I could tell he was no ordinary individual. Allow me to recount my first encounter with him. Ahem. With so many present at the Dragon Gate Inn, where the applause? The old scholar stood on the elevated platform, speaking with a rhythmic cadence reminiscent of a storyteller. Old scholar, stop your pretense, speak plainly, and do not dilly-dally. Indeed, we have gathered here today to hear this tale. Do not keep us in suspense. Hurry along. Very well, let us proceed directly. The old scholar, amidst a wave of applause, proudly lifted his head, elegantly fanning himself with his folding fan. Seeing that the crowd's enthusiasm was palpable, he spoke with great emotion. Today, we shall begin with the first tale. Upon entering Frostwinter, Chu He displayed his brilliance. A spirit eager for competition. In the heart of the city square, a group of children frolics with exuberance. Among them, one child emulates the actions of Chu He, declaring loudly, "I am Chu He. I shall protect you all." The other children cheer with delight, as if they too have become heroes. Chu He feels a profound sense of helplessness and bewilderment. He never intended to be a savior. Lacking immense power, he simply yearns for a carefree and comfortable existence. Yet fate's relentless current has swept him into a maelstrom of crises and challenges. He perceives himself as a small boat adrift in turbulent seas, powerless to steer his own course. With a sigh, Chu He laments, "How have I arrived at this juncture?" Nevertheless, despite the turmoil within, he knows he must forge ahead. As the suppression of the blue star dimension weakens, the otherworldly beings will grow increasingly formidable. To halt is to perish. Little did he anticipate that the strength bestowed upon him by the root-bone fruit would come at such a cost. Chu He chuckles bitterly, recalling how, in the past, he had never heard of such consequences. Those awakened who consumed the root-bone fruit experienced no adverse effects beyond their enhanced abilities. Why, then, has such a bizarre fate befallen him? Before long, he would find himself confronting another otherworldly entity, battling until his last breath. It is evident that Emily Jean is the curse-bearer he speaks of, but who cast this curse upon them? The answer eludes him, leaving him in a state of confusion. Since clarity seems unattainable, he resolves to take a stroll to clear his mind. On the walls of Winter City, under the deepening night, the silhouettes of Chu He and Yi Lanyi stand illuminated by the moonlight. The guards of Winter City have retired, leaving only the occasional patrolling sentry. The city is enveloped in tranquility. Chu He's gaze lingers on Yi Lanyi, noticing the bandages wrapped around her neck. Lanyi, he speaks gently, how is your injury? Much better, she replies, feigning lightness. The wound inflicted by Emily Jean nearly cost her life, and in that moment, he truly comprehended the vast chasm separating them from the top-tier powerhouses. Chu He, living up to expectations, vanquished Emily Jean, a feat that brought him both joy and melancholy. The disparity between them is too great. She cannot share the burden of battle, a reality that is difficult for her, who has always prided herself. Standing at the highest point of the city wall, Chu He gazes into the distance, contemplating his return to his domain, Dawn City. Yi Lanyi stands quietly beside him, her eyes reflecting both reluctance and resolve. She understands Chu He's decision and empathizes with him. Yet the pang of parting lingers in her heart, like a persistent stream, inescapable. Chu He, her voice softly disrupts the night's serenity. Are you truly leaving? Yes, Lanyi. I must return to Dawn City. That is where I belong. Turning to face her, his eyes brim with tenderness. A fleeting hesitation crossed Yi Lanyi's face as she stepped forward and softly spoke. Chu He, I would gladly follow you wherever you go. I can be by your side. But, she paused momentarily, her tone shifting. However, in my heart, there lies a faith in protecting the people of Winter City. I cannot abandon this place. It needs me, and it is my duty. Chu He gently interrupted her, his voice imbued with understanding and compassion. Yi Lanyi, I comprehend your sentiments. But I must remind you that Winter City cannot withstand for much longer. The demon race is too formidable. They will undoubtedly return. When a decision must be made, it must be decisive. You need to prepare, for the future of Winter City requires a long-term strategy. Yi Lanyi fell silent, aware that Chu He spoke the truth. Yet, the faith and responsibility within her heart rendered her unable to relinquish her commitment easily. Chu He, I recognize the future of Winter City is fraught with uncertainty, but I will do all in my power to safeguard every life here. Even if I cannot accompany you, my heart shall forever remain with you. Chu He stepped closer, firmly grasping Yi Lanyi's hand. Lanyi, regardless of what the future holds, your name will forever be etched in my heart. Remember, the gates of Dawn City will always remain open for you. Tears glistened in Yi Lanyi's eyes as she nodded resolutely, her heart brimming with love for Chu He and her sense of duty towards Winter City. Chu He, I will remember your words. Yet, no matter what, I will protect Winter City. It is the land where I grew up, my home. Seeing her unwavering resolve, Chu He realized she had not fully grasped his message. What I mean is, you should seek refuge in the capital. It is safe there. Wake up. Winter City cannot be held. Yi Lanyi found herself momentarily speechless. The thought of allowing the place she had inhabited for over 20 years to fall into the hands of the demon race was something she could scarcely fathom. Moreover, without the protection of the city walls, countless lives would be lost along the way due to the attacks of alien creatures. This is my final piece of advice. I hope you heed it. To live is to have hope. Once he delivered this solemn counsel, Chu He leapt down from the city wall, gradually disappearing into the night. Chapter 85. The Lament of Winter, heart-wrenching. As the iron hooves of the demon race shatter the frost, the sky over Winter City was now shrouded in heavy clouds, the air thick with an oppressive tension and despair. Opposite them stood millions of dark, ominous demons. They had returned. Yi Lanyi stood atop the city wall, her gaze piercing as if she could penetrate the boundless darkness. After conferring with Yi Qing, they ultimately chose to remain, resolutely defending until the end. Both held a steadfast belief. Not an inch of their homeland would be surrendered. In her hand, she wielded a long sword forged from the essence of spatial power. 5 or 6 demons of the eroding moon realm approached like phantoms in the night, silently closing in. They possessed extraordinary strength and speed, with each strike capable of shaking mountains and rivers. The battle commenced with the initial assault of the Eclipse Realm's demonic clan. They descended like meteors piercing through the heavens, charging toward Yilani. Yet, she did not flinch. Instead, she closed her eyes and took a deep breath, as if engaging in a dialogue with the very fabric of space. Upon reopening her eyes, the surrounding space appeared to warp and twist, causing the demonic attacks to lose their trajectory at the very moment they were about to strike her, veering off course entirely. This was Yilani's spatial anomaly. She possessed the ability to manipulate space, sowing confusion among her foes during their assaults and redirecting their strikes elsewhere. The demons of the Eclipse Realm were taken aback, unprepared for such a unique power. Seizing this moment, Yilani wielded her spatial longsword, each swing accompanied by the distortion of space, systematically dismantling the defenses of the demonic horde, their forms becoming indistinct under the influence of her spatial prowess. Commenced the battle. Yi Qing bellowed, raising his arm in rallying fervor. Beneath the walls, the dark mass of demons surged forth like a relentless tide. The demonic soldiers brandished colossal battle axes and razor-sharp long swords, fueled by an insatiable thirst for blood as they charged toward the walls. The human defenders, awakened warriors, stood resolutely at the forefront, while elemental awakeners unleashed their magical onslaught from behind. The demons' assault crashed upon the walls like a tidal wave, their axes striking with sparks flying. Meanwhile, the demonic mages unleashed potent spells from the rear, intertwining flames and shards of ice hurtling toward the fortifications. Defend. The mages stationed at the walls commanded, conjuring shields to intercept the magical barrage. A close-quarters melee erupted atop the battlements, where the clashing of blades and the cacophony of battle cries reverberated through the air. The strength of the demonic soldiers was formidable, yet the human warriors, bolstered by their indomitable will and tactical acumen, engaged in a desperate struggle against their adversaries. Simultaneously, 5 or 6 demons from the Eclipse Realm coordinated their attack, channeling their might into a singular force that surged toward Yilani with ferocity. This time, she refrained from employing her spatial distortion technique. She needed to summon her full strength. Concentrating her spatial power to its zenith, she swung her sword, cleaving through the fabric of space itself. The united assault of the Eclipse Realm's demons, before her overwhelming force, crumbled like fragile parchment, disintegrating in an instant. She cannot withstand this for long. Do not grant her a moment's respite. Kill. The demon warriors shouted in a unified roar. Their overwhelming strength was palpable. With each counterstrike Yilani executed, her energy was rapidly depleting. Signs of fatigue began to manifest in her body, each swing becoming increasingly arduous. The demonic champions appeared to sense her waning strength and intensified their frenzied onslaught. The battle escalated into its most ferocious phase, as Yilani faced off against the demons of the Eclipse Realm outside the Winter City. The clash of spatial power against demonic might generated colossal energy fluctuations, causing the very ground of Winter City to tremble beneath the ferocity of their conflict. Every strike from Yilani was infused with her utmost strength. Yet, despite her formidable power, she could not alter the overwhelming numerical advantage of the demon clan in the Eclipse Moon Realm. Her body was marred with wounds, her garments stained crimson with blood, yet her gaze remained resolute. She valiantly resisted the onslaught of the demons, willing to sacrifice everything to safeguard the city and its people. In the relentless clashes, Yilani ultimately exhausted all her strength, her body plummeting like a meteor, crashing heavily against the walls of Winter City. As she lay on the ground, gazing at the ravaged city, her heart swelled with anguish and helplessness. Her wounds continued to bleed, and her consciousness began to fade. She knew she was on the brink of death. The demon warriors gathered their strength, preparing to deliver the final blow. However, in the next moment, a shadow darted past, and Yilani vanished in an instant. The demon warriors stood bewildered, hastily pursuing her. Just as Yilani was about to lose consciousness, a figure appeared before her. With great effort, she opened her eyes to find the old scholar, the speed esper, standing there. Without hesitation, he scooped her up and fled the scene at the swiftest pace. The demons launched their final assault, and at that moment, the defenses of Winter City finally crumbled. The demons surged forth like a relentless tide, their claws bared, faces twisted in malice, eyes glinting with avarice. The walls were breached, the gates shattered, and the demon soldiers poured into the city like locusts, committing unspeakable atrocities. Run for your lives. A man shouted in terror. Where to? His wife cried, clutching their child tightly. I don't know, but we cannot stay here. The man grasped his wife's hand, ready to dash towards the southern gate. Wait. What about our home? The wife gazed despairingly at their house. There's no time. We must survive. The man insisted. Mommy, I'm scared. The child clung to his mother's leg. Do not fear, my darling. We will find a safe place, the mother reassured, kneeling to comfort her child. But where can we go? The man anxiously surveyed their surroundings. We must just run, his wife urged. All right, let us hurry. The man, with his wife and child, joined the throngs of fleeing citizens. Everyone run. Don't shove. Help. An elderly man fell to the ground. Dad, let us help him, the child pleaded. We can't. We don't have time. He'll slow us down. The child attempted to say more, but the man interrupted. We must first protect ourselves and our family. They continued to flee, uncertain of what the future held. The man sought an escape, only to find his path blocked by the demon soldiers. His face turned pale, sweat soaking his clothes. Gripping a knife tightly in his hand, he prepared to fight to the death against the demon soldiers. The soldiers of the demon clan slowly approached the man, their eyes glinting with cruelty. With a sickening thud, his body collapsed to the ground, blood staining his garments. Such atrocities unfolded throughout the city. Armed with sharp weapons, the demon soldiers mercilessly slaughtered the innocent populace. No one was spared. Children, the elderly, and the disabled alike fell victim to the carnage. The streets ran red with blood, and corpses piled high, the stench of death permeating the air. Buildings within the city were reduced to ashes, flames reaching skyward, and dark smoke billowing forth. The once thriving city lay in ruins. Chapter 86. Instruction in the City of Dawn. Within the Lord's mansion, Chu He reclined comfortably on the sofa of the villa's open-air balcony, the afternoon sun casting its warm and gentle rays upon him. With eyes slightly closed, a satisfied smile graced his lips. Beside him, a tall maid clad in black silk expertly massaged his shoulders and back. Her skilled hands applied just the right amount of pressure, inducing a profound sense of relaxation in Chu He, dressed in a loose-fitting white bathrobe that revealed his toned chest. His hair neatly groomed and his handsome visage illuminated by the soft light, he lightly tapped the armrest, savoring the tranquility of the moment. Ah, delightful, he murmured, opening his eyes and gently patting the maid's hand to signal her to cease. The maid smiled, gracefully rising to bow before him, then turned to leave. The villa exuded a warm, soft glow, fostering a romantic and cozy ambience. Chu He shifted, languidly reclining on the sofa. Your life is truly comfortable, remarked Xiao Shi as she descended the stairs. Dressed in a seductive lace nightgown, her skin glowed like snow, and her long hair cascaded like silk, emanating an enchanting fragrance. She approached Chu He, settling onto his lap, her arms encircling his neck. How many girls have you ensnared this time? Her gaze brimmed with affection as she gently kissed his lips. Chu He reciprocated the kiss, enveloping her tightly in his embrace. Their bodies melded together, breaths and heartbeats intertwining. His hands caressed her back, relishing the smooth delicacy of her skin. In a tranquil bamboo grove within the Lord's mansion, Chu He was engaged in a unique form of training with his disciple, Bai Shaoling. Standing before her, his expression was gentle. Shaoling, you have now reached the Firefly realm. Do you understand why we do not urge you to hastily break through to the Meteor realm? Bai Shaoling pondered for a moment, her brow furrowing as she contemplated. Is it to stabilize my foundation? Indeed, but more importantly, it pertains to your temperament. You have only awakened for just over a month, yet you seek to advance rapidly, which could adversely affect your mindset. Chu He imparted solemnly, one must understand that to lead a person to ruin, one must first ensnare them in self-aggrandizement. Once you begin to swell with pride, you become complacent, unable to embrace new knowledge and ideas, even disregarding the counsel of others. Consequently, your path of growth will abruptly cease, ultimately leading to your obsolescence in the face of time. Therefore, we must always maintain a humble and cautious attitude, continuously striving for learning and progress in order to remain invincible in this fiercely competitive world. Yes, Master, I understand, Bai Shaoling replied earnestly, appearing to genuinely absorb the lesson. Chu He nodded in satisfaction. The breakthrough in my flame-breathing technique has deepened my understanding of extraordinary abilities. He spoke slowly. Shaoling, the power of telekinesis originates from the heart and is realized through intention. You must learn to listen to the voice within, to sense the spirit of all things. In order to fully harness this power, Bai Shaoling gazed at Chu He, her eyes sparkling with a thirst for knowledge, and nodded in acknowledgement. Chu He continued, "First, you must calm your mind and eliminate all distractions. Close your eyes and feel everything around you, allowing your heart to merge with nature." Following his guidance, Bai Shaoling shut her eyes, inhaling deeply as she attempted to connect herself with the world surrounding her. Chu He observed quietly, occasionally providing guidance to help her adjust her breathing and lead her into a deeper meditative state. As her breathing gradually stabilized, Bai Shaoling's mind began to calm, and she could feel the gentle caress of the breeze through the bamboo leaves and hear the distant murmuring of the stream. Satisfied with her progress, Chu He nodded and gently said, "Now, try to concentrate your consciousness on a single point, envisioning an invisible force emanating from the depths of your heart and spreading outward." Bai Shaoling, adhering to Chu He's instructions, focused her mind, sensing a warm and powerful energy flowing within her, gradually expanding outward. Yes, just like that. Remember this sensation. Shaoling, the true power of extraordinary abilities lies not only in manipulating objects, but also in their application in real combat. Now, attempt to use your telekinesis to strike me, Chu He encouraged. Bai Shaoling stood opposite Chu He, feeling both nervous and excited, aware that this would be a rare opportunity for practical learning. Chu He stepped back a few paces, allowing her ample space. He gestured for Bai Shaoling to begin. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes and concentrated. She envisioned an invisible force surging from the depths of her being, gradually taking shape. When she opened her eyes, a determined light shone within them. She was ready. "Commence, Shaoling," Chu He's voice echoed in the wind. Bai Shaoling nodded, focusing her telekinetic energy, attempting to compress the surrounding air to form an invisible shockwave. As a low shout resonated in her mind, it seemed as if invisible ripples spread through the air. Racing toward Chu He, he smiled faintly, effortlessly dodging with a swift movement. He did not retaliate, but instead encouraged, "Well done, Shaoling. Yet your attacks still lack precision and power. Remember, the key to wielding psychic abilities lies in control and focus. Attempt again, this time. Channel all your psychic energy to a single point." Upon hearing this, Bai Shaoling felt a jolt within her. She concentrated her mind once more, striving to condense her psychic energy into a singular point. This time, she refrained from hastily attacking and instead practiced mentally, until she sensed her psychic energy coalescing like a sharp blade, ready to be unleashed at any moment. At last, Bai Shaoling opened her eyes, took a deep breath, and then suddenly released her psychic energy. An invisible blade seemed to flash through the air, yet Chu He did not evade this time. With a casual wave, a wall of fire formed as a barrier against the assault. He smiled and nodded at Bai Shaoling in approval. "Shaoling, you have grasped the fundamental application of psychic abilities, but in actual combat, you will need more skills and experience. Remember, the use of powers relies not only on strength, but also on wisdom and control." Under Chu He's meticulous guidance, Bai Shaoling made remarkable progress in the practical application of her psychic abilities. She began to learn how to manipulate and utilize this power with greater precision, maintaining calm judgment in the heat of battle. Drawing from his 10 years of experience in a post-apocalyptic world, Chu He instructed her not only in combat, but also in understanding human nature and in the art of being a person. This, indeed, is the essence of what a true master should impart.